The ocean survival game has commenced, and the survival prompts for players are activated. 1. Each player will possess an entirely autonomous island in the ocean, with an initial area of 20 square meters, which can be expanded and fortified using gather materials. 2. Players can gather resources on their islands or venture to the trade city to buy and sell. Upon completing the construction of basic housing, players may obtain a teleportation pass to Trade City. 3. The island operates independently and is unaffected by other players. However, it is not an entirely safe haven, as marine creatures may intrude at any moment. 4. A 24-hour novice protection period has been initiated. Further details can be discovered independently. Note: the novice protection period ensures that no dangerous creatures will appear on the island, but it does not guarantee the player's safety. A series of mechanical sounds echoed in his ears as a colossal virtual screen materialized before Ye Heng, with lines of text flickering into view. Once the mechanical sounds subsided, the virtual screen shrank to a modest size of 40 centimeters in width and 30 centimeters in height, complete with a small icon to return to the overview page. Raising his finger, Ye Heng tapped on the return icon, and the screen reverted to the overview page, revealing 5 categories occupying the corners and center circle. The central circle displayed personal information. The upper right corner contained chat and notifications. The upper left corner showed personal assets. The lower left corner was dedicated to island construction, and the lower right corner displayed the map. Have I traversed into another world? Or am I part of an extraterrestrial experiment? The information is rather scant. Each player receives a minuscule island to develop. Ye Heng glanced around. The island was indeed diminutive, so small that he could reach its edge within a few steps, beyond which lay the abyss. Retrieving his gaze from the perilous black-blue sea, he looked down at himself, clad in a white tank top, loose floral shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Even acknowledging that his attire might be digital in nature, the abrupt change was somewhat disconcerting. Slightly bemused, Ye Heng surveyed his minuscule island, gradually allowing his tension to dissipate. Though concerns about the future lingered, a more profound sense of liberation from his previous world enveloped him. At 19 years of age, standing at 183 centimeters tall, with a gentle demeanor and robust health, Ye Heng hailed from a troubled family. Since childhood, he had learned to navigate life by reading others' expressions, for displeasing someone could lead to hunger. Later, legal mandates compelled him to attend school, where his favorite refuge became the library, a sanctuary of tranquility. At 16, he departed from school to seek employment. Over the course of 3 years, he traversed various cities, experiencing diverse ways of life. Yet, he never truly integrated into the crowds. He disliked the proximity of others and loathed those who, under the guise of caring for him, would insist on dragging him into social circles despite his refusals. Now, had the dream of escaping the throngs and social interactions finally come to fruition? Player, Island Master number 99111. Ye Heng, combat power 5, healthy adult. Island, area 20 square meters, extremely barren, a minuscule island where even weeds cannot thrive. Inventory, 10 slots. Equipment, attribute-less novice starter set. His combat power was satisfactory, and his health was confirmed. The island was marked as minuscule and barren, devoid of even the slightest growth. Rather disheartening. He tapped the return icon once more and opened the map. Upon opening, the map unveiled a 3-dimensional model of the island, capable of being zoomed in and out and rotated for various perspectives. On the island model, a white figure icon indicated his current position. Adjacent to it, there was a legend explaining the meaning of each icon. For instance, there were miniature house icons, resource box indicators, and symbols for trees, herbs, shrubs, fruits, grains, ores, and animals, among others. At present, there was nothing, as the island, apart from him, bore only a thin layer of topsoil. Beneath the mere 2 to 3 centimeters of soil lay the foundational island bedrock, unsuitable for planting or mining. However, despite the initial lack of resources, he could await the refresh of supplies, indicated in the bottom right corner of the map. Every day at 6 a.m., 12 p.m., 6 p.m., and midnight, resources or supply boxes would appear at least once. Having entered this realm at 11 a.m., mere minutes had passed, leaving him with less than an hour until the resource refresh. Exiting the map interface, Ye Heng opened the island construction menu. Area expansion, 1 square meter requires. Soil 0/2, stone 0/5. Island fortification, 1 cubic meter requires. Soil 0/10, weeds 0/3, wood shavings 0/3. Housing construction, level 1 wooden house requires. Wood 0/100, grass rope 0/10, grass mat 0/2. Housing construction, level 1 stone house requires. Stone 0/100, soil 0/10, planks 0/4, grass mat 0/2. Defense construction, level 1 fence requires. Wood 0/1, grass rope 0/1. Ye Heng stood in the central area of the island, examining the displayed construction options, all of which lacked the necessary materials. The area expansion required the least amount of materials. However, this newly added expansion area would be no different from the current ground, equally barren, incapable of supporting any growth. Island fortification, as displayed, would enhance the foundational island bedrock to level 1. Post-enhancement, the area would feature defense, durability, and potential resource levels. Both wooden and stone houses were classified as level 1 constructions, differing only in material. It likely depended on available materials and personal preference to decide. The level 1 house offered a mere 2 meters by 2 meters of space, characterized by square stone or wooden walls. A peaked roof constructed from planks, and a grass mat for shelter from the elements. The fence, as indicated, would consist of wooden boards measuring 10 centimeters in width, 1 centimeter in thickness and 1 meter in height, entwined with grass rope, featuring small gaps, extending 1 meter in length. Such a fence could be placed in any unconstructed area of the island. Yet, currently, with no resources available, the empty island offered little to engage with. Closing the island interface, he switched to the personal assets section, where, apart from the model of the current island, there is also the display of personal information regarding the barren island and its area. After reviewing the various details and ensuring he comprehended all visible information, Ye Heng finally transitioned to the chat interface. Upon opening the chat channel, he anticipated a flurry of messages from the multitude of players. Yet in reality, it took several seconds for a single message to appear. Chat channel 1958-868-4417. You may send 1 free message daily, with a character limit of 50. Any excess will incur deductions from ocean crystals based on the frequency and length of messages. Ocean crystals may appear in level 2 and above supply boxes, or could be dropped upon defeating marine creatures. Upon observing the prominently displayed text at the top of the chat interface, Ye Heng understood. It was not that the players were being reasonable. Rather, the majority refrained from messaging due to this limitation, either out of fear or simply sending 1 message and ceasing. 195,886,084,417 players? Ye Heng scrutinized the number, counting twice to confirm. The player count was staggering, surpassing the total population of the world he once inhabited by several multiples. 856,845. With chat limitations and nothing on the island, are they trying to drive us mad? Where does everyone hail from? I'm from province C.I. in the chat channel. Each individual contributes a single statement, recounting their activities prior to joining. Some express themselves with greater elaboration, while others opt for brevity. After a moment of observation, it became evident that no one was reaching out for connections. Rather, they freely share their sentiments and concerns, interspersed with instances of frustrated venting. Within this chat environment, each participant is merely identified by a series of numbers, devoid of names or avatars. The option to add friends is non-existent, nor can one access the information of others. Furthermore, Ye Heng scrolled through the chat history and discovered that only the most recent 100 messages are retrievable. As new messages are posted, the earlier ones fade into oblivion. Chapter 2. Resource Refresh. Grass growing in the field at noon. Precisely at 12 o'clock, a notification appeared in the chat interface, accompanied by a mechanical voice echoing in his ear. Fortune seemed to be moderately favorable, as 2 supply boxes awaited his attention. Without glancing at the virtual screen, the display automatically minimized to the size of a palm, hovering in the upper right corner of his vision. Given the island's diminutive size, there was no need to search extensively after the resource refresh. The two supply boxes materialized, one on each side of him. The boxes, constructed from inferior gray-black wooden planks, bore a surface marred by mold. Yet, their outward appearance was inconsequential. As long as they were supply boxes, they were deemed valuable. The unappealing exterior did not preclude the possibility of hidden treasures within. Opening Level 1 Supply Box. Soil 3, Stone 3, Wood 10, Weeds 10, Bread 1. Water 1. Squatting down, he opened one of the supply boxes, and the contents seamlessly transferred to his inventory, causing the shoddy wooden casing to vanish simultaneously. Although the variety of items was plentiful, the quantities seemed rather meager. He proceeded to the location of the second supply box and lifted the lid once more. Opening Level 1 Supply Box. Soil 8, Stone 10, Wood 8, Weeds 9, Bread 2, Water 1. The items mirrored those of the first box, though the second contained a slightly greater quantity of materials. Nevertheless, when combined, the total still fell significantly short of the requirements for construction. Extracting a piece of bread, which fit comfortably in his palm and was quite sturdy, he found its flavor lacking. A bite revealed it to be dry and tasteless. The water was contained in a 500 milliliter bottle, and upon opening the cap, a countdown of 6 hours began. Once consumed, the bottle would vanish. And should the countdown expire without consumption, both the water and the plastic bottle would disappear. It appeared that packaging was not reusable. The supply box, too, vanished instantaneously once opened. Not hastily attending to the materials within his inventory, Ye Heng redirected his attention to the chat channel. Someone had reported acquiring 40 pieces of wood, yet lamented the absence of grass ropes and grass mats. Others inquired about wood shavings, expressing a desire to enhance their islands, but found themselves lacking wood shavings despite having wood. Questions prompted answers, and after observing for a while, Ye Heng gleaned the necessary information. He retrieved a portion of weeds from his inventory, a sizable handful measuring approximately 1 meter in height. As he held the weeds, a semi-transparent prompt box appeared before him. Weeds. Level 1 material. Level 1 materials can undergo simple processing. Placing his finger within the pop-up information box, he selected the flashing option for simple processing, revealing 3 choices. Grass rope. 2 portions of weeds can be crafted into 1 portion of grass rope. Grass mat. 20 portions of weeds can be manufactured into 1 grass mat, stowing the weeds away. Ye Heng withdrew a piece of wood. The wood was an unprocessed, dried log, standing 2 meters tall and measuring 20 centimeters in diameter. Wood shavings. 1 unit of wood can be processed into 2 units of shavings. The concept of wood shavings is easily comprehensible. They are merely the result of grinding wood. However, the transformation of 2 units of wood into a single board confounds Ye Heng. Could it be that the wood is first reduced to shavings and then compressed into a board? Regardless of the method, Ye Heng feels compelled to take action at this moment. With 10 units of soil, 3 units of weeds, and 3 units of wood shavings, he examines the materials within his inventory, then peruses the list of available operations. Ye Heng decides to initiate a 1 cubic meter enhancement. The process requires 3 units of wood shavings. And after performing a simple transformation on the 2 pieces of wood, 4 units of shavings manifest in his inventory. To enhance the island by 1 cubic meter, the requirements are 1,110 units of soil, 193 units of weeds, and 43 units of wood shavings. Having gathered the necessary materials, Ye Heng surveys the island beneath his feet. Selecting a position along the southern edge, he engages with the island interface, tapping on the chosen location, and a square 3-dimensional marker materializes. The enhancement is completed. Level 1. Volume of 1 cubic meter, defense rating of 10, and fertility level of 1, with a probability of weeds or small trees sprouting in this area. Following the enhancement, the soil in this designated region thickens, transforming the previously light surface layer into foundational soil. Sitting beside this fertile patch, Ye Heng continues to monitor the information flowing through the chat channel. After waiting for over half an hour, he observes tender shoots breaking through the soil. Weeds, seedlings, available for harvest in 1 hour. With bated breath, Ye Heng watches the sprouts emerge. Before the first one has fully matured, a second and third appear. In a matter of moments, 12 weeds flourish across a square meter of land. The cornerstone of the enhancement is a cubic structure of 1 cubic meter. Yet Ye Heng can only access the surface area of 1 square meter. The defensive attributes lie beneath the soil, poised to protect against marine creatures during potential attacks. Feeling a surge of excitement, Ye Heng continues to absorb information from the chat channel, diligently noting anything that may prove beneficial. With no immediate tasks at hand, he observes the stream of comments in the chat channel, and an hour swiftly elapses. The weeds reach maturity and become available for harvesting. Ye Heng notices the information displayed for one particular weed, reaches down to grasp its roots, and with a gentle tug, he extracts it from the earth. Weed 1. Experience gained. 1. Experience points accrued. Personal level information activated. Player: Island Master 99111 Ye Heng. Combat power: 5. Level: Hunting 0 level 0-100. Fishing 0 level 0-100. Gathering 0 level 1-100. Planting 0 level 0-100. Island: Area of 20 square meters. Level 1 enhancement for 1 square meter. Inventory: 10 slots. Soil 1, stones 13, wood 16, weeds 16, bread 2, water 1, wood shavings 1. Equipment: newbie 3-piece set with no attributes. An additional level classification has appeared in his personal information. Within this narrative, a total of 4 types are currently displayed, all commencing from level 0. In the chat channel, no one has yet broached these topics. It is unlikely that no one has discovered them. Rather, it may be a matter of reluctance to speak. Or perhaps the players who wish to express themselves have already conveyed their thoughts once and are now unable to do so again. In this square meter of land, there remain 11 weeds. Since they did not all sprout simultaneously, Ye Heng observed which one had matured and reached out to pluck it, one by one. Upon completion, he received 12 experience points, and the 12 weeds were added to his inventory. After a waiting period of half an hour, a new batch of weeds began to sprout once more. Unfortunately, lacking soil, he could not proceed with island enhancement. Ye Heng remained vigilant over this plot of land, anticipating that within approximately 2 hours he would be able to harvest a complete yield. From noon until 6 in the evening, the quantity of weed growth varied randomly, resulting in a total harvest of 39 weeds, along with 39 points of experience. Chapter 3. Level 2 Supply Chest, Lumberjack Axe, evening 6 p.m. Island resources have resetted. As the sun hovered near the horizon, resources on Ye Heng's island replenished once again. In the very spot where he had just uprooted the weeds, a small tree had emerged from nothingness, accompanied by a pristine wooden supply chest beneath it. Beyond this location, 2 gray-black supply chests had also appeared in other vacant areas. Opening level 1 supply chest: soil 5, stone 12, wood 9, weeds 6, bread 1, water 2. Opening level 1 supply chest: soil 9, stone 8, wood 15, weeds 7, bread 2, water 2. The contents of the 2 level 1 supply chests were quite similar, consisting primarily of basic resources. As the open chests vanished, Ye Heng returned to the tree's shade and reached to open the clean wooden supply chest. Opening level 2 supply chest: Lumberjack Axe 1, Flint 1, Soil 28, Stone 53, Wood 40, Weeds 46, Jam-filled Bread 2, Berries 6, Water 3. The level 2 supply chest contained a greater variety of items, including an axe and second-tier minerals. Lumberjack Axe: an axe for felling trees, durability 100. Each strike on a tree reduces durability by 13 points, while striking other items will deplete durability according to the material involved. Flint: a second-tier special mineral, potentially required for weapon crafting. Can also be combined with iron or to create a flint lighter. Berries: a first-tier fruit. Berry bushes are common plants. Ripe berries are edible and can be processed as food. Jam-filled bread: a food item, with jam added to sliced bread for enhanced flavor. These were the new items. After inspecting them, he placed them back into his inventory, grasping the axe as he prepared to fell the small tree. With a resounding thud, he swung the axe, striking the trunk near the ground. Wood 1. Gathering experience 1. He watched as the quantity of wood in his inventory increased by 1, glancing at the small tree that still stood, albeit with a single notch taken out, momentarily lost in thought. He previously believed that a log, in its raw form, represented an entire tree, for the small tree before him also had a diameter of 20 centimeters. However, upon acquiring the timber, he found that the tree could still be felled. Intrigued, he continued to swing his axe, striking the trunk repeatedly. Timber: 1, experience gained. 1, timber. Branches: 5, experience gained. 5. After successfully harvesting 15 pieces of timber, the small tree vanished in an instant, leaving a pile of branches in its wake. The 10-slot inventory was now full, and the branches scattered on the ground before him. Upon picking one up, he realized it must be the fallen crown after felling a tree. Branches, level 1 material, can be crafted into one portion of wood shavings or used as fuel. The branches held no particular significance compared to timber, yet they possessed some utility. Player, 99111. Island Master, Ye Heng. Combat Power, 5 level. Hunting, 0 level 0100. Fishing, 0 level 0100. Gathering, 0 level 59100. Planting, 0 level 0100. Island, area 20 square meters. Level 1 Enhancement 1 square meter inventory, 10 slots flint. 1 soil, 43 stones, 86 timber, 95 weeds, 114 bread, 4 water, 8 wood shavings, 1 jam sandwich, 2 berries, 6 equipment. Basic novice set with no attributes, with all 10 slots filled, the axe in hand and branches strewn across the ground. Ye Heng noted that he still required 5 more pieces of timber to construct a wooden hut, but the resources had not respawned, leaving him without options. He decided to process the 5 branches into 5 portions of wood shavings for storage. Once again, he accessed the island enhancement, this time adjacent to the previously enhanced area, and reinforced it by an additional 2 cubic meters. This enhancement consumed 20 units of soil, 6 weeds, and 6 portions of wood shavings. With all wood shavings utilized, 1 slot in his inventory was freed up, prompting Ye Heng to stow away the axe. No creatures would venture onto this minuscule island. He merely needed to wait, harvesting the naturally growing weeds approximately every 2 hours. As the clock approached 7:50 in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The sounds of crashing waves and peculiar noises from marine life filled the air. With 3 plots of land now capable of yielding weeds, this harvest granted him 31 weeds and 31 experience points. After collecting the weeds, Ye Heng sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to take a short nap. As he closed his eyes and drifted into a light slumber, a different sprout emerged from one of the plots before him. The sapling grew more swiftly than the weeds, its trunk and branches twisting and expanding rapidly in the night. A level 1 sapling had sprouted. Upon hearing the rustling of leaves in the wind, Ye Heng opened his eyes. The newly risen round moon hung in the eastern sky, and under its cool glow, he smiled at the small tree. With the sapling, he could harvest timber, and once he gathered enough materials, he could finally build his house. Despite the presence of a 24-hour novice protection period, he sat on that diminutive island, listening to the sounds created by the waves and marine life, feeling an overwhelming sense of insecurity. The level 1 sapling grew as quickly as weeds, and in that square meter of earth, only a solitary tree could thrive. As the clock approached 9:30 in the evening, the tree reached its growth limit, entering the harvestable stage. With a resounding thud, the axe struck, yielding 1 piece of timber for his inventory. Eager to construct his wooden abode, Ye Heng fervently chopped away, and after obtaining 11 pieces of wood, the sapling vanished, leaving 3 scattered branches upon the ground. My house, my house. At this juncture, he had amassed sufficient timber and, disregarding the matter of experience points and upgrades, promptly retrieved the materials to commence preparations. 2 portions of weeds were processed into 1 strand of grass rope, requiring a total of 10 portions, thus consuming 20 weeds. The grass mat required 20 weeds for a single unit, necessitating 2, which consumed an additional 40. His inventory brimmed with weeds, more than adequate for his needs. To construct a level 1 wooden house, the requirements are 106 units of wood, 10 strands of grass rope, and 2 grass mats. With all materials gathered, Ye Heng accessed the construction interface to designate the location for his dwelling. Although the 3 fortified plots offered defense, he hesitated to build upon them. The space was limited, and with a mere tap on the simulation map, he positioned the modest 4 square meter wooden house in the northern clearing. Level 1 small wooden house construction complete. As a plume of dust settled, a square wooden house, 2 meters wide and topped with a grass mat, materialized. Small wooden house construction completed, novice gift package dispatched. The house faced south, with its single wall measuring only 2 meters in width, the wooden door occupying half of that space. A frail wooden door, 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, accompanied by a small window, merely half a meter wide and 1 meter high, adorned the side of the entrance. With the basic structure established, the novice gift package had also been delivered. With no room left in his inventory, a small red box, tied with a yellow ribbon, appeared in his hands. Chapter 4. Workbenches, Upgrades enhance combat power. Opening novice gift package. 2 additional inventory slots. 1 trade city teleportation pass. 10 ocean crystals. 1 semi-finished product workbench. 1 equipment workbench. 1 furniture workbench. 1 food processing workbench. Upon opening the novice gift package, Ye Heng's island became cluttered with an assortment of items. His inventory expanded by 2 slots, with the teleportation pass and ocean crystals occupying the newly added spaces. Each of the 4 workbenches measured 2 meters in length, 1 meter in width, and 1.5 meters in height, scattered around the island. These workbenches precariously extended over the water, presenting a rather hazardous appearance. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Ye Heng swiftly initiated the construction to enlarge his island. Area expansion of 1 square meter requires 232 units of soil, 865 stones. In the face of urgency, he directly expanded by 10 units without hesitation. The 10 square meter semicircular area extended outward, securing the workbenches in place. Fortunately, nothing fell. In the future, when opening gift packages, it is essential to ensure there is space in the inventory. Ye Heng retrieved several items, placing them on the floor of the room before stepping outside to gather the workbench, repositioning it, and then arranging it around the house. Once the circle was set, he proceeded to uproot the remaining 2 patches of weeds. 21 weeds yielded 21 experience points. Player 99111 Island Master. Ye Heng, Combat Power, 5 level. Hunting, level 00100. Fishing, level 00100. Gathering, level 0125 100. Planting, level 00100. Island, area 30 square meters. Level 1 enhancement 3 square meters inventory, 12 slots, 10 ocean crystals, 1 trade city teleport pass, 1 flint, 3 soil, 36 stones, 6 wood, 75 weeds, for bread, 8 water, 2 jam sandwiches, 6 berries, 1 lumberjack axe equipment. No attribute novice 3-piece set, with his gathering experience now at 125 points. Ye Heng clicked on this item and chose to level up. Gathering level increased to level 1. Combat Power 1. Gathering, level 125-200. The upgrade required merely a click, yet immediately after leveling up, Ye Heng felt his physique strengthen. Swinging the axe, he distinctly sensed an increase in both speed and strength, as well as noticeable improvements in his hearing and vision. Though his combat power had only risen by 1 point, it was significant given he originally possessed only 5 points. This represented a 20% enhancement from his foundational capabilities. However, the experience required for the next upgrade had doubled. The workbench might allow him to create useful items. Ye Heng glanced at the land yet to sprout weeds or trees and turned to inspect the workstation. Intermediate workbench, grass rope, grass curtain, grass mat, wood chips, wooden planks, wooden strips, stone bricks, pebbles, stone slabs. For now, the intermediate workbench offered only these basic items. Further options would require specific recipes to unlock. Equipment workbench, grass shoes, grass hat, grass basket, fishing rod, wooden stick. Furniture workbench, single wooden bed, grass mat. Food workbench, jam bread. Currently, the visible options were all crafted from level 1 materials, originating from the initial processing recipes inherent to the workbench. To access other items in the future, one must first learn the corresponding recipes. Even for intermediate processing, this rule applies. Crafting single wooden bed, wooden plank 0, 5, grass rope 0, 2, crafting time 10 minutes. Basic attribute. Resting on the bed restores 5 stamina. With a house in place, the desire for a bed arose. Even a simple wooden bed would offer more comfort than sleeping on the ground. Moreover, furniture comes with additional benefits, which is quite delightful. However, Ye Heng realized he lacked sufficient wood. Opening his inventory revealed only 6 pieces of wood. 2 pieces of wood could be processed into 1 wooden plank, necessitating more wood before he could proceed with crafting. Perhaps he should explore other options. Once again, I glanced at my novice trio of essentials. Although the atmosphere here is not particularly cold, the oversized vest, baggy shorts, and large flip-flops leave much to be desired. Crafting grass shoes, weeds 75-50, crafting time, 3 minutes. Basic attributes, movement speed 1, defense 1, durability 100. The materials required for crafting the grass shoes were ample, so I promptly chose to proceed with the creation. During the 3-minute wait, Ye Heng perused the information on other items. Currently, his crafting options were quite limited, especially concerning weapons, as he possessed only a single wooden stick. which required 10 pieces of wood. Thus, he would have to wait until he gathered sufficient materials. Fishing rods and baskets were tools for angling. Yet the level 1 fishing rod necessitated coarse line, which he had not encountered. Time passed, and after 3 minutes, a notification indicating the completion of crafting appeared. Approaching the equipment crafting station, Ye Heng beheld the grass shoes enveloped in a radiant glow, hovering above the workstation. A slight smile tugged at his lips as he reached out to grasp them. Acquired level 1 equipment. Grass shoes. Level 1 equipment, speed 1, defense 1. Durability 100. Holding them in his hands, he noted that although the weeds were coarse, the crafted grass shoes possessed a commendable texture. Placing the shoes on the ground, he removed his feet from the flip-flops and slipped into the attribute-enhanced grass shoes. After donning both, he observed that his flip-flops, like the previous packaging, promptly vanished. These shoes were far more comfortable than the flip-flops. Ye Heng confirmed that the novice gear would disappear upon replacement, freeing him from any lingering indecision. He reveled in the sensation as he jumped in place wearing the grass shoes. It felt exhilarating, and he eagerly anticipated the midnight refresh, hoping to harvest wood and craft a bed, imagining the comfort of lying down to rest. Continuing to browse the chat channel, he watched others converse, and finally, before midnight, he uprooted the 28 weeds that had sprouted in the field. Weeds and experience points were accrued, and glancing at the virtual screen revealed the time, 11:52. With merely 8 minutes remaining, the chatter was quite lively. Sitting on the ground outside his house, leaning against the rough wooden wall, Ye Heng observed the chat channel as it rapidly filled with messages as midnight approached. After a few glances, he found the rapid scrolling too fast to comprehend. So he decided to momentarily divert his attention. Opening his inventory, he discovered 2 items from a previous gift pack that he had neglected to inspect due to his focus on placing the crafting station. Ocean Crystal, an energy crystal from the ocean, the universal currency of the trade city. Holding an ocean crystal in his hand, he noted its transparent, teardrop shape. After examining it briefly, he stowed it away, and a card appeared in his palm. It was the size of a previously used identification card, featuring a map of a city on one side and a full-body projection of Ye Heng along with his player ID on the reverse. Trade City Teleportation Pass, unique item. Allows the use of the Trade City teleportation function, consuming 10 ocean crystals to enter Trade City, with no cost for returning to the island. This pass essentially served as a portable teleportation device. As long as he wishes, Ye Heng could teleport to the Trade City for a glimpse. However, at this moment, he finds no desire nor necessity to do so. With merely 10 ocean crystals in his possession, his visit would likely result in mere bartering with other players. Furthermore, the materials in his inventory still feel insufficient, and he is yet to ascertain what his most pressing needs are. Chapter 5, Perhaps. My luck is still quite favorable at the stroke of midnight. The island's resources have been refreshed. Soon, it is exactly midnight, and the 3 plots of land he had just harvested a little over 10 minutes ago instantaneously sprout with vegetation. 2 of the plots yield small trees, while the third bears 8 clumps of weeds. This time, 3 supply boxes have refreshed. A level 1 supply box appears on the ground, and 2 level 2 supply boxes materialize atop his house and on the semi-finished processing table. This is quite fortuitous. Ye Heng gazes upward at the rooftop, genuinely surprised by the randomness of the supply box refresh. He retrieves a piece of wood and nudges the supply box off the roof, watching it tumble to the ground. Opening level 2 supply box. Pickaxe 1, soil 20, stones 33, wood 61, weeds 45, bread 2, water 3. He decides to open the fallen supply box first, which yields a pickaxe. However, as there are no minerals on his island yet, he places this item in his house for the time being. Opening level 2 supply box. Ocean crystals 6, level 1 fishing rod 1, level 1 bait 3, soil 30, stones 48, wood 26, weeds 39, bread 5. Water 4. The level 2 supply box that appeared on the processing table contains a substantial assortment of items. Alongside the ocean crystals, he also acquires a fishing rod and bait. Opening level 1 supply box. Soil 5, stones 5, wood 9, weeds 7, bread 2, water 1. The level 1 supply box, as expected, yields only these basic materials. With his inventory already brimming, Ye Heng places the fishing rod in his house as well. Inventory, 12 slots. Trade City Teleport Pass 1, Ocean Crystals 16, Flint 1, Level 1 Bait 3, Soil 58, stones 122, wood 102, weeds 144, bread 13, water 16. Jam-filled bread 2, berries 6. His inventory is once again full. Ye Heng takes out a jam-filled bread and a bottle of water, ensuring he is satiated before embarking on further tree cutting. From the 3 plots, he harvests 22 pieces of wood, 7 branches, and 8 clumps of grass. Temporarily setting the branches aside, he observes the now cleared plots and proceeds to initiate the crafting of a single wooden bed. Crafting single wooden bed, wooden planks 55, grass rope 22, crafting time 10 minutes. Having consumed 10 pieces of wood and 4 clumps of grass, he awaits the completion of the wooden bed, which will take an additional 10 minutes. During this interval, Ye Heng begins to utilize his materials. He expends 20 units of soil and 50 stones to expand the island to 40 square meters, with 38 units of soil remaining. He acknowledges that while further expansion is possible, true development requires not merely an increase in area, but also an enhancement in quality. To enhance the island by 1 cubic meter, the requirements include 3,810 units of soil, 1,483 units of weeds, and 93 units of wood chips. By combining 7 portions of branches with 1 portion of timber, 9 portions of wood chips can be processed. Ye Heng, building upon previous enhancements, further reinforce the structure with 3 additional portions. It is essential to first achieve a level 1 enhancement to refresh the plants, thereby gaining experience points and materials. With everything adjusted, a single wooden bed has also been crafted. Single wooden bed, resting on the bed restores stamina by 5, durability 30. The wooden bed possesses durability, which is quite low. After retrieving a sandwich from the inventory, the wooden bed is stored in the inventory, and only after entering the house is it properly placed. The dimensions of the house are 2 meters in both length and width, while the wooden bed is 60 centimeters wide, fitting perfectly within the 2-meter length. Nestled against the wooden wall. Although the bed is now available, the wooden slats remain excessively coarse, prompting Ye Heng to create a straw mat. Crafting straw mat, 139 units of weeds, crafting time 3 minutes. Basic attributes, used as a mattress on the bed, restores stamina by 5. The straw mat and wooden bed are designed to complement one another. After 3 minutes, Ye Heng obtains the straw mat and, upon entering the house, flops onto the bed, instantly feeling a greater sense of comfort. However, sleep eludes him. Lying down, Ye Heng anticipated a swift descent into slumber. Yet, the reality was that while his body relaxed, his mind remained alert, unusually awake. After a period of activity, unable to sleep, he decided to revisit the chat channel, merely observing the discussions among players in the darkness. Even though each person could only post a single message, the chat remained remarkably lively. 151102. Please be quiet, lucky ones. Don't come out to taunt us less fortunate souls. We simply cannot gather 100 units of timber. 81228. A level 1 supply box yields only 26 units of timber. I ask, how long until we can gather the materials for a house? 9866866914. Haven't you enhanced the island? A fortified island will sprout weeds or small trees after 30 minutes of inactivity. 1623. I have enhanced 2 plots, but the refresh yielded a pile of ore. Without a pickaxe, I cannot mine it, and it states that if not collected, it will not disappear. 869. That ore pile is unfortunate. I obtained a pickaxe but no ore pile. 8089568. It seems I am truly fortunate. I consistently receive 3 supply boxes, along with a fishing rod and a lumber axe. 660. I detest the fortunate ones. If you have the capability, come forth and elaborate on what you have acquired. 8866. The fortunate one is here. I already possess a wooden cottage, with an island area of 50 square meters and 2 plots enhanced. 888888. Wooden cottage. Enhanced 5 plots, island area 50. I ask, is there anyone else? As these messages scrolled by, Ye Heng began to feel increasingly drowsy. Just before drifting off, he pondered, perhaps his luck was not too shabby after all. He slept for an hour and 3 minutes. Awake. Just as he fell asleep, he quickly roused. Glancing at the time, which indicated it was already past 1:40. With an axe in hand, Ye Heng opened the door to his abode and was greeted by the sight of 3 small trees and patches of untamed grass. The salty sea breeze enveloped him, instilling a sense of comfort. It was essential to establish a foundation first to acquire greater resources. The rhythmic sound of chopping would resonate as logs were added to his inventory. Branches were gathered, followed by the collection of weeds from 6 patches of land. After this fruitful endeavor, he secured 23 logs, 11 branches, and 31 weeds, along with 65 points of gathering experience. Currently, his gathering experience stood at 155 points, with 45 points remaining until the next level. Observing the diminishing durability of his axe, Ye Heng turned and retreated into his home, closing the door behind him. He lay down on his bed, swiftly falling into a deep slumber. After more than half an hour, he awoke briefly, glanced at the time, and closed his eyes again, succumbing to sleep once more. At approximately 3:40, he rose again and hastily uprooted the weeds from the 6 patches of land. 59 weeds yielded 59 points of gathering experience. Gathering, level 1, 214200. His experience points reached their maximum once again. Gathering leveled up to level 2, combat power 1. Gathering, level 2, 14400. With the upgrade, his combat power increased, yet the experience required for the next level grew significantly. Without an alarm clock, Ye Heng, aiming not to miss the next gathering opportunity, returned to bed after his task. From the early morning until just before 6, Ye Heng slept soundly. He harvested at 1:50, again at 3:40, and once more at 5:30. Upon awakening at 5:30, he noticed the dawn breaking and chose not to return to bed. This time, he collected 33 logs, 10 branches, and 25 weeds. The axe's durability had worn out, and the small trees, now marked with cracks, remained unyielding until he resorted to kicking them down. Kicking the trees would still yield materials, although such a method is typically impractical unless one reaches the final stage of chopping. Chapter 6. Fishing. Everything can be found in the sea. At 6 a.m., the island's resources have refreshed. The sun, a vibrant orange-red, slowly ascended on the eastern horizon. As Ye Heng basked in the warmth of the sunlight, a new round of resources had emerged. Level 1, or pile, requires iron pickaxe for collection among the 6 patches of land. One featured a stone pile over half a meter tall. This was Ye Heng's first encounter with an or pile, yet he was not in haste to mine. First, he needed to open the resource chests. That morning, 2 resource chests were revealed, one of level 1 and another of level 2. Opening level 1 resource chest, soil 6, stone 6, wood 11, weeds 8, bread 1, water 2. Opening level 2 resource chest, ocean crystal 5, logging axe 1, course line 1, soil 21, stone 42, wood 44, weeds 35, berries 10, water 2. With both chests opened, Ye Heng collected all that he could. The discovery of ocean crystals was a stroke of good fortune, along with the logging axe and course line. However, what he cherished most at that moment was the soil. Now, there are an additional 35 portions of soil. Ye Heng examined the materials and reinforced the volume of 3 cubic meters of the island once more. This enhancement serves not only to increase the area capable of supporting plant life, but also to ensure the overall safety of the island. At this moment, the only layer he could fortify and adjust was indeed this one. After expending 30 portions of soil, 9 of weeds, and 9 of wood shavings, the new reinforcement was completed, allowing Ye Heng to commence gathering. He uprooted the weeds, felled the small trees, and ultimately wielded a pickaxe to excavate the pile of ore. Previously, there were merely 6 plots of land, 18 weeds, 38 pieces of wood, 13 branches, and from the ore pile, he extracted 9 stones and 2 iron ores. The iron ore is a level 2 material, which has a chance of appearing in a level 1 or pile. Ultimately, it is a matter of luck. The quality of the extracted items is higher, resulting in greater experience points. Each piece of level 2 iron ore grants 5 experience points, so the 2 pieces yielded 10 points. Alongside other materials, he garnered a total of 88 points in gathering experience. Countdown for novice safety protection, 53856. The time spent in this world was 11 o'clock in the morning. After completing the new round of gathering, Ye Heng sat down to enjoy breakfast, holding a piece of bread and a bottle of water. At this point, only 5.5 hours of safety remained. He had consumed the filled bread the night before, and now, with a chewy piece of bread in one hand and water in the other, he strolled to the edge of the island. Savoring the salty sea breeze, he observed the tranquil sea, which had calmed after the waves clashed during the night. As far as the eye could see, only the sea remained. Ye Heng leisurely munched on his bread, uncertain whether other players occupied the same maritime domain. Perhaps each player existed in a distinct space, undisturbed by one another. After gazing at the sea for several minutes, Ye Heng noticed a message in the chat channel mentioning someone had caught a commendable material while fishing, which sparked an idea within him. Although he had never fished before, the mention of a 2-level material had prompted many players to share their fishing tips. Having never tried, and with no other endeavors at hand, Ye Heng was quite willing to engage in the practical experience himself. Level 1 fishing rod, capable of fishing, can catch items up to level 12. Each fishing attempt consumes 1 bait. Durability of the fishing rod is 10. The level 1 fishing rod has a mere 10 points of durability, and according to what those players stated, each fishing attempt reduces durability by 1 point. Thus, a single fishing rod should suffice for 10 attempts. Regardless of the specifics, Ye Heng currently possessed only 3 portions of bait, so he refrained from worrying excessively. First, he utilized 50 portions of weeds to craft a grass basket, which is a level 1 fishing basket. Armed with the fishing rod and bait, Ye Heng returned to the island's edge, attached the bait to the hook, and cast the line into the sea. The fishing rod was quite rudimentary, merely a slender 2-meter wooden pole, with a thick line fastened to one end and a small hook tied to the other. At a distance of over 20 centimeters from the fishing hook, a wooden sphere, threaded with coarse line, served as a float. The equipment was rudimentary, and its ability to attract fish was rather feeble. He sat quietly for half an hour, attentively monitoring the changes on the water's surface while keeping an eye on the chat channel. Suddenly, the float began to move, and he felt a gentle tug on his fishing rod. Encouraged, Ye Heng exerted force and pulled out the object attached to the hook. Successful fishing. Gift of the Ocean 1. Fishing Experience 1. Ye Heng gazed at the small glass bottle that appeared in the grass basket. Who, he wondered, was playing with message in a bottle in this vast ocean? Nevertheless, since it was a gift from the ocean, he decided to open it. He grasped the tiny glass vessel, standing merely 10 centimeters tall, and removed the cap that sealed its mouth, allowing a rolled piece of paper to tumble out. As he retrieved the paper, the glass bottle vanished, leaving behind only a palm-sized note. Survival tip from the ocean. Hurry to expand your island area. Upon reaching 100 square meters, new enhancements for your island's safety will become available. The information inscribed on the paper transformed into individual characters that floated into a virtual screen, automatically switching the previous chat interface to the game notifications. A bookmark icon appeared on the notifications page. Clicking it unveiled a brand new list, currently containing only the recently acquired gift information. 100 square meters? It seemed that achieving certain developmental milestones was necessary to transition into a new phase. Holding the fishing rod, Ye Heng reattached the bait, reflecting on the growth mechanics of this world, which came with helpful prompts, before casting the hook back into the sea. This time, after waiting for several minutes, he finally observed the float submerging. Successful fishing. Small crab 1. Fishing Experience 1. In the grass basket, a tiny crab, no larger than a fingertip, scuttled back and forth, unable to escape its confines. Small crab, level 1 marine creature, can be used as food, can be processed into bait. Though the small crab was indeed minuscule, its capture suggested it possessed some utility. However, given its diminutive size, one wondered how many crabs would be required to make a single dish. Yet, without a recipe for cooking or a formula for bait processing, this little crab would have to remain in the basket for the time being. With only 1 bait left, Ye Heng once again attached it to the hook and cast it into the water. He waited and waited until the weeds in the field were nearly ready for harvest, when he finally noticed the float sinking. Successful fishing. Level 2 Flower Pot 1. Fishing Experience 5. A circular flower pot, 20 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters in diameter, emerged directly from the grass basket's opening, larger than the previous basket. Indeed, the ocean was rich in resources, providing prompts, tiny crabs, and now flower pots. It reminded him of what other players had mentioned, finding supply boxes or even stones while fishing. In this world, it seemed, anything was possible. Level 2 Flower Pot. Capable of holding level 2 soil. After adding level 2 soil, it can be used for planting level 12 plants. What a splendid find. Although the method to obtain level 2 soil remains elusive, Ye Heng is certain that cultivation in this world may necessitate such a tool. After utilizing all 3 fish baits, he returned to his dwelling, carrying his belongings. Lacking a recipe, he placed the small crabs in a grass basket, which indicated they could survive for 24 hours. The flower pots were also positioned indoors, and Ye Heng arranged his items in a corner before venturing out to continue weeding and chopping wood. With 9 plots capable of yielding plants, and perhaps even mineral deposits, the harvest would naturally be more bountiful than before. This time, he gathered only 2 trees, yielding 24 pieces of wood and 5 branches. Among the 7 plots of weeds, he collected 69. In total, he earned 97 experience points. After organizing his materials and noting some information mentioned in the chat channel, Ye Heng decided to visit the trade city while he still had a bit of novice protection time left. Having just completed his gathering, he aimed to return before 11 o'clock, confident he would make it in time. Chapter 7. Trade City. Trade Market. Consumed 10 ocean crystals to activate the portal to Trade City. Holding the pass in his hand, he selected the teleportation option, which deducted 10 ocean crystals from his inventory. In an instant, he experienced no discomfort during the transition, but the scenery before him transformed dramatically. Before him lay a city, adorned with numerous colossal structures and various attractions. Upon his arrival, Ye Heng observed a multitude of players clad in novice attire. Some greeted those around them with enthusiasm. Others cautiously observed, while some gazed in wonder at the authenticity of the buildings and landscapes. Ye Heng mirrored their curiosity, yet he was pressed for time. He promptly followed the direction indicated on the map, ultimately locating the tallest and largest trade market. Amidst the bustling crowd, he ascended the several flights of steps and entered through the grand entrance. Upon entering, Ye Heng found himself in a foyer, vast enough to surpass some city parks he had previously visited. Players must bind their identity upon first entering the trade market. As he stepped through the doorway, a mechanical voice echoed once more, and a semi-transparent screen materialized before him, already displaying all necessary information, requiring only a confirmation with his finger. Identity binding complete. Island Master number 99111 has arrived at the trade market for the first time and can check his current location on the map, along with all public information about the trade market. The voice prompted again, and the virtual screen began to animate, showcasing a detailed map of the trade market. As his gaze lingered on specific locations, information annotations appeared. The trade market comprises 9 levels, and players must engage in transactions to elevate their spending threshold, allowing them to ascend to higher tiers. Currently, the stairway to the second level was marked with a restriction requiring a consumption of 10,000 ocean crystals within the trade market. The first level of the trade market is divided into 6 areas, with the expansive hall being the largest, encircled by 5 grand entrances. Within these 5 grand gates lie the various zones: the sales area, the recycling area, the identification area, the auction area, and the stall zone. Each zone's information is displayed on the map. The sales area serves as a marketplace for trading goods, where items refresh every hour and can be purchased with ocean crystals. However, the availability of items is limited. Once they are sold, one must wait for the next refresh. The items, their quantities, and prices are all subject to randomness. The recycling area is where players can exchange various items for ocean crystals, offering a buyback price equivalent to 70 of the average auction price from the past 3 days. For players in urgent need of ocean crystals, this area allows them to recycle materials at a lower price. The identification area is designated for players to spend ocean crystals on identifying unknown items. It is worth noting that the identification cost is tiered according to the item's level. Yet this does not guarantee that higher-level items will yield significant value post-identification. In the auction area, players can place items for auction. The starting bid is automatically generated upon scanning the auction area, and the duration of the auction is determined by the player. The longer an item remains listed, the higher the fees incurred. The stall zone allows players to rent stalls using ocean crystals, where they can set up exchanges for items. Players can opt for consignment, which incurs additional fees during the consignment period. They may also remain in the area to negotiate prices with other players, facilitating more convenient exchanges. Ye Heng glanced at the map before stepping into the stall zone. Although the auction area is convenient, the current players are unlikely to possess many ocean crystals. He is in greater need of soil as a fundamental resource for expansion. Upon entering the stall zone, he encountered a row of small stalls, each occupying a mere cubic meter. Between the rows of stalls, a 2-meter-wide pathway allowed for movement, bustling with activity but not overly congested. Selling soil. 1 ocean crystal for 1 portion of soil. Hurry and buy while supplies last. Limited quantities available. Buying timber. All types of materials accepted. Players with timber. Come take a look. Clear pricing ensures you won't be deceived. Buying fish, bait, shrimp, crabs, and all kinds of meat. Even insects welcome. Come and browse. Upon entering, amidst the fixed, immovable stalls, the lively calls of vendors filled the air. Fortunately, the area has regulations prohibiting fighting, ensuring players maintain a respectful distance from one another. Moreover, if a stallholder does not set up consignment, they must remain in a fixed position behind their stall. Though Ye Heng found the noise somewhat overwhelming, he appreciated the design that prevented direct contact between players. Checking the time, he realized he had half an hour left outside and began to inspect the stalls near the entrance. For the sale of 100 units of timber, 2 units of grass can be exchanged for 1 unit of timber. For the sale of 200 units of grass, 1 unit of timber can be exchanged for 1 unit of grass. For the sale of 3 pieces of iron, or 50 units of timber and 50 units of grass can be exchanged for 1 piece of iron, or purchasing 100 units of timber. 10 units of timber can be exchanged for 1 unit of soil, 10 units of grass, and 10 stones. Purchasing 30 units of soil. 1 unit of soil can be exchanged for 5 units of timber, 5 units of grass, and 5 stones. For the sale of 3 units of level 1 bait. 2 units of soil can be exchanged for 1 unit of bait. For sale, observing the stalls. Each stall may display a maximum of 2 types of sale or purchase information, and subsequently set a maximum of 3 items available for exchange. After a brief observation, Ye Heng gleaned the current price conversions. 1 unit of soil is valued at approximately 7 units of timber, grass, or stone. Aside from certain absurdly low prices for buying and selling, most individuals simply opted for an average value. As he passed an empty stall, he noticed the rental information for stalls. The 2-item purchase and sale sections, rented for 1 hour, require 1 ocean crystal. This rental automatically returns materials after the time expires. Upon renting, the managed mode incurs an additional charge of 1 ocean crystal per hour. In this managed mode, successful transactions directly dispatch items to the stall owner. At the conclusion of the stall duration, any unsold items are also automatically returned to the stall owner. If the stall owner sells items here, after the time elapses, the items are returned directly to the stall owner's inventory. Should there be no space in the inventory during this period, items will be temporarily stored, requiring the player to visit the entrance of the stall area to pay for retrieval. Moreover, the longer the storage duration, the greater the fees incurred. Items not fully retrieved after 3 days will be reclaimed automatically. After reviewing this information, Ye Heng contemplated that this world seemed intent on preventing players from exploiting bugs. After all, the player's inventory space is limited. One can never tell if a player might think to temporarily store items here. Glancing at the time, with only a few minutes remaining until 11, Ye Heng decided to rent a stall. Renting a stall for 1 hour costs 1 ocean crystal. Upon clicking to rent, the fee was automatically deducted. Purchasing 40 units of soil, 1 unit of soil can be exchanged for 7 units of timber. Purchasing 36 units of soil, 1 unit of soil can be exchanged for 7 units of grass. Ye Heng had no other desires, thus both entries were for the purchase of soil. Moreover, grass and timber were listed separately. He wished to avoid closing the stall midway due to a sudden shortage of either material. Now, even if the timber were to run out, he could continue to operate his stall for grass. After setting the exchange prices for the stall, his inventory simultaneously decreased by 280 units of timber and 252 units of grass. After establishing the exchange method, he also set a 1-hour managed mode. A total of 2 ocean crystals were consumed. Ye Heng then turned and exited the trade market, stepping through the door and immediately activating the teleportation back to the island. Chapter 8. The Novice Protection Period concludes. An easy initial victory. With the conclusion of the Novice Safety Protection Period, the marine survival game officially commences. Marine creatures may launch attacks at any moment, compelling you to fortify your island's foundational defenses, expand your territory, and ready your weapons. In this vast expanse of ocean, strive to survive amidst the encroaching danger. You have no alternative. At precisely 11 a.m., several game announcements were released. Ye Heng stood upon an island that appeared largely unchanged, surveying the tranquil waters surrounding him. The silence persisted, just as it had before, with a gentle breeze stirring the air and no waves lapping at the shores. Upon switching to the chat channel, he discovered numerous players reporting assaults from marine creatures. Some players recounted encounters with fish gnawing at the island's foundation, while others described octopus tentacles climbing towards their islands, and some even exclaimed that fish in the water could spit at them. In hand, Ye Heng wielded a 1-meter-long wooden stick, thick at one end and slender at the other. After ensuring no immediate dangers were present, he returned to the front of his dwelling. The stick had been crafted in the trade city, and upon his return, he had taken it up. It appeared that the dangers were indeed randomly generated. East Island's foundational stone is under attack, flashed a notification just as Ye Heng believed he was momentarily safe. Gripping his stick, he hurried to the eastern side, where he beheld a large crab, brandishing its pincers and climbing up to assault the stone of his island. Level 1 Sea Crab. Health 100. One of the more common creatures in the ocean, its pincers are perilous, and now it has set its sights on your island. Upon seeing this, a prompt appeared, revealing the level 1 sea crab with a grayish hue, its shell larger than a fist. The position it was scaling bore several faint scratches upon the foundational stone. While it had not yet inflicted significant damage, continued assaults could indeed lead to the stone's deterioration. Instead of striking it directly with the stick, Ye Heng retrieved a branch, testing its grip before he crouched down, extending his arm to position the branch beneath the stone. With a swift motion, he thrust it upward. The level 1 sea crab, poised to strike the stone with its raised pincers, was suddenly sent soaring several meters into the air. With a resounding thud, the crab plummeted onto the barren surface of the island, which consisted merely of shallow soil and rock, eliciting a bright red notification of 100 damage. Defeated level 1 sea crab. Hunting experience 1. Level 1 crab claw 2. Level 1 crab shell 1. Ye Heng had initially contemplated delivering the final blow at the crab's edge, hoping to retrieve its remains for collection, knowing retrieval would be more challenging in the water. To his surprise, it had fallen to its demise instead. One hand grasped the branch while the other held the stick. Ye Heng gazed at the crab claws and shell scattered on the ground, preparing to gather them and return to his dwelling. The inventory remains full, otherwise, loot from kills would also appear there. This can be considered an assault, and one can lean against the wall of a house to consult the map and gather information about their residents. The map reveals that the crack in the cornerstone has not vanished, marked by a scar above that location. Initial island cornerstone slightly damaged. It cannot be repaired but will automatically restore during enhancement. As there are no levels, repair is not an option, and one must await enhancement. However, should a subsequent assault occur before enhancement, the cornerstone will sustain damage at an accelerated rate based on its existing deterioration. Closing the map, Ye Heng observed the weeds that had entered a mature stage and promptly turned back to continue gathering weeds, wood, branches. After harvesting from 9 plots of arable land, he accumulated 111 points of gathering experience, 33 pieces of wood, 7 branches, and 71 weeds. Received a letter from Trade City. Upon completing this round of gathering, as Ye Heng processed the branches into wood shavings, he received a notification. The notification included an email, which extracted automatically upon opening. Soil 76. All purchased items from the trade market have been successfully transacted. Stall time has concluded. The desired soil was fully transacted in less than an hour, prompting an early end to the stall time. Observing the 81 units of soil in his inventory, Ye Heng decided to wait until the resource refresh at noon before determining whether to expand or enhance. Noon approached swiftly, and after a brief wait, it arrived. As the prompt refreshed, Ye Heng beamed at the 4 locations marked with supply boxes on the map. For supply crates, 2 level 1 and 2 level 2. Opening level 2 supply crate. Ocean Crystal 8, Flint 1, Soil 31, Stone 36, Wood 42, Weeds 42, Jam Sandwich 1, Berries 2. Water 1. Opening Level 2 Supply Crate. Level 1 Bait Recipe 1, Level 1 Storage Box Recipe 1, Soil 19, Stone 23, Wood 32, Weeds 42. Water 3. The contents of the 2 Level 2 supply crates filled Ye Heng with excitement, as these were items he desperately needed. Bait Recipe and Storage Box Recipe. Holding the 2 recipes, he utilized them before opening the 2 Level 1 supply crates. The 2 Level 1 supply crates yielded a total of 18 units of soil, 23 stones, 25 pieces of wood, 35 weeds, along with 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water. Inventory, 12 slots. Trade City Teleport Pass 1, Ocean Crystal 19. Course Thread 1, Soil 149, Stone 217, Wood 138, Weeds 194, Jam Sandwich 1, Bread 15, Water 23, Berries 18, Wood Shavings 37. The previous 2 pieces of iron ore, along with the flint that had fallen from the crates, were placed inside the house. Gazing at the soil in his inventory and the 3 newly refreshed ore piles, Ye Heng felt that managing the 100 square meters of island space might not be as daunting as he initially thought. Chapter 9. Is the death of 400 players in 1 hour a significant number or not? The durability of the iron pickaxe depletes rather swiftly. Ye Heng had used the pickaxe to mine 3 ore piles, and upon inspecting it, he found that only 6 durability points remained. He realized that if another ore pile were to refresh, he would be utterly unable to manage without a pickaxe. As for the last couple of trees he harvested, he could kick them down even with numerous dents, yet for this ore pile, even with his hands, he could not pry the stones apart. From the 3 ore piles he had just mined, he collected a total of 33 stones and 3 iron ores, earning a total of 48 points in gathering experience. After clearing the ore piles, he noticed 2 trees and 4 patches of weeds nearby. Chopping down trees and pulling up weeds netted him 20 pieces of wood, 5 branches, and 46 weeds, along with 71 points in gathering experience. Area expansion, 1 square meter. Requirements: soil 1492, stones 2505. Opening the construction list. Ye Heng's island currently measured 40 square meters. To expand it to 100 square meters, he still needed 60 square meters more. While he had amassed enough soil, he still lacked 10 square meters of stone. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with the expansion, thinking that once the supply box opened in the evening, he would be close to his goal. Ye Heng hesitated for less than a minute before decisively opting to expand the island by 50 square meters. He was acutely aware of his slight obsession. Whenever resources were available, he felt compelled to gather them all, and when materials were at hand, he yearned to enhance the safety of his dwelling. After consuming 100 units of soil and 250 units of stone, his island grew larger. However, while 90 square meters represented a significant increase compared to before, it still felt rather limited. He pondered whether a cultivation system might emerge, as the space and resources were scant, leaving him feeling rather unoccupied. Ye Heng, wielding a wooden stick, circled the newly expanded edge of the island, lamenting his current lack of activities, before making his way to the crafting table to examine the 2 recipes obtained from the supply box. Food processing level 1 bait. 1 level marine creature limb. Bait is crafted at the food processing table, and the materials required for this bait can be sourced from fish caught in the sea or those obtained through killing. With 1 small crab, 2 crab claws, and 1 crab shell at home, Ye Heng placed them on the processing table, successfully crafting 4 distinct types of bait. Although he wished to go fishing, he did not feel rushed and instead approached the furniture crafting table. Furniture manufacturing level 1 storage box. Wood 158100. Crafting time 10 seconds. A storage box measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, containing 6 compartments with a maximum item limit of 999 per compartment. The square box, requiring 100 pieces of wood, was a highly necessary storage tool for Ye Heng. Since he needed it and had the materials, he proceeded with the crafting. Once completed, the square wooden box was placed in his house. He stored 5 iron ores, 2 flints, 15 loaves of bread, 23 bottles of water, 18 berries, and 1 coarse thread in the 6 compartments. With these items stored, 6 positions in his backpack were instantly freed up. The level 1 bait was placed in the backpack, and Ye Heng, carrying his fishing rod and basket, once again approached the edge of the island. In just 1 hour, the number of players had decreased by over 500. Is the situation truly that perilous? In the chat channel, some expressed their astonishment at the rapid rate of player fatalities. With 19.5 billion players, is the loss of a few hundred significant? Another queried. Over 500 in an hour and nearly 400 in just 30 minutes. At this rate, it could reach 10,000 in a day, someone noted. 10,000 deaths a day, amidst 19.5 billion players, equates to 195 million days. Is that truly alarming? Another chimed in. It has been stated that we are merely at the beginning, yet the fatalities are already substantial. To suggest otherwise might imply a belief that only others will perish, remarked another player. As Ye Heng sat on the ground, fishing, the discussions in the chat channel began to revolve around the phenomenon of player deaths. With no one knowing one another, the normally reserved participants felt emboldened to share their thoughts, leading to a flurry of conversation. Some analyzed the daytime as a period of relative safety, especially during the novice phase, and deemed the current death toll significant. Others maintained that death is an inherent aspect of survival games, emphasizing that player fatalities are fundamental to the game's design. Gradually, speculation arose regarding the reasons players found themselves drawn into the game. Numerous topics flooded the chat, and by the time Ye Heng reeled in his first catch of the afternoon, the conversation had veered in various directions. Successful catch, small grass carp X1, fishing experience 1. A tiny fish, no longer than a finger, flopped about in the basket, despite its incessant wriggling. The nature of the level 1 grass basket ensured that the caught fish and crustaceans would remain alive for 24 hours, with the rod reeled in and bait affixed. Ye Heng took a moment to check the map, confirming that his island remained unscathed before casting his line back into the sea. This time, with bait attached. The hook barely touched the water before the bobber began to submerge rapidly, accompanied by vigorous shaking. A large fish, gripping the rod. Ye Heng did not hesitate to haul the creature ashore. A red, black, and white koi, over a meter in length, leapt onto the sand, refusing to enter the basket and instead charged at Ye Heng. Level 2 koi, health 500, chance to bite while fishing. Defeating it yields a koi treasure chest of the same level. The appearance of a koi, a creature known for its special loot. Ye Heng, armed with a wooden stick, stood up and upgraded his gathering skills, boosting his combat power by 1 point. With a newfound strength, he swung the stick towards the fish's head. The strike, fueled by 8 points of combat power plus an additional point from his weapon, halved the koi's health in an instant. Before the fish could leap away, he delivered a second blow. 2 consecutive strikes to the same spot reduced the koi's health to 0. In the world of fishing, striking the head is a method commonly employed by market vendors to process their catches. Chapter 10, Level 2 Koi Treasure Chest, Body Strengthening Technique. Defeat a Level 2 Koi. Gain 5 hunting experience, 5 fishing experience, 1 Level 2 Koi Treasure Chest. As the koi's health bar depleted, it perished without leaving a trace. Save for a square treasure chest, half a meter high, that appeared on the ground. The Level 2 Koi Treasure Chest gleamed enticingly. Ye Heng placed his wooden stick aside, rubbed his hands together, and anticipated that this koi would bring him good fortune. Crouching down, he lifted the lid of the koi treasure chest, and a burst of colorful light erupted, revealing a book that materialized in Ye Heng's inventory. Open Level 2 Koi Treasure Chest. Obtain the skill book, Body Strengthening Technique, a skill book for cultivation. Ye Heng remained crouched as the treasure chest vanished after being opened. He had drawn a cultivation skill book. He stowed away his fishing rod and basket, returned to the front of his house, organized his belongings, and then retrieved the skill book for inspection. Measuring 20 centimeters in length and 30 centimeters in width, it contained only a few thin pages. The cover bore the title Body Strengthening Technique, indicating it was a skill book that required cultivation to enhance one's physical abilities. He opened the book, and it transformed into radiant light. Learned the cultivation skill, Body Strengthening Technique. After acquiring the skill, a new category appeared in Ye Heng's personal information. Upon opening it, he could see the specific details of the skill. Body Strengthening Technique, a continuous enhancement skill, requiring the completion of an entire set of standard physical training exercises to gain self-enhancement. Basic effect. Each completion increases combat power by 0.01. Completing the full set of 100 repetitions would yield an increase of 1 point in combat power. Ye Heng examined the skill description and found the training method quite appealing. Although each set only granted a modest 0.01, there was no upper limit to this skill. With resources on the island being scarce and unable to dive for materials, his only pastime had been observing the chat channel. Now, with a method of cultivation at his disposal, he could utilize his time beyond gathering to engage in physical activity. Noticing that there was still over half an hour until he could collect the weeds and small trees, Ye Heng stood in the clearing beside his house and commenced his practice. Following the standard movements displayed by the skill, he struggled to complete the first 2 actions. But upon reaching the third, he suddenly froze. A cramp seized his thigh. There were a total of 108 movements. He wondered if he could complete them all today. After a brief respite, Ye Heng sighed and pressed on to finish the third action. Observing the progress bar in the skill prompt light up, he continued to attempt the fourth movement. Completing 108 actions in sequence, each meeting the required standards, proved to be quite a challenge. However, the advantage was that he could temporarily pause to attend to other matters, as long as the interval between movements did not exceed 1 hour, thus avoiding the need to restart. With movements slow and almost stuttering, he adjusted his form repeatedly. It was not until 1:45 p.m. that Ye Heng had managed to complete just 6 actions. His muscles ached and tingled, a testament to the rigors of his training. Grasping his logging axe, Ye Heng approached the small tree that was now ready for harvesting, shaking his arm to dispel the discomfort. Before he embarked on the cultivation of martial arts, his combat prowess, rated at a mere 3 points, was solely enhanced through the gathering of resources, which directly elevated his capabilities. At that time, he merely observed the numerical changes in his personal status, feeling a tangible increase in his strength through running, jumping, and throwing punches and kicks. While both methods yielded improvements, the sensations derived from cultivating martial techniques were far more profound. With a flurry of strikes, he collected 43 pieces of wood and 11 branches from 4 small trees. The weeds in the 5 plots yielded a rather meager total of 46 plants. In less than 5 minutes, he had thoroughly gathered everything, culminating in exactly 100 points of gathering experience. Upon completion, Ye Heng glanced at his inventory. Noting he still had 2 fish baits left, he decided to utilize the small blue fish from his fishing basket to create an additional bait. With 5 durability points remaining on his fishing rod, he could utilize these 3 baits, as they took up considerable space in his inventory. Before casting his line, Ye Heng did not forget to complete the 7th training move, after which he settled down, rod in hand, to fish. During this tranquil pursuit, he maintained his composure, allowing him to glance at the chat channel occasionally. This time, upon opening the chat, he quickly focused on the messages that were rapidly accumulating. 7. I don't see the issue. If they chose to engage in a duel, dying in the arena is merely a consequence of their own actions. 965. The duel was supposed to be a combat challenge, but it turned lethal. Perhaps neither party fully grasped the rules. 63. Ridiculous. Each participant spent 10 ocean crystal stones to enter the battle, and they are unaware of the rules. The chat has been silent, as everyone is preoccupied with money. 12. Exceeding 5 characters costs 1 crystal stone. Anything less also counts as 1 stone. 7. The previous commenter owes 4 crystal stones. 99. The above owes 1 crystal stone. Why engage in a duel? Are they tired of living? Isn't the trading city meant for commerce? Some are literally wagering their lives. The discussion continued, with some players seemingly possessing an abundance of ocean crystal stones, occasionally repeating their identifiers. However, Ye Heng was particularly concerned about the duel that resulted in a death within the arena. Within the architecture of the trading city lies a training ground, not just one, but an expansive structure housing numerous training areas and arenas. As he fished and observed, he soon noticed someone announcing the reason behind the duel between the 2 individuals. It all stemmed from a mere glance exchanged on the road. The inability to add friends or engage in casual conversation for free, yet the potential for conflict arising from a simple gaze, was indeed perplexing. Ye Heng fixated on the bobber floating on the water's surface, marveling at the peculiarities of the chat channel, which provided such sensational gossip. Each player inhabited their own island, developing independently, and whenever they needed supplies, they ventured to the trading market, completely isolated from one another. Currently, the only known location for interaction with other players was the training ground. The map indicated that this area offered cooperative training opportunities and arena challenges. However, both the training ground and the arenas required players to pay ocean crystal stones to access a temporarily designated area with time restrictions. Chapter 11. Expanding to 100 square meters. Finally capturing the essence of an island after more than half an hour, Ye Heng successfully fished up 3 distinct items. The soil gift pack, upon opening, revealed 3 pieces of soil, indeed, a rather modest parcel. The level 1 supply box bore no difference from the previously refreshed supply boxes, yielding 6 pieces of soil, 12 stones, 8 pieces of wood, 8 bundles of grass, 1 loaf of bread, and 1 bottle of water. Among these 3 items, the most valuable was undoubtedly the food recipe. Recipe for scallion oil fish, 1 level 1 fish, 1 cooking oil, 1 scallion. Basic attributes: recovery speed 10. Duration 10 minutes. The scallion oil fish could be crafted using any level 1 fish, yet both the cooking oil and scallions were unfamiliar to him. He had not seen anyone offering these ingredients in the trading market before. With only the recipe and no ingredients at hand, he decided to set it aside. Ye Heng stowed his fishing rod, learned the recipe immediately, and prepared to return to the vacant space beside his house to continue his training. His objective for the day was to complete all 108 movements. It proved quite challenging, with each movement requiring precise adjustments to his posture. After performing 5 or 6 repetitions, Ye Heng found himself fatigued and had to pause for a rest. The jam-filled bread was delightfully chewy, Yet Ye Heng was not only weary in his limbs. Even his jaws yearned for respite. He took out 16 berries and crafted 4 portions of jam, then paired them with 4 slices of bread. The 4 jam sandwiches were ready. He set aside 3, holding one in one hand while clutching a bottle of water in the other, leaning against the wall of the house as his gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. The jam sandwich was soft, yet he consumed it slowly. After finishing one sandwich and drinking the entire bottle of water, he watched the plastic bottle vanish, standing up leisurely once more. At approximately 20 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, he needed to resume collecting resources from the 9 plots of land, pulling out weeds and chopping trees. He would then continue to perfect his training movements in the open space. By 5 o'clock, the next wave of gathering began, continuing until 6 o'clock in the evening. At 6 o'clock in the evening, island resources have respawned. New supplies emerged, and at Ye Heng's feet, a level 2 supply box appeared. While practicing, he was standing on one leg, striving to achieve the correct angle with the other when suddenly a box materialized beneath him. Startled, he regained his balance and crouched down to open the level 2 supply box that had manifested at his feet. Opening level 2 supply box, 9 ocean crystals, 1 logging axe, 3 iron ores, 29 soils, 58 stones, 41 woods, 39 grasses, 5 breads, 2 waters. The items were immediately transferred to his inventory. And Ye Heng continued his search for additional supplies. This time, 3 supply boxes had spawned on the island, 1 level 1 and 2 level 2. The first level materials are merely foundational. Aside from a slight adjustment in quantity, they lack any significant novelty. In contrast, another material chest located at the periphery yielded remarkable treasures for Ye Heng. Open level 2 material chest, ocean crystal 10, cabbage seeds 5, level 1 pickaxe crafting recipe 1. Soil 22, stones 50, wood 45, weeds 36, bread 2, water 2. The ocean crystal, cabbage seeds, and level 1 pickaxe crafting recipe captivated Ye Heng's attention, causing his eyes to sparkle with delight. This chest contained an abundance of valuable items. Player, 99111 Island Master. Ye Heng, combat power, 8 level. Hunting, 0 level 7100. Fishing, 0 level 16100. Gathering, 3 level 310800. Planting, 0 level 0100. Island. Area 90 square meters. Level 1 enhancement 9 square meters. Level 1 wooden hut inventory. 12 slots trade city teleportation pass 1. Ocean crystals 38. Cabbage seeds 5. Iron ore 8. Soil 108. Stones 115. Wood 283. Weeds 473. Wood chips 42. Branches 23. Logging axe 1 equipment. Novice vest, novice shorts, level 1 grass shoes. After collecting the items from the chest, he placed the bread and water into the storage box. He immediately learned the recipe for the level 1 pickaxe. Realizing that he would need a considerable amount of iron ore, he retrieved the 5 iron ores he had previously set aside. With his inventory organized, Ye Heng proceeded to gather the weeds and trees that had regenerated in the field. He earned 105 gathering experience, acquiring 35 pieces of wood, 8 branches, and 62 weeds. Once he completed these tasks, Ye Heng quickly positioned himself to perform the next action, adhering to the motions he had practiced earlier. This allowed him an hour of respite. He hoped that after reaching 100 square meters, another refresh might occur. Ye Heng opened the island interface and selected the area expansion option. Secretly yearning for an additional wave of resource refreshment, he endeavored to maximize his gathering opportunities by swiftly clearing the plants from the land, ensuring that he could collect a greater quantity of items during the 4 daily refreshes. It was noted in the chat channel that some players, lacking a pickaxe to gather from mineral piles, found that these piles remained unchanged during refresh times. Reports indicated that some had experimented by marking the mineral piles with an axe, only to find that the marks persisted after the refresh. Area expansion 1 square meter. Requirements: soil 1082, stones 1155. He designated the expansion area on the map, submitting 10 requests, which expanded his island to 100 square meters. As the area reached this milestone, a shimmering light appeared on the water surrounding the island. Island area reached 100 square meters, opening a new chapter. Your efforts will eventually bear fruit. And a reward package has been issued. A notification emerged from the virtual screen. The reward package materialized in the final empty slot of his inventory, and Ye Heng's island underwent a transformation. The sea relentlessly erodes the foundational stones of his island, transforming the once square-shaped stones, stacked like buoyant masses adrift on the water's surface, into a state of gradual subsidence. The edges now descend, extending outward to form a central elevation surrounded by lower peripheries. The boundaries cling to the water's surface, with occasional waves, stirred by the wind, lapping at the shore, pausing momentarily before retreating. Though the overall dimensions remain unchanged, his island has evolved into a more concentrated version of itself, shedding the emptiness of floating above the sea. Chapter 12. An island must have a beach to be considered an island, a notably desolate micro-island. Total area 100 square units. Land area 64 square units. Level 1 enhancement 9 square units. Barren beach area 36 square units. The island's extreme barrenness has transformed into a state of profound desolation. What a harvest indeed. Ye Heng stood at the center of the island, gazing at the 9 unrefreshed plots of land, realizing he had been overly contemplative. Yet, it was not a significant concern, as gathering would be inevitable sooner or later. Interestingly, the information regarding his island seemed to have slightly improved at this moment, and it had entered a new phase, finally presenting him with a beach. An island, after all, must possess a beach to earn the title. Barren beach. The marine life brought by the tides has its limits. They show no interest in this desolate, weed-choked shore. Beach enhancement 1 cubic meter. Turf 0. 2. Gravel 0. 5. Wood chips 4. 25. The materials required for enhancing the beach differ somewhat from those needed for enhancing the island. Turf. 50 weeds can be crafted into 1 unit of turf. Gravel. 5 stone blocks can be processed into 1 unit of gravel. Both materials can be obtained through simple processing. But the quantity of weeds required for turf is truly excessive. Furthermore, to produce a single unit of gravel, 5 stone blocks are necessary. Curious about the precise dimensions of a unit, Ye Heng processed both required materials. His inventory soon overflowed, with these semi-finished materials piled upon the ground. The volume of gravel resembled that of a foundational stone. However, the turf crafted from 50 weeds measured merely half a meter in length and width. Yet its resilience surpassed that of the grass mat he had laid down. Alas, being a semi-finished product, it lacked the enhancement effect of home furnishings. For further crafting, 2 units of turf required 100 weeds, and 5 units of gravel necessitated 25 stones. Upon completion, Ye Heng selected a location for the beach enhancement. Level 1 enhanced beach, barren beach, with only a smattering of turf and gravel, may attract level 1 marine creatures curious enough to venture a glance. Once the enhancement was complete, Ye Heng understood it implied he could now forage along the shore. Approaching the enhanced area, he observed the square meter covered in gravel, half adorned with turf and half with crushed stone, presenting a vastly improved visual appeal compared to before. As he inspected the area, a small shrimp was propelled ashore by the gentle waves, pausing on the turf before bending down to burrow into it. He could see it moving beneath the turf, temporarily adopting this spot as its nest, settling in for a while. In the coastal expanse, the diminutive shrimp, characterized by a vitality of 50, reside as benign marine creatures, remaining momentarily before returning to the depths of the sea, if not promptly addressed. Ye Heng, observing a mere 3-centimeter shrimp, resolved to utilize it as bait, garnering a modest point of hunting experience. In the absence of anticipated maritime predators, these small shrimp, fish, and crabs serve as optimal targets for amassing hunting prowess. Crouching down, he deftly grasped the shrimp by its head, applying enough pressure to crush it. The vitality of 50 points merely indicated its life force, devoid of any defensive capabilities. Defeated level 1 shrimp. Hunting experience 1. Following the kill, the mangled shrimp remained pinched between his fingers. He proceeded to the processing station, where the bait was transformed, retaining the shrimp's original form. Fishing was not his current pursuit. Rather, he aimed to further enhance the collectible land. Leaving the bait on the processing station, he decided not to retrieve it just yet, as he had no other items to process at the moment. Island enhancement. 1 cubic meter. Requirements. Soil 8810. Weeds 4353. Wood chips 423. With ample materials at hand and no immediate plans for expansion, Ye Heng opted to reinforce 8 plots of land. Thus, 17 plots of fortified terrain were arranged into 3 rows. As dusk settled, Ye Heng noted the unyielding soil and began to stretch his limbs, continuing his training routine. After performing several movements, he took brief reprieves before resuming. The toll on his stamina was swift, and hunger gnawed at him. By the time it was not yet 10 o'clock, he found himself uncomfortably famished, consuming 2 jam-filled bread rolls. After executing a total of 108 movements, fatigue set in, and he persevered through the discomfort to complete his final exercise before midnight. Strengthening technique practiced once, combat power increased 0.01. While his combat power had increased by a fraction, it remained unchanged as it only displayed whole numbers, still reflecting a total of 8. However, it was not long before this 8-point power would evolve. On this night, at approximately 1950, 2140, and following the completion of his training task, Ye Heng swiftly gathered all available resources from the 17 plots. The yield from his harvest significantly surpassed previous results, culminating in 3 sessions that netted 216 units of wood, 59 branches, and 311 weeds, along with 586 points of collecting experience. In the span of a day and a half, collecting experience had proven to be the most accessible resource. Collection, Level 3, 1001800. With his collecting experience once again reaching its zenith, Ye Heng reached out to upgrade his personal panel. Having ascended to Level 4 in Gathering, Ye Heng's combat power increased by 1, reaching a total of 9 points, nearing a remarkable doubling. Sitting on the ground, he lifted his gaze toward the risen moon and suddenly felt that this day and a half had passed rather swiftly. This sentiment arose as he contemplated his progress internally, awaiting the midnight refresh. Yet, abruptly, he clasped his stomach. Indeed, he had overindulged in his meal, but alas, there was no restroom at home. After a moment of internal conflict, Ye Heng swiftly crafted 4 fences, placing them on the northern side of his house. Improvising a temporary latrine. Nature's call is urgent. After utilizing some weeds as makeshift toilet paper to resolve his earthly needs, he returned to the front of his house. The clock struck midnight, heralding the arrival of new resources. However, upon observing the resource information displayed on the map, he felt a slight flush of embarrassment. 5 resource crates appeared, 2 of Level 1 and 3 of Level 2. Quite standard, given the island's expansion and the transition into a new chapter. Among the 17 plots of land, there were 5 small trees, 6 patches of weeds, and 6 piles of ore, all rather typical. In the fortified area of the beach, there were indicators for a small crab and 2 shrimp, which posed no concern. Yet, within the fenced area behind his house, there was a single unit of Level 2 fertilizer. As he approached, the fertilizer had already transformed into a mound of loose soil. He understood that this Level 2 fertilizer, when combined with 1 unit of soil and 5 units of wood shavings, could yield Level 2 soil. While he grasped the method to obtain it, the mental fortitude required for such knowledge was substantial. Perhaps this could be considered an unexpected boon? Chapter 13. Planting a cabbage, catching shrimp, grasping crabs for the moment. Ye Heng disregarded the pile of fertilizer resembling soil and made his way to a small stretch of beach, where he successfully caught 1 crab and 2 shrimp. He earned 3 points of hunting experience before returning to the front of his house. Crafting Level 1 pickaxe, wood 53410. Iron, ore 85. Crafting the Level 1 pickaxe was straightforward. Ye Heng had saved several pieces of iron ore and commenced the crafting process. The pickaxe would take 3 minutes to create, so he turned to pull weeds. From the 6 plots of land, he gathered a bountiful harvest of 71 weeds. After chopping down the 5 small trees, he collected 49 units of wood and 12 branches. By the time he finished cutting down the trees and pulling the weeds, the pickaxe was ready for use. Both the tree-cutting axe and mining tool had a durability of 100 points, with each normal use resulting in a drop of 13 points. This was a random occurrence and also depended on individual technique. Ye Heng consistently aimed to land the axe in the previous notch while chopping, which typically resulted in only a 1-point durability loss. The ore piles, too, were composed of large stones bound together, revealing the seams between them. Striking these seams with the pickaxe resulted in a 1-point durability loss. Though he had not attempted it, Ye Heng surmised that directly striking an intact stone block with the pickaxe would likely not yield favorable results. With a vigorous swing of the pickaxe against the mound of ore, by 0:15, the 17 plots had been thoroughly cleared once more. A total of 68 stones and 6 iron ores lay bare. Upon completing the resource collection from these lands, Ye Heng experienced a notable increase of 230 points in his gathering expertise. Once the resources were adequately managed, he proceeded to unlock the 5 supply crates. As he opened the 5 crates consecutively, He was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of supplies, feeling quite fortunate indeed. From this round of supply crates, he retrieved 18 ocean crystals, 2 logging axes, 4 flints, 5 ores, 104 soil portions, 167 stones, 199 pieces of timber, and 195 weeds. Additionally, he found 3 jars of jam-filled bread, 5 loaves of bread, 6 bottles of water, and 8 berries. Most of these items were familiar to Ye Heng, but he also discovered 2 recipes. The first culinary recipe was for garlic prawns, requiring 1 prawn, 1 clove of garlic, and 1 seasoning. This level 1 dish restored 10 health points and provided 1 agility point for 10 minutes. The agility aspect piqued Ye Heng's interest, as he realized that his previous struggles with training may have stemmed from a lack of agility. Many of the movements he practiced had been so strenuous that they left his muscles aching from the intense stretching. In addition to this level 1 recipe, he also obtained a level 2 tool crafting recipe, planting shovel, requiring 98 iron ores and 9,491 pieces of wood, with a durability of 10. Initially, Ye Heng had a considerable mental block regarding manual planting, but the emergence of this planting shovel offered him a glimmer of hope. With a processing time of 3 minutes displayed, Ye Heng utilized this interval to organize his existing supplies, transforming 102 branches into wood shavings, thereby freeing up a slot. After retrieving a half-meter-long wooden handle and a small iron shovel with a pointed tip, he initiated the crafting of a storage box. Armed with the shovel and a flower pot, he proceeded to scoop fertilizer into the pot, followed by a portion of soil. The flower pot, now filled with both fertilizer and soil, automatically transformed into level 2 soil, signaling that planting was now possible. Taking out a seed of cabbage, Ye Heng observed the first planting tutorial displayed on the pot. With his small shovel, he gently turned over a bit of the soil at the center of the pot, placed the seed within, and then covered it back up with the displaced soil. Successfully planted level 1 cabbage. Planting experience gained. 1. Flower pot with level 1 cabbage will mature in 3 hours. Current status: lacking water. Realizing the necessity for watering, and that it must be fresh water rather than seawater, Ye Heng set down his shovel, which still had 9 points of durability, and retrieved a bottle of water. Slowly, he poured the contents into the flower pot. Once the bottle was emptied, the plastic container vanished, and the pot's water deficiency status finally disappeared. To effectively irrigate the first-level cabbage, 1 watering session is required, granting 1 experience point and reducing the growth time by 30 minutes. This information pleased Ye Heng. At the very least, effort yields rewards, and the water was not wasted. He placed the cabbage beneath the window at the entrance of his house, holding the newly crafted storage box beside the flower pot. Although the outside may be perilous, space within the house was severely limited. With a total area of merely 4 square meters, the bed occupied nearly half, and the storage box claimed 1 square meter, which could not be stacked. It was impractical to obstruct the entrance. Before resting, Ye Heng meticulously examined the map. His home was currently free from marine creature assaults. Just as he prepared to retire for an hour and a half, he suddenly noticed over 100 soil packets in the parcel section. Soil was undoubtedly essential, not only to enhance harvesting, but also to ensure the safety of his island. To reinforce the island, 1 cubic meter required, 11, 210 units of soil, 9, 883 units of weeds, and 1, 203 units of wood shavings. With ample resources at hand, Ye Heng promptly proceeded with the reinforcement, including the 4 square meters beneath his house. Earlier, while gathering, he had seen a message in the chat channel indicating that someone had experienced a surprise attack. Most marine creature incursions occurred from the surrounding areas, but that individual faced a unique situation where a long-range attacking marine creature destroyed the foundation beneath their house. Several cornerstone blocks had vanished, and the individual lamented that their hard-built wooden house had plummeted into the sea. Others mentioned that it was a marine creature with special abilities, having previously encountered it, which could attack from a distance and randomly target unreinforced areas. To avoid the risk of his house suddenly plunging into the sea while he slumbered, Ye Heng was particularly attentive to the area beneath his home. He reinforced 11 cornerstone blocks, covering the 4 square meters beneath the house, with the remaining 7 square meters allocated for the placement of the workbench. Aside from not wanting his house to vanish unexpectedly, the workbench was absolutely indispensable. Thus, after reinforcing the 11 cornerstone blocks, 1 section for the workbench remained temporarily unreinforced. Chapter 14. Did someone jump into the sea at midnight and get devoured by fish? Sleep. Ye Heng fortified the island's cornerstone, feeling considerably reassured, and as he entered, he lay down on his bed to rest. However, he could not sleep long. Before reaching the anticipated hour and a half, he was abruptly awakened by a notification sound. Marine creatures are attacking your island. The instant the alert sounded, Ye Heng sprang upright from his bed. Armed with a wooden stick, he stepped out of his door, where the translucent control panel displayed a flashing cornerstone on the northeast corner of the map. By the light of the moon, he approached to discern the nature of the assault on his island. The level 1 sea worm, with a vitality of 200. It possesses a slight paralyzing toxin on its spines and is one of the more common creatures found in the ocean, adept at gnawing on rocks. Presently, it perceives the taste of your island's foundational stone as exquisite. 3 sea worms wreaking havoc on the beach, each measuring 2 centimeters in diameter and 4 to 5 centimeters in length, resemble large maggots adorned with numerous tiny spines. With a swing of the wooden stick in hand, one strike brings about the demise of a sea worm, its skin promptly falling into the inventory. These level 1 marine aggressors are currently focused solely on assaulting the island's foundational stone and have not directly attacked the individual, largely because Ye Heng has not afforded them the opportunity. A subsequent swing of the stick, followed by 2 more strikes, results in the remaining 2 sea worms depleting their vitality, yielding a total of 1 experience point each, along with an accumulation of sea worm skins in the inventory. The sea worm skin is identified as a level 1 material suitable for crafting, yet Ye Heng, lacking a recipe, must set it aside for the time being. Gazing at the damaged, yet not entirely destroyed, foundational stone of the beach, Ye Heng finds himself wide awake, returning to the island's interface to initiate enhancements. He expends 900 strands of grass, crafting 18 units of grass matting, and utilizes 225 stones, resulting in 45 units of gravel. Previously processed branches yield 2 pieces of wood, which he converts into 4 units of wood shavings. Beach enhancement. 1 cubic meter consists of 182 units of grass matting, 455 units of gravel, and 465 units of wood shavings. Selecting the area that was just damaged and connecting it with the previously enhanced section of the beach, he successfully reinforces 9 additional units of beach. Player profile, 99111. Ye Heng, combat power, 9 skills, strengthening technique, enhancement type, level, hunting, 0 level 11100, fishing, 0 level 16100, gathering, 4 level 431160, planting, 0 level 2100, island. Total area of 100 square meters, with land area at 64 square meters, first level enhancement 28 square meters. Beach area at 36 square meters, first level enhancement 10, and a level 1 wooden hut. Inventory, 12 slot city of trade teleportation pass 1, ocean crystal 56. Cabbage seeds 4, iron ore 1, soil 2, stones 50, wood 946, grass 55, wood shavings 1, lumber axes 2 equipment, novice vest, novice shorts, level 1 grass sandals, level 1 wooden stick. Upon reviewing his personal information, Ye Heng notices little change. He places the wooden stick in the inventory and glances at the time. The earliest of the 17 resource gathering plots will take over 40 minutes to yield results. He returns to his hut to rest once more. After half an hour of light slumber, he rises from his bed, with merely a few minutes remaining before the resources become available for harvesting. Further rest would exceed the time limit. Opening the map reveals no significant occurrences. He switches to the chat channel to observe the conversations of others. Numerous players have commenced their second and third exchanges. 1 ocean crystal can yield 5 characters, which may not be considered expensive for those fortunate enough. Especially when encountering matters of interest, spending a marine crystal for a brief moment of jest or praise proves rather intriguing. Upon opening the interface, he observed a single-digit numbered island master engaging in conversation. He had seen this individual before, as they had previously posted several messages within a 5-character limit. Looking upwards, he discerned the reason from earlier discussions. Someone in the chat channel had mentioned, out of late-night boredom, swimming in the sea for a couple of laps and, by sheer fortune, catching a few fish. After tossing them ashore, they had bludgeoned the fish with a wooden stick, resulting in the drop of an item called a water shield. Subsequently, another individual claimed to have followed suit, only to find themselves gnawed on by marine creatures before they could even swim far, losing a leg in the process. This person crawled back to the shore, questioning the earlier speaker's motives. Others chimed in, pondering whether anyone truly foolish enough to dive for treasures existed, or if anyone had indeed been bitten by fish. Such matters were difficult to ascertain, as no one could discern the conditions of their counterparts. Curiously, one could actually see these occurrences if one merely traveled to the trade city. Yet, no one broached the subject, and Ye Heng remained silent on the matter. After perusing the conversation for a while without uncovering new topics, he swiftly moved to harvest the weeds, which had become ready for collection, and proceeded to fell a few small trees. Completing this round of gathering, he accrued 171 points of gathering experience, 88 weeds, 92 units of wood, and 21 branches. Within his inventory, he had amassed 38 units of wood. Since the stacking limit for individual inventory slots was 999, it now displayed 999 in one slot and 39 in another. After organizing his findings, Ye Heng hurried back indoors, lying down to catch up on sleep. The time was 1:45. He could manage around 2 hours of rest, give or take a few minutes, as long as he did not miss the 6 o'clock reset. Yet, his thoughts lingered, and less than 2 hours later, he awoke again, rising to gather weeds and chop trees before attempting to sleep once more. To collect resources, his precious sleep was fragmented into bits, and he wondered when he could indulge in a sound slumber. By 5:30 in the morning, Ye Heng was fully awake and decided against further sleep. He first ventured to the fortified beach, gathering 5 small shrimp, 3 small crabs, and 3 small blue fish, earning 11 points of hunting experience and 11 materials suitable for crafting bait. After managing these, he resumed weeding and tree felling. This time, combining his efforts with those from earlier at around 3 o'clock, he secured a total of 408 experience points, along with 189 weeds, 154 units of wood, and 65 branches. With these tasks complete, only 11 minutes remained until 6 o'clock. How could he have forgotten? Just as Ye Heng intended to take a brief rest, he turned and noticed the flourishing pot of flowers outside the window, particularly the fully grown cabbage. In his evening fatigue, preoccupied with gathering and beach resources, he had entirely forgotten he had planted a vegetable. Chapter 15. A Bountiful Harvest. 3 Manufacturing Recipes. Level 1 Cabbage. Fully mature, ready for harvest, a sizable cabbage, likely weighing around 7 or 8 pounds. Ye Heng grasped the root of the cabbage and pulled it upward, placing the harvested cabbage directly into the inventory. Harvested level 1 cabbage, gained 1 experience point. With the cabbage in hand, he received an additional point of gathering experience. Flower pot filled with level 2 soil, capable of planting level 1 plants. Remaining planting attempts, 910. Looking down at the flower pot, which previously indicated the capability of planting level 12 plants, he noted that it now displayed only level 1, along with the count of planting attempts. Could it be that since the first planted seed was level 1, the attempts could only be calculated as such? Ye Heng found no other information. Previously, there had been no mention of attempts being necessary, but now that it was marked, it appeared that this was indeed the case. As for what would be indicated after planting level 2 plants, he would have to wait until he obtained new level 2 soil and planted level 2 seeds to ascertain that. At 6 o'clock a.m., island resources have refreshed. After harvesting the cabbage, he planted another cabbage seed, and soon it was time for the morning resource refresh. Ye Heng gazed at the various markers displayed on the map. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still dazzled by the dozens of indicators. He had grown accustomed to the resource tags in the 17 plots of land. However, upon seeing over 30 flickering markers for small fish, shrimp, and crabs on the 10 enhanced beaches, Ye Heng felt a surge of excitement. In addition to these resources, 5 supply crates had also spawned. 1 level 1 crate appeared in an open area, while 4 level 2 crates were distributed around the house and on the beach. The refresh time for the supply crates would align with the next resource refresh, so Ye Heng was eager to clear trees, mine, and pull weeds. At 6:15 a.m., after completing the tasks of pulling weeds, chopping trees, and mining, he had collected 78 grasses, 41 pieces of wood, 9 branches, 68 stones, 8 iron ores, and 236 points of gathering experience. The land was now cleared, ready for the time to pass for weeds and small trees to regrow. Ye Heng proceeded to the beach area to gather seafood. The level 1 fish, shrimp, and crabs were quite small, and so far, he had not observed any offensive capabilities from these tiny creatures. Each time, he found that he did not require a weapon. His fingers could easily diminish their 50 health points. In total, he caught 28 fish, shrimp, and crabs, earning 28 points of hunting experience. Now, it was time to open the supply crates. Ye Heng cleared the beach, which was poised for resource refreshment, and began by opening the Level 2 supply crate on the beach. Opening Level 2 supply crate. 1 Level 2 fishing rod crafting recipe. 29 soil, 53 stones, 39 wood, 40 weeds, 2 bread, 6 berries, 3 water. Upon opening the crate, aside from the basic resources, there was this one special item, the Level 2 fishing rod crafting recipe. A wonderful find. After stowing away the blueprint, Ye Heng glanced at the deep sea ahead, then stood and returned to the central area of the island to open the remaining supply crates. There were 3 Level 2 supply crates and 1 Level 1 supply crate. He first opened the Level 1 crate, followed by the 3 Level 2 crates in succession, including the previously acquired supply box on the beach. Ye Heng this morning unearthed a total of 89 units of soil, 208 stones, 189 pieces of wood, 232 weeds, 6 jam-filled breads, 5 loaves of bread, 11 units of water, and 19 berries. These constitute the fundamental resources, alongside several special items and Level 2 ores, 26 ocean crystals, 13 iron ores, 2 flints, 2 mining picks, and 1 lumber axe. Additionally, he obtained the crafting recipes for a Level 2 fishing rod, a Level 1 breeding pen, and a Level 1 campfire. Level 2 fishing rod recipe, bamboo rod, Level 2, X1, fine line, Level 2, X3, iron wire, Level 2, X1, durability, 30, capable of catching Level 13 ocean resources. Level 1 breeding pen recipe, wood X100, stone X100, weeds X100, wood chips X50, soil X10. Durability, 100, area required, 22, capable of raising Level 1 animals. Level 1 campfire recipe, wood X10, flint X1, burns for 3 hours, provides light and warmth. After acquiring these 3 crafting recipes, Ye Heng proceeded to the processing table to review the required materials. Upon confirming that he either had no need to craft or lacked the necessary materials, he opened the storage box, intending to stow away some items. However, he suddenly recalled the gift package he had neglected to open while organizing his belongings the previous night. He had carelessly placed this significant reward in the supply box and forgotten about it. Was it due to his poor sleep that his mind had become so muddled? Retrieving the package, Ye Heng sat at the edge of his bed and tugged at the colorful ribbon to unveil its contents. Opening the 100 square meter island advancement package, 50 ocean crystals, 10 Level 1 fish baits, 10 Level 1 fertilizers, 10 Level 1 flower pots, 1 Level 1 seed package. The items within the advancement package were quite commendable, consisting of essentials that players greatly desired at this stage. Opening the Level 1 seed package, 2 Level 1 scallion seeds, 2 Level 1 garlic seeds, 2 Level 1 ginger seeds, 2 Level 1 soybean seeds, 2 Level 1 peanut seeds. The Level 1 seed package contained a total of 5 varieties, with 2 of each, distributed evenly. Moreover, scallions, ginger, and garlic serve as seasonings, while soybeans and peanuts are materials suited for oil extraction. Upon acquiring these items, Ye Heng stepped outside in front of the house to commence preparations. He placed 1 unit of fertilizer and 1 unit of soil into a planting pot that appeared identical to the Level 2 variant. The flower pot filled with Level 1 soil, capable of planting Level 1 plants, 22 planting attempts available. With the Level 1 soil in place, the displayed information revealed to Ye Heng the distinctions between Level 1 and Level 2. The Level 2 pot allows for planting Level 1 crops for a total of 10 attempts. The planting capabilities of Level 1 and Level 2 are calculated in a 5-fold manner. Hence, Level 2 crops can only be planted twice in a Level 2 pot filled with Level 2 soil. Finding a vacant plot, he arranged the flower pots neatly and proceeded to fill them with soil and fertilizer. Everything was prepared, and only then did he plant the freshly harvested seeds. During this process, a minor issue arose. The durability of the planting shovel was exhausted. Ye Heng promptly crafted a new planting shovel and completed the last planting. After planting, all the pots indicated a lack of water. 10 portions required 10 bottles of water, suddenly making Ye Heng acutely aware of the scarcity of this precious resource. Without a water purifier, seawater was utterly unusable. Relying solely on the limited water obtained from opening crates, he needed to consume at least 4 to 5 bottles a day. And both planting and breeding would require additional water. Merely depending on the supplies from the crates was entirely insufficient. However, there was little he could do at present. He had yet to unlock the recipe for the water purifier and would have to find time to explore Trade City. The cultivation and breeding circles could certainly be established, but acquiring younglings would likely still necessitate opening resource crates. Although the sea was abundant in resources, one could hardly expect to catch chickens, ducks, cattle, or sheep while fishing. Ye Heng went to the beach area to wash his hands. Though washing with seawater was not particularly pleasant, he was reluctant to waste drinking water. Having breakfast of jam-filled bread and sipping bottled water, Ye Heng began to contemplate whether he should delve into the issue of breeding. After all, breeding required not only the younglings, but also feed and water consumption during their rearing phase. Chapter 16. Fishing, Level 2, Unknown fish fry at 6:30. Having eaten and drunk to his satisfaction, he decided to fish first, planning to practice once his bait was exhausted. Observing the sun rising on the eastern horizon, he noted the temperature was likely around 26 or 27 degrees, quite pleasant, which lulled him into a lazy demeanor. Thus, he opted to engage in some leisurely tasks. Currently, he had 39 pieces of bait occupying considerable space in his bag. He retrieved the coarse line he had previously stored and crafted a level 1 fishing rod before heading to the beach with his fishing basket. Sitting cross-legged on a rocky outcrop, he attached bait to the hook and cast it into the sea. The level 1 fishing rod had a durability of merely 10 points, and his current rod was down to 1 point of durability. After this cast, he would need to replace it. However, he had only managed to acquire this single piece of coarse line. Should he fail to catch more coarse line as materials, he would have no choice but to craft another storage box to keep the bait. The types of bait varied according to the raw materials used in their manufacture. So at this moment, Ye Heng decided to utilize the lesser quantities available. Successful fishing, Level 1 Small Crab 1, Fishing Experience 1. His first catch was quite steady, yielding a small crab suitable for bait. With the fishing rod's durability now depleted, he produced a new rod, attached bait, and cast again. Successful fishing. Level 1 Resource Box 1, Fishing Experience 1. Successful fishing, Level 1 Seaweed 1, Fishing Experience 1. On his third cast, he caught something Ye Heng had never seen before. He opened the catch from the seaweed basket and examined it. Level 1 Seaweed, a plant that grows in the ocean, can be processed as a raw material for feed or fertilizer. This could be processed into feed or fertilizer, making it a valuable item that he certainly needed to keep. The fishing expedition continues. Today, fortune smiles upon Ye Heng, as he manages to catch a fish within a mere 5 minutes each time. Successful catch, Level 2 Material Package X1, Fishing Experience 5, after reeling in several more catches. Just as the durability of his fishing rod dwindles to 2 points, he finally procures a Level 2 Material Package. Opening Level 2 Material Package, Iron Ore X3, Coarse Line X3. While iron ore can still be acquired through various means, coarse line is solely obtained from material packages and supply crates, making it a vital necessity for Ye Heng. Upon securing the materials, he sets about crafting fishing rods, subsequently storing 3 newly crafted rods in his inventory before resuming his fishing endeavors. Successful catch, Level 2 Unknown Fish Fry X1. Fishing Experience 5. Ye Heng gazes at the orb of water that has appeared directly in his inventory. Could this be a stroke of extraordinary luck? Level 2 Unknown Fish Fry. Unidentified item. Requires assessment at the Trade Markets Identification Center. As an unidentified item, it could either be a valuable treasure or something less desirable. Ye Heng decides to first check the identification fee. If his ocean crystal is sufficient, he will proceed with the assessment. If the cost is exorbitant, he will opt to set up a stall to exchange it for the materials he requires. From 6:30 in the morning until 9:30, he continues to fish. Initially equipped with 39 bait, he catches small fish, shrimp, and crabs, all of which he converts into bait. After exhausting his fishing rods, he has a total of 19 bait remaining. In total, he casts his line 41 times, yielding only 2 Level 2 items and accumulating 49 points of fishing experience. Standing up, he places the bait into the newly crafted third storage cabinet and then proceeds to gather weeds and small trees from the ground. Earlier, around 7:50, he had paused his fishing to gather, and with this latest effort, he has amassed a total of 362 points of gathering experience. Gathering, Level 4 1608 1600. Level. Hunting, Level 0 5100. Fishing, Level 0 65 100. Gathering, Level 4 1608 1600. Planting, level 0 23,100, while he is yet to level up in the other categories. His gathering experience has once again indicated the potential for advancement. Gathering upgraded to level 5, combat power 1, as his gathering skill ascends to the next level. Ye Heng's combat power receives a corresponding boost of 1 point. Currently, with a combat power of 10, he finds himself with double the strength he possessed upon entering this world. Having arrived in this realm at 11 o'clock 2 days prior, it has hardly been a full 2 days since his arrival. This sensation is indeed quite gratifying. With the gathering completed, Ye Heng opens his inventory and organizes his 3 storage cabinets. He endeavors to carry an ample supply of materials and activates the teleportation to the trade city. Transport to the trade city, deducting 10 ocean crystals. Player, Island Lord No. 99111. Ye Heng, combat power, 10 skills, body strengthening technique, enhancement class, level, hunting, 0 level 50100, fishing, 0 level 65100, gathering, 5 level 83200, planting, 0 level 23100, island, total area 100 square meters, land area 64 square meters, level 1 enhancement 28 square meters, beach area 36 square meters, level 1 enhancement 10. Level 1 wooden hut inventory, 12 slots trade city teleportation pass 1, ocean crystals 112, cabbage seeds 3, iron or 22, soil 91, stones 326, wood 999, wood 633, weeds 970, twigs 121, level 2 unidentified fish fry 1 equipment, beginner's vest, beginner's shorts, level 1 grass shoes. Uncertain of the materials the other party may require when encountering desired items, his collection of materials is somewhat haphazard. Upon entering the trade city, he finds it bustling with people. Fortunately, the city's regulations ensure absolute safety. After all, players cannot physically interact with one another. Even a collision would result in both parties being gently repelled due to this non-contact rule. How delightful that is. Entering the trade city, he finds himself in a square, emerging from the crowd and arriving at the grand entrance of the trade market. Once inside, Ye Heng makes a beeline for the identification zone. Upon entering the identification zone, he notices numerous players coming and going, some with excited expressions, while others seem rather agitated. Identification involves consuming ocean crystals to gamble on an uncertain outcome. While some gain, others inevitably suffer losses. Ye Heng, at this moment, cannot predict the outcome of his impending identification. As he steps into the identification zone, he is greeted by an exceedingly spacious corridor. Flanking this corridor, which seems to stretch into infinity, are interspersed passages. Each passageway leads to 100 identification rooms. Upon entering the corridor, he observes that above each passage's entrance, a series of numbers is displayed. Currently, the number above passage 1 shows 6,100, indicating that 6 individuals are engaged in item identification within the rooms. Moving forward, he notes that passage 2's entrance displays 0100. The walls on either side bear inscriptions indicating that passage 2 will only open when the usage ratio of passage 1 exceeds 50,100. Continuing forward reveals little of interest. Turning back, Ye Heng enters passage 1 and pauses at the entrance of room 3. Since rooms 1 and 2 are occupied by other players, he proceeds to the third. Although he does not observe the subsequent rooms, he can surmise that a few players are likely engaged in their own identifications, favoring numbers they deem fortuitous. Detected that the player's inventory contains 1 unidentified item. Identification fee, 100 ocean crystals. Would you like to enter the identification room? The door to the identification room serves as the payment counter for the identification service. At the entrance, it is necessary to confirm the authentication, with the fee deducted before entering. Chapter 17, The Patrolling Octopus Spawn. The player confirms the payment of the authentication fee of 100 ocean crystals and enters the identification room number 3 in corridor number 1. The ocean crystals in the inventory were deducted, decreasing from 112 to 12. As Ye Heng confirmed the payment, he stepped through the open door. The authentication room was rather rudimentary. Ye Heng hesitated to criticize it, yet it was undeniably subpar, even inferior to the tidiness of his own island. Upon entering, the door closed behind him, transporting him to a secluded space. It resembled a barren 20-square-meter island, with a pile of rubble at its center, enveloped in a sphere of white light. Within this luminous orb lay the level 2 unknown fish fry that had resided in his inventory. Authentication complete. There was no need for Ye Heng to intervene. After a flicker of white light, the results were revealed. Level 2 Patrolling Octopus Spawn. Guard type, free range, carnivorous. Transitions to adulthood upon reaching 1,000 health points. Adult patrolling octopus possesses the ability to patrol and collect on beaches. Upon seeing the results, Ye Heng felt quite pleased, believing he had struck gold. This patrolling octopus, once grown, could help oversee the island. However, the spawn was indeed minuscule, roughly the size of a small red bean, including its 8 diminutive tentacles. Furthermore, it was currently a delightful shade of pink. Extending his hand, Ye Heng observed the tiny octopus as it scuttled across his fingers. After a few moments of admiration, he clicked to exit the room, noting the 3-minute countdown timer. The third identification room was conveniently close. After a mere dozen steps, he found himself back at the entrance of the authentication area. Hey, wait a moment. Is that little creature in your hand for sale? A male player, of similar height to Ye Heng but more robust, suddenly approached, gesturing to block his path. Not for sale. Ye Heng glanced at him, answered his inquiry, and continued walking. This was to be the future guardian of his island, and with proper care, it would ease his responsibilities. While foraging for small fish, shrimp, and crabs was indeed enjoyable, he understood the importance of moderation. What seemed entertaining now could quickly lose its charm if it became a daily chore. How about we negotiate? I assume it's a breeding pet, right? How does 500 ocean crystals sound? You'll need to prepare food for it, which will be quite the burden. The player walked alongside Ye Heng, attempting to persuade him further. He had waited here for half the morning, the second individual to emerge with a pet. Although this pet appeared exceedingly small, had it not been for his keen eyesight, he might have missed it altogether. Still a pet, no matter how tiny in its juvenile stage, remained a pet. Not for sale. Ye Heng was not well versed in haggling. He possessed a hint of social anxiety, perhaps more accurately described as social fatigue. Now, being followed closely by this individual, who gazes with a glimmer in his eyes at the small octopus hatchling crawling on his finger, Ye Heng finds the person's presence increasingly irksome. Despite the proposal-like tone, it does not mitigate the annoyance he feels. What has become of our ostentatious player 7? Instead of awaiting a fateful pet, he finds himself trailing after a delicate young man. Is it because he looks down upon me, a woman of striking height and beauty, who has now glided into the scene? Though they may not physically connect, she extends her arms in an embrace, poised for the moment when the now scowling player 7 collides with her. Even if such a collision were to occur, he wishes to avoid any contact with the woman who had previously suggested whisking him away to a romantic inn. He would rather reject even the embrace that exists merely through the barrier of air. Could you refrain from being so bothersome? Player 7, now obstructed, watches the individual who had identified the pet swiftly vanish into the marketplace, his eyes nearly bulging with frustration. Previously, his attempt to procure a pet from another individual had also been thwarted by this woman. Oh, you too understand how irritating it is to be pursued. Yet you clung to that adorable young girl before, and now you are pursuing this handsome lad. You are far more bothersome than I am. At least I have not changed my intentions. I am merely fixated on you. The woman lifts a hand to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, smiling at player 7 with an expression full of pride. She does so deliberately, but what does it matter? Everyone desires to acquire a pet, and she is no exception. However, a single inquiry suffices, when told not for sale. To persist is simply poor form. Regardless, she awaits the next sale refresh, currently fixated on player 7, relishing his irritation as she herself emerges to vex him. Observing the handsome man's expressions during this tedious wait is quite entertaining. I wish to purchase, not to seize. Player 7 is taken aback by the woman's audacity and her unyielding demeanor. Yet, he would never concede that his previous fixation on acquiring a pet was in any way inappropriate, even knowing it may provoke annoyance. He contemplates the possibility that his persistence might compel the seller to relent for the sake of peace. Is it coercive buying? Having oceanic crystals is indeed impressive. I possess many as well. I could offer 5 or 8,000 for you. So why are you still irate? The woman maintains her cheerful demeanor, extending her hand towards his profile, close enough to provoke discomfort without actual contact, particularly after she had initially framed her intentions as an invitation. She now straightforwardly proclaims her desire to buy. As for the subsequent developments between the two, Ye Heng can no longer see. He merely overhears fragments before stepping into the marketplace. His primary aim today is to acquire animals suitable for breeding. Given that he has the means to create a breeding pen, Purchasing animals for home rearing would not only augment his food supplies, but also yield additional fertilizer. After overcoming his initial hesitations, his anticipation for organic fertilizer can now seamlessly transform into valuable planting experience. 4 tiers exist, each capable of enhancing combat power upon leveling up. However, the experience required for each advancement doubles with every level. Thus, in the early stages, one must strive to elevate their levels swiftly and efficiently. As Ye Heng surveyed the contents of his inventory, he felt his resources were rather meager. Observing others waiting to purchase pets, it was evident they possessed ample ocean crystals and possibly some extraordinary items that could significantly augment their pets' abilities. In contrast, he was left with just a diminutive octopus, which, due to his absence from the island, was not in a nurturing state and could only frolic in his hands. Chapter 18. A pair of chickens ready to breed. Chicks for sale. A pair of chicks, male and female, ready to breed. Don't miss out. After wandering through the stall area for about 5 minutes, Ye Heng, having browsed several stalls featuring young creatures, heard the enticing call of someone selling chicks. A breeding pair, no less. Following the sound, he encountered a slender girl, approximately 1.50 meters in height. Although Ye Heng himself was quite young, standing at nearly 180 centimeters. The girl appeared notably petite beside him. 250 ocean crystals for each? Ye Heng paused, glancing at the stall. This price was beyond his means and seemed rather exorbitant. Nevertheless, these chicks were indeed different from those he had seen earlier, clearly marked with the breeding label. Though he was uncertain whether their breeding capability was singular or multiple. Level 1 hen chick, breeding capable, requires rearing within a breeding pen. Must be raised to adult size to gain egg-laying ability. Can be kept with a breeding rooster for a chance to produce hatchable eggs. Level 1 rooster chick, breeding capable, requires rearing within a breeding pen. Can be kept with hens post-maturation to enhance breeding efficacy. Both chicks were priced at 250 ocean crystals by the girl. How to articulate this? The figure itself was undoubtedly accurate. Yet in Ye Heng's previous life, such a price bore a somewhat unfriendly connotation. Big brother, we can negotiate the price. But do take note that these require a breeding pen for proper care. I have neither a breeding pen nor the recipe to craft one. Which is why I must sell them, the girl said, tilting her head to gaze at Ye Heng, seemingly sensing his shock at the price and hastening to clarify. I have no ocean crystals left, only some basic materials. Ye Heng expressed his interest in the chicks, as he had yet to encounter many others marked for breeding. The breeding attribute, if nurtured well, could lead to an entire flock, although not explicitly stated. A hen laying eggs could not possibly yield only a single brood, could it? Trade? Basic materials are essential. You see, big brother, I actually procured these from the sales area, based on the current market rate. 20 ocean crystals could exchange for about 1,000 pieces of wood. I'll sell them to you at that price. What do you think? The young girl, upon speaking those words, felt a flush of embarrassment. She had deliberately altered the number to 20 ocean crystals after being ignored for her initial offering. Earlier, she had spotted some cubs and was eager to engage in breeding. In her haste, she had rushed to make her purchases, only to realize afterward that she lacked the necessary breeding pen. Disheartened, she set up her stall here, only to find that after half an hour, passers-by merely glanced her way before departing without a word. At long last, a person paused to inquire about her prices, confirming that they could indeed take the chickens home. She needed to act swiftly, as it would allow her to return to the island and continue fishing. While gathering herbs was manageable, her physical strength was insufficient for chopping trees or mining. Fortunately, her luck with fishing had proven fruitful, enabling her to exchange materials for construction purposes repeatedly. She contemplated adjusting her prices. Ye Heng recalled noticing that other stalls were indeed trading wood and ocean crystals, with a conversion rate hovering around 4,852 for 1 ocean crystal in exchange for wood. As for the young girl's claim of purchasing chicklets with 20 ocean crystals, whether it was a deception or not mattered little to him. He merely calculated that acquiring the 2 chicklets for 20 ocean crystals seemed quite reasonable. With the prices adjusted, she urged, "Big brother, please take good care of them. I previously saw a warning indicating that if not well cared for, they could fall ill." Once the transaction was completed, she waved goodbye and hurried away. Could they really get sick? Ye Heng mused, glancing at the 2 chicklets now nestled in his inventory, which made no mention of illness. However, it was not surprising that crops might lack water or that farm animals could fall ill. He noted that he still had 421 pieces of wood in his inventory and continued to browse the stalls, searching for anything else he might require. As he strolled, he came across another stall offering young animals, selling 1 litter, 4, of level 1 white rabbit cubs. Purchase requires 800 wood, 800 grass, and 800 stones. For cubs, exchangeable for basic materials, and all for just 800. He couldn't help but wonder if he had indeed spent too much. Ye Heng sighed inwardly, perplexed by the young girl's cheerful demeanor as she dashed away. But he did not need to dwell on it. He simply wished to make his purchases. After expending 800 pieces of grass, he acquired the litter of white rabbit cubs as well. Inventory: 12 slots, Trade City Teleportation Pass 1, Ocean Crystals 12, Cabbage Seeds 3, Iron Ore 22, Soil 91, Stones 326, Wood 421, Grass 170, Twigs 121, Level 1 Rooster Chick 1, Level 1 Hen Chick 1. 1 litter, 4, of Level 1 White Rabbit Cubs 1. His inventory was once again full. Ye Heng glanced at the time. It was still not yet 11 o'clock, and the grass and small trees had yet to mature. Moreover, should the island come under attack, he would receive notifications even in Trade City and could simply teleport back. He continued to walk, stopping occasionally to survey the stalls around him. For sale, 10 bundles of coarse line, each redeemable for 20 wood, 20 weeds, and 20 stones. After searching for a while, Ye Heng came across a seller of coarse line. He hesitated to use his stones, as they were essential for expanding his island and reinforcing the beach. With no space left in his inventory, he proposed to exchange 17 weeds and 3 wood for 1 bundle instead, intending to purchase 10 bundles at once. The stall had an owner present, and Ye Heng pointed to the coarse line for the vendor to adjust the offer. This way, he could buy everything in one go, ensuring that once the weeds were deducted, the coarse line would replace the items in his inventory. If he were to buy them one by one, the lack of space would result in the items being stored, leading to wasted time and the consumption of ocean crystals for storage fees. Just a moment, please. The tall, lean vendor quickly adjusted the offer, and upon completion of the transaction, Ye Heng took the items. Both were not ones for excessive chatter. The vendor lowered his head and continued placing new items on the shelf. With an hour of stall time already paid for, he aimed to exchange more goods. Spotting flint being restocked, Ye Heng, finding it uninteresting for the time being, continued to stroll and observe the surrounding stalls. He walked and paused, either disinterested or unable to afford certain items. Before teleporting back to his island, Ye Heng sought out a seller of soil, purchasing 55 units for 385 wood. Currently, soil could only be obtained from supply boxes or resource packs while fishing, making it a highly sought-after item. Inventory: 12 slots, Trade City Teleport Pass 1, Ocean Crystal 12, Cabbage Seed 3, Iron Ore 22, Coarse Line 10, Soil 146, Stone 326, Wood 6, Branch 121, Level 1 Rooster Chick 1, Level 1 Hen Chick 1. 1 litter, 4, Level 1 White Rabbit Chicks 1. After completing his purchases, with the stone or temporarily of no use, he exited the stall area and activated the teleport back to his island outside the trade market's entrance. This visit proved fruitful. From the newly identified patrolling octopus chick to the breeding pair of roosters and hens acquired. As for the litter of white rabbit chicks, they were truly a valuable find. While the young girl may have felt she was not losing money, Ye Heng considered the price exceedingly reasonable. Chapter 19, Patrolling Octopus Chick. Edible and affectionate. Level 2 Patrolling Octopus Chick. Hunger, Health 10. Currently, it can only consume powder or liquid-type food. In his personal information, a new marker for a free-range creature appeared on the island. Upon opening it, he could see the activity location of the little octopus chick, just a short distance in front of his toes. Having just teleported, the little creature reveled in its newfound freedom, swiftly climbing from his fingers to his body, then down his leg to his feet, and finally swirling around on the ground. I presumed you would relish a life submerged in water. Ye Heng cautiously stepped back a couple of paces, his gaze fixed on the diminutive pink creature on the ground, fearful that it might scuttle towards him with an astonishing speed as he shifted his feet. He opened the storage box, retrieving a portion of shrimp-shaped bait, which he ground into fine powder within the palm of his hand. Uncertain of its efficacy, he merely hoped it would not disintegrate and vanish. Should that occur, he would be at a loss for something to feed this tiny being. Crouching down, he observed the pink little creature pursuing him, and he extended his palm flat on the ground, waiting for the small octopus to climb aboard. The pink octopus larva paused momentarily, spun around twice, and then ascended into Ye Heng's palm. Only the completely pulverized remnants could be consumed. Fragments larger than that required Ye Heng to crush them further before they could be ingested. After devouring a morsel of the bait, the octopus larva curled its tiny tentacles inward, forming a ball, and remained still. "Do not wander off. Stay here for now." Ye Heng gently lifted the little creature and placed it on the windowsill, beside a pot of level 2 soil. Having ensured that the small octopus was no longer following him, Ye Heng commenced his work. As the weeds and trees were not yet ready for harvest, he began by collecting the 11 vegetables from the pot. One cabbage weighed 5 to 6 pounds. 2 scallions, with their white stalks over half a meter tall and their tender green leaves reaching over a meter, would provide ample scallion slices for an extended period. Yet he had yet to experiment with the food processing station, leaving him uncertain about the precise yield. Upon harvesting 2 garlic bulbs, he found not only the evenly divided 8 cloves, but also 2 edible garlic scapes. Pulling up 2 ginger plants yielded over a pound in total. 2 soybean plants were uprooted, transforming into 2 small heaps of beans. The 2 peanuts were first extracted from the ground before the shelled peanuts were separated, suitable for immediate culinary use or for extracting the kernels for further processing. After gathering these, Ye Heng discovered that his storage box was once again insufficient. He promptly planted 3 cabbage seeds in 3 level 1 pots. One storage box contained bait, another housed bread, water, and berries, while the third contained wood shavings, a pickaxe, flint, seaweed, and the recently added iron, ore, and coarse thread. The 6 freshly harvested ingredients lay on the ground, awaiting the acquisition of timber to hastily craft another storage box. After watering the 3 newly planted cabbages, Ye Heng checked on the octopus larva once more, confirming its stillness before heading to the field to clear weeds and fell trees. At 11:40, he harvested 108 logs, 21 branches, and 81 weeds, then expended 100 pieces of wood to create a storage box. After placing this new box, he stored the recently gathered ingredients. The larva remained nestled within its wrapping, and with no wood at hand, it would have to be temporarily set aside. The creatures that have not been released for cultivation remain in a state of complete stasis within the inventory, necessitating the delineation of a breeding area for the younglings, which is entirely distinct from the hatchlings of the wandering octopus. The wandering octopus hatchlings are akin to pets. They are beings capable of thriving freely on the island. Apart from players, once identified, they emerge from the enigmatic aquatic spheres and cannot enter the inventory, requiring players to carry, lift, or support them. Due to their unique nature, players often linger near the identification chamber, eagerly attempting to inquire about prices upon spotting a target. After collecting the resources from the land, Ye Heng observed that there were no other pressing matters on the island, so he took the branches and processed them into wood chips. This not only freed up space, but also allowed him to reinforce the island once more. With sufficient resources at hand, he directly reinforced 14 pieces of the island's foundation. Island details: total area of 100 square meters, land area of 64 square meters, level 1 reinforcement 42 square meters, beach area of 36 square meters, level 1 reinforcement 10 square meters, 1 level 1 wooden hut, and 2 level 2 wandering octopus hatchlings. Following this round of reinforcement, only 22 square meters of the land area remained unreinforced, showcasing the initial impoverished state of the island's foundation. However, the house and processing station occupied 12 square meters. Ye Heng relocated 11 flower pots and 3 storage boxes outside the house to the unreinforced area, thus creating 30 square meters of ground for resource growth. Standing at the door, gazing at the surrounding muddy terrain, Ye Heng joyfully cradled the spherical young octopus, eagerly anticipating the refresh at noon. 30 square meters would yield a plethora of resources, truly an exciting prospect. At precisely noon, a radiant glow enveloped the island, and on the previously barren muddy ground, 3 types of basic resources emerged. The beach also bore more than 20 marked points, along with 5 level 2 resource boxes. The young octopus rolled about, its pink spherical form blossoming as it extended its elongated tentacles, once again embarking on a journey of exploration. It felt a sense of closeness to Ye Heng, bound by identity. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that a careless step from Ye Heng could easily deplete its health bar. Having just feasted, its health value had risen from 10 to 20 points. "Let me gather some fresh food for you," Ye Heng thought, wary of letting the famished little creature venture to the beach alone, fearing it might be devoured by a passing level 1 marine creature. which would indeed be a dire misfortune. He gently grasped the young octopus, allowing it some movement within his palm. Upon reaching the beach, he seized a small shrimp, which retained a health value of 50 points. After crushing it, he removed the head and shell, then opened his palm. He kneaded the shrimp meat into a paste and placed it beside the young octopus. The young octopus embraced the concoction, swiftly consuming every morsel. As it finished one portion, Ye Heng proceeded to catch and prepare another. The diminutive shrimp, particularly after being decapitated and skinned, is scarcely larger than 2 or 3 times the size of a small octopus. After consuming 5 portions, the octopus, now comparable in size to a yellow soybean, had already climbed onto Ye Heng's shoulder before he could continue to feed it. Nestled in the crevice of the loose, oversized tank top, several tentacles clung to the edge, forming a small ball and settling into stillness once more. Chapter 20. The comprehensive enhancement of the island is not far off. As Ye Heng surveyed the other small fish and shrimp along the beach, he gently pinched each one, cradling them in his palm to process into bait upon his return. He found it rather astonishing that a small octopus could consume food exceeding its own weight by tenfold. However, he chose not to dwell on such matters. After clearing the newly spawned creatures from the beach and accruing 27 points of hunting experience, it was time to gather resources. One by one, he harvested from the 30 plots of land capable of yielding resources, relishing the bountiful rewards. 11 patches of weeds yielded 131 plants, while 7 small trees provided 75 pieces of lumber and 18 branches. From 12 piles, he extracted 11 iron ores and 134 stones. Altogether, this endeavor garnered him 413 points of gathering experience, and Ye Heng worked with a smile, thoroughly enjoying the labor. With the gathering completed, he turned his attention to the supply chests. 5 level 2 supply chests marked the best haul Ye Heng had achieved thus far. Based on the chat messages over the past few days, it was evident that his luck was rather commendable, even bordering on the upper tier. As for the top tier luck, player number 7 had previously mentioned that on the very first day, during his initial supply refresh, he had discovered 5 level 1 supply chests. Subsequently, as he expanded and fortified his island, he claimed to have unearthed 10 supply chests in the dead of night, along with a gift package containing 1,000 ocean crystals. Such individuals truly seemed to be blessed with extraordinary luck. Of course, player number 7 was not the sole fortunate one. Those encountered in the appraisal area today likely possessed hundreds, if not thousands, of ocean crystals. Nonetheless, Ye Heng had yet to encounter any gift packages containing ocean crystals. The level 2 supply chests he opened rarely yielded even scattered ocean crystals. Even when they did appear, their quantities seldom exceeded 10, and it took considerable effort for him to amass over 100. After a single appraisal, he was left with merely 12. Opening level 2 supply chest, 10 ocean crystals, 1 cooking oil recipe, 32 soil, 1 stone. Upon opening the first supply chest, the 10 ocean crystals and other basic supplies were added to his inventory. In Ye Heng's hands, the cooking oil recipe brought him joy, prompting him to click on it and learn. Cooking oil recipe: 2 portions of peanuts, soybeans, or rapeseeds, processed into 1 portion of cooking oil. The level of cooking oil corresponds to the level of the raw materials. The cooking oil recipe is not level restricted. As long as one possesses 2 identical raw materials, one can produce a portion of cooking oil. However, there are limitations. The raw materials must be indicated as capable of being refined into cooking oil. Although he had not encountered many ocean crystals, Ye Heng was already quite content with his haul. He proceeded to open the second supply box, which contained a pickaxe and flint. The third box yielded a lumberjack's axe and a fishing rod. The fourth box revealed 8 ocean crystals, coarse thread, and another lumberjack's axe. Upon opening the fifth box, he received 12 ocean crystals, 1 recipe for herbivore feed, 3 iron ores, and some soil. At this point, he had acquired yet another universal crafting recipe. Herbivore feed crafting requires 5 plant materials, which can be processed into 1 portion of feed. The feed level corresponds to the level of the raw materials. After learning the recipe, Ye Heng observed the processing and final product effects of fodder at the food processing station. Bait, feed, semi-finished food, and completed meals could all be created there. Upon reviewing the recipe, he noted that the cabbage, soybeans, and peanuts in his warehouse fell within the range of processable materials. However, due to insufficient quantities, each being less than 5, the system indicated that processing was temporarily unavailable. He wondered why weeds, being a type of grass, were excluded. Shaking his head and muttering a remark, he turned to organize his recent gains. Weeds could not be used as feed, perhaps due to their lack of nutrients. This round of 5 level 2 supply boxes had nonetheless yielded a commendable bounty. In addition to the 2 unrestricted processing recipes, he had acquired 30 ocean crystals, 2 lumberjack's axes, 1 pickaxe, 1 fishing rod, 5 iron ores, 3 pieces of coarse thread, and 2 flints, as well as 148 units of soil, 261 stones, 287 wood, 255 weeds, 11 jam-filled breads, 6 loaves of bread, 11 bottles of water, and 27 berries. Having sorted through everything, he found himself with an excess of items and thus crafted another storage box using 100 pieces of wood. Inventory, 12 slots, Trade City Teleport Pass 1, Ocean Crystals 42, Garlic Sprouts 2, Sticks 1, Lumberjack Axe 1, Pickaxe 1, Fishing Rod 1. His inventory currently held only 7 items, and since the Lumberjack's axe, pickaxe, and fishing rod had all sustained some wear, they could not overlap with the fully durable ones in the storage box. Garlic sprouts were edible, and his storage box was full. Storage box 1, jam-filled breads 23, breads 29, drinking water 22, berries 56, wood chips 119. Coarse thread 13. Storage box 2, iron or 28, flint 10, soil 156, stones 721, wood 376, weeds 425. Storage box 3, lumberjack axes 3, pickaxes 3, fishing rods 3, grass baskets 1, level 1 seaweed 1, level 1 sea worm skin 3. Storage box 4, cabbages 2, green onions 2, garlic 2, ginger 2, soybeans 2, peanuts 2. Storage box 5, small shrimp bait 13, small bluefish bait 8, small crab bait 6, level 1 rooster chick 1, level 1 hen chick 1. 1 nest, 4, level 1 white rabbit chicks 1. With everything neatly arranged, Ye Heng felt that he could further enhance his supplies. After examining the materials, he decided that this would suffice for now. Despite the arrival of offspring, the young creature remains still, and he has no immediate intention of constructing a breeding pen. For the absence of sustenance would inevitably lead to starvation. Perhaps that little girl could be sold without incurring a loss, as he is reluctant to keep her merely for observation. Fortunately, he is not overly troubled by this. His focus is on enhancing the island instead. To fortify 1 cubic meter of the island, he requires 15, 610 units of soil, 4, 253 units of weeds, and 1, 193 units of wood shavings. With sufficient materials at hand, he reinforced 15 blocks of the island's foundation. After this enhancement, only 7 of the original land foundations remain unchanged. In addition to the island's base, the beach also needs fortification. To strengthen 1 cubic meter of the beach, he needs 62 units of turf, 155 units of pebbles, and 745 units of wood shavings. Each processing of turf requires 50 units of weeds, and given his limited resources, he has only managed to process 6 batches. He consumed 75 stones to produce 15 batches of pebbles. For now, he can only enhance 3 sections of the beach, and he plans to reassess after gathering more weeds in the afternoon. The island's total area is 100 square meters, with 64 square meters of land, 57 square meters at level 1 enhancement, and 36 square meters of beach, 13 square meters at level 1 enhancement, along with a level 1 wooden hut and a level 2 young octopus. With a bit of luck, he hopes to complete the enhancement of the entire island by tonight. Ye Heng checks his island's information with a cheerful heart and begins to nibble on some bread. The bread paired with garlic shoots is not particularly palatable. Yet after several days of consuming nothing but bread, he yearns for a change in flavor. After satisfying his hunger, he glances at the time. It is only 12:35. He gently taps the young octopus resting on his shoulder, realizing it will not fall off and can be left unattended for the time being. After a busy morning, he can finally focus on his training. The body strengthening technique, still fresh in his memory from yesterday, seems manageable at the onset. However, after flawlessly executing 3 movements, each seamlessly transitioning into the next, Ye Heng's legs tremble, and he collapses onto the ground, his expression contorted in discomfort. The muscles and bones, now activated, ache with a peculiar soreness and a tingling warmth. As he takes a moment to rest, he feels a mix of frustration and understanding. The practice from yesterday, where each movement felt completely disjointed and required intervals for completion, was merely a reflection of his incomplete grasp of the formidable body-strengthening technique. Patience is key. One cannot rush the process. Ye Heng decides to relax and lie on the ground for a few minutes before rising again, establishing a temporary time limit for his training. In the absence of other distractions, he resolves to rest for 2 minutes after each movement, allowing his body to gradually adapt. If 2 minutes prove insufficient, he will extend it to 3 or 4 minutes. Ultimately, he must adjust according to his own physical capabilities, avoiding the temptation to overexert himself from the outset. He reassures himself that all progress requires time and patience. Chapter 21. The little octopus can eat and sleep again. Are you hungry once more? Ye Heng gazed at the pink little octopus that had crawled into his hand upon waking. Just over an hour ago, it had consumed a substantial meal, and now it was back, seeking sustenance. However, a full belly would indeed enhance its vitality, so he had to continue feeding it, and even a bit more than before. Cradling the tiny creature, he made his way to the beach, where a few small fish and shrimp had recently ventured ashore within the last half hour. Having been engaged in practice for the past hour, the countdown for these little fish and shrimp to leave was still over 2 hours. Hence he had not attended to them immediately. The little octopus clutched the crushed fish and shrimp, raising one of its tentacles and waving it at Ye Heng. Its appetite was evidently growing, as it devoured 10 small fish and shrimp this time, yet still seemed not fully sated. Ye Heng returned to the house, retrieved a dozen fish baits from the storage cabinet, and after crushing them, finally managed to fill its belly. Sated, it once again climbed up Ye Heng's arm, finding a rough edge of his clothing on his shoulder to curl up and sleep once more. Are you not in need of water, little octopus? Ye Heng pondered, suddenly realizing that this tiny creature seemed to have an aversion to water. Initially, he had feared it would be devoured by fish, shrimp, or crabs upon entering the sea, yet it appeared to have its own preferences. Earlier at the beach, he had placed his palm on the water's surface, attempting to let some seawater pool in his hand. But the little octopus was solely focused on eating, seemingly unaffected by the absence of water. Level 2 Patrol Octopus Hatchling, Resting. Vitality 50. The sleeping octopus bore no adverse status effects, and its vitality had indeed reached 50 points upon awakening. So, does it truly not require water? Regardless, Ye Heng, having confirmed that the little octopus would not fall, proceeded to execute the actions demonstrated by his skills, moving slowly through each one. Over the past hour, he made numerous attempts to adjust, managing to stabilize each action for 2 minutes. 2 minutes of rest is quite a lengthy duration, yet this skill necessitated a physical recuperation period. Furthermore, after testing for 2 minutes, he determined it would not diminish his training intensity. More importantly, it would prevent injury or the need for prolonged rest due to discomfort. In the absence of distractions, he could perform about 30 movements in an hour, completing an entire set in no more than 4 hours. Externally, the movements and states might appear somewhat erratic. Throughout the subsequent afternoon, Ye Heng on the small island began his peculiar training regimen, resembling a fit of convulsions. He executed a training movement, paused, and pulled a few blades of grass. Sensing his body was ready, he would then perform another standard training action. Once completed, he would halt and continue with the grass or chop trees, occasionally striking poses on the beach. He picked up a small crab, crushed it, tossed it into his pack, and moved his limbs to create a new pose. Fortunately, this place was devoid of others. Otherwise, anyone practicing here would surely be perceived as a twisted madman. After diligently completing an entire regimen of physical enhancement exercises, Ye Heng reclined on his bed, lamenting the sheer brutality of his afternoon training. Not to mention that he already harbored a touch of social anxiety. If subjected to such scrutiny, he would undoubtedly experience a social demise. However, there was no alternative. The pursuit of cultivation must persist. The chat channel buzzed with lively exchanges, and as Ye Heng rested, he glanced at the screen, once more encountering player number 7. It seemed that fortune favored more than just this individual. Yet Ye Heng frequently observed this particular player, who certainly exhibited a determined desire to stand out, ranking prominently among them. Through their dialogues, it became apparent that these fortunate souls were primarily active in the trade city, often timing their returns to the island to open resource chests and upgrade their territories. With resources ripe for harvesting, Ye Heng prepared to gather them before indulging in fishing, eagerly anticipating the clock striking 6. Upon noticing the map's indication of available resources, he rose and ventured outside, commencing the task of weeding and chopping wood. Throughout the afternoon, While training, he harvested resources 3 times, ultimately securing 415 units of lumber, 62 bundles of branches, and 713 weeds, alongside 1190 points of gathering experience. Despite amassing over 1,000 experience points, he regrettably found himself still far from the 3,200 points required for his next gathering level. Conversely, his hunting experience was nearing a promotion. By midday, he had collected 3 cabbages, yet lacking seeds. He stacked the pots for safekeeping. With half an hour remaining until 6, Ye Heng retrieved materials to upgrade the beach once more. Beach reinforcement: 1 cubic meter, 142 grass mats, 355 pebbles, 595 wood shavings. Transforming 700 bundles of weeds yielded 14 grass mats, which, combined with 175 stones, produced 35 pebbles. Beach area: 36 square meters, level 1 reinforcement 20. 7 foundational stones were reinforced in the beach area, totaling 20, with 16 remaining sections awaiting materials, leaving him with no choice but to wait patiently. The processing and reinforcement concluded swiftly. Ye Heng, accompanied by the sleeping little octopus, arrived at the beach, seated himself on the ground, and began to bait his hook, casting his line into the water. Chapter 22. My luck is not so bad. The fishing proved fruitful. He caught a small green fish and a crab, each contributing to his fishing experience. Now, the speed of his fishing had significantly increased. Each cast took no more than 5 minutes, with the quickest taking less than 30 seconds before the bobber began to sink. With a fishing rod boasting a durability of 10 points, he had already exhausted it in less than half an hour. He replaced it and continued casting. As the clock struck 6 in the evening, the island's resources refreshed rapidly. At that precise moment, the bobber submerged once again. This time, he had hooked a substantial fish. Ye Heng clutched the rod, feeling the powerful tug beneath the surface, affirming that he had indeed caught something significant. The black fish, a level 2 creature with 2,000 health points, weighed 98 pounds and was quite common in the ocean. Its robust health and formidable size, coupled with a carnivorous appetite, posed a considerable challenge. Observing the durability of his rod dwindling, he glanced back at the island's terrain and, leveraging the black fish's thrashing, maneuvered to toss it towards a cluster of small trees. With a resounding thud, the fish landed, creating a considerable disturbance. In that instant, the durability of his rod was entirely depleted. Lacking time to retrieve his fish basket, Ye Heng seized the only weapon at hand, a wooden stick measuring over half a meter, and charged towards the black fish, aiming for its head. In the midst of its struggle, the black fish's health fluctuated between 50 and 60 points. Its considerable size and tough skin meant that each strike only deducted a modest amount of health. Thankfully, the small trees proved resilient. Though the black fish thrashed violently, dislodging pieces of wood from the ground, it momentarily trapped the creature. The practice had indeed paid off. As the black fish's health dwindled to several hundred points, it erupted from the foliage. Ye Heng deftly shifted his stance and executed a practiced move, delivering a decisive blow to the fish's eye. Critical hit. Health 520. Critical hit. Health 312. Ye Heng successfully dispatched the level 2 black fish, earning 5 points of hunting experience, alongside 58 pounds of black fish meat, a set of black fish bones, and 8 pieces of black fish skin. With 2 powerful strikes, he felled the nearly lifeless black fish. Though its strength had surged after reaching half health, its defenses had evidently weakened, exceeding Ye Heng's expectations. Breathless and seated on the ground, with the durability of his stick reduced to a mere 9 points, Ye Heng's silent smile broadened. He had not overthought the situation. He simply turned to evade the fish's charge, unwilling to squander the opportunity for a nearby attack. Initially believing this training was solely for physical enhancement, given the skill's name and previous experiences, he had not anticipated such a turn of fortune. Meanwhile, the little octopus, having stirred from its slumber, began to survey its surroundings, discovering nothing out of the ordinary. Yet, Ye Heng was expending too much energy, sitting on the ground and gasping for breath, a state he could still perceive. He was fatigued. This was the conclusion he reached after careful observation. The feeder, who prepared food for him, was also tired. Therefore, he decided to wait a little longer, biding his time until the feeder had rested before requesting sustenance once more. Why aren't you scurrying into my palm? Aren't you hungry? Ye Heng extended his hand to grasp the small octopus, which had been stretching its tentacles on his shoulder, and held it before him to assess its condition. Level 2 Coastal Octopus Juvenile. Hungry, health points 100. It is indeed famished, yet it can afford to wait. The displayed information, along with the subsequent annotations, suggested that the little octopus believed he had nothing to offer at the moment, and therefore was willing to endure hunger until he could procure food. Though he did not fully comprehend, he recognized that hunger necessitated nourishment. Ye Heng retrieved a piece of black fish meat, weighing 1 pound, a fine cut devoid of bones. Level 2 Black fish meat. The texture is somewhat coarse, suitable for processing into food, and can be fed to carnivorous creatures. The flesh of the level 2 black fish was substantial, yet it lacked the silky texture characteristic of certain delicate fish varieties. Holding a sizable chunk of meat in his hand, Ye Heng contemplated tearing off a piece to crush and feed the little octopus. However, the octopus seemed to have a different idea, believing that the meat was intended to be presented to it in its entirety. The pink octopus, currently no larger than a peanut, approached the black fish meat and spread its 8 tentacles to envelop the entire piece, each extending to a length of over 10 centimeters. Whatever was given to it, it intended to hold onto and consume, even if it struggled to grasp it. Can you even knot that? After a few minutes, Ye Heng regained his breath and, with one hand cradling the chunk of black fish, watched as the little octopus nibbled at the meat bit by bit. He first crafted a new wooden stick, as the previous one had suffered from insufficient durability and was essentially unusable. After adjusting the crafting, he moved to the vicinity of the small trees that had been broken and gathered the scattered wood from the ground. In addition to using an axe to fell trees, he could also break them down forcefully. The remnants of the black fish's collision had scattered materials across the ground, albeit without yielding any gathering experience. With one hand wielding the axe, he felled the remaining trees and uprooted the weeds, while his other hand swung a pickaxe to excavate the ore deposits. He collected 265 pieces of wood, 42 branches, 214 weeds, 108 stones, and 12 iron ores. The wood and branches yielded only 57 experience points, as the rest had been destroyed by the black fish. Thus, this harvesting session netted Ye Heng a total of 439 experience points. With the little octopus still laboriously consuming the black fish meat in his left hand, he completed the gathering with his right, then proceeded to the beach, where he dealt with 20 level 1 small fish and shrimp from the 32 he encountered. Observing the little octopus struggling with the black fish meat, Ye Heng, while dispatching a small shrimp, removed its shell and placed the shrimp meat beside the octopus's tentacles. Unfortunately, with the availability of level 2 black fish meat, the level 1 shrimp had been overlooked. After tidying up these areas, which could potentially yield new resources, Ye Heng began to open the supply crates nearby. In the evening, only 2 supply crates had refreshed on his island, a remarkably meager amount. Perhaps it was the black fish that had seized a portion of his luck. Ye Heng would not admit to his waning fortune. Instead, he naturally concocted a rationale to console himself. Open level 2 supply crate, 18 ocean crystals. 1 expansion ticket for inventory, 3 slots. 32 soil, 38 stones, 39 wood, 48 weeds, for jam-filled bread, 10 berries, 2 water. What splendid treasures! Ye Heng's eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing the items procured. An expansion ticket for the inventory, no less, with 3 additional slots. He promptly chose to use it, expanding his inventory to 15 slots. He had previously heard in the chat channel that the trading market sales section almost always refreshed with inventory expansion tickets. Each time they appeared, those with the means would snatch them up, while others who could not afford them would wait for the next refresh. Furthermore, inventory expansion tickets were guaranteed to be available, though the number of slots they added could vary. The price per slot was fixed at 1,000 ocean crystals. Thus the total cost depended on how many slots one sought to purchase. It was said that previously, a refresh had yielded a ticket for 100 slots, priced at 100,000 ocean crystals, which no one could afford, leaving it unsold for an hour until it eventually disappeared. Chapter 23. Water Purifier Recipe. Open Level 2 Supply Crate. 5 ocean crystals, 1 water purifier manufacturing recipe, 1 Level 2 cotton fabric clothing recipe, 35 soil, 42 stones, 35 wood, 44 weeds, 2 bread, for berries, 5 water. As Ye Heng opened the second supply crate, his hands trembled slightly. The little octopus, still nibbling on a chunk of black fish in his left hand, paused its meal, gently tapping Ye Heng's palm with its tiny tentacles as if to inquire what had transpired. Little one, Our fortune is indeed improving. Ye Heng beamed, revealing a dazzling smile. Even without toothpaste or a toothbrush, it was quite remarkable that there was no plaque or bad breath. Hence, his teeth were healthier now than ever before. The little octopus may not comprehend Ye Heng's words, but it could sense his joy, reassuring it that there was no danger, allowing it to resume its meal with ease. Are you truly going to continue eating like this? After opening the supply crates, Ye Heng squatted down on the beach, washed his right hand, and took out a jam-filled bread to commence his dinner. He raised his left hand to observe the little octopus still clinging to the black fish. Its tiny tentacles adeptly tore off morsels of meat, which it gradually delivered to its mouth. Previously, Ye Heng would mash the small fish and shrimp into a paste, so there was no need for the octopus to exert such effort. However, it seemed that the little octopus was determined to hone its attacking prowess, resolutely disregarding any interference from Ye Heng. After consuming 2 jam-filled breads and drinking a bottle of water, Ye Heng approached the furniture crafting station to check the materials needed for the water purifier. Creating a water purifier, wood 11301000, iron or 4050, flint 1010, distillation purification mode. Pour pristine seawater into it, and within 10 minutes, 1 bottle of potable water can be obtained. The purifier has a durability of 1000 and can purify 1000 bottles of drinking water. Distillation purification, a concept I encountered during my academic years. However, at that time, the school's facilities were limited, and we, as students, crowded into the classroom. I could only observe the teacher performing the operation with apparatus from a distance, which left me with only a vague remembrance of its existence, lacking any concrete understanding. Currently, I am still short of 10 iron ores. I shall await the completion of my materials before proceeding. Turning towards the equipment crafting table, even though I was aware that I could not craft anything at present, I was nonetheless curious about the materials required for the cotton clothing. Crafting Level 2 Cotton Clothing, Level 2 Cotton 010, Level 2 Cotton Thread 05. A top crafted from cotton fabric, exceptionally comfortable, with a defense of 5, recovery of 5, and a durability of 100. Lacking both cotton and cotton thread, I naturally had no intentions of pursuing them further. Confirming that these 2 recipes must remain on hold, I retrieved my materials and continued to enhance the island. Island enhancement 1 cubic meter requires soil 7410, weeds 3993, wood chips 243. With sufficient materials at hand, I gazed at the remaining 7 initial island foundation stones and proceeded to enhance all 7. Island. Total area 100 square meters. Land area 64 square meters. Level 1 enhancement 64 square meters. Beach area 36 square meters. Level 1 enhancement 20. Level 1 wooden cabin. Level 2 baby octopus. Completing the enhancement of the 64 square meters of island foundation stones instantly lifted my spirits. However, as the beach had yet to be fully enhanced, there remained 16 weak corners that needed attention. For those 16 areas, 600 weeds were required. If luck were not particularly unfavorable tonight, I should be able to manage. I glanced at the materials in my storage box, noting that I had over 300 remaining. With over 300, I could enhance 3 sections of the beach foundation stones. Given that enhancement would yield resource refreshment, I readily proceeded with the enhancement. Consuming 300 weeds, 75 stones, and 25 wood chips, I found myself just 13 pieces shy of completing the enhancement. You just take your time eating here. I am off to practice. Leafing through my left palm, I observed the small octopus that had nibbled on approximately half a pound of meat, and with a sigh, I placed both the meat and the octopus on the narrow wooden windowsill. The little octopus raised its tentacles, pausing its meal to curiously observe me. Confirming that I was merely standing in the open space before the house, stretching my limbs, and performing various exercises, it assured itself that I was not discarding it and resumed its meal with ease. As I began my practice, I maintained a comfortable interval for my body, executing one movement after another while occasionally glancing at the lively chat channel. 80. If you have the guts, come and steal from my island. I've already said I'm not selling. You've chased me for half a marketplace. Asking for what? One message caught my attention. Alone. It seemed inconsequential. However, subsequent messages bore a familiarity that piqued my curiosity. In the bustling chat channel, the messages flowed rapidly. Ye Heng gradually deduced the identity of the individual he had encountered in the identification zone. The pursuit of pets, the enhancement of these companions, and the safeguarding of his island's security were all intertwined, potentially encompassing a range of abilities, including resource gathering. His own sea-dwelling octopus, upon reaching maturity, would patrol the shores, capable of collecting anything weaker than itself. It was evident that what one possessed, others likely did as well, providing insight into why certain players could linger in the trade city for extended periods. However, the individual he had met was indeed quite bothersome. Suddenly, a warning interrupted Ye Heng's leisurely practice as he observed the chat. Marine creatures are attacking your island. The alert appeared just as he noticed the nature of the invading entity. Chapter 24, Level 3 Mutated Kelp, which feigns death in the presence of fire. Level 3 Mutated Kelp. Health points 5,000. An extremely aggressive marine plant post-mutation, capable of entangling, draining life, and corroding, with a strong intent to attack living beings. Yet fearful of fire. The monstrous kelp towered over 10 meters, adorned with 4 or 5 leaves, each spanning half a meter in width. At that moment, it was assaulting the outermost layer of the beach's foundation. Fortunately, he could see the information regarding the creature, and it seemed that the kelp lacked the capacity for internal attacks, only able to inflict gradual damage from the outside. A fire pit. 10 pieces of wood combined with 1 flint allowed Ye Heng to swiftly ignite a fire at the center of his island, right in front of his house. It was past 7 in the evening, and the surrounding flora had flourished, compelling Ye Heng to uproot the patch of weeds that was not yet ready for harvest before he set down the fire pit. Fire pit, capable of burning for 3 hours, providing illumination and warmth, extinguished upon contact with water. Perhaps some creatures would fear this warmth. As the fire blazed to life, the mutated kelp, which had just destroyed one section of the beach's foundation, abruptly ceased its assault, its leaves floating atop the surface of the water. It was indeed fearful of fire. After the bonfire blazed, an orange glow enveloped the 100-square-meter island, effectively causing the mutated kelp in the sea to feign death. This effect was undeniably effective, yet the mutated kelp remained, merely pretending to be lifeless rather than fleeing. With 2 blocks of soil and 5 stones in hand, Ye Heng first repaired the damaged section of the beach's foundational rock. The kelp was capable of movement, but as long as the bonfire burned, it would refrain from exposing its limbs to the reach of the flames. Observing the mutated kelp, which stirred several times in the water due to his repair efforts, Ye Heng pondered how he could resolve this perilous situation. Previously, he had seen others in the chat channel discussing attacks from certain exceedingly dangerous creatures. At that time, he merely observed. Now, his own home was under siege. A mere 4 strikes had been sufficient to destroy the Level 1 reinforced beach foundation. Had he not ignited the torches swiftly, the inner foundational rocks of the island would also be at risk. The offensive power of this kelp was incomparable to the Level 1 sea crabs and sea worms encountered before. A small octopus descended from the windowsill and crawled to Ye Heng's feet, climbing up his leg to perch upon his shoulder. This creature feared fire. The warmth and dryness of the flames posed a lethal threat to the kelp. Not only the kelp, but most marine life also harbored a deep-seated fear of fire. However, the octopus was at a loss as to how to communicate this to its feeder. Ye Heng watched as the octopus waved its tentacles, yet he could not comprehend its meaning. The octopus gestured again, but communication between humans and octopuses proved futile. In a fit of urgency, the little octopus tapped on Ye Heng's shoulder a few times before crawling down to the ground, enduring the discomfort caused by the searing flames, and extending 2 tentacles toward the blazing fire. You must be out of your mind. If you venture into the flames, you'll be cooked into dried octopus. Ye Heng exclaimed, swiftly grasping the small octopus and retreating. Though the bonfire was confined to a specific area and the surrounding weeds remained unscathed, the absence of flames spreading outward did not imply that anything rushing into the fire would escape unscathed. As this thought crossed his mind, Ye Heng suddenly understood. The octopus was attempting to convey that all marine creatures feared fire. The kelp had detected the flames from a distance and feigned death. Thus, when exposed to the heat of the bonfire, the kelp would not approach, but he could devise a way to draw it into the flames. While he reluctantly conceded that the octopus had outsmarted him, he also recognized that its reckless behavior was ill-advised. However, it was clear that the creature could not comprehend this. If it could, there would be no need for it to demonstrate its intentions. Ye Heng gently poked the little octopus on its head and placed the curled-up creature back on his shoulder, carefully squeezing it twice to convey his meaning. Once he confirmed that the little one would remain perched on his clothing, Ye Heng glanced at the time. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he proceeded to gather resources from the 730 collection. The kelp continued its charade of death, while the bonfire would last for 3 hours. After completing the gathering, he recalled his hunting experience, which had reached its peak after he had slain a black fish and subsequently crushed some small fish and shrimp. He then opted to level up, adding 1 point to his combat power. Player, Island Master No. 99111. Ye Heng, combat power, 11 skills, strengthening technique, enhancement category, level, hunting, level 1, 35, 200, fishing, level 0, 65, 100, gathering, level 5, 26, 333. 200, planting, level 0, 29, 100, island. Total area 100 square meters, land area 64 square meters, level 1 enhancement 64 square meters, beach area 36 sq meters, level 1 enhancement 19, level 1 wooden hut, level 2 octopus hatchling equipment, novice vest, novice shorts, level 1 grass shoes, level 1 fishing rod. Having tidied up, he gazed at the cleared space, managing to craft the remaining 9 flint stones into fire pits alongside the timber. All 9 new fire pits blazed to life, arranged in a formation of 4 to the south and 4 to the north, while 3 fire pits outlined a rectangle from east to west. In the center of this rectangle lay 2 vacant spaces. On the island, fire pits are categorized as decorative household items, and until extinguished, Ye Heng can adjust their positions from the map. Thus, he could ascertain that the mutated kelp possessed formidable destructive power, yet when confronted with flames, it exhibited a behavior akin to feigning death, an absolute lack of resistance. With the fire pits arranged, Ye Heng brandished his fishing rod, testing its feel before commencing his endeavor. Level 3 mutated kelp, health points 5,000, fear of fire, feigning death. The information on the mutated kelp revealed only its fear of fire and its ability to feign death. Standing amidst the fire pits, Ye Heng cast his fishing rod, utilizing his increasingly proficient casting technique, and deftly hooked the edge of the kelp's fronds. Under attack, the underwater portion of the kelp retained its striking power, secreting a corrosive liquid in an attempt to destroy the fishing hook. However, Ye Heng's objective was to pull it up just at the moment before corrosion could take effect. Transferring the rod from his right hand to his left, he exerted force to lift a portion of the kelp from the water's surface, while his right hand wielded a new rod to recast and hook the slightly raised kelp once more. The part of the kelp that had emerged from the water, illuminated by the nearby blazing flames, instantly froze in place, showing no reaction even when hooked. As the hook tugged at the frond, the kelp was gradually drawn from the depths, with every inch of it transitioning into its feigned death state. Once a long frond of kelp was brought onto the island, the light and warmth from the 10 fire pits rapidly dried the viscous, corrosive liquid on its surface. When that layer of liquid crystallized into a white frost, Ye Heng cautiously advanced, retrieving a pair of wooden sticks with limited durability. He prodded the kelp and then clamped it with another stick, holding both implements and rotating them repeatedly. The kelp fronds curled up, untouched by hands and consistently within the warmth of the flames, yielding without resistance as they were hoisted from the sea. As he rolled and rolled, the lengthy fronds, measuring over 10 meters, formed a thick coil, ultimately revealing the leaf stem at the end. The kelp, in its normal state, should appear as a singular stalk, yet this was a mutation. A leaf stalk has sprouted numerous fronds of kelp. Just moments ago, he could only observe the exposed portions of the mutated kelp. Now, as the stalk has been pulled out, the submerged kelp fronds are being gradually drawn up from their point of attachment. Chapter 25. The terrifying corrosive toxin. The only option is to proceed with caution. After dragging the kelp from the ocean, Ye Heng placed the seemingly lifeless kelp into a vacant space amid the fire. Positioning the kelp carefully, he stepped back slightly from the flames to observe its reaction. In its state of feigned death, and with the fire not directly scorching it, the kelp remained entirely still. After several minutes, the liquid on the surface of the kelp had dried into a white frost, and moisture gradually evaporated, resulting in a noticeable decline in its vitality. Initially, the vitality decreased at a rate of 10 points every few seconds, with the countdown becoming more pronounced. Approximately half an hour later, the kelp had lost 2,000 vitality points, leaving it with 3,000 remaining. The process required patience. While placing it directly over the flames might expedite the loss of vitality, Ye Heng feared that should it retaliate, it could swiftly bring about his demise. He harbored a profound fear of death and was unwilling to take such a gamble. As the kelp continued to be exposed to the flames, its moisture diminished, causing the intervals between vitality losses to shorten. When its vitality finally dipped to 2,000, the mutated kelp entered a state of agitation. Yet its instinctive fear of fire confined it to the 2 flame-free safe zones. Kill Level 3 Mutated Kelp. Hunting Experience 25. Level 3 Unknown Mutated Plant 1. Level 3 Corrosive Powder 10 portions. An hour and a half later, Ye Heng finally received the kill notification. Confirming that the kelp would continue to lose vitality without the ability to escape, he resumed his interrupted training, performing stretching and twisting exercises around the circle of flames. Finally achieving the kill, his hunting experience increased at a rate of 5 times. However, the mystery of the Level 3 unknown mutated plant lingered. The identification of a Level 2 unknown item required 100 ocean crystals. He was uncertain if this Level 3 variant would demand 1,000. Regardless, he decided to place it in his inventory for examination during his next visit to the trade market. The Level 3 Corrosive Powder, however, proved to be a valuable find. Level 3 Corrosive Powder, a highly toxic material. It can be introduced into food, with each portion causing a decline of 1,000 vitality points, accompanied by a 10-second corrosive state. During this state, 300 vitality points are lost per second, along with additional negative effects such as weakness, burning pain, and blurred consciousness. The potency of the mutated kelp's corrosive toxin can be inferred from this corrosive powder. Fortunately, the expenditure of 2 fishing rods and 10 fire pits had been the minimal cost. Ye Heng sighed. The fire pits were now lit, and there was no means to extinguish them without relocating them to the beach, where the seawater would ultimately extinguish the flames. Rarely does he light so many bonfires at night. He places the little octopus back on the windowsill and takes out a piece of dark fish meat, allowing it to continue nibbling slowly. The little octopus, removed from Ye Heng's shoulder, obediently rests on the chunk of fish, observing where its feeder might venture. Upon realizing that Ye Heng has stepped into the bonfire, the octopus's 8 tentacles flail momentarily before it wearily clings to the fish meat and resumes its feast. It comprehends that it dislikes the bonfire, yet its feeder is quite fond of such perilous things. Standing amidst the flames, Ye Heng savors the warmth of the fire and, within this 2 square meter space, slightly advances the interval of his training by 10 seconds. Interruption had earlier delayed him, and as the bonfire extinguished, Ye Heng ventured to the beach to collect small fish and shrimp. Thus, by the time he completed his 3rd training session, it was already 11:30 at night. He swiftly gathered all available resources, organized his inventory, and stored the materials. Tonight, he harvested a total of 633 wood, 72 branches, and 718 weeds. The island's land area spans 64 square meters. The house occupies 4 square meters. The processing table occupies 8 square meters. For storage boxes outside the house take up 4 square meters, and the stacked flower pots still occupy 2 square meters. In total, there are 46 plots of land capable of yielding resources. Even though the bonfire had rendered several square meters unable to produce resources, the outcome remains quite satisfactory. Level: Hunting 1, 143200. Fishing 0, 65100. Gathering 5, 33613200. Planting 0, 29100. Gathering, indeed, enhances swiftly. Ye Heng glances at his levels. Hunting can still be achieved by hunting invasive species and collecting from the beach, while fishing demands considerable time, and planting is hindered as he possesses pots but lacks seeds. Gathering upgraded to level 6, combat power 1. Gathering 6, 161, 6400. With the elevation of his gathering level, Ye Heng's combat power has risen to 12. In 10 minutes, the beach will upgrade. Ye Heng casts a glance at the chat channel. As midnight approaches, many players who had been silent throughout the day begin to send messages. Various notifications flash by, nearly disappearing before they can be read. 10 minutes remain. There is still time. Ye Heng quickly processes the grass, gravel, and branches into wood shavings. Beach reinforcement 1 cubic meter. Grass 162, gravel 405, wood shavings 1895. With the materials prepared, he reinforcements the beach at the island's edge before midnight, enhancing it by 8 units. Previously, there were 20 level 1 reinforcements, but 1 was shattered. The construction was fundamental, and now, with a total of 27 level 1 reinforced beaches, 9 remain unreinforced. Thus, he can wait peacefully for resources to refresh. Perhaps, before sleeping, he can reinforce the entire beach. You truly have an insatiable appetite. Do you not require sleep, digesting while you eat? Having completed his tasks, Ye Heng stands at the window and gently taps the tentacles of the pink little octopus. Previously, one would indulge in hearty meals and then drift into slumber, awakening to find their vitality replenished before continuing to feast. Now, however, without the luxury of rest, the little octopus has managed to elevate its vitality to an impressive 285 merely through consumption. Furthermore, as it feasts, its vitality continues to grow, with notifications of reaching the upper limit appearing every few minutes. The little octopus lifted one of its touched tentacles and nudged it aside, seemingly requesting a moment to savor its meal. Are you certain you wouldn't tea like a sip of water? Ye Heng cradled the little octopus along with a piece of black fish in the palm of his left hand, carefully bringing it to the beach. He dipped a finger into the seawater before positioning it beside the octopus, refraining from direct contact, curious to discern whether the octopus was merely oblivious or genuinely uninterested. Chapter 26. The 100 square meter island has finally been fully upgraded to level 1. This time, the little octopus truly grasped Ye Heng's intention. 2 tentacles approached, brushing against his finger, and the suction cups eagerly drew in the droplets of seawater. Yet, after drinking, it exhibited no reaction, remaining focused on devouring the meat. The delightful combination of consuming fish and sipping seawater amused Ye Heng, who dipped his finger into the water once more. Repeating the feeding ritual, a bite for the octopus, a sip for it, all while ensuring it remained undistracted from its meal. The growth of vitality reached its limit, and they continued this playful exchange until the midnight refresh. At exactly midnight, the island's resources have been refreshed. A notification appeared, and swiftly, plants and mineral deposits emerged on Ye Heng's island, with little fish and shrimp tags flickering along the surrounding beach. 6 supply boxes. Holding the little octopus in one hand, Ye Heng first proceeded to open all the supply boxes. Inside, he discovered 48 ocean crystals, 3 axes, 1 pickaxe, 2 fishing rods, 3 rolls of coarse thread, 11 flint stones, and 18 iron ores. Additionally, he found 171 portions of soil, 318 stones, 344 units of wood, and 402 clumps of weeds, alongside 17 loaves of bread, 32 berries, and 15 bottles of water. These constituted the basic supplies. In addition to these, Ye Heng equipped a new garment and learned 3 recipes. Level 1 coarse cloth pants, defense 1, agility 1, recovery speed 1, durability 100. Upon donning the coarse cloth pants, his previous shorts vanished without a trace. Though made of rough fabric, the trousers proved quite comfortable, perhaps due to the looseness he had grown accustomed to after days of wearing baggy shorts. Now, any long pants felt more pleasant than before. Meat feed production. 5 portions of meat materials can be processed into 1 portion of feed. Feed level follows the level of the raw materials. This feed recipe was nearly identical to the previous herbivore feed production, differing only in the type of ingredients used. Food processing. Juice beverages. 3 portions of fruit, 1 portion of drinking water can be processed into juice. The juice's level and effects vary according to the raw fruit used. The distinction in making juice beverages from jam lies simply in the addition of a bottle of water. See Aquaculture Pool. Stone 772500, wood 200, 7200, soil 17350. Construction area 555, capable of nurturing oceanic creatures owned by players. Durability 1000. Upon acquiring and studying this recipe, Ye Heng's immediate reaction was to glance down at the small octopus nestled in his palm. This little creature evidently thrived in seawater, yet it was still frail, hesitant to be placed on the beach. Nevertheless, there was no rush to construct the pool. The aquaculture pool occupied an area of 25 square meters, and given the limited size of his island, adding a pool several times larger than his house would leave no room for growth resources. Having exhausted the supply crates, Ye Heng surveyed his materials, set the small octopus on the windowsill, and proceeded to clear the area of weeds, chopped wood, and minestone deposits. In total, he pulled up 166 weeds, gathered 113 pieces of wood, collected 18 branches, extracted 228 stones, and procured 21 iron ores, along with 580 experience points. Yet, the materials remained insufficient. Beach enhancement 1 cubic meter. turf 122, gravel 305, wood chips 1495. 9 pieces remained unenhanced, but Ye Heng possessed only 6 units of materials. For now, he decided to enhance what he could. After completing the enhancements, he took a stroll to catch some small fish and shrimp. This excursion netted him an additional 35 hunting experience points. Once everything was settled, Ye Heng cradled the small octopus as he entered his abode. "You can take your time with that," he said. "I'm off to bed. Just don't crawl onto the bed, or I might accidentally crush you in my sleep." He placed a piece of meat atop the storage box for the octopus to nibble on. The little octopus, holding onto the uneaten meat, extended a tentacle to touch the adjacent piece, uncertain if it was meant for it. However, by this time, Ye Heng had already lain down and Wu Ti come over to clarify. At 20 minutes past midnight, Ye Heng felt quite fatigued. He was startled awake at 2 o'clock. Rising, he stepped outside, utilizing the dim moonlight to swiftly gather the overgrown weeds and small trees. "All this is for you," he muttered. After finishing, he returned indoors to find the octopus had devoured the meat and curled up beside the remaining piece. Taking advantage of the light filtering through the window, he leaned in for a closer inspection. Noting that the octopus could still eat but seemed hesitant for some reason, he extended his hand, placing the black fish meat in his palm. Confirming this was indeed for it, the octopus unfurled its tentacles, crawled into Ye Heng's hand, and began to feast. It was still a juvenile, needing to reach a health point cap of 1,000 to transition into adulthood, at which point it could become productive. As it continued to eat, its health points rose to 410, leaving Ye Heng uncertain about the growth rate. He wondered if, upon reaching 1,000 health points, there would be any noticeable change in its appearance. It was nearing halfway, yet it was still only slightly larger than a peanut. Checking the time, he saw it was now 10 minutes past 2. Ye Heng decided not to dwell on the octopus's size any longer and lay down to continue sleeping. During the day, one must gather resources and practice skills, and in the evening, if time permits, one should continue to hone their craft, thus resulting in sleep only in the latter half of the night. In the brief interludes between gathering, a mere hour and a half of rest can be achieved. However, he is not a machine, nor does he possess an alarm to assure him of peaceful slumber. Each time he manages an hour of deep sleep, it is a significant accomplishment. Fortunately, the bed and straw mat, along with his gear, have some restorative properties, preventing him from succumbing to the perils of sleep deprivation. Awakening in the early hours to gather twice more, he rises again at 5:30, partaking of bread before setting out to collect. Where has the little creature gone? After clearing the weeds, Ye Heng suddenly realizes that he forgot to check the storage cabinet for the little octopus upon rising. Glancing at the map, he turns and heads to the beach at the edge. The small octopus, now the size of the tip of his index finger, is at the water's edge, using several tentacles to catch small fish. Upon noticing Ye Heng's approach, the octopus, now with tentacles measuring over 10 centimeters, swiftly retracts. Its tips conceal themselves, and the octopus curls into a ball, resembling a child who has erred and awaits reprimand. "You are still small. After all, your purpose is to catch fish, and you must learn to seize them rather than wait for them to latch onto you. This method of using your own body as bait can lead to injury." Though aware that the little octopus cannot comprehend, Ye Heng gently pinches a small fish and tugs at the octopus's tentacle, demonstrating how to hunt along the shore. It is morning, and his vision is sharp, allowing him to observe that one of the tentacles used for fishing has indeed shortened slightly. Being such a small creature, growth is a challenge. If left unattended, it might even sacrifice its tentacle in pursuit of a catch. With his finger guiding ahead, the octopus follows, slipping beneath the grass and weaving through the thick foliage to ensnare the small fish hidden within. This process, facilitated by Ye Heng's grip on the fish, ensures that even after several attempts, the small octopus cannot escape with its prize. Once this task is accomplished, Ye Heng decides not to prolong its stay. He retrieves some black fish meat, carrying the little octopus back to place it on the windowsill once more. Time is of the essence. Weeds must be pulled, trees cut down, and the small fish and shrimp along the beach must be gathered. After thoroughly clearing the area, Ye Heng finally completes the first level of reinforcement for the island's foundation at precisely 5:55 in the morning. Chapter 27. Level 2 Construction Unlocked. No materials available. Level 1 Reinforcement reaches 100 square meters. Level 2 Construction Unlocked. Level 2 Construction Basic Recipes now available. Upon completing the reinforcement, Ye Heng receives the eagerly anticipated notification. Although it only grants the basic recipe for level 2 construction, it is undoubtedly superior to what is currently available. Housing construction, level 2 wooden house. 1 level 1 wooden house, 200 level 2 planks, 79,200 level 2 iron ore, 100 level 2 granite. Build area, 5-5. Upon accessing the island's reinforcement, Ye Heng's eyes are immediately drawn to the house. Having no stone house of his own, he chooses to overlook that option. The next level of housing occupies an area of 25 square meters, allowing for the placement of a storage cabinet within the room, significantly enhancing the spaciousness of living quarters. However, the materials required are rather extensive. Thus, he should first explore other enhancements available on the island. The area expansion remains unchanged, requiring 2 units of soil and 5 stones. What follows is markedly different. Island enhancement 1 cubic meter. Level 1 enhancement. Soil 17310. Weeds 6843. Wood chips 1193. Level 2 enhancement. Level 2 fertilizer 010. Level 2 or powder 010. The strengthening of the island's cornerstone has also reached level 2. Yet he possesses none of the necessary materials. Protective construction fencing. Level 1. Wood 01. Grass rope 01. Level 2. Level 2 planks 01. Level 2 iron or 791. Beach enhancement 1 cubic meter. Level 1 enhancement. Grass turf 02. Gravel 05. Wood chips 1195. Level 2 enhancement. Level 2 marine plant powder 010. Level 2 granite granules 02. Level 2 seaweed 01. The enhancement process entails numerous materials previously unseen. Fortunately, several semi-finished processing recipes have been provided. Level 2 fertilizer. 3 portions of meat or plants can be processed into 1 portion of fertilizer. Level 2 or powder. 2 portions of or can be processed into 1 portion of or powder. Level 2 planks. 2 portions of wood can be processed into 1 plank. Level 2 marine plant powder. 5 portions of marine plants can be processed into 1 portion of marine plant powder. Level 2 granite granules. 2 portions of granite can be processed into 1 portion of granite granules. The processing ratios vary, yet they are generally comprehensible. The iron ore is inherently at level 2, requiring 20 units to produce 10 portions, alongside an additional 30 units of meat to observe what can be cultivated. As dawn approaches, at 5:58 a.m., Ye Heng completes a level 2 island enhancement. Island cornerstone level 2 enhancement. Resource type selection, grain, fruits, wood, fodder, minerals random. Upon completion of the enhancement, a selection box appears, allowing him to choose 1 resource from 5 options or to generate 1 randomly. Moreover, this option can be modified during the waiting period after harvesting. Grain. Ye Heng remains uncertain about the specific type of grain, but proceeds to make a choice, knowing he will discover more upon refresh. If it proves unsatisfactory, he can always gather and then replace it. Once his selection is made, the clock swiftly strikes 6. At 6 o'clock a.m., the island resources have been refreshed. With the sound of the notification, resources appear on the island, all marked as collectible. Before Ye Heng's eyes, in the soil of the level 2 enhanced plot, a solitary corn plant stands tall amidst the thick layer of earth. In a mere square meter, a cornstalk towers over 2 meters in height, adorned with a modest-sized ear of corn, presenting a rather incongruous sight. Harvested level 2 corn, level 2 corn seed 1, level 1 corn seed 8, level 2 corn kernels 1 portion, level 2 corn stalk 1. Harvesting experience 23. Upon encountering this for the first time, Ye Heng reaches out and plucks the ear of corn, uprooting the corn stalk from the ground. Subsequently, he observes 4 additional items materializing in his inventory. Both level 1 and level 2 corn seeds are valuable assets, not only enhancing experience and harvest yield, but also allowing for cultivation and development at one's discretion. Corn kernels serve as both a culinary ingredient and a primary component of animal feed. The corn stalks, too, are essential for feed production, though currently, only 1 remains, which will be kept aside for now. This particular stalk is distinct. However, the surrounding fields are overrun with weeds, saplings, and piles of ore. After gathering, I collected 218 weeds, 102 pieces of wood, 19 branches, 81 stones, and 19 iron ores. The yield of iron ores this time was notably high, and all materials were collected. I then proceeded to the shore with a small octopus, simultaneously gathering resources and feeding it. On a 36 square meter beach, I gained an additional 54 points of hunting experience. with just 41 points remaining until my next level up. With harvesting completed, it was time to open the supply crates. For supply crates had spawned on the island. Ye Heng, opened the nearest crate and, upon discovering a recipe, was once again reminded of the island's modest size. Construction of cultivation field modification, Level 2 soil 0-100, Level 2 granite granules 0-50, Level 1 wood chips 1-19500, Modification area 22, long-term cultivation possible post-modification. Lacking sufficient resources, I set the recipe aside after studying it and continued to open more supply crates. While I amassed a fair number of basic items, it seemed that the only noteworthy find was that singular cultivation field recipe: 8 iron ores, 12 flints, 108 soils, 152 stones, 184 woods, 166 weeds, 3 breads, and 5 waters, along with 2 level 1 fishing rods and 1 logging axe. That was the entirety of my morning haul. Fishing while enjoying breakfast, I pondered how to patrol with such a small physique. I took the fishing rod and basket to the beach, settled down, baited the hook, and cast my line. One hand held the fishing rod while the other nibbled on sandwich bread, all the while keeping an eye on the small octopus beside me, munching on a piece of black fish meat. The octopus's health points had risen to 828. Sensing it was being watched, one of its tentacles raised and nudged Ye Heng's pants. Unable to communicate, its first instinct was to wonder if its feeder had something to convey. However, Ye Heng, not grasping its confusion, simply found its reaction endearing. As I consumed bread and sipped water, I caught several level 1 small fish and shrimp. Fishing successful. 1 level 2 semi-finished material pack. Fishing experience 5. I retrieved a small package and opened it. Opening level 2 semi-finished material pack. 10 level 2 marine plant powders. The marine plant powders appeared directly in my inventory. While I had no immediate use for the 10 powders, I decided to continue fishing. Beginning at 6:30. By 7:50, I had exhausted the 40 baits I had stored. Fishing became increasingly efficient, and at last, my fishing experience was poised for an upgrade. Fishing level has risen to level 1. Combat power 1. Fishing, level 1, 35, 200. Combat power has increased to 13. Ye Heng put away the fishing rod and carried the small octopus, which had 921 health points, for this gathering before 8 o'clock. At level 1, only weeds and small trees were available, but at level 2, he encountered a new variety, a potato. Gathered 2 level potato, 1 2-level potato seed, 3 1-level potato seeds, 5 2-level potatoes. Gathering experience 33. Chapter 28. Selling area, something to admire even if one cannot afford it. Player, Island Master No. 99111. Ye Heng, combat power, 13 skills, strengthening technique, enhancement type. Level, hunting, level 1, 159, 200, fishing, level 1, 35, 200, gathering, level 6, 29, 666. 400, planting, level 0, 29, 100, island. Total area 100 square meters, land area 64 square meters, level 2 enhancement 1 square meter, level 1 enhancement 63 square meters. Beach area 36 square meters, level 1 enhancement 36 square meters, level 1 wooden cabin, level 2 juvenile patrolling octopus. Inventory, 15 slots, trade city teleportation pass 1. Ocean crystal 113, 1 unknown mutated plant level 3, 10 corrosive powders level 3, iron ore 106, flint 23, soil 281, stones 999, wood 999, wood 999, wood 999, weeds 999, equipment, novice vest, level 1 coarse cloth pants, level 1 grass shoes. Ye Heng packed 1 full portion of stones, 1 full portion of weeds, 3 full portions of wood, along with iron, ore, and corrosive powder, and prepared to head to Trade City. He needed all the materials, but at this moment, he sought something different. For instance, meat or plants of level 2. Processed fertilizer could enhance the foundational stones of the island, and only after enhancement could level 2 resources emerge. Never mind, I'll take you along, perhaps in your current state. You might just wander to the beach and feed the fish. After organizing everything, Ye Heng glanced at the small octopus still munching on the meat. He lifted it away from the piece of flesh, preparing to take it with him on a stroll through the trade market. The small octopus, noticing that Ye Heng had stopped it from eating, curiously tapped his hand with its tentacles, as if to inquire about the sudden change. However, as its tentacles reached out, It froze momentarily, bewildered by the abrupt change in environment. For the small octopus, the most significant difference between Trade City and the island was the absence of the sea breeze. Once it realized they had arrived in an unfamiliar place, the small octopus wrapped its tentacles around Ye Heng's fingers, tucking its body into his palm. Ye Heng looked down at his half-closed hand. Was the small octopus experiencing social anxiety? Just yesterday, after identification, this little creature had scurried about in his hand, completely unbothered, but today it was displaying such a reaction. Nevertheless, its hiding spot was not particularly discreet. On his fingers coiled slender pink tentacles that, if noticed, would surely draw attention. Perhaps some might even think he had acquired some extraordinary equipment. Hello again, my friend. Are you here once more to identify unknown items? A statuesque beauty approached to greet him. She was the same woman he had encountered yesterday upon leaving the appraisal area. Lowering her gaze to glance at his hands, an expression of amusement lit up her face, hinting at a delightful thought. Let us see how much the appraisal fee will be. Although he was not particularly fond of socializing, Ye Heng's aversion did not extend to the realm of social anxiety. He had no intention of deliberately ignoring a passerby's greeting, especially when it appeared devoid of ulterior motives. It seemed fortune was once again smiling upon him. He wished her well. By the way, Number 7 is loitering inside again. It would be wise for you to keep that from his sight. He can be rather unpredictable. His eyes light up at the sight of others' pets. While he cannot snatch them away, his persistence can be quite bothersome. The woman smiled at Ye Heng, preparing to head down the appraisal corridor, but paused to offer him one last reminder. While she relished witnessing the number 7 player become flustered, she did not wish to see this quietly charming young man bullied. Understood, thank you. Ye Heng replied with a nod of appreciation before continuing onward. As he entered the corridor leading to the appraisal area, he noticed that Corridor 2 was now open for use. He opted to avoid Corridor 1 and instead paused at the entrance of a room in Corridor 2. Detected an unidentified item in the player's inventory. Appraisal fee, 1,000 ocean crystals. Insufficient ocean crystals in inventory. Appraisal cannot be initiated. Standing at the door, he faced a lack of choices, for he had none. Having confirmed the appraisal fee, Ye Heng turned and left Corridor 2, intending to take a brief look at the selling area. He had no intention of rushing to make purchases, one reason being his insufficient ocean crystals, and another being his lack of time to linger. He merely wished to glance inside and ascertain what lay within. As he stepped outside the corridor, Ye Heng caught sight of the number 7 player once more. This was indeed the same individual from yesterday, now clad in upgraded gear, cotton trousers and fabric shoes, with the top seemingly crafted from a type of fish skin, resembling snug leather armor. At that moment, he was following another player who was exiting from Corridor 1. Engaged in conversation, he was discussing the amount of ocean crystals he could offer. The player who had just completed an appraisal appeared hesitant, as several hundred ocean crystals were a sum that most players would require considerable time to amass from resource chests. Noticing the flicker of indecision on the player's face, the number 7 player continued his pitch, emphasizing the necessity of investment in pet care, suggesting that one could not expect a pet to thrive on mere bread without the essential conditions for growth. Thus ensued a negotiation, with the two players discussing prices as they walked out together. By the time Ye Heng reached the main hall, the two had settled on a price of 888 ocean crystals and proceeded to the trading area to exchange their goods. At this moment, Ye Heng was not inclined to pay attention to their dealings. He had already ventured into the selling area on the opposite side. Upon entering, he was greeted by walls adorned with an array of displayed items for sale. Prices were organized from high to low, with each refresh revealing 10,000 selling slots. At this moment, the item displayed in the first slot was one that could elicit envy from all players, and Ye Heng was no exception. 10,000 Standard 3-layer 5-level Enhanced Island Beach Expansion Resource Pack. Upon use, it can instantaneously transform any basic island. Price, 100,000 ocean crystals. Ye Heng counted the zeros, realizing it amounted to a staggering 100 million ocean crystals. In a realm where one could claim to be exceptionally fortunate with just 1,000 ocean crystal gift packs. The sale of this resource pack, priced at 100 million ocean crystals, was no mere display of envy. The information regarding this resource pack indicated that the foundational structure of the island could support multiple layers. Moreover, the enhancement of the island could be directly purchased through the resource pack, allowing one to achieve the desired outcome in a single transaction. Shifting his gaze from this resource pack, Ye Heng looked towards the next item. Chapter 29. Spending 100 ocean crystals to acquire a mundane decorative item, Celestial Pet Dragon Egg. Upon hatching, it yields a Celestial Pet Dragon Cub. Price: 999. 999 ocean crystals. The second item was equally expensive, just 1 crystal less than the first. Ye Heng gazed at the string of nines, then glanced down at the pink little octopus in his possession. Surrounded by many others, he could not voice his thoughts. Yet internally he felt a twinge of doubt about whether his little seafaring octopus could even be deemed a basic item. After all, it bore no label of commonality. Nevertheless, regardless of its status, he cherished the little octopus, for it was his. Celestial Vast Sea Longbow. Weapon power 1000. Additional penetration damage 50,000. Skill: Vast Sea Annihilating Arrow. Durability 10,000. Can be repaired using materials after durability depletion. Repair count: 1010. Price: 888 ocean crystals. Not only were there pets, but weapons were also available. However, the prices of these items were exorbitantly high, rendering them almost inconceivable. Ye Heng continued to peruse the list, noticing that some subsequent items bore level tags. The highest visible was Celestial, followed by Spiritual, Exceptional, Fine, and Common. There were also several untagged pieces of equipment, materials, animal cubs, and plant seedling sprouts. Common Fish Skin Armor. Close-fitting fish skin armor. Defense 20, Agility 5, Recovery 6, Durability 100. Price: 600 ocean crystals. Sold out. As he continued to examine the items, he recognized this piece of armor in the gray-white section of purchased goods. This was undoubtedly the one that player number 7 had bought and equipped directly. There were many more items priced in the hundreds of crystals, and even some that required merely dozens. Among these, Ye Heng also spotted an inventory expansion voucher. Previously refreshed, it expanded 1 slot, as mentioned in the chat channel, priced at 1,000 ocean crystals. Checking the time, he noted that the next refresh would occur in 10 minutes. Ye Heng decided to wait a little longer, hoping to find something affordable, especially if other players were not particularly interested and would not rush to purchase immediately. He adjusted his personal purchasing settings, setting the limit to the modest number of 103 ocean crystals he possessed. With this configuration, he could only view items priced below this threshold. After 10 minutes, amidst the increasing chatter of surrounding players, the moment for item refresh arrived. The items displayed transformed instantaneously, illuminated by various colors. Yet, just as quickly, the vibrant hues faded to a dull gray-white in the blink of an eye. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Heng made a purchase. Common item: Fire Pit Altars, a decorative piece featuring a 5-meter-tall white stone pillar with a 1-meter diameter tray atop it, suitable for placing a fire pit, potentially allowing the flame's light to reach further. Priced at 100 ocean crystals. As a decorative item, Ye Heng did not hesitate to buy it. Although it occupied a space on his foundation, he needed to enhance the reach of the flames at night, thereby increasing safety on the island. Following the previous night's assault by mutated seaweed, he was now certain that a fire pit would deter most marine creatures from attacking under the cover of darkness. After spending 100 ocean crystals, he dismissed the remaining 3 without a second thought and glanced again at the highest-priced items available. Legendary Skill: Siren's Song. A mental training skill book requiring the completion of the Siren's Song chanting practice to gain mental fortitude. Each completion grants a combat power increase of 1. Priced at 100,000 ocean crystals. At the top of the list was still the 100 million priced item. This time a skill book for training. The skill appeared to promise a boost in combat power simply through singing. Many players in the selling area were already exclaiming how powerful this skill seemed, asserting that continuous singing practice could lead to impressive combat enhancements. However, having had similar experiences, Ye Heng perceived the situation as more complex. His own physical enhancement technique only increased combat power by 0.01 per session and did not allow for seamless practice. This mental training method was likely even more challenging, considering each successful chant directly yielded a point in combat power. The next 2 items, one priced with a series of 9s and the other with 8s, were legendary equipment. Ye Heng briefly glanced at them but chose not to linger, turning away from the selling area. Having spent over 20 minutes in both the appraisal and selling zones, He now intended to head to the trading area to procure some necessary materials and return home to gather resources and practice. As he exited the selling area, Ye Heng spotted player number 7, who had also emerged from the marketplace. It was not that he was particularly focused on this individual. Rather, among a sea of novice equipment, the distinctive fishskin armor worn by this player stood out remarkably. The player was cradling a small, fluffy white creature and headed straight towards the appraisal area, seemingly preparing to await the next player's pet identification. Having merely glanced around, Ye Heng found himself with little time to linger and promptly made his way to the marketplace. His current objective was to procure the raw materials necessary for crafting level 2 fertilizer, specifically meat and plants. He envisioned selling level 2 lamb, from which he could prepare lamb soup, lamb meatballs, steamed lamb buns, and skewered lamb, as well as level 2 fish, each weighing over 3 pounds, to create dishes like scallion oil fish, poached fish, steamed fish, and fish stew. After walking for over 2 minutes, amidst the cacophony of vendors' calls, he discerned 2 stalls selling fish and meat. Both proprietors were middle-aged men, portly in stature, and curiously, their stalls were positioned right next to each other. The lamb seller enthusiastically listed his offerings, while the fish vendor extolled various recipes to entice passers-by. Would you care for some lamb, sir? A standard pound per piece. All prime cuts. The sheep reproduce so rapidly that I must sell at a loss to afford timber for constructing another sheep pen at home. The lamb vendor pitched, as Ye Heng paused at his stall. 50 units of timber? Ye Heng mused, glancing at the prices. This roughly equated to 1 ocean crystal for a piece of meat. As for the quality of the lamb, within the game's framework, identical items stacked together bore no variation in quality, just as the 20-odd pieces of black fish he had at home were uniformly excellent. The random quality variations in some outputs were akin to how one harvested level 2 crops, automatically distinguishing grades and item information. The price is fixed. You may choose to buy or not, the vendor continued. Perhaps you think this price exceedingly cheap? It's not a reflection of the meat's quality, but rather my urgency to sell and return home. The meat vendor chuckled, glancing at the prices displayed at his stall. Too costly, without a recipe. I cannot prepare a dish. I need to explore other options. Ye Heng sighed, turning to depart. The vendor's stock of over 100 pounds of lamb had garnered only cursory glances from passers-by, indicating that his prices were indeed inflated. Consider our fish, sir. Fish flesh is still meat, and for fertilizer, our portion is only 45 units of timber, far more economical than his. The fish vendor seized the moment to call Ye Heng over. Due to the stall's limitation of showcasing only 2 types of goods, upon Ye Heng's arrival, the fish seller hurriedly began to unpack fresh fish from his supply, presenting them for Ye Heng's inspection. Varieties such as bluefish, carp, blackfish, squid, octopus, and grass carp, all sourced from the ocean, as everything aquatic in this realm was derived from marine bounty. 30 timber for this lot. Would you buy it? Ye Heng recalled that the market price for level 2 meat typically hovered between 25 and 28 timber. He decided to negotiate, as is customary in business when the seller was present. 30? That is simply too low. If you can acquire over 30 portions, I shall adjust the price to 40 units of timber. This is the lowest I can offer. The fish vendor shook his head upon hearing the proposed price. Yet he did not express anger at Ye Heng's low bid. After all, in the realm of street commerce, negotiations are a customary practice, and being a mature middle-aged man, he was not prone to squabbling foolishly with customers. For 30, the timber I possess could procure 99 portions. Ye Heng remained steadfast in his stated price. However, his tone and demeanor did not convey overwhelming assertiveness. Rather, it seemed somewhat naive as he divulged the quantity of materials he had brought. You young lad are being quite unreasonable. How can one set a price so rigidly? There must be some flexibility in pricing. My brother sells lamb for 39 a portion, which is lower than yours. Come over to buy lamb. Observe how splendid it is. All lamb is uniform, occupying merely 1 compartment, unlike over there, where it sprawls across several slots. The lamb vendor chimed in, albeit unable to move. He engaged with customers in front of his stall without repercussions. At least it did not affect him, but it significantly impacted the seller next door. You shameless shepherd. This young man was at your stall earlier, and you remained silent. Now that he has come to buy fish, you emerge to cause trouble. The fish vendor was incensed. Just moments ago, when the young man was inspecting the lamb, he had kept quiet. Only upon the young man's decision not to purchase lamb did he begin to promote his fish. This behavior seemed to reveal a lack of commercial ethics on the part of the lamb vendor. Cause trouble? I merely reacted a tad slowly and hadn't yet discussed the price with this young man when you called him over to look at fish. Who is truly causing disruption here? The lamb vendor also grew irritable. He had been contemplating whether to call the young man back to renegotiate the price. But in that moment of deliberation, the customer had been called away. Initially, it was inconsequential. Both products were of the second tier and prices were similar. Yet, the fish seller was being excessively aggressive, driving the price down to 40 timber with just a few words. The most crucial point was that this young man appeared capable of purchasing a significant quantity. Indeed, he had a sheepfold at home and had recently acquired several breeding lambs from the sales area. Now that they had matured, he continued to raise them, culling the non-breeding sheep for meat to exchange for timber to facilitate his home expansion. If he could sell all the meat in one go, he would not hesitate to lower the price to over 30 timber per portion. Selling out would allow him to return home sooner for construction, and the lambs would grow up to be sold again. You reacted slowly? Your reflexes must have sunk to the ocean floor. Young man, if you purchase 100 fish, I shall reduce the price to 38 per portion. The fish vendor exclaimed. You, the angler, wish to engage in price competition, do you? If you purchase 138 portions together, I can offer 35 per portion. 35 is quite remarkable, yet I can also offer 35 for individual purchases without bundling. Young man, take as many as you desire. Once sold out, I can introduce new varieties. The two exchanged a few words, yet the price remained fixed at 35. With the only concession being flexibility in quantity, any amount could be purchased. The prices remain elevated. I can only offer 30 units of timber for each portion. It appears that neither of you can lower the price further, so I shall explore other options. Ye Heng, feeling the awkwardness of the two glaring at him, managed a sheepish smile and prepared to leave. He was not oblivious to their performance. Their so-called bidding was merely a facade intended for his benefit. Selling 35 basic materials is quite a common price in this market area. Some managed stalls already displayed equivalent prices for Tier 2 meat. Occasionally, one might encounter offers of 33 or 32, but these were either scarce or swiftly purchased by others. You are being unreasonable, my friend. We have already made considerable efforts to lower the price, yet you choose to walk away? Are you toying with us? The vendor of mutton, taken aback by the active negotiations, could not fathom why this person was hesitating to seize the opportunity amidst their fervent bargaining. Their heated exchange seemed to ignite a sense of urgency. They should simply complete the transaction. I have consistently stated 30 units of timber. If you sell, I shall buy. If not, I will continue my search. Ye Heng, uninterested in their theatrics, calmly reiterated his offer. Were it not for the substantial quantity of meat, he would have preferred to disregard their quarrel entirely. After casting another glance at the two, he turned and began to walk away, having stated his position. If they chose not to sell, it was truly their loss. In this trading city, as long as one did not step into the arena, no one could impose their will upon another. The most one might encounter was a player of the 7th rank, who would incessantly chatter. But such annoyance did not impede his actions or safety. Sell. Bundle it all, 138 portions at 30 units of timber each. I will take them. The meat seller, observing Ye Heng's indifference, called out for him to return mere moments later. Positioned within the stall, he had the option to either manage the trade or close up. Otherwise, he would be confined to that limited space. If he did not shout now, the customer would indeed walk away. As for whether selling at 30 was a loss, the highest bid he had received was 28 basic materials. After waiting for over half an hour, he had only managed to sell a few portions of 35 basic materials. If he did not sell to this young man now, he would either have to reopen his stall for another hour or discard the goods to other players seeking purchases. Mainly, Tier 1 and Tier 2 meats were not in short supply in the market, as players could easily catch Tier 2 fish using basic fishing rods and bait. Given that he had a considerable quantity of mutton, if he could finalize the transaction in one go, even at a slightly elevated price compared to the buyers, he could return home to attend to other matters. My timber is sufficient for 99 portions. I can procure the remaining stones and weeds, but neither can exceed 33 portions. Ye Heng returned and stood before the meat seller's stall, detailing the materials he could offer. I have ample stones. I will take 33 portions of weeds and 6 portions of stones. How does that sound? The mutton seller, realizing that the offer was indeed feasible, felt a pang of disappointment upon recognizing that the young man had only 99 portions of materials to offer. How remarkably honest this fellow is. He truly expressed how much material he had brought, and dealing with someone so inflexible in business left him rather embarrassed. However, having already agreed on a price, he did not wish to waste time. He first set up a package of 99 units of level 2 mutton, which Ye Heng purchased for 2,970 pieces of wood. Following that, he prepared 2 additional packages, one containing 33 pieces of meat for 990 pieces of grass, while the remaining 6 pieces of meat were packaged with 180 stones. With 138 units of level 2 mutton in hand, Ye Heng turned towards the exit. "Wait, what about my fish? Aren't you buying any fish?" The fish seller was left dumbfounded, wondering about their supposed collaboration. The seller of mutton had already departed, leaving the fate of the fish uncertain. The quantity of meat exceeded expectations, rendering further purchases unnecessary. Ye Heng glanced back at the seller, realizing he had acquired far more than anticipated. Fish, not needed anymore. The fish seller had not mentioned selling earlier. Even if the fish seller had offered to sell for 30 pieces of wood, Ye Heng would not forsake the mutton for fish. With so many types of fish, they would occupy too much space in his inventory, making selection impossible without a price advantage. Yet, it was clear that the fish seller would not lower the price again. Chapter 31. The Spirit Item, Octopus Home. With a small octopus in hand, Ye Heng used his pass to teleport back home within the market. The island had not changed much. Merely the grass and small trees had grown taller, with nearly an hour left before they could be harvested. Upon reaching home, Ye Heng released the small octopus and offered it a piece of black fish meat to enjoy leisurely. Back on the island, the octopus clutched the meat with delight. It was not a matter of moving away from the island. This was quite sufficient. It had already circled the island twice in the evening and thoroughly enjoyed the place. "Take your time eating. I will tidy up first." Ye Heng placed the small octopus on the windowsill, which, though small, was secure enough to prevent it from falling. Most importantly, the octopus would remain calm while it had food to consume. After processing all 138 units of mutton at a ratio of 3:1, he acquired 46 units of level 2 fertilizer. The ore was processed at a rate of 2:1, and currently, he had 106 iron ores, from which he processed 50 units of level 2 or powder. Strengthening one base stone required 10 units of each material. Ye Heng then took out 12 pieces of level 2 black fish meat, which he processed into 4 units of fertilizer. Level 2 strengthening, level 2 fertilizer 50-10, level 2 or powder 50-10. With the materials gathered in equal measure, Ye Heng proceeded to strengthen 5 stones adjacent to the previous one. Island-based stone level 2 strengthening, defense 50, durability 1000, fertility 2, mineral resources selected. In total, he had 6 level 2 strengthened island-based stones. Aside from the one previously designated for food, the remaining 5 were all for minerals. Fruits, wood, and fodder were also necessary, but Ye Heng's most pressing need was for ores. The previous resources of grass and wood had vanished, and 5 piles of level 2 ore, each requiring an hour to mine, had respawned with the upgrade. The level 2 ore pile, shimmering with a metallic luster, stands in stark contrast to its level 1 counterpart. Interestingly, it appears that soil can indeed be extracted from this ore pile, a somewhat expected occurrence, perhaps. Having completed the necessary enhancements and tidied up, Ye Heng stored the remaining materials in his inventory. After sipping a bottle of water and resting for a brief 2 minutes, he embarked on a new round of practice for the morning. At precisely 9:35, Ye Heng executed 30 stable movements in his training routine, subsequently retrieving 8 pickaxes to place in his inventory for mining. These iron pickaxes were limited in number, and once depleted, he would need to forge new ones. However, while it was a significant consumption of resources, using a level 1 pickaxe on level 2 ore was not entirely unreasonable. As he began to mine, he received the following notifications: mining ore pile, iron ore 1, experience gained 5, and pickaxe durability 5. The durability consumption mirrored the experience gain, both escalating at a factor of 5. Thus, under stable conditions, a level 1 pickaxe could strike the level 2 ore pile 20 times. After several attempts, Ye Heng finally unearthed a new material, granite. This granite appeared in the form of stone blocks, albeit with a different coloration. From the first level 2 ore pile he mined, he successfully extracted 8 iron ores, 2 granites, 1 flint, 2 portions of soil, and 7 stone blocks. The yield from this endeavor was significantly greater than before. The 5 level 2 ore piles collectively provided Ye Heng with 42 iron ores, 6 granites, 14 flints, 16 portions of soil, and 18 stone blocks, culminating in 418 points of collection experience. This rapid accumulation of experience piqued Ye Heng's interest in further enhancing the island. Upon harvesting a level 2 potato, he noted that the yield was relatively modest. However, within the agricultural output, in addition to the level 2 potatoes serving as materials, there were also seeds. Therefore, one could not simply deduce which resource, food, or minerals offered greater profit based solely on quantity. After gathering small trees and weeds, Ye Heng amassed 364 experience points, 115 units of wood, 21 branches, and 228 weeds. Having organized these initial materials, he turned to check on the little octopus, only to discover it was nowhere to be found. A quick glance at the map revealed that the little creature had ventured to the beach. "Have you grown?" Ye Heng mused as he approached the shoreline, extending his hand toward the little octopus that was busy catching small fish. Just as the octopus had stealthily captured a fish with its tentacles, it noticed Ye Heng's hand before it. With a flourish, it waved its 4 tentacles, which held the captured fish and shrimp, and placed its catch into Ye Heng's palm. The little octopus had learned to hunt, making it capable of offering sustenance to its feeder. Observing the information about the octopus, Ye Heng found himself at a loss, caught between joy and delight. Ultimately, he chose to embrace the happiness of the moment. Spirit octopus, level 2 island-raised pet, health value 1000, tentacle ambush, entanglement, devour, level can grow, health value can reach 10,000 to be promoted to level 3, hunts and feeds its owner, mood elevated. After departing from its juvenile stage, the octopus revealed its grade: spirit grade, common grade, fine grade, superior grade, spirit grade, celestial grade. This is the current classification of qualities known. As for whether there exists a grade beyond celestial, that remains a mystery. Indeed, ordinary creatures cannot possibly possess such traits. Ye Heng observed his little octopus swiftly scuttling across the beach, catching a fish, then turning back to seek him out, placing the small fish in his palm. This little creature has displayed remarkable intelligence ever since its appraisal. Just last night, due to his ignorance of the fire's purpose, the octopus had deliberately approached the fire to demonstrate its utility to him. Could it be that player number 7's fervent desire to purchase identified pets stems from the fact that pets do not display their quality until they have matured beyond their juvenile phase? Or perhaps that individual possesses skills enabling unconfirmed quality pets to enhance their qualities during their growth phase? Well, there's nothing left to catch on the beach. You should take a break. Ye Heng watched as the little octopus diligently patrolled, capturing 10 small fish and shrimp, which he held in his hands. He crouched down to place the little creature gently in his palm and began the journey back. The little octopus had reached its adult form, now boasting a rounded head with a diameter of approximately 3 centimeters, its 8 tentacles capable of extending and retracting. Just moments ago, he had witnessed it stretch its tentacles to an impressive length exceeding 30 centimeters. However, when elongated, they appeared exceedingly slender, giving an impression of fragility. Had these level 1 small fish and shrimp possessed any aggression, they might have posed a risk to the little octopus. 2 of its tentacles entwined around Ye Heng's fingers, and as he walked, it crawled to the side of his palm, rolling down and dangling in midair, swaying gently. "All right, as long as you're happy, enjoy your play." Ye Heng glanced at the little octopus's information, which displayed satisfaction and a state of joyous play. Once again, he affirmed that this spirit-grade creature was indeed remarkably intelligent. Even in play, there was something uniquely special about it. It exhibited great confidence in the resilience of its 2 tentacles. Chapter 32. A 200-square-meter island, where a seawater aquaculture pool has been constructed. Defeated a level 1 small fish, hunting experience gained. 1. Ye Heng stood before the food processing station, crushing the small fish and shrimp that had been caught but not killed by the little octopus, transforming them into bait. Initially, he had believed that the small fish and shrimp captured by the octopus could no longer yield him experience points. However, this notification of experience acquisition confirmed that the little octopus was indeed very considerate. It possessed the ability to patrol and collect, catching prey without consuming it, thereby leaving it for him to defeat and gain experience. Yet, this realization made it apparent that a fish pond or aquarium was essential for his household. The optimal solution would be to construct a seawater aquaculture pool. By placing these small fish and shrimp inside, they could continue to thrive, and when needed, He could catch them, defeat them for hunting experience, and subsequently create bait. The more he pondered, the more he felt the pressing need for such an establishment. After acquiring 10 points of hunting experience, Ye Heng released the little octopus to frolic as he contemplated the direction of his construction. To expand the area by 1 square meter, requirements: 2972 soil, 10,825 stone. To establish a breeding pool, it was imperative not to build in areas that had already been reinforced. Opening the map, he selected the southern region and expanded it directly by 100 square meters, consuming 200 units of soil and 500 stones. In front of Ye Heng's position, a desolate initial cornerstone of an island appeared. Previously, his island, comprising land and beach, measured a total of 100 square meters. Now, the newly added area had doubled that. In the island construction interface, he adjusted the layout, relocating the beach area, which had previously been in the south and was now positioned in the center, to the edges. Next, he selected the location to commence the construction of the breeding pool. Seawater breeding pool, 582,500 stone, 219,200 wood, 9750 soil. Construction area, 555, capable of housing oceanic creatures owned by the player. Durability, 1000. The 5-meter-long and wide breeding pool was established at the northeastern corner of the newly expanded island, consuming materials to initiate construction. As a burst of radiance shimmered, the construction was completed. Seawater breeding pool, level 1, area 5.5, pool depth 5 meters, water depth 45 meters, durability 1000. Capable of breeding up to 1,000 level 1 oceanic creatures. With the area completed, Ye Heng observed the little octopus gliding past as it surveyed the island and approached to inspect the progress. The island now covered an area of 200 square meters, measuring 20 meters in length and 10 meters in width. The beach at the edge had expanded from the original 36 square meters to 56 square meters. The land area of the island now totaled 144 square meters, with numerous regions requiring reinforcement. Player, 99111 Island Lord. Ye Heng. Combat power, 13 skills. Body strengthening technique. Reinforcement type. Level. Hunting, level 1, 169200. Fishing, level 1, 35200. Gathering, level 6, 3233400. Planting, level 0, 29100. Island. Total area 200 square meters. Viewable, level 1 wooden cabin. Level 2 spiritual sea patrol octopus. Level 1 sea water breeding pool. Due to the abundance of items, the annotation regarding the total area of the island required an additional click in the personal information panel to reveal detailed information. Total area of the island, 200 square meters. Land area 144 square meters. Level 2 reinforcement 6 square meters. Level 1 reinforcement 58 square meters. Level 1 sea water breeding pool 25 square meters. Beach area 56 square meters. Level 1 reinforcement 36 square meters. The seawater breeding pool could also be reinforced, but such reinforcement only provided defense without resource regeneration. Generally, the only items that could regenerate within the breeding pool were supply boxes. Having constructed the seawater breeding pool, Ye Heng assessed the materials, realizing that the animal breeding pen also required construction. But he was currently short on stones and would need to wait for further gathering before proceeding. Creatures captured from the sea could be placed within, and if you do not comprehend, I shall guide you in capturing one. Ye Heng approached the edge of the aquaculture pond, gently lifting the small octopus in his hands before making his way to the fortified beach. After a considerable amount of time, he finally spotted a newly emerged little crab in the eastern direction. He set the octopus down, allowing it to capture the crab, and pinched the crab's delicate antennae, ensuring it could not escape. He then returned to the edge of the aquaculture pond with the octopus. With a simple gesture, he placed the octopus back into the pond, where it curiously prodded the crab's antennae, seemingly perplexed yet obediently gripping it. Once the octopus confirmed that Ye Heng posed no hindrance, it released its grip, allowing the crab to enter the water. Sensing the joy of its owner, the octopus experienced an epiphany. Capturing creatures from the beach meant they could be safely nurtured in its own pond, not only ensuring they wouldn't escape, but also that they could grow large enough to be consumed later. Go and play while I continue to cultivate. Ye Heng mused as he observed the octopus's tentacles swaying, feeling an unexplainable sense that the creature had developed a hoarding mentality. The mood indicator suggested a capacity for food storage, and the octopus eagerly prepared for a grand endeavor. Nevertheless, the beach was devoid of fish, shrimp, or crabs at that moment, so it meandered about playfully. Cultivation required intervals, and during this time, Ye Heng harvested matured resources while also rearranging the layout of his island. He positioned a decorative bonfire pedestal beside his house. In his 200-square-meter island, the radiance of a single bonfire sufficed. However, it necessitated reconstruction every 3 hours, and due to the inability to time it precisely at night, he usually had to create a new one upon waking to gather resources. The remnants of the previous bonfire could be placed in a newly established area, awaiting their natural disappearance when the time elapsed, while simultaneously cultivating and organizing. He glanced at the chat channel, keeping an eye on the industrious little octopus scurrying about on the beach. The octopus was busy, diligent, and earnest. By noon, just before the resource refresh, Ye Heng successfully completed another round of cultivation, earning 160 points of gathering experience. His warehouse saw an increase of 23 granite blocks, 47 iron ore pieces, 26 flint stones, 34 portions of soil, and 61 stones. This marked his mineral harvest. He also acquired 2 level, 2 corn seeds, 5 level, 1 corn seeds, 2 portions of level, 2 corn kernels, and 2 portions of level, 2 corn stalks. He had uprooted 318 weeds, felled 198 pieces of wood, and gathered 34 fallen branches. The little octopus worked industriously, managing to catch level 1 fish and shrimp that ventured into the beach area, always the first to seize them and transport them back to the aquaculture pond. During that half-morning, it captured 36 level 1 marine creatures. As Ye Heng's hunting experience was just 31 points shy of leveling up, he decided to approach the pond before the noon resource refresh. The octopus entered to catch, and once it returned with its bounty, Ye Heng would gently crush the captured creatures in his palm, feeding them one by one to the octopus. Both experienced joy, one from gaining experience and the other from being fed. Ye Heng's hunting level has ascended to level 2, augmenting his combat power by an additional point, currently totaling 14 points. Chapter 33, Level 3 Supply Box. Maintain composure. At precisely noon, the island's resources have refreshed. The sun shines brightly overhead, heralding the arrival of new resources. The island's area has doubled, yet the resources remain unchanged from before. Even the supply boxes have only yielded 4 in total, among which 1 level 3 supply box has appeared atop his house. How industrious! As the island's resources refreshed, the little octopus that had been clinging to Ye Heng hastily abandoned him upon spotting life on the beach. He too departed from the edge of the pool, intending to first unlock the level 3 supply box. Arriving at the front of the house, Ye Heng jumped a few times to test the stability before leaping directly onto the rooftop. Though the house was modest, it was remarkably sturdy, showing no signs of tremor as he landed. Squatting on the rooftop, Ye Heng began to open the level 3 supply box. Opening level 3 supply box, 98 ocean crystals, 1 package expansion voucher, 1 slot, 1 seaweed cultivation net recipe, 1 level 2 mermaid stone sculpture, 10 level 3 pearls, 2 level 2 grape seedlings, 33 level 2 granite, 42 level 2 flint, 45 level 2 iron ore, 6 level 2 cooking oil, 10 level 2 seasoning. Upon opening the supply box, Ye Heng found a plethora of items. He immediately utilized the package expansion voucher, increasing his inventory slots to 16. Crafting seaweed cultivation net, 50 grass rope, 10 ocean plant powder, a one-time use item, once crafted. It must be placed in a safe seawater area and can be harvested after 6 hours. The one-time item required a considerable amount of materials, and he could only hope for a profitable yield upon harvest. 2 weeds would yield 1 unit of grass rope, and with 100 weeds needed along with 10 units of ocean plant powder, he was fortunate to have exactly 10 units. After processing 50 units of grass rope, he crafted the net and placed it in the seawater cultivation pool, not rushing to open the subsequent supply boxes. Ye Heng hurried to harvest the food crop that was ready for gathering. There was no need for tools. He simply tugged at the connection point of the root system and uprooted it effortlessly. Gathered level 2 sweet potatoes, 2 level 2 sweet potato seedlings, 5 level 1 sweet potato seedlings, 6 level 2 sweet potatoes, 2 level 2 sweet potato vines. Gathering experience points, 55. The yield of level 2 sweet potatoes was quite satisfactory, particularly the seeds, which brought him joy. After collecting the sweet potatoes, he began mining. With diligent effort, He quickly excavated a pile of, or from 5 plots. There were also weeds, small trees, and a pile of level 1 ore. After a flurry of activity spanning several minutes, Ye Heng accumulated 1561 experience points in gathering, 231 weeds, 199 units of wood, 31 branches, 182 stones, 43 iron ores, 21 flints, 19 granites, and 33 units of soil. Having completed his gathering, Ye Heng leisurely consumed a jam-filled sandwich while preparing to open the remaining 3 level 2 supply boxes. This time, the level 2 supply boxes did not present many surprises. 26 ocean crystals, 2 logging axes, 1 pickaxe, 2 fishing rods, 89 units of soil, 109 stones, 113 pieces of wood, 141 weeds, 11 loaves of bread, 46 berries, and 13 bottles of water. This constitutes the entirety of the bounty from 3 supply crates. In comparison to previous experiences with recipes, the yield is somewhat disappointing. One must not be greedy. Ye Heng rubbed his face with both hands, dispersing the fleeting emotions that had surfaced. Securing 4 supply crates was already a considerable achievement. Moreover, he had opened a level 3 supply crate. It was unreasonable to feel unlucky simply because he had previously obtained superior items from a level 2 crate. Should such thoughts be indulged, one's mindset would inevitably shift, leading to dissatisfaction from the desire for more. A negative state of mind breeds restlessness, causing excessive contemplation during moments of repose, which in turn diminishes the quality of rest. If one's thoughts wander excessively during practice, it could not only affect patience and endurance, but also lead to mistakes during cultivation, with severe consequences potentially resulting in injury. For the sake of his safety and well-being, Ye Heng made some mental adjustments and swiftly regained his composure. It was not that he possessed an innate talent in this regard. Rather, his upbringing in a challenging familial environment compelled him to strive diligently. His motivation was simply to survive, to maintain his sanity, and to safeguard himself. With his mindset recalibrated, he proceeded to organize the items within his pack. Everything that could fit into the storage box was placed inside, and for those that could not, there was little that could be done, as his storage capacity remained somewhat limited. Noticing that 6 slots in his pack were occupied by level 1 and level 2 seeds, Ye Heng relocated all the stacked flower pots to the vacant space beside the breeding pool. Arranging them in a line, he currently had 8 pots at his disposal. 7 were level 1 pots, still capable of 1 more planting, while 1 was a level 2 pot. However, as it had initially housed level 1 cabbage, it could only accommodate level 1 plants for the next 8 rounds of planting. A small octopus scuttled across the ground with 4 of its tentacles, while the other 4 were clutching a small fish and shrimp. As it approached Ye Heng, it leaned in to observe what he was engaged in. "This is pot planting. You should hurry and put those down." Ye Heng chuckled at the octopus's antics. The industrious little creature likely spent a considerable amount of time during each resource refresh. When time permitted, he would consider finding it a basket or something similar, as it would be far more efficient than running back and forth with half of its tentacles raised. The octopus, oblivious to this, continued to immerse itself in the joy of placing small fish and shrimp into the pool, realizing that Ye Heng was preoccupied and thus resumed its task. Ye Heng took his planting shovel and planted 5 level 1 sweet potato seedlings and 3 level 1 potato seeds in the 8 pots. He chose not to dwell on the fact that potatoes were considered seeds rather than sprouts from the tubers. After all, this world operated in such a manner. Items were automatically collected into the pack during gathering, and all he needed to do was plant according to the methods recognized by this realm. Level 2 corn seeds, 3. Level 2 potato seeds, 2. Level 2 sweet potato seedlings, 2. Level 1 corn seeds, 13. Level 1 potato seeds, 2. Having planted 8 portions, he noticed a notification about insufficient water. He retrieved a bottle of drinking water and poured it into a flower pot. The act of planting and watering culminated in a harvest of 16 points of planting experience. A flower pot containing level 1 sweet potatoes is currently growing, ready for harvest in 6 hours. A flower pot containing level 1 potatoes is currently growing, ready for harvest in 4 hours. Different plants have varying maturation times post-planting. With his planting complete, Ye Heng glanced at his inventory, noting the remaining 32 bottles of drinking water. He resolved to gather materials upon his return to prepare for crafting a water purifier. Crafting a water purification device requires 416 wood, 1,000 iron ore, 18,350 flint, and 12,610 soil. As Ye Heng surveyed the required materials, he recalled having exhausted his supply of wood. There was no urgency. It was noon, and he could gather resources 3 more times in the afternoon. Chapter 34. Raising Chickens. Placing a personal fish statue. Level 1 breeding pen crafting recipe. For 116 wood, 100 stone. 3100 grass. 27150 sawdust. 10410 soil. Durability. 100. Area. 22. Capable of housing level 1 animals. Reflecting on the chicks and bunnies he had stored for a day, Ye Heng proceeded to construct the breeding pen. Even though his supply of drinking water was dwindling, he had only 6 small animals in his inventory, which would not deplete his 30-some bottles of water before nightfall. In the event of an unexpected situation, with one small animal consuming numerous portions of water, he would likely find himself unable to sustain them in the future. The completed breeding pen occupied 4 square meters and was positioned on an unenhanced stone foundation on the island. After placing it against the edge, Ye Heng inspected it thoroughly and found the breeding pen to be quite satisfactory. Encircled by a wooden fence standing 30 centimeters tall, it appeared incapable of containing anything. However, according to the world's rules, the animals within could not escape. Each side of the pen featured 2 distinct types of water basins and feeding troughs. One water basin, designed for larger animals such as cows and sheep, was a barrel model, while the other was shallower, suitable for chicks and bunnies. The feeding troughs varied as well. One was large and positioned along the edge of the pen, while the smaller one was placed close to the ground. Inside the pen, the ground was composed of fresh soil mixed with sawdust, providing a solid foundation, and was topped with processed grass. The feed for the chicks and bunnies consisted entirely of plant-based materials. Ye Heng observed that the breeding pen could accommodate up to 10 small animals simultaneously. With only 6 in his inventory, he felt no concern about exceeding capacity and promptly retrieved some cabbage to process into feed. From 5 cabbages, he produced 1 portion of level 1 herbivore feed, which was undoubtedly insufficient. However, he still possessed some level 2 materials. Selecting 5 level 2 sweet potatoes, he initiated the feed production process. The level 2 herbivore feed, composed of crushed sweet potatoes, is suitable for both level 1 and level 2 livestock. Level 2 animals can consume it for 3 hours, while level 1 animals can partake for 15 hours. However, only 1 animal can be fed at a time. Similarly, the level 2 herbivore feed, made from mashed potatoes, follows the same feeding guidelines. These 2 types of level 2 feed impose an upper limit on consumption without a lower limit. Higher level animals do not consume lower level food. Yet level 1 animals can eat level 2 feed, extending their feeding time 5-fold. Each portion of feed can only nourish 1 animal during the rearing period. If the animal has not finished its meal by the time of harvest, only then can the next animal be fed. This restriction compelled Ye Heng to initially release 2 chicks, 1 male and 1 female, both fluffy and orange-yellow, slightly larger than eggs. Upon their descent into the rearing pen, the chicks immediately began chirping incessantly in Ye Heng's direction. Both chicks were hungry, and their growth time was not yet displayed. Eat well, so you can lay eggs and hatch more chicks, Ye Heng encouraged. He placed 2 portions of level 2 feed into the pen, with each chick locking onto a portion and eagerly starting to eat. However, after just a few bites, they displayed signs of thirst, necessitating water. Ye Heng poured a bottle of water into the trough, and only 1 chick approached to drink. After pouring a second bottle, the other chick also joined in. The growth time for both chicks was only 6 hours. The breeding period likely required the hens to lay eggs and hatch them before the offspring could be harvested. It remained uncertain whether the chicks would become meat birds or egg-laying hens, or perhaps, with a stroke of luck, produce more that could breed. Ye Heng recalled a player who had initially purchased a brood of lambs capable of reproduction. Within 2 to 3 days of care, the lambs had reproduced to the point where they needed to be slaughtered for meat to acquire materials, after which the player returned home to construct a rearing pen. If all animals matured and reproduced within 6 hours, the rapid reproduction rate indeed felt remarkably swift. Once satiated and quenched, the chicks began to flutter within the confines of their pen, attempting to leap and glimpse the world outside. After observing their playful antics for a few minutes, Ye Heng glanced at the water trough, noting that the water he had poured would suffice for the chicks for 6 hours. Assured that everything was in order, he turned his attention away from the lively chicks and retrieved the statue he had set aside. The level 2 mermaid stone sculpture, amplifying ornament. Within the area enveloped by the mermaid stone sculpture's halo, Both level 2 and level 1 aquaculture creatures will be sheltered, with a 5 chance of yielding additional harvests. The coverage range of the mermaid halo is 1010. Once the ornament is placed, its coverage perfectly aligns with this newly expanded area. However, the 5 probability indicates that there is a chance of additional harvests with each collection, rather than a guaranteed occurrence every 20 attempts. Hence, it remains a matter of fortune regarding the amplification attributes. At the very least, this possibility exists, as prior to its placement, the chance of additional harvests was non-existent. Ye Heng stood before the towering mermaid statue, peering at the stone-carved figure with a discerning gaze. It was not a traditional mermaid. Rather, its upper body bore a resemblance to a human, while fundamentally, it was a fish, adorned with scales covering both its head and body. Regardless of its aesthetic appeal, the statue's effects were undeniably beneficial, and Ye Heng took great pleasure in it. A small octopus emerged from the pond, having just caught a few small fish, and scuttled over to deposit them. Climbing up to Ye Heng's feet, it circled around twice before ascending the statue. "What are you up to, sunbathing for dried octopus?" Ye Heng raised his hand and gently poked the little octopus perched atop the statue's head, bemused by its apparent joy. Could it be that the amplification effects of the statue also influenced the little octopus? Yet, as it was not an aquaculture creature, it should not be affected. Chapter 35. The truth behind Player 7's pet purchase exposed? Take your time. The stone sculpture will radiate warmth under the sunlight, so be careful not to get burned. Ye Heng was uncertain about the source of the octopus's delight, but since it seemed so content, he chose not to intervene. With a light touch on the octopus's tentacle, he offered a series of unintelligible admonitions before turning away to resume his training. His goal for the afternoon was to practice the strengthening technique twice before the refresh at 6 o'clock, all while maintaining uninterrupted harvesting. The little octopus sprawled atop the statue's head, swaying its tentacles as Ye Heng departed, then settled back down. It was now lazily uninterested in moving, occasionally flicking a tentacle to express its cheerful demeanor. While the octopus rested, Ye Heng had already commenced his training, shortening the intervals between movements to 1 minute and 30 seconds. Accelerating his practice. Although his body was becoming increasingly accustomed to the exertion, he still felt a lingering soreness. Currently, he managed to avoid any significant issues, persisting through the discomfort. With each completed round, he could further reduce the interval time. However, when attempting to push the pace beyond 1 minute and 40 seconds, Ye Heng discovered that he could only maintain a maximum of 1 minute and 35 seconds before adverse reactions began to surface. Uncertain of how others undergo their training, Ye Heng found himself grappling with a few movements. Although the precision of these actions posed a significant challenge, the profound transformations within his physique were indeed remarkable. This afternoon, he completed 2 rounds of training and wrapped up his resource gathering before 6 o'clock. Now, as he cradled a small octopus that approached him seeking sustenance, he mused aloud about the peculiarities of this skill aimed at enhancing one's physical capabilities. Initially, the movements were arduous, yet once he executed them correctly just once, subsequent attempts merely tested his body's endurance. Were one to suggest that this was an exercise in cultivating internal energy or perhaps a form of mythical ascension, he could entertain such notions, attempting to comprehend it through a fantastical lens. However, the skill bore the rather mundane name of body strengthening technique, which merely indicated its purpose of enhancing physical prowess. The small octopus, unaware of its owner's contemplations, sensed that Ye Heng's spirits were quite high. Stretching its tentacles, it continued to feast on a piece of black fish meat, understanding that it must satisfy its hunger before engaging in work. It had already grasped the concept of the 6-hour interval when numerous small fish and shrimp would appear on the beach, thus knowing that it was soon time to commence its tasks after a hearty meal. Isn't this splendid? As long as I continue to eat, I can grow stronger without overindulging, Ye Heng thought, glancing at the information in the chat channel before looking down at the little octopus, smiling gently and allowing it to enjoy its meal undisturbed. Throughout that afternoon, he gathered resources thrice. In the grain sector, each attempt yielded corn, resulting in 3 sets of level 2 corn seeds, 19 sets of level 1 corn seeds, 4 sets of level 2 corn kernels, and 3 sets of level 2 corn stalks. The 5 piles of level 2 were proved quite generous, providing a total of 65 blocks of granite, along with 88 iron ores, 11 flints, 35 portions of soil, and 102 stones. The quantities remained consistent. with each mining pile yielding approximately 20 units per collection. As for the level 1 resources, the weeds were sparse, with only 198 sprouting, while lumber produced 416 units and 83 branches. He also amassed 1,723 points of gathering experience, which, combined with the previous 5,957 points, allowed him to level up. Gathering level increased to level 6, combat power 1. Gathering, level 7. 1281-2800. His combat power rose to 15, although Ye Heng felt little difference, as this was no longer the initial stage where each increment of 1 could elevate him to 20. In the chat channel, a player suddenly emerged with a revelation regarding pet quality. It appears that pets identified post-assessment are not of a lower grade than common items. They must be nurtured to maturity before their quality tier is revealed. This highlighted a crucial point. Players acquiring unknown items to identify pets were not necessarily receiving the lowest tier as previously assumed. Discussions had circulated regarding the pet levels that could refresh in the marketplace. Regardless of whether they were celestial or mundane, many had observed some degree of these creatures. Yet, it was noted that pets identified by players might not even classify as common. Some argued that once matured, they would merely serve as ornamental companions, as they belong to an unremarkable tier. It is precisely because some individuals have placed their trust in such matters that, amidst bids of several hundred ocean crystals, a portion of players has concluded that selling their assets for ocean crystals would be more advantageous. A few hundred ocean crystals can procure any equipment or materials, far surpassing the value of nurturing a mere ornamental pet. However, in an intriguing twist, one player, reluctant to part with their pet, chose instead to care for it and generously provided it with ample food. Consequently, the fully matured pet exhibited distinctive quality attributes. 898. Is it truly possible? What then is the purpose of appraisal if one cannot glean any information from it? Is it merely to allow certain individuals to exploit the loopholes for their own gain? 90. Exploiting loopholes requires ocean crystals. It is not a matter of coercive sales. If someone is foolish enough to sell willingly, can we blame anyone? 7. The ones I purchased did not exhibit quality. They all perished during the evolution process. 16. 99. I am astounded. The lucky one claims the crystals have gone to waste. I ask you, do you believe his words, or do you trust that I am the sovereign of this realm? 89. O sovereign, I believe you. Thus, grant me a celestial pet. 62. O sovereign, bestow upon me a complete set of celestial techniques. I place my faith in you. 668. Perhaps he is not deceiving. Yesterday, I fished out a synthesis station, and each failure in synthesis increases the luck value. Continuous failures could potentially elevate the luck value to 100. 90. Let us pause. This is becoming rather alarming. 88. If low-grade materials are designated for high-level products, synthesis is bound to fail, and each failure augments the luck value, compounding endlessly. 99. This seems to fall under the category of a rule-based bug, does it not? 668. Mine has quality level restrictions. Yet, some individuals simply possess good fortune. Player 668, Ye Heng, observed the incessant stream of messages in the chat and harbored a belief in the potential existence of certain game-breaking mechanics. He accepted that such rules might indeed be in place, and who benefited from them was of little concern to him. Nevertheless, he made a mental note of the identifier. Aware that current player interactions were limited, yet uncertain if this would remain the case in the future. This time, Player 7, regardless of whether he could provide an explanation, would likely find it challenging to clarify matters. However, Ye Heng reflected on whether those pressing Player 7 for an explanation were merely following the crowd or mistakenly believed in the strength of numbers. Within this framework of mutual non-interference, did Player 7 truly need to regard the reactions of others? Ye Heng concluded that as long as one possessed a sound mind, there was no need to engage with such players. Yet, this was merely his perspective. At precisely 6 p.m., when the resource attribute information was revealed, Player 7 indeed took to the chat once more. Moreover, he offered a genuine clarification regarding the demise of his pet, which had been enhanced in quality, as well as the skills he had previously discussed. Ye Heng found it tiresome to speculate on the veracity of his words. But the fact that he expended ocean crystals to provide an explanation left Ye Heng perplexed. What was the motivation behind this? Reputation? Prestige? Chapter 36. The Eruption of Fortuitous Luck. Level 2 Mine Crystal Player 7 shared an extensive message, as he was currently in a paid mode of communication with no limitations on character count. My skill enhances the potential of pet offspring. A successful attempt yields high-quality traits, while a failure results in a portion of pet food. There is no luck percentage involved. And I have yet to succeed, accumulating 13 portions of pet food. Tomorrow, I plan to set up a stall for sale, so those interested may come and take a look. Player 668 responded, "What a pity, such a fine pet has been wasted," which seemed to carry a tone of mockery. Following this, some expressed skepticism, while others mentioned they would be heading to Trade City tomorrow and would take a look then. Various opinions were shared, but Ye Heng merely skimmed through the messages, as he had already begun gathering resources. As evening approached at 6 p.m., the supplies on his island had refreshed. Gathered 2 level wheat, 2 level wheat seeds x2, 1 level wheat seed x6, 1 portion of 2 level wheat flour, 1 portion of 2 level wheat straw. Gathering experience, 26. This evening's refresh yielded wheat, not just the grains, but directly produced wheat flour. Ye Heng found this intriguing, uncertain if it was merely a stroke of luck to acquire a semi-finished product or if wheat inherently yielded only flour. The wheat was uprooted and automatically decomposed, appearing in his inventory as 4 distinct items. Upon collecting the grain, Ye Heng resumed mining. Gathered 2 level or pile, iron or x1. Gathering experience, 5. Fortuitous luck erupts. You have obtained a level 2 mine crystal. After extracting 18 materials from the second or pile, a shimmering, translucent crystal appeared in his hand as the pile vanished. Level 2 mine crystal can be used on level 2 or piles. Once activated, it provides automatic mining for 3 days, yielding 1 portion of level 2 or lower or every 3 minutes. Automatic mining? Ye Heng found this revelation somewhat perplexing. Was this truly a mine crystal rather than a mining sprite? The nomenclature seemed misaligned, yet it undeniably served the purpose of automated collection. In 1 hour, it could yield 20 portions, amounting to 480 portions in a day, and over 3 days, a total of 140 ores. Given Ye Heng's own mining capabilities, he could extract approximately 320 ores from 1 mining location in a single day, without the need for player intervention during the 3 days, thus acquiring an additional 480 ores. It was indeed a remarkable item, but should he utilize it? Ye Heng shook his head and decided to store it. Since this fortunate item was a product of serendipity, it could be placed on auction to exchange for ocean crystals. Though he had no aversion to acquiring these extra ores, his greater need lay with the ocean crystals. As for the automatic mining, it held little significance for him, given that extracting from an ore pile took no more than half a minute, especially since he could mine more than just this single pile. With the mine crystal secured for sale, Ye Heng brandished his pickaxe and continued his gathering endeavors. After extracting the ore, he proceeded to clear the weeds, and upon finishing that task, he began chopping down trees. By 6:15 p.m., Ye Heng had thoroughly cleared the entire area available for gathering. The harvest included granite 18, iron ore 36, flint 44, soil 38, stones 68, weeds 256, wood 198, twigs 31. Aside from a singular or crystal, these were the spoils stored in his inventory. This round of refresh yielded a total of 117 points of gathering experience. Checking the time, after placing the materials into the storage box, Ye Heng made his way to the breeding area. This half-enhanced island zone had temporarily transformed into a breeding and planting ground. The small octopus was diligently patrolling, capturing 35 level 1 fish and shrimp at a time, depositing them in the pool, and then returning to its previous position to continue its pursuit. Noticing the approaching creature, Ye Heng crouched down and gently touched its tentacle. "This makes me feel as though you are putting in even more effort than I am," he mused, poking the octopus's tentacle before deciding not to disturb it further. He stood up and approached the edge of the pool to retrieve the visible seaweed farming net. Level 2 seaweed 100 pieces. Gathering experience 500. As he lifted the seaweed farming net from the pool's edge, the entire net vanished, and 100 pieces of level 2 seaweed materialized in his inventory. 5 pieces of marine plants could be processed into 1 piece of marine plant powder, and seaweed also qualified as a marine plant. Now, this collection of 100 seaweed could be transformed into 20 pieces of marine plant powder. Is this akin to planting and reaping a double harvest? Ye Heng contemplated the seaweed in his inventory, realizing that it could soon be processed into plant powder, only to be replanted, yielding 200 pieces of seaweed by midnight. This calculation seemed quite promising, especially as the investment increased the returns. Unhurried, he finished gathering the seaweed and turned back to the breeding enclosure. Unlike the manual or tool-assisted gathering, the harvest from the breeding area was a one-click operation. Above the breeding enclosure, a virtual frame displayed what could be harvested, and Ye Heng merely had to reach out to touch it. At this moment, the fluffy chicks he had placed in the enclosure at noon had grown into 2 chickens, each weighing no less than 10 pounds, 1 male and 1 female. The rooster paced restlessly within the enclosure, while the hen nestled among the pile of weeds, half-spread wings protecting the chicks hiding beneath its body. Level 1 hen chick, reproductive, 1, level 1 chicks 6, upon clicking to collect. 2 distinct types of chicks appeared in his inventory. One was a solitary fluffy chick labeled as a hen, marked with the reproductive tag. The other 6 were stacked together in the same inventory slot, lacking any indication of gender, merely labeled as chicks. Such a stark contrast in treatment. Ye Heng felt quite pleased with this harvest, retrieving the reproductive chick and placing it back into the breeding circle. In the breeding pen, there are 3 animals, each marked with distinct information. The level 1 hen can lay eggs and hatch them up to 10 times, while the rooster merely displays a duration, which is quite normal, as it is the hen that lays and hatches the eggs. Observing the hungry chick, Ye Heng poured a portion of cabbage feed from his inventory into the feeding trough. He then filled the water trough with 3 bottles of water and decided to leave it at that for the time being. He would return later to add more feed and await the midnight harvest, hoping that by then, the chick would still retain its breeding label. Chapter 37. Disturbance. The critically endangered creatures of the ocean. Harvested crops. 5 level 1 sweet potatoes. Experience gained. 5. Harvested crops. 5 level 1 potatoes. Experience gained. 5. He had planted a total of 8 flower pots, each containing a single plant. After harvesting, it was no surprise that each plant yielded a stable output of 5 units. Level 1 sweet potatoes. 25 units. Level 1 potatoes. 15 units. After the collection was complete, only 1 level 2 flower pot remained, which still had 7 planting opportunities left. The other 7 level 1 pots vanished along with their soil as their planting opportunities were exhausted. It seemed he would need to clear a piece of land. Looking at the solitary remaining flower pot, Ye Heng realized that as long as the resources on the island continued to respawn, he would accumulate more seeds from his harvests. With seeds in hand, it was imperative to engage in planting, as agriculture also required upgrading. For now, he planted a potato seed in the pot, watered it with a bottle, and then proceeded to craft an algae farming net. Using 200 pieces of grass and 100 units of level 2 algae, he placed 2 new algae farming nets in the pond. With the nets set, Ye Heng remembered that his greater need at present was a water purification device. Crafting water purification device. Wood 10301000, iron ore 30750, flint 18110, distillation mode. Pour impurity-free seawater into it, and in 10 minutes, obtain 1 bottle of drinking water. The purifier has a durability of 1000 and can purify 1000 bottles of drinking water. The water purifier is a machine occupying an area of 1 square meter, perfectly fitting a section of the island's base, producing 6 bottles of water per hour. If the quantities of farming and breeding increased, he would likely need to install numerous purifiers. As Ye Heng adjusted the placement of the purifier, he suddenly realized that the production time for drinking water was rather slow. Water purification device has been placed. The water purification device consists of 3 parts. A 1-meter-tall main body enclosed in iron sheets, concealing its inner workings. On the side, there is a water intake port with a metal bucket attached, allowing one to fetch water and pour it in. At the lower side, there is a small platform designated for retrieving drinking water, where bottles of purified water can be collected one by one. Certainly, the plastic bottle will vanish automatically after the water is consumed, exactly like those obtained from a supply crate. After properly setting up the water purifier, Ye Heng took the bucket and approached the beach, placing it directly on the surface of the sea. Suddenly, a sense of impending danger surged within him, prompting him to leap back 4 or 5 meters with the bucket in hand. A shadow darted past, causing a tremendous splash on the water's surface. In such waters, could there truly be someone swimming? Aside from fishing, this was Ye Heng's first encounter with the ocean beyond the beach. The shadow that had emerged to attack him merely slapped the surface of the water before swiftly diving beneath. Retreating as he stepped back and pulled the bucket away from the sea, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of a fish tail and the splashing water. gleaning no further information. However, the speed of its appearance and disappearance led Ye Heng to conclude that this fish must be extraordinarily powerful. Unlike the mutated kelp, which had at least granted him a moment to react and catch it for roasting, this fish had eluded his sight entirely, revealing not even its shape, only a fleeting glimpse of a sizable tail. A small octopus swiftly crawled over from the opposite end of the beach. Upon nearing him, it cautiously extended its tentacles and tapped on Ye Heng's shoe. Though it could not see, it sensed the lingering presence of a very dangerous creature emanating from the sea. Despite its brief appearance, the existence of such a creature could not be denied. It's all right. I've always been aware of the danger, but I never anticipated it would be this perilous. Ye Heng took a deep breath to steady his nerves, grappling with a lingering tremor from his earlier lapse in judgment. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had spared him from plunging into the water. The small octopus climbed onto his shoulder, its tentacle gently tapping against his racing heart. It understood that this was a reaction to the fright he had experienced. You must be cautious as well. The beach is safe, but avoid venturing into the sea beyond. Although Ye Heng struggled to articulate these thoughts, he felt compelled to express them. He temporarily set the bucket down, noting that it was only 6:30, and the sky was rapidly darkening. He gathered materials to construct a fire pit atop a raised platform. As the flames ignited, their warm glow enveloped the entire island in a gentle orange light. In that moment, the presence of fire accentuated the darkness of the surrounding waters. Ye Heng resumed his task, taking the bucket to the aquaculture pool to fill it with seawater for the purifier. He chastised himself for his earlier folly. There were undoubtedly safe aquaculture pools on the island, and even a shallow beach from which he could draw water. Why had he thought to place the bucket directly into the sea? After filling the purifier to capacity with seawater, Ye Heng finally sat down, rubbing his chest to soothe his racing heart. Taking another deep breath, he felt his heartbeat gradually returning to normal after that moment of tension. The little octopus remained perched upon his shoulder, and only after Ye Heng's heartbeat returned to its normal rhythm did it gently pat his chest once more. As Ye Heng raised his hand to touch its tentacle, the creature playfully brushed against his fingers before descending to continue its pursuit of small fish and shrimp. "Why don't you give it a try? Capture some and place them in here," he encouraged, observing the little octopus swiftly returning with several small fish. Ye Heng retrieved the grass basket he had previously used for fishing and placed it before the octopus, inviting it to experiment. Unable to comprehend the intent, the octopus instinctively crawled into the basket to assess its size before emerging again. As Ye Heng continued to nudge the basket toward it, one of its tentacles coiled around the rim, lifting it and scuttling off toward the beach. Although the beach was nearly devoid of small fish and shrimp, the octopus, having successfully captured a few and ensured they would not escape, joyfully held the basket aloft with 2 tentacles, returning to show Ye Heng. Shaking the basket, the octopus deliberately raised it higher as Ye Heng crouched down to admire its catch. "Very impressive. Now you can carry the basket without needing to make multiple trips," Ye Heng remarked, sensing a hint of pride in the little creature's display. Gently tapping its tentacle with his finger, he observed the octopus wiggling its appendages, recognizing its delight. Confirming that such equipment was indeed usable by the octopus, Ye Heng took it along to pour the captured fish and shrimp into the seawater aquaculture pool. Seawater aquaculture pool, 2-level seaweed cultivation nets, 79 level 1 small fish, 65 level 1 small shrimp, 33 level 1 small crabs. Ye Heng noted the quantities of fish, shrimp, and crabs displayed before him, realizing that to upgrade his hunting skill, he would require 400 experience points, an amount still insufficient for his needs. So he decided to leave it for now. With the little octopus now finished with its task, he approached his dwelling and presented the last remaining piece of level 2 black fish meat, allowing the octopus to dine first. Although reaching 1,000 health points signified a transition from juvenile to adult status, it remained uncertain whether this was due to its exceptional qualities or the octopus's voracious appetite. Regardless of the reason, its health points maximum would indeed increase with each meal consumed. Spiritual quality coastal octopus, level 2 island raised pet, health points 1963, tentacle assault, constriction, devour. Level can be grown, health points of 10,000 required for promotion to level 3. Owner frightened, companionship, chapter 38, gathering fruit and felling trees. Everything is fine now. We need to modify the types of resources in this area. Ye Heng assessed the materials in his possession, noting that the storage boxes had increased to 8. yet he still felt they were insufficient. Fortunately, with the newly expanded area of the island, if more storage was needed, he could construct additional boxes. However, it was also time to prepare for a house upgrade. The only obstacle was the scarcity of wooden planks. Thus, his first step toward enhancing his abode was to obtain level 2 lumber and process it into level 2 planks. Yet, to elevate the island's cornerstone to level 2, level 2 fertilizer would be essential. At level 2, the fertilizer requires 3 portions of either meat or plants to yield 1 portion of fertilizer. Currently, there are no level 2 animals to produce such meat, nor can one anticipate the appearance of level 2 marine creatures to wreak havoc. Thus, there exists a necessity for level 2 plants. The originally designated mineral piles and food, consisting of 6 level 2 marine stone blocks, have been entirely transformed by Ye Heng into fruit. He could have chosen to convert them into timber, yet he suddenly recalled the myriad potential uses for fruit. Fruits can be consumed directly, transformed into enhanced juice, crafted into feed, and processed into fertilizer. Although uncertain, he hoped the quantity of fruit would not be scarce. It would be unfortunate if a plot of land yielded only a single large watermelon, leading him to share it with a small octopus. Fortunately, upon modification, seeing the seedlings sprouting in the soil brought Ye Heng a sense of satisfaction. The level 2 apple tree, in its seedling state, can be harvested in 1 hour, yielding apples, apple wood, branches, and a chance of obtaining apple tree seedlings. Similarly, the level 2 apricot tree, also in its seedling state, can be harvested in 1 hour, providing apricots, apricot wood, branches, and a chance of acquiring apricot tree seedlings. With 3 apple trees and 3 apricot trees, Ye Heng realized that wild resources are typically uprooted for grasses, felled at the base for trees, and mined until depletion. These are fruit trees, producing both fruits and timber. If they were self-planted, it would likely involve several harvests followed by the collection of the trees themselves. As Ye Heng contemplated continuing his training, he glanced at the small octopus perched on his shoulder, shaking his arm to adjust his position. He had a simple dinner of bread and, with some effort, hoped to gain 2 more training sessions of combat power before bedtime. The octopus's tentacles shifted from his shoulder to his arm, curling around to prevent a fall. Thanks to the tentacle's extensibility, Ye Heng did not need to worry about injuring the small creature as his muscles flexed. After stretching his arms and legs, he embarked on his evening training. The training movements required a brief interval of 1.5 minutes, during which Ye Heng observed the chat channel and listened to the roaring waves and distant animal calls. An hour later, standing beneath a 2-meter-tall apple tree, he reached out to begin picking apples. Harvesting from the apple tree, level 2 red apple acquired, experience points gained, 5. In truth, the apple tree felt quite constrained within its 1-meter range, so when Ye Heng picked 11 fist-sized red apples, he genuinely felt that the quantity was substantial. After harvesting the apples, the tree still indicated it was ready for further collection. Taking out his lumberjack axe, he swung it down upon the tree. Chopping down apple trees yields materials of the 2nd level, 1 unit of lumber, 1 unit of apple wood, and experience points for gathering, depending on the tree felled. Upon delivering the final blow to the last apple tree, it vanished, leaving a few twigs scattered upon the ground. Regardless of whether the trees are of the 1st or 2nd level, the twigs that drop remain the same, unless they are special materials, which bear distinct names. Collecting the materials, Ye Heng proceeded with his gathering endeavors. He harvested the fruits from 6 plots, felled the trees, and swiftly cleared the weeds and saplings from the remaining 40 or so plots. His bounty included 35 units of 2nd-level red apples, 2 2nd-level apple saplings, 3 units of 2nd-level apple wood, 38 units of 2nd-level apricots, for 2nd-level apricot saplings, 3 units of 2nd-level apricot wood, and 62 units of 2nd-level lumber. Additionally, there were 104 weeds, 381 units of lumber, and 87 twigs. This gathering session netted him a remarkable 1,307 experience points, yet the experience required for the next level is a staggering 12,800, necessitating approximately 10 more sessions to advance. During Ye Heng's approximately 20 minutes of gathering, the little octopus had already scoured the beach for small fish and shrimp, placing them into a basket before bringing them to the aquaculture pond. Upon returning to Ye Heng's side, the octopus climbed up his arm once more, continuing its role as a delightful companion. "Are you worried that I'm scared?" Ye Heng mused, observing the emotional tag of the octopus, still indicating that its owner was startled. The little octopus, misinterpreting Ye Heng's stillness as a sign of poor positioning, adjusted itself and deliberately relaxed some of its tentacles to demonstrate its flexibility, hoping to alleviate any concerns of its owner. Seeing the octopus's response brought a smile to Ye Heng's face. He took a few sips of water and began crafting a batch of reinforcement materials. The recipe required 2 units of second-level fertilizer and 2 units of second-level mineral powder. From 30 apples and 30 apricots, he produced 20 units of fertilizer. The mineral powder required 2 units of, or to create 1, and this time, Ye Heng utilized 40 units of iron ore. Adjacent to the second-level reinforcement, he successfully produced 2 blocks of second-level island cornerstone. With the addition of these 2 resources, Ye Heng designated them for fruit production, allowing him to focus on his training with peace of mind. At around 9:40 in the evening, Ye Heng completed his initial training session for the night. He replenished the water basin in the breeding circle with 3 bottles of water and replaced the firewood on the hearth. After a brief respite, he engaged in another gathering session, earning 1,100 experience points and reinforcing 2 more plots of land. Following another training round, by 11:30, he completed his second training session of the night, collecting 2 more blocks of second-level island cornerstone. Exhausted, the collection has been completed and the foundation has been reinforced. Ye Heng opened the door and entered the house, taking a brief moment to recuperate as he had only 10 minutes left. Midnight was approaching, and he eagerly anticipated the forthcoming supply crate refresh. Chapter 39. The Oceanic Incident. The weakened mermaid at precisely midnight. The oceanic resources have been refreshed. The oceanic event has commenced. Players have become acclimated to this world, ushering in the first phase of ocean survival. With the activation of the oceanic event, players may undertake event tasks to earn additional rewards. Danger and opportunity coexist. The secrets of the ocean have been unveiled, awaiting players' exploration and discovery. The refresh at midnight not only replenished resources, but also initiated a perilous phase. Was the previous phase merely a novice transition? Ye Heng promptly opened the map to ascertain the absence of danger, allowing him to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. He opened the chat channel, gathering information while continuing his collection, curious if other players had disclosed further insights. 97. An unknown treasure chest has appeared on my island. The label suggests it may be something valuable, or perhaps a calamity. 99. A mermaid has surfaced in my waters, singing, but I cannot comprehend a word. 32. While you all experience tranquil events, I am besieged by a tempest. My level 1 wooden cabin is swaying precariously. 20. Has everyone encountered events? I have seen nothing. Upon rising, I found merely 2 supply crates. 92. Nothing has transpired, save for the sounds of the sea breeze and waves, nothing else. 7. Just a few supply crates, nothing else occurred. Has anyone encountered an event that posed no danger but offered benefits? 668. It appears I am quite fortunate this time. Submitting 30 portions of food granted me a premium automatic defensive crossbow platform. 96. Is that permissible? Could 30 loaves of bread suffice instead? 668. Indeed, bread will do. 98. Trading 30 loaves of bread for a premium building. An automatic defensive crossbow platform. Does this mean I no longer need to guard the island? As the information refreshed, Ye Heng continued to gather resources while observing their discussions, uncertainly reopening the view of his island, which remained eerily quiet. It seemed manageable at least. There was no immediate danger. While Ye Heng was collecting, a small octopus scuttled to the refreshed beach, filling a basket with fish, shrimp, and crabs before circling back to the breeding pond to deposit its bounty. A little past midnight, Ye Heng completed his gathering. From 12 plots of level 2 enhanced land, the variety of fruits increased, yielding 214 points of gathering experience. This time, he harvested 4 types of fruit: 46 apples, 21 apricots, 33 peaches, and 30 oranges. He acquired 3 apple saplings, 1 apricot sapling, 5 peach saplings, and 3 orange saplings. In total, the fruit trees yielded 19 portions and 168 pieces of level 2 wood. Additionally, he collected 223 pieces of level 1 wood, 146 weeds, 89 stones, 8 iron ores, and 71 branches. The collection was completed, and Ye Heng savored a jam-filled bread before preparing to open the supply chest. At midnight, only 3 supply chests appeared on the island, 1 level 3 and 2 level 2. While not abundant, the mere existence of a level 3 chest brought Ye Heng a sense of joy. Just as he approached the edge of the breeding pool to open the level 3 chest, a small octopus unexpectedly leaped from the water. It truly leapt. With its 8 tentacles slapping the surface, it sprang onto the shore. What is going on? Ye Heng extended his arm, allowing the octopus to climb up. As it wrapped its limbs around his arm, he gently stroked its body for reassurance. Though he knew there would be no response, he leaned forward to investigate further. Marine Special Event. The Siren's Lament. The merfolk are adept in mental attacks. Their enchanting songs can safeguard them, yet also bring calamity. This particular mermaid has escaped from a Naga prison and, passing through your island, now seeks ample sustenance to satiate its hunger. Warning: exercise caution. A famished mermaid is indiscriminate in its pursuit of food, and humans could very well be included in its diet. Weak merfolk. Health points 138596990 gulp. Ye Heng examined the mermaid's information, swallowing nervously. Despite being extremely weakened, it still possessed over 1.3 billion health points, truly astonishing. Moreover, the mermaid was neither an invading creature nor a target for hunting. No other information was displayed, save for this intimidating health value. Do you eat bread? Ye Heng asked as he took the small octopus with him to retrieve a piece of bread from his supplies. Approaching the pool, he felt no need to contemplate escape. As it was simply not an option, the thought of attacking was equally futile, even if he were to strike. He might exhaust himself without making a dent in the mermaid's formidable recovery. Thank you for the food, human. The scaly mermaid leaned against the pool's edge, extending a claw resembling a human hand to accept the bread, then promptly bit off half. In 2 bites, it devoured the entire piece, its gaze fixed on Ye Heng, clearly awaiting further offerings. Ye Heng had amassed a total of 63 pieces of bread in his storage, which he promptly offered one by one to the mermaid. Once the bread was consumed, he presented 26 jam-filled breads. After these 2 were devoured, he brought out 107 berries. Though small, the mermaid showed no disdain, deftly pinching the berries with its fingers and bringing them to its mouth. Once all available food had been consumed, Ye Heng was left with only level 2 fruits. Freshly harvested, this was all he had. He placed the fruits at the water's edge, forming a small pile that included over 20 remnants from prior collections. After laying out all the edible provisions, a new label appeared in the mermaid's information: the selfless gift from humanity. As the mermaid grew increasingly weak in her flight, she stumbled upon a diminutive, barren island inhabited by humans. With no alternatives, she crawled ashore in search of aid. Upon seeing the feeble mermaid, a remarkably honest and warm-hearted human generously offered all his provisions to her. Ye Heng indeed found himself devoid of food. The ingredients he possessed were irrelevant, for the mermaid sought only sustenance, and unprepared ingredients did not fall within the designated category. Thus, as Ye Heng presented all he had, a new status appeared for the mermaid, and her vitality surged swiftly. In gratitude for this genuine gift, the weakened mermaid transformed into a form pleasing to the human eye, adopting a new name: Princess Mermaid Lily. Vitality 100 billion. 100 billion. This revelation indicated that her earlier state, with only a few billion, was indeed one of extreme frailty. However, considering her status as the princess of the entire merfolk lineage, such vitality was not unexpected. Human, I thank you for aiding me through this calamity. Your sincerity and warmth have touched the ocean god, who has restored me to my former self. As the princess of the merfolk, I shall bestow upon you a blessing. The mermaid princess ascended from the water's surface, enveloped by rippling waves, and before Ye Heng could utter a word, the blessing was already conferred. Receive the blessing of Princess Mermaid Lily, gaining a permanent blessing aura that ensures continuous good fortune in island construction. Continuous good fortune in island construction. Blessing aura. When you engage in island building activities, there is a chance to perform identical actions without resource consumption. Chapter 40. After midnight. The moon vanished. Ye Heng gazed upon the now tranquil island, the mermaid Princess Lily having departed. Continuous good fortune. This blessing surely ranks among the finest of its kind. Does it not? The more actions he undertook, the greater the opportunity for resource-less constructions. This blessing bore no detriment to him, and importantly, there was no cap on its efficacy. Yet, the probabilistic nature of it posed a conundrum. For instance, if he aimed to enhance the island's cornerstone to level 2, yet upon the chance of executing an additional resource-free action, he found himself lacking a level 1 cornerstone for the upgrade. In such a scenario, he would have no choice but to forego the resource-free operation. Although relinquishing it would not constitute a loss for him, the frustration of potentially discarding a tangible benefit due to inadequate preparation was palpable. Regarding the island's cornerstone, it was certainly prudent to upgrade several backups of varying levels. However, this blessing encompassed a vast scope, applying not solely to the cornerstone, but to all island construction activities, with a probability of resource-less actions during the building process. After the departure of the mermaid princess, the little octopus quickly regained its composure from the fright it had experienced. Yet, it found itself perplexed, unable to comprehend the complexity of Ye Heng's emotions at that moment. The mermaid princess bestowed upon us an unparalleled and magnificent gift, leaving me somewhat elated and dazed. Ye Heng sat by the pool, reaching out to retrieve 2 seaweed cultivation nets nearby. This blessing, the value of which will only amplify in the future, allows for boundless imagination. Just envision the moment when we can construct ethereal edifices on the island, with materials prepared and fortune favoring us. It is exhilarating merely to contemplate. The little octopus recognized that Ye Heng was indeed joyful, albeit in a rather peculiar manner, yet it felt reassured. The treasure chest remained unopened. The chicks still needed to be gathered, and there was the fire pit to consider, not to mention the potatoes. In a state of buoyancy, Ye Heng decided to collect the chicks from the breeding pen. Level 1 hen chicks, reproducible, 2, level 1 chicks 10. Upon harvesting, he obtained 2 hen chicks, which he decided to set aside for the time being until he had feed to sustain them. Unfortunately, he had given all the fruit to the mermaid princess, leaving him devoid of the raw materials needed to create feed. Meanwhile, a potato planted in a flower pot yielded a stable output of 5. In his inventory, he had 200 units of level 2 seaweed, which he processed into 40 units of marine plant powder, 400 pieces of grass transformed into 200 units of grass rope, and ultimately crafted 4 seaweed cultivation nets. With these tasks completed, Ye Heng fashioned a fire pit anew and, accompanied by the little octopus entwined around his hand, proceeded to open the supply chest. Opening level 3 supply chest. Ocean crystal 100, storage cabinet, 10 slots. Crafting recipe 1, bun crafting recipe 1. Level 3, sea cucumber 10. Level 2 planks 13. Level 2 granite 35. Level 2 flint 47. Level 2 iron ore 41. Level 2 hay 50. Wheat flour 50. Water 33. The level 3 supply chest revealed an abundance of valuable items, particularly the storage cabinet, which, while occupying a single foundational slot on the island, offered an increased number of compartments. Bun food crafting, wheat flour 511, meat filling or vegetarian filling 01. Food effects vary according to the materials used for the filling. The bun recipe was commendable, yet Ye Heng found himself lacking the recipes for the vegetarian or meat fillings. The crafting mechanics of this world are rather inflexible, necessitating a recipe for processing. Anything manually created would be unrecognized and would slowly deteriorate as resources were wasted. With everything stored in his inventory, Ye Heng, accompanied by the little octopus, continued to open the other 2 level 2 supply chests. Opening level 2 supply chest. Ocean crystal 3, lumber axe 1, flint 2, soil 26, stone 53, wood 41, grass 43, jam-filled bread 2, berries 10. Water 2. Opening level 2 supply chest. Cotton cloth 10, iron ore 5, soil 20, stone 41, wood 33, grass 49, jam-filled bread 1. Water 5. The 2 level 2 supply chests did not yield any recipes, but the basic materials were quite satisfactory. Notably, 3 more jam-filled breads had been acquired, ensuring there would be food to fill their bellies in the morning. After a brief slumber, Ye Heng arose around 1:40 to gather resources. Having finished opening the supply box, he noted the time was already past midnight. Seizing the moment, he hurried back to his room and lay down. Given his already scant nightly rest, he sought to prolong his sleep as much as possible. As soon as he reclined, he swiftly sank into a deep slumber. In his dreams, something seemed to transpire, yet upon waking, he found his mind foggy, unable to recall the specifics of his dreams. By 2 o'clock, he had overslept. Rising to check the time, Ye Heng promptly opened the door to venture out for gathering. The little octopus was absent from the house. A glance at the map revealed it had scampered off to the beach to fish, catch shrimp, and collect crabs. In a matter of minutes, he efficiently completed the gathering. And shortly thereafter, the little octopus returned, after which they prepared a new campfire and returned to sleep. That night, he enjoyed a lengthy rest. After waking at 2, he next stirred again at around 3:40, finishing his gathering just before 4. The third round of gathering commenced at 5:30. This time, there was no rush, and he completed it in about 20 minutes. By 5:50, Ye Heng sat on his bed, indulging in a jam-filled bread while sipping water to recuperate. Just as he initiated the crafting of 10 storage boxes, intending to adjust his supplies once completed, he suddenly realized something quite unusual. Had there been no moon or stars last night? Glancing at the chat channel, Ye Heng chewed and swallowed his bread before standing to open the door. Standing on the pristine island post-gathering, he tilted his head skyward, seeking traces of the moon that should still be present at this hour. Ordinarily, as the sun rose in the east, the moon in the west would almost simultaneously vanish. Now, however, both sides bore nothing but the sky gradually brightening. Chapter 41. The overabundance of resource types. Storage cabinets occupy significant space. 93. Those who have just realized the moon is missing. Did you sleep so soundly as to fear that fish might come ashore to devour you? 99. What nonsense. If there were any danger, alerts would be issued. 52. If there are alerts, why sleep through the entire night? Don't you all rise to gather? 31. Gather what? I can understand gathering during the first half of the night, but do you also get up at set times for the latter half? 12. Reading your comments. It seems my liver is issuing a warning. I can almost feel a pain that does not exist. 89. A salute to the diligent gatherers. May I ask how many materials you have amassed through your efforts? 11. Gathering 16 times in a day on an 80-square island, having expanded it by 20 squares. My liver is nearly ruined. It's not worth it compared to those lucky ones who casually open a supply box. 10. You gather 16 times, truly insane. 23. If luck does not favor you in obtaining items, how can you avoid overexertion? Are you merely waiting to perish on a 20-square island? 101. I am currently lying down waiting for death. I've dismantled my house and am simply resting on the island as cornerstone. 88. A ruthless dismantler. Do you have any inheritance left? Do share it with me. As the messages in the chat channel scrolled by, it was evident that the conversation had once again veered off course. However, it was not long before the conversation was redirected, resuming the discourse on the absence of the moon at midnight. As they discussed the moon's disappearance, naturally, the conversation shifted to the oceanic events that only commenced at the stroke of midnight. Some claimed to have acquired valuable items, while others lamented the calamities they had encountered. Until precisely 6 o'clock in the morning, when the island's resources refreshed, the sun rose in the east, casting its golden rays upon the isle once more. This day's sunlight elicited an initial sensation of warmth, swiftly followed by a piercing brightness. Could this also be deemed a facet of the oceanic event? Standing beside the mermaid statue, Ye Heng opened his map under the blinding sun. A message floated at the top of the map, under the blazing sun. Today's temperatures will be exceedingly high. Exercise caution, and be wary of the adverse effects of sun exposure. Upon switching back to the chat channel, Ye Heng indeed observed numerous players discussing their own differing notifications. Some reported the same scorching sun, while others were evidently besieged by tempestuous storms. A few lamented their ill fortune, having entered the frozen, frigid mode, where the resources of the island had emerged merely as damaged remnants. Weeds had withered into dry grass, small trees had been reduced to splinters, and the ore piles had become brittle. A mere tap from a pickaxe transformed the ore into a heap of stone dust. Moreover, this dust was not even a usable material, subsequently being dismissed as waste. In the extreme cold environment, ice-type pets can be summoned. While Ye Heng gathered resources, he kept the chat channel open, eventually spotting player number 7. As players are identified by numbers, those in the single or double digits are more easily remembered. Particularly this one, player 7. Well known to frequent chatters as the somewhat irksome lucky player. Unsurprisingly, his message triggered a flurry of responses from 3 categories of players. One faction worshipped this fortunate player, hoping to bask in his luck. Another group cursed him, urging him to refrain from flaunting his fortune when many were struggling to survive. The third group merely sought gossip, inquiring about the ice-type pet he had summoned and questioning its characteristics, particularly whether it was sensitive to heat. Ye Heng belonged to a 4th category, the silent observer. He occasionally noted shared information, mentally jotting down key points. After collecting his resources, he organized his 7 10-slot storage cabinets. Storage cabinet, 10 slots level 2 planks 13, level 2 timber 498, Level 2 granite 199, Level 2 iron or 191. Level 2 flint 220, soil 223, stones 678, wood 708, weeds 999, excess weeds 209. The materials in this cabinet showed that the weeds exceeded 999. The surplus occupied another slot. Storage cabinet, 10 slots, 10 tier 3C cucumbers, 5 heads of cabbage, 2 bunches of green onions, 2 bulbs of garlic, 2 pieces of ginger, 2 servings of soybeans, 2 servings of peanuts, 6 servings of tier 2 cooking oil, 10 servings of tier 2 seasoning. Storage cabinet, 10 slots, 51 servings of tier 2 wheat flour, 50 servings of tier 2 pasture, 2 servings of tier 2 corn kernels, 1 serving of tier 2 sweet potatoes, 3 servings of tier 2 corn stalks, 1 serving of tier 2 wheat stalks, 2 servings of tier 2 sweet potato vines, 6 servings of tier 1 corn kernels, 25 servings of tier 1 sweet potatoes, 25 servings of tier 1 potatoes. Storage cabinet, 10 slots, 3 tier 2 corn seeds, 2 tier 2 potato seeds, 2 tier 2 wheat seeds, 2 tier 2 sweet potato seedlings, 13 tier 1 corn seeds, 2 tier 1 potato seeds, 6 tier 1 wheat seeds, 2 tier 1 hen chicks, capable of breeding, 1 litter of rabbit kits, 4. 16 tier 1 chicklings. Storage cabinet, 10 slots, 2 tier 2 grape seedlings, 19 tier 2 apple saplings, 11 tier 2 apricot saplings, 18 tier 2 peach saplings, 16 tier 2 bayberry saplings, 1 pair of tier 2 black fish bones, 8 servings of tier 2 black fish skin. Storage cabinet, 10 slots, 4 logging axes, 2 mining picks, 5 fishing rods, 1 grass basket, 1 tier 1 seaweed, 3 tier 1 sea worm skins, 10 pieces of cotton cloth, 271 wood shavings, 16 coarse threads, 272 branches. Storage cabinet, 10 slots, 10 tier 3 pearls, 73 tier 2 red apples, 52 tier 2 apricots, 49 tier 2 peaches, 71 tier 2 bayberries, 33 pieces of tier 2 apple tree wood, 21 pieces of tier 2 apricot tree wood, 18 pieces of tier 2 peach tree wood, 5 pieces of tier 2 orange tree wood, 13 pieces of tier 2 bayberry tree wood. 7 storage cabinets are nearly filled to capacity, with only a few slots remaining for tier 2 saplings. Player, Island Lord No. 99111. Ye Heng, combat power, 16 skills, body strengthening technique, enhancement type, level, hunting, tier 20400, fishing, tier 135200, gathering, tier 817302, 5600, planting, tier 045100, island. Total area, 200 sq m. Viewable, tier 1 wooden cottage, tier 2 sea patrol octopus, tier 1 sea aquaculture pool, tier 1 breeding pen inventory, 16 slots trade city teleportation pass 1. Ocean crystal 313, 1 tier 3 unknown mutated plant, 10 servings of tier 3 corrosive powder, 1 stick, 1 logging axe, 1 mining pick, 1 fishing rod, 2 jam-filled breads, 171 drinking water, 10 berries, 12 tier 1 storage boxes, 6 slots each. The abundance of harvested items has prompted another upgrade in gathering, elevating the combat power to 16 points. The tier 1 storage boxes have been collected, and Ye Heng plans to tidy up after opening the supply boxes and subsequently sell them. Although they remain usable, he feels a touch of obsessive-compulsive tendency. After acquiring the 10-slot storage cabinet, he finds himself averse to arranging the 6-slot ones. Moreover, they could be exchanged for materials, considering not all players possess the crafting recipe for storage boxes. Chapter 42. A streak of good fortune, 1 material yielding 2 fields indeed. The level 1 supply crates have ceased to exist. Ye Heng opened the 4 supply crates from this morning, all of which contained level 2 materials. There were no blueprints, only some basic materials, which he placed in the storage cabinet. After organizing everything, he prepared to expand a portion of the island. Given the presence of both farming and breeding, as well as resource collection, the 200 square meters felt rather cramped. If the farming and breeding were not expedited, the young animals and seedlings in the storage cabinet would take up too much space. To expand by 1 square meter requires 3,292 soil, 8045 stone. There were ample materials for expansion. He opened the island map and began construction piece by piece. Island area expanded by 1 square meter. Island area expanded by 1 square meter. Island area expanded by 1 square meter. Blessing aura activated. Island area expanded by 1 square meter. consecutive operations with no consumption. Ye Heng tapped on the designated spot, and on the third attempt, the blessing aura effect bestowed by the mermaid princess activated. His operations were locked in. Should he move his finger to other options nearby, a prompt would appear. Would you like to forego the no-consumption island area expansion of 1 square meter? Excellent, truly excellent. Ye Heng shifted his finger back to the previously expanded position and tapped once more, indeed increasing the island's foundation without resource consumption. However, this could only occur once. Subsequent attempts would continue to deplete resources. When Ye Heng expanded the island area by 100 square meters, 15 of those expansions were achieved without resource consumption. This probability was entirely random. At times, he might construct 20 segments without a single occurrence, while at other times, he could experience consecutive successes. The only definitive limitation was that this blessing effect could only apply to constructions with available materials. Thus, even with the utmost fortune, it was only possible to construct 2 segments from one portion of material. One could not engage in a compounding pattern of repeated constructions based on a single material. The little octopus swiftly crawled out to survey the newly expanded island before returning to Ye Heng. The area of their island had increased once again. For now, they would focus on releasing what could be cultivated and raised. Ye Heng glanced at the time. It was 6:30 in the morning. The breeding pen could accommodate 10 animals. But currently, only 3 resided there. After the recent harvest, 2 more female chicks were ready to breed. He retrieved level 1 sweet potatoes and potatoes, processing a total of 10 portions of feed, which he poured into the feeding trough. There was no waste in this breeding. Each animal consumed 1 portion before moving on to a second. The 2 newly acquired female chicks, along with 2 harvested during the night, were all placed inside. 1 rooster, 2 adult hens, and 4 chicks were now in the pen, although there was still room for 3 more. Ye Heng contemplated trading the 27 chicks that could not breed at the market for supplies. For the time being, he set breeding aside and began inspecting the construction of the planting fields. Construction of planting field renovation. Level 2 soil 0-100. Level 2 granite granules 0-50. Level 1 wood chips 271500. Renovation area 22. Long-term planting possible after renovation. The wood chips are the simplest, while the level 2 soil poses the greatest challenge. Level 2 soil. Fertilizer soil of level 2 can synthesize level 2 soil. Level 2 fertilizer. 3 portions of level 2 meat or plants can be processed into 1 portion of fertilizer. With 100 portions of fertilizer, Ye Heng began to search for materials to process, particularly those in limited quantities, making an effort to clear out the storage cabinet. After utilizing all the processable materials he found, the cabinet was depleted of several items. To accumulate 300 portions of plants, Ye Heng used all the level 2 pasture available. With 100 portions of fertilizer ready, he mixed them with 100 portions of soil. Next were the granite granules, requiring 2 portions of granite to produce 1 granule. Construction of planting field renovation. Level 2 soil 100100. Level 2 granite granules 50-50. Level 1 wood chips 271500. Renovation area 22. Long-term planting possible after renovation. With all materials gathered, Ye Heng began selecting a location. The recently expanded area was to the west, and now he chose a spot right beside his house, which faced south, with east to the left and west to the right. Level 2 planting field renovation completed. Planting experience 100. Aura activated. Good fortune abounds. Continuous operations can be completed without consumption, after painstakingly gathering materials. The successful renovation not only granted him experience, but also triggered an aura effect. Adjacent to the field, Ye Heng placed this non-consumable planting field upon the island's cornerstone. Level 2 planting field renovation completed. Planting experience 100. Level 2 planting field. Area 24 can plant 8 at a time. Capable of planting level 12 plants. Observing the information displayed by the planting field, Ye Heng took out seeds for planting. 3 level 1 corn, 2 level 1 potatoes, 2 level 1 wheat, and 1 level 1 sweet potato. He could only plant 8, with more still resting in the storage cabinet for future use. Planting level 1 corn. Lack of water. Harvestable after 12 hours. Noticing the lack of water, Ye Heng retracted the planting shovel and poured a bottle of water onto the soil. As the water soaked in, tender sprouts unfurled, now in their seedling state. Having planted these 8 crops, Ye Heng proceeded to craft 12 level 1 fences surrounding the edges of the planting field. Although uncertain, He reasoned that should anything attempt to cause damage, he would receive a prompt and be able to teleport back. The fence would hopefully provide a few moments of delay. Planting, level 0263100. The planting experience increased by 200 during the renovation of the fields, directly leading to an upgrade. Combat Power 1. Experience required for next level upgrade reduced to 200. Now, let us venture to the trading market. Ye Heng extended his hand, allowing the little octopus to crawl up his arm, preparing to take this small creature for another round at the trading market. The little octopus, though bewildered, did not refuse and climbed aboard, its tentacles wrapping around Ye Heng's arm. Now, it has grown slightly larger. Its vitality has risen to 2,455. Ye Heng still has not crafted any clothing, so when he teleported to the trade city with the little octopus, the gazes of those around him were immediately drawn to his arm. The pink octopus caught the attention of many, their eyes sparkling with delight, perhaps believing that having such a pet would bring good fortune, or simply admiring its beauty. However, some recoiled swiftly, unsure if the visual effect was unsettling or if they feared an attack from the octopus. Nevertheless, an attack was highly unlikely, as players were prohibited from interacting, and the same restriction applied to their pets. "Excuse me, is your octopus offspring for sale?" Upon seeing the diminutive creature, which was no larger than a quail egg, many naturally assumed it was a juvenile. Baby pets could be traded at stalls, whereas adult pets were seldom sold, as owners were typically reluctant to part with them. Even if someone did bring an adult pet to sell, it often had undesirable traits. "Not for sale," Ye Heng replied curtly before continuing on his way. He intended to visit the auction house to see if he could exchange the fruitwood he had gathered for some ocean crystals. It was he, the player number 7, with a small silver-gray dragon wrapped around his arm, standing at the entrance of the trade market. As he watched Ye Heng enter, particularly upon noticing the pink octopus, he recalled who this individual was. Initially, he had inquired about the pet's identification. At that time, he had only seen the small creature crawling on Ye Heng's finger, resembling a tiny pink spider. So it wasn't a spider, but an octopus. "Do you know that person, Euro King number 7? A nearby player approached, seeking information. In this realm, players rarely introduce themselves by name, usually opting for numbers or aliases instead. Number 7 had earned the prefix Euro King from many. During the pet identification incident, he had expressed his desire to purchase it, but without hesitation, he had declared it was not for sale and walked away, exhibiting a rather unique personality. That day, the troublesome woman, Gio, had also made an appearance to cause disruption. As the player spoke of her, his expression darkened momentarily. He truly could not fathom how she could be so aimless, always resorting to sarcasm or creating chaos around him. What enmity could exist to warrant such behavior? Now, it seemed that the woman had yet to arrive. He wondered if she would show up again later. How exhausting. Chapter 43. Auction. First sell what is unneeded. The young man with the pink octopus on his arm was soon approached again. "Excuse me, what do your octopus offspring eat?" As Ye Heng entered the hall and had taken only a few steps, someone shouted out. This call drew the attention of even those players who had previously not noticed him. "The pink octopus, the offspring of an octopus, it feeds on meat." Ye Heng observed a short-haired woman approaching him, her hand cradling an octopus that was slightly larger than her own hand. As they both shared a passion for these creatures, she inquired about his octopus, and he responded, "Does it consume meat? Please continue on your way. I shall accompany you. By the way, may I ask if it prefers minced meat, chunks, shreds, raw, or cooked? Are there specific requirements for its diet?" Realizing she may have been overly inquisitive and perhaps annoying, she interjected, "My octopus is quite indiscriminate in its eating habits. It solely avoids meat that has negative effects. You might consider providing a variety of options for it to choose from." Ye Heng glanced at the octopus in her possession, which appeared to be of a toxic variety. Unlike his own pure-colored little octopus, hers was a deep purple-black adorned with numerous red circles and swirling, color-changing stripes on its tentacles. In comparison, he found his little creature to be an adorable, soft, pink companion, devoid of any blemish and quite considerate. "Ah, thank you, dear pink octopus." The woman, having learned that octopuses consume meat and can select their preferences, ceased her inquiries. However, she continued to refer to Ye Heng's pet as the pink octopus. "Ah, pink octopus. We meet again. Why is your size not increased? Are you not being fed adequately?" The woman, who had encountered Ye Heng twice before, stood at the entrance of the auction area, waving cheerfully as he approached. Arriving early, she had gone directly to the auction area, avoiding disruptions to other fortunate attendees. She had previously seen the woman with the large octopus in the auction hall, likely having sold supplies to acquire ocean crystals for her appraisal. The assessed octopus pet seemed formidable, yet her curiosity was piqued by Ye Heng's pink octopus. Although it appeared small, it exhibited remarkable agility, surely qualifying as an exceptional pet. It grows slowly, Ye Heng stated candidly. However, his honesty appeared to delight the woman even more. He truly could not comprehend what was amiss with his statement. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm not laughing at you. Do carry on, and be sure to buy it plenty of meat." The woman waved her hand, signaling her intention to end the conversation. She could discern that this young man was deeply engrossed in solitary gaming. In this world, most individuals still craved some form of interaction, whether it be sharing a laugh during lively moments or engaging in disputes. The subtle fluctuations in their gazes indicated that they were aware of those around them. Yet, this young man was different. He seemed to exist in a realm where the presence of other players was unnecessary. She prided herself on her perceptiveness when it came to people. This individual's occasional reactions were intriguing, but she sensed that prolonged conversation would likely dampen her spirits. Ye Heng remained oblivious to her thoughts and had no interest in delving into them. He had entered the auction hall, inspecting the items he had brought along to determine an appropriate starting bid. Level 3 corrosion powder, starting bid 100 ocean crystals. The corrosion powder, which had dropped after the seaweed's demise, had a starting price of 100 ocean crystals per unit. Thus, for 10 units, the minimum bid would be 1,000 ocean crystals, though it remained uncertain how high the bids could ultimately rise. The auction process was quite convenient. However, a transaction fee of 5 would be applied upon successful sale. When deducting the fee, any fractional amount falling short of 1 ocean crystal would be rounded down to a full crystal, with no rounding or accumulation permitted. Reflecting on his current circumstances, he realized he had little use for these items and decided to sell them in exchange for ocean crystals to procure other materials for his island development. He listed all 10 units, announcing them for 1 hour before commencing the auction, which would last for 5 minutes. With that settled, Ye Heng began to examine his other items. Level 2 mineral crystal, starting bid 50 ocean crystals. He proceeded to list this mineral crystal, which had a commendable starting price, particularly in comparison to others. He had also brought along various fruitwoods. Level 2 apple wood, starting bid 1 ocean crystal. Level 2 apple wood, 33 starting bid 33 ocean crystals, for level 2 special woods. It was advisable to auction them in larger quantities. He had 33 units of level 2 apple wood, 21 units of level 2 apricot wood, 18 units of level 2 peach wood, 5 units of level 2 orange wood, and 13 units of level 2 bayberry wood. In total, he listed 5 different types of fruit tree wood, each auctioned separately, and would await the results in an hour. Once these were posted, Ye Heng also listed all 27 chicks. Chick, 27 starting bid 54 ocean crystals. The starting price for the chicks was merely 2 ocean crystals each. Storage box, 12 starting bid 24 ocean crystals. The 12 storage boxes also had a starting price of just 2 ocean crystals each, an exceedingly reasonable value. However, when calculated by raw materials, 100 units of wood indeed equated to just 2 ocean crystals. With all items listed, he left the remaining basic materials and fruits on the island, as those were insufficient for his own use and hence not brought for sale. Switching back from the selling interface, he opened the auction's purchasing page and began to search for recipes. Meat filling recipe, starting bid 10 ocean crystals. Auction starts in 36 seconds. Vegetable filling recipe, starting bid 10 ocean crystals. Auction starts in 1 minute. Seafood filling recipe, starting bid 10 ocean crystals. Auction starts in 1 minute. Mixed filling recipe, starting bid 10 ocean crystals. Auction starts in 1 minute. Ye Heng searched for these filling recipes, each listed in dozens, with varying auction times, where those closest to the auction time appeared at the top. Half a minute later, he opened the auction for the meat filling recipe, where he could see that 3 players were currently viewing this auction. Ye Heng pointed to buy, and his inventory was reduced by 10 ocean crystals. However, this was not a direct purchase, it was a temporary bid at the auction. If he did not win the bid, the crystals would be returned to his inventory. After he clicked to buy, the individuals who entered to check quickly exited. Many recipes were listed, and with so few people showing interest, it was prudent to wait a little longer and continue to bid at the starting price for the next item. He decided to shift his focus, returning to the simple filling category, where he awaited the auction's commencement and promptly clicked to purchase. After switching out, he glanced at the seafood filling, which had already started bidding, and found that someone had already placed a bid, requiring an increased offer to buy. He remained unhurried, exploring other options. When a new auction began, he re-entered, and noticing no bids, he placed one and continued to wait. After 5 minutes of bidding, several items had concluded, and the recipes for 4 types of fillings were now in his inventory. Chapter 44. The Sorrow of Player Number 7, the Pink Octopus. Is this preparation for meat? Outside the stall area, player number 7, who was gathering materials, spotted Ye Heng entering and greeted him with unexpected enthusiasm. This demeanor left some onlookers, seasoned players, momentarily taken aback. However, upon noticing the pink octopus entwined around Ye Heng's arm, they seemed to understand. It was normal for players with pets to recognize each other. Oh, it needs to eat meat, but I don't have any. Ye Heng observed the dragon coiled twice around player number 7's arm, a young ice-type pet that appeared during the Frozen Catastrophe event. It seemed quite impressive. However, he wondered if its qualities had been enhanced. My pet also enjoys meat. Quite a bit, actually. By the way, my little ice dragon is of spiritual quality. Your octopus looks rather charming. Would you mind revealing its quality? Player number 7 leaned closer and quietly inquired about the octopus. Despite the hushed tone, the players maintained their distance, and some nearby were already silently eavesdropping. I cannot disclose that. Ye Heng was indifferent to the other's intentions and straightforwardly declined. What is there to fear? It's not like anyone can steal it here. Just say it. I initially wanted to buy it, but you wouldn't sell. Now you could tell me it's of spiritual quality, allowing me to feel the regret of missing out on a treasure. Player number 7, accustomed to rejection, showed no embarrassment and continued to engage Ye Heng in conversation. Spiritual quality. Ye Heng glanced at him and confirmed. After stating this, he stepped into the stall area. He actually said it. Perhaps he was simply annoyed with player number 7 and gave a casual response to deter further conversation. Indeed, while the fortunate players are genuinely fortunate, player number 7 can be quite bothersome at times. The players surrounding player number 7, observing the spectacle, chuckled and offered light-hearted jabs. They did not believe Ye Heng's words. Whether due to the dismissive attitude toward player number 7 or the hints he provided, it merely added to their amusement. Player 7 paused for a moment, then lowered his head with a faint smile, gathering his stored supplies and making his way outside. What is this? Is purchasing an item such a blow to his spirits? Player 99, in the hall, noticed player 7 emerging and approached, eager to witness his predicament. Though her expression remained as mischievous as ever, she could discern the sense of frustration that enveloped player 7. It was indeed a rare item. Player 7, assured that no one was watching, leaned in closer to player 99 and whispered, "Are you certain?" Player 99, momentarily puzzled, quickly grasped the situation. The fact that player 7 was feeling such a sense of defeat, combined with the individuals they had encountered earlier, led her to an understanding. This fellow had expended considerable resources using a skill, ultimately managing to summon a rare quality ice dragon, while others effortlessly identified and nurtured their own rare items. To be dealt such a crushing blow in terms of luck was indeed unfortunate. But did he really believe what that guy said? My skill consumes ocean crystals to lock onto a player's statement, discerning its truthfulness. Player 7 felt a profound sense of frustration. The result of this detection left him regretting his decision to approach and engage in conversation. He had spent 1,000 ocean crystals merely to confirm the truth. And now, confirmation achieved, yet discomfort lingered. He was his own source of torment. There was no need for player 99 to mock him. He was already berating himself, squandering money for self-inflicted anguish. Let me have a laugh for a moment. Player 99 stared blankly at player 7 for a while, unable to contain herself. She lowered her head and began to chuckle. Her shoulders shook with mirth. If only players could physically interact, she would have loved to pat player 7 on the shoulder, offering a comforting gesture to this naive fool. How had she not realized before just how foolish he could be? As for the fortunate pink octopus fellow who effortlessly nurtured a pet of rare quality, luck was on his side. Yet none of those leisurely chatting here were particularly unfortunate either. In truth, player 7 was quite fortunate. It was merely his stubborn desire for a pet that met his expectations that led to such turmoil. Of course, it was also his luck that provided him with ample ocean crystals and materials to indulge in his whims. Madwoman. Player 7, already feeling exasperated and with no one else to blame, now found himself further vexed by the sight of this woman laughing uncontrollably. Suddenly, He felt that divulging his predicament to her was far worse than spending ocean crystals to verify the truth behind his words. Perhaps today was simply not the right day for him to be in the trade city. The atmosphere there clashed with his own. So he decided to retreat to the island instead. Don't run away. Player 99 laughed for a while, then looked up just in time to see Player 7 pulling out his pass. Watching him make a hasty exit, her lips twitched, and she laughed even harder. Such delightful entertainment throughout the day. She intended to visit the market stall area, hoping that the pink octopus vendor had not yet departed, as there might still be some intriguing happenings to witness. At that moment, Ye Heng was oblivious to the fact that he had already caused two individuals to either flee in anger or double over in laughter. Not long after entering the market stall area, he encountered the familiar player who sold lamb. "Are you here to buy meat again?" The uncle, who tended the lamb, felt a sudden conflict within himself upon seeing Ye Heng approach his stall. He wished to clear his stock and return home to continue his work. Yet he felt that this young man had a rather rigid approach to sales, offering a fixed price that lacked the essence of business negotiation. I need a lot of meat," Ye Heng remarked, observing the lamb displayed at the stall. The player's sheep had indeed demonstrated remarkable breeding speed and meat yield. Just yesterday, there had been over 100 pounds, and today, the display boasted 300 pounds. "Well, if you want a larger quantity, I can offer you yesterday's price. What do you think?" The uncle, eager to sell quickly, proposed, as he was determined to finalize his sales regardless of the buyer, having brought no materials with him. Only ocean crystals. Ye Heng shook his head, realizing that his timber supply was running low. He now needed to utilize ocean crystals for his purchases. However, while ocean crystals could be exchanged for materials, the conversion rate and the associated fees required careful consideration. Ocean crystals, although useful, could be calculated at a straightforward rate of 1 ocean crystal for 50 basic materials. Upon hearing that he could directly exchange ocean crystals, the lamb vendor's spirits momentarily soared. Ocean crystals were indeed valuable, and the reason he refrained from auctioning them was due to the fees incurred. Typically, auctioned items started at a base price. After deducting the handling fees, the net gain was nearly equivalent to what he could achieve by selling at his stall. Many stallholders based their purchases on players' auction earnings, allowing for quicker sales while enabling buyers to save a bit on crystals. "I think I'll just set up a stall nearby and exchange materials directly. Calculating these conversions is too tedious and gives me a headache," Ye Heng thought. He understood the calculations well enough, but if he needed to use that method, he could simply buy a substantial amount at the auction. He had come to the market stall area with the intention of economizing. The lamb vendor was taken aback. If he sold a large quantity at a low price, he would certainly make the sale, but he would feel a lack of accomplishment. Now, seeing Ye Heng walk away without a word, heading towards the opposite stall to set up, the vendor felt a pang of frustration at the thought of unsold goods. What troubled him the most was that he had not even declared he would not sell. What was this young man up to today? If he wished to negotiate, he could just speak up. The uncle wouldn't mind. After all, waiting idly for customers to inquire about prices was rather dull, so a conversation would suffice. Chapter 45. Market Stall Conversations. Some were frustrating. "Hey, fisherman, you've come quite late today. Go take a look at the prices that fellow across the way is offering." The lamb vendor, upon spotting the fish seller approaching, seized the opportunity to advise him before he found a spot to set up his stall. He was anxious and frustrated, unable to leave his own stall to check. "You cannot see," which is indeed quite distressing. "I shall take a look at the fisherman and observe the vendor selling mutton, as well as the youthful figure standing behind the stall." Instantly, I found amusement in the situation. Previously, this meat buyer had been duped. His fish had been displayed for over 3 hours, incurring additional stall fees multiple times, and it was nearly noon before he managed to sell his catch of 3,032 basic materials. Today, upon tidying up, he unexpectedly encountered the shepherd once more. Not only him, but the individual who purchased over 100 portions of meat had also arrived, setting up his stall. "Young man, your actions are discriminatory. Why is a whole fish unacceptable? Fish are not traded in pieces." The fish vendor approached Ye Heng's stall, observing the terms set forth, purchasing level 2 meat or fish fillets, with 50 identical pieces constituting 1 portion, for which one would receive 25 ocean crystals. This price, when converted to basic materials, amounts to approximately 25 units of wood, weeds, or stones. Nearby, another vendor had already offered bids equivalent to 26 portions of basic materials. With a bit of luck, one could even encounter prices rising to 27 or potentially 28 portions. The pricing is negotiable, but a minimum of 50 portions is required for a transaction, which is indeed discriminatory against those who fish. Even after a full day and night of fishing, one could scarcely gather 50 level 2 fish that are identical. Larger fish, when defeated, yield meat. Ye Heng had just set up and was contemplating whether to delegate or remain for a while. Upon seeing the individual approach, he provided a brief explanation. Fish meat could indeed be traded this way, but it necessitated sufficiently large fish, which must be defeated. After saying this, he lowered his gaze to the small octopus, playfully prodding its tentacles, indicating that this little creature should stay put for a moment. With over 100 billion players, even if a mere fraction, 1 in a million, were to arrive at the trading market, that would still amount to over 10,000 individuals. His pricing was reasonable, comparable to that of others nearby, and he utilized ocean crystals. The future remains uncertain, but during this period, ocean crystals are decidedly more coveted than basic materials. The fisherman shook his head and departed. The established trading parameters did not concern him, and there was no reason to linger. As for the vendor selling mutton, given his foul mood, it was best not to inform him. The time spent at the stall was rather monotonous, with players meandering about, engaging in conversation only when they found items of interest. Ye Heng, head bowed, played a little game with the small octopus on his arm, extending his finger as the creature's tentacle lifted to poke and prod. Do you usually play with it like this? Player 99 entered the stall area, inquiring of a few familiar faces before finally approaching Ye Heng's stall. Observing the duo, one human and one octopus, engaged in their playful antics, a flicker of understanding emerged regarding Player 7's sentiments. Raising a pet of notable prowess not only provides companionship in battle during perilous times, but also alleviates boredom during idle moments on the island. Such a bond is indeed achievable only with spirit or celestial quality pets, due to the existence of 3 distinct tiers: ordinary, exquisite, and exceptional. These classifications bear resemblance to a programming algorithm. Players may tailor their engagements according to varying competency levels. However, these entities lack self-awareness and cannot operate beyond their programmed parameters. As for leisure time, it is scarce. Ye Heng raised his gaze to the woman before him, uncertain whether her presence was mere coincidence or a deliberate pursuit. He lifted his arm, pressing down on the little octopus that awaited his attention, allowing it to entwine itself around him once more, before adopting a demeanor befitting a serious vendor. Your fortune must be favorable. How could you be so busy? Are there numerous activities to partake in on the island? After completing a trade of 50 portions of level 2 bluefish from the parcel section, Player 99 resumed their conversation with Ye Heng. While one's luck may indeed be commendable, the tasks of gathering, planting, breeding, fishing, and training are all part of the journey. Upon receiving a notification of a completed transaction, Ye Heng found himself speaking a tad more freely, yet he merely echoed the common endeavors shared by most players. Training? Skills of the cultivation variety? Upon hearing training, Player 99 was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this individual's fortune appeared to be remarkably good. Completing the entire regimen for physical enhancement could yield an increase of 0.01 in combat power. As Ye Heng observed the 50 pieces of meat once again nestled in the parcel section, he continued their dialogue, touching upon the intricacies of his skill. This was hardly a secret. After all, pets could be brought along without concealment, and a skill with such a minuscule impact on combat power hardly warranted discretion. 0001. How many times can one complete this in a day? Player 99 opened her mouth, then closed it again, taking a moment to confirm. Indeed, this young man truly spoke of 0.01. To enhance combat power by a mere point through 100 repetitions of training seemed quite disheartening. In light of this, she suddenly perceived that his luck, while present, was not entirely favorable. There was fortune, but it was rather skewed. Much like the little octopus, which, despite being of a refined quality, was diminutive and frail, likely serving as mere companionship without any substantial combat prowess. This little creature, a mere juvenile, seemed easily overshadowed by Player 7's ice dragon, which could effortlessly devour it given its propensity for ferocious roars. Such distinctly skewed luck is indeed peculiar. Initially capable of achieving 1 completion per day, Ye Heng now found himself able to hasten the process, barring any unforeseen circumstances. As he looked at the fish meat replenished in the parcel section, he was nearly certain that this woman had come solely for conversation. A question asked, a transaction completed. and the dialogue continued. Was this considered a business venture coupled with the obligation of companionship? In truth, the time spent on training could have been better utilized in fishing or gathering, potentially yielding an increase of 1 or 2 points in combat power each day. Player 99 genuinely wished to counsel this young man, who seemed ensnared by an unwise skill. Any of the 4 tiers of enhancement would undoubtedly surpass the meager 0.01 combat power gained through a day's worth of training. How can there be such a laborious and potentially injurious practice? Ye Heng glanced at the chunks of meat in his inventory and decided to close his stall. Initially, he had 313 units. After the transaction, he spent 10 units. Previously, he had purchased a recipe for 40 ocean crystals. Now, with 263 ocean crystals remaining, he had set up his stall to acquire 10 portions of level 2 meat for 25 ocean crystals each. Presently, he had just 13 ocean crystals left, along with 300 pieces of level 2 bluefish meat and 200 pieces of level 2 octopus meat. In total, he possessed 500 pieces of level 2 meat, all acquired through casual conversation with a charming lady. Was it sufficient? Or was he still lacking in ocean crystals? Player 99 observed Ye Heng closing his stall and curiously inquired about his swift departure as they walked toward the gates. I've managed to save these 13 ocean crystals over such a long time, and this is all I have. Ye Heng sighed, shaking his head at the woman, who appeared momentarily stunned. He was indeed quite impoverished. While the affluent players quickly amassed thousands of ocean crystals with merely a flick of their fingers in the marketplace, he was forced to scrimp and save for his few hundred. You're in quite a predicament. You should hurry back if you're out of money, Player 99 remarked. Disinclined to say more, she suddenly felt the urge to chat with Player 7, but alas, they could not become friends. Thus, after watching Ye Heng leave with his pass, she promptly opened the chat channel, calling out for Player 7, indicating she needed to speak with him. Before long, Player 7, who often frequented the chat channel, arrived once more in the trading city, accompanied by his young ice dragon. Upon meeting, they exchanged disapproving glances before heading to the leisure area of the trading city, seeking a space to relax and converse privately over tea. Both were loquacious by nature, and while some topics were not suitable for casual discussion, they found comfort in sharing their grievances and amusing anecdotes together. Chapter 46. The Octopus Invasion and the Ruthless Combat Style of Young Octopuses. Do you have any aversion to octopus meat? Ye Heng returned to the island, retrieving 2 pieces of meat and offering them to the young octopus for selection. The woman, for reasons unknown, seemingly carried an abundance of level 2 meat, yet intentionally chose to sell him octopus meat. The young octopus crawled up his arm, touched each piece with its tentacles, and ultimately embraced the level 2 octopus meat. If you enjoy it, go ahead and eat. I'll continue to enhance the island and expand the house, Ye Heng remarked, gently tapping the young octopus before placing it along with the meat on the windowsill. He set aside the 200 pieces of octopus meat, opting to use the unselected bluefish meat for fertilizer production. Level 2 enhancement, 10,010 level 2 fertilizer, 10,010 level 2 or powder, with 300 pieces of level 2 bluefish meat. He produced 100 portions of fertilizer, gathering 190 pieces of iron ore. He found himself short on materials and retrieved 10 pieces of flint to process into 100 portions of or powder. With all materials in hand, Ye Heng commenced the level 2 enhancement. As the blessing effect activated, good fortune flowed seamlessly. Upon reaching the second enhancement, the auspicious aura materialized, utilizing the effect immediately. After exhausting all 10 enhancement materials, Ye Heng gazed contentedly at the 13 level 2 island foundation stones he had forged, taking a deep, refreshing breath. This sensation was truly delightful. Such a permanent and limitless blessing aura was simply magnificent. However, recalling the mermaid princess's staggering health value, he felt a twinge of doubt. After all, whatever was granted could hardly be lacking, considering that the mermaid princess was indeed a formidable entity. First, he would gather fruits, chop some wood, and upgrade his house. Ye Heng designated the newly enhanced 13 island foundation stones for fruit production, together with the previous ones. He now possessed a total of 25 square meters of level 2 enhanced island foundations. The level 1 foundation stones still occupied 39 square meters. The house, crafting station, and elevated fire pit consumed 13 square meters of the level 1 enhancement zone. Returning to the island around 7 o'clock, he took a brief respite before embarking on his gathering endeavors. With 25 level 2 fruit trees, The yield was significantly greater, allowing a broader smile to spread across his face. Red apples 36, green apples 45, peaches 68, pomegranates 53, oranges 66, apricots 71. In addition to these level 2 fruits, he collected 77 level 2 fruit woods, 326 level 2 timber, and 53 level 2 fruit saplings. As a result of these enhancements, the level 1 resources diminished considerably, leaving only 118 weeds, 208 timber, and 106 branches. The bountiful harvest at level 2 also translated into increased gathering experience, yielding a total of 4,407 experience points. With over 800 level 2 timber amassed, Ye Heng resolved to switch his focus to mining for the next harvest. Housing construction level 2 wooden house, level 1 wooden house 11, level 2 planks 13200, iron ore 1200, level 2 granite 99100, construction area 55. To upgrade to a level 2 wooden house, he now required a substantial amount of iron ore. Previously, he had exhausted his iron ore supply and was short one piece of granite. After finalizing the resource adjustments for the level 2 island foundation stones, Ye Heng commenced his training. A small octopus, having consumed a piece of octopus meat, crawled down from the windowsill and circled the patch of ground twice. Upon discovering that the earth yielded not the usual produce, but rather a mound of ore, the small octopus extended its tentacles and gently tapped the slowly rising ore pile. The sight of stones emerging from the ground piqued its curiosity, prompting it to linger and observe for a while longer. It was only when marine creatures commenced their assault on the western side of the island, near the cultivated fields, that the small octopus swiftly turned and dashed toward the commotion. Simultaneously, Ye Heng received an alert notification. Marine creatures are attacking your island. Marine creatures have been defeated. Ye Heng had just grasped a wooden stick, yet before he could approach, the small octopus had already vanquished the intruding marine beings. This was hardly surprising. Despite its diminutive size, the small octopus exhibited commendable reflexes and speed. When the little octopus approached, skillfully balancing a much larger blue octopus with its 4 delicate tentacles, Ye Heng felt a profound unfamiliarity with the combat prowess of his pet. The corpse of the level 2 blue shadow octopus, a marine invasive species, lay lifeless before him. Its vitality was no longer discernible. The creature, with a head diameter of approximately 20 centimeters, had indeed been swiftly dispatched, its demise marked by a gaping wound in its head. Your strength is remarkable, Ye Heng mused. Crouching down to examine the lifeless octopus, lifting it for closer inspection before poking at the little octopus's tentacle that had come to investigate. Was this method of attack instinctual? Typically, one would not expect an octopus to kill its prey by first boring a hole with its tentacles, then inserting several appendages to tear it apart with force. This entire sequence transpired with astonishing rapidity. The little octopus twirled joyfully in place, having just proven that size does not dictate prowess. Earlier, in another locale, a delicate little dragon had derisively dismissed it, claiming it was too insignificant. Octopuses have their tempers too. Alas, it could not confront that insufferable little dragon due to the irritating barrier. Impressive indeed, Ye Heng noted, elated by the little octopus's successful hunt of the invasive creature. He scooped it up, praising its formidable combat abilities. Although the little octopus could not comprehend Ye Heng's words, it sensed the general warmth of his emotions. After a brief playtime filled with joy, the little octopus scurried off again, exploring the island as if anticipating another opportunity to eliminate a foe. Ye Heng resumed his training, shortly receiving several auction notifications. Level 3 corrosive powder sold. Auction price 800 ocean crystals, after a fee of 40 ocean crystals deducted. Level 3 corrosive powder sold. Auction price 800. 10 portions of corrosive powder, with a starting bid of 100 ocean crystals each, astonishingly fetched a price of 800. All 10 portions sold at the same price. Level 2 mineral crystal sold. Auction price 340 ocean crystals, after a fee of 17 ocean crystals deducted. Level 2 apple wood, 33, sold. Auction price 33 ocean crystals, after a fee of 2 ocean crystals deducted. Level 2 apricot wood, 21 sold. Auction price 21 ocean crystals. A string of successful auction notifications danced across Ye Heng's screen. These level 2 woods had all been snatched up at their starting prices. Additionally, 27 chicks were sold for 80 ocean crystals, and 12 6-slot storage boxes concluded at a final price of 32 ocean crystals. Chapter 47. Identification of a resource point? Ye Heng gazed at the swift influx of over 8,000 ocean crystals. While he had anticipated some earnings, he had not expected such a substantial amount. The other items aligned closely with his expectations. The fruit woods were of little worth, merely fetching their starting bids. The chicks in storage boxes saw only slight increases. However, the price of the corrosive powder soared from its starting bid of 100 to an astonishing 800 per portion. Upon reviewing the quantity of ocean crystals in the inventory, it has been revealed that after deducting the transaction fees, a total of 112 ocean crystals have been credited. Currently, the inventory holds 125 ocean crystals. It is a curious sensation, having just exhausted one's financial resources, only to suddenly find oneself affluent once more within the span of an hour. The little octopus, intrigued, pondered the peculiar behavior of its owner, who oscillated between states of joy and exuberance, unable to comprehend the nuances of human happiness. Yet, it felt no need to understand. Whether in joy or sorrow, it would remain steadfastly by its owner's side. We have come into wealth. Ye Heng cradled the little octopus, already contemplating how to allocate this newfound fortune. Ocean crystals serve as the currency of this realm, transforming what once amounted to merely the cost of a bus ticket into a staggering sum of over 8,000. Wealth ought to be spent. Let us venture forth to procure materials, and upon our return, I shall upgrade our island. Gazing at the ocean crystals in his possession, Ye Heng harbored no desire to purchase equipment. His focus remained steadfast on enhancing the island. From his previous observations in the market, the enhancements to equipment offered scant advantages. Perhaps, in a balanced confrontation, a singular piece of equipment could make a significant difference. However, the invading creatures in his vicinity were either easily managed or resorted to cunning. Thus, he deemed it prudent to allocate all resources toward upgrading the island. The little octopus blinked, and they found themselves in a place devoid of sea breezes, bewildered yet loyally entwined around Ye Heng's arm. Its owner's demeanor had taken on a peculiar quality since the frightful encounter. It must be the fault of that creature from the sea. Once it matured, it would surely seek vengeance for its owner. The pink octopus returned swiftly. Had it perhaps acquired something valuable? Players 99 and 7 emerged from the marketplace together. Upon spotting Ye Heng, the two exchanged knowing glances and approached with smiles. Let us conduct an appraisal and then procure materials, Ye Heng suggested, regarding the duo with uncertainty about the nature of their relationship, whether amicable or otherwise. Not wishing to dwell on ambiguities, he simply indicated the direction he intended to head and proceeded toward the appraisal area. Could it be another pet? He mused. Player 99 wore an exceptionally bright smile, her gaze shifting toward Player 7 when the topic of pets arose. Upon noticing Player 7 awkwardly avert her eyes, her smile broadened. The nature of the appraisal remained a mystery. He genuinely had no idea. An unknown plant. Yet who could claim that it could not serve as a pet on the island? After all, the mutant kelp that bore this plant had the capacity to assault his island. Go on, I await good news. If it proves unuseful to you, feel free to seek me out for a trade. I have been fortunate as well, the woman called out, waving to Ye Heng. She and Player 7 exchanged glances of mutual disdain before distancing themselves as they headed toward the appraisal area. Having just made a considerable purchase in the marketplace, they had little else to occupy their time. Thus they decided to wait and see how the fortunes of the young man would unfold. After encountering one another several times and engaging in discussions, they had nearly confirmed their suspicions about his presence. The young man, who nurtures a pink octopus, does not harbor any grievances towards it. It's simply his nature to be straightforward. Previously, he had a conversation with a vendor of mutton, and the most notable trait of that individual was his candor. Communication with such a person necessitates directness. There is no need for entanglement or unnecessary contemplation. He could not possibly afford to keep two pets. Number 7 halted, positioning himself at the edge of the corridor, and with a serious expression, began to articulate his perspective. The octopus is a rare specimen, requiring a substantial amount of resources for its growth. Analyzing the information previously obtained, it becomes evident that the young man is rather impoverished. Even purchasing second-tier meat necessitates the exchange of basic materials. He could scarcely manage to buy with crystal stones, limited to a mere 100. Such poverty explains why the little octopus struggles to thrive. However, it is not entirely conclusive. His luck may be slightly askew, yet if he manages to sell certain items, he may not be as destitute as presumed. Jujio shook her head, asserting that the young man's poverty, indicated by his lack of oceanic crystal stones, does not imply an absence of resources. He had likely sold off his valuables at auction before coming to acquire the oceanic crystals for appraisal. What valuable items could he possibly possess? Number 7 and Jujio leaned against the wall, speculating whether Ye Heng had goods without wealth or lacked both. Meanwhile, Ye Heng, after deducting 1,000 oceanic crystal stones, stood in his room, gazing vacantly at the luminous orb before him. Special resource point, level 3 kelp, harvestable every 12 hours. Occupies an area of 11, must be placed in a level 3 beach zone. Ye Heng had envisioned numerous possibilities, plants, animals, or materials. Yet, he could never have anticipated that a resource point could be identified from a drop. Aren't resource points typically constructed and enhanced? It's a remarkable find. But currently beyond our means, we have yet to unlock level 3 construction, and a level 3 beach does not exist. Ye Heng carefully stored the special resource point, still encased in a stone sphere, and after observing the little octopus that playfully tapped his arm, he decided to leave. Upon exiting the appraisal room, he spotted the two players waiting by the wall. Having completed the appraisal, he reflected on the woman's earlier words. If he wished to sell, he could approach them. Although he had no intention of selling, he felt compelled to share. It appears you have come across something rather intriguing. I am curious. In exchange, you may inquire about one question that you need answered, and I shall oblige. What do you say? Jujio, driven by her curiosity, accepted the offer. She understood that he might not divulge much, yet a transaction could yield insights. Level 3 kelp resource point. Ye Heng nodded and produced the water orb that contained the appraisal results. Inside, several diminutive strands of kelp swayed gently. Number 7 turned towards the wall, grinning broadly, his smile reaching the roots of his ears. He had now confirmed that Jujio's assertion was accurate. The young man's luck was indeed extraordinarily fortunate. What household possesses a resource point that requires appraisal for extraction? And moreover, a level 3 resource point valued at 1,000 oceanic crystal stones. The lad must exhaust his entire fortune to earn those 1,000 ocean crystals, right? And this is the result? It should be different from the typical resource points. Feel free to inquire. I am willing to share anything I know, and if I am unaware, you may exchange your questions for ones I can answer. Jujio also found the expenditure of 1,000 ocean crystals rather absurd. Upgrading a single ocean keystone to level 3 would certainly not command such a price. However, she refrained from laughing outright. Unlike 7, for what if it were something unique that could not be achieved through normal upgrades? After all, the small octopus that was identified initially was no larger than a miniature spider, yet it was nurtured into a spiritual treasure. Indeed, 7's streak of good fortune might well be a trade-off of some intellect. Chapter 48. The required materials are excessive. Comprehensive level 1 reinforcement must commence first. To what extent must the island's area expand in order to unlock level 3 reinforcement? Ye Heng directly posed the question he most desired to know. A level 2 reinforcement of 500 square meters would allow for the initiation of level 3 reinforcement. Are you prepared to invest all your materials into enhancing the island? Jujio regarded Ye Heng, contemplating voicing her thoughts, yet upon recalling his character, she chose to remain silent. Achieving the condition of 500 square meters for level 2 reinforcement is undoubtedly a formidable task. Naturally, Ye Heng aspired to enhance everything, but he needed to calculate how long it would take and how many materials he currently required. The first step was to expand the island to 500 square meters, leaving a deficit of 200 square meters, which equates to 400 units of soil and 1,000 stones. Following the expansion, he would then consider reinforcement. Initially focusing on level 1, a 500 square meter island could measure 25 meters in length and 20 meters in width. The beach would be adjusted to a width of 3 meters, with the longer sides measuring 256 and 150 square meters, while the shorter sides would be 146 and 84 square meters. In total, there would be 234 square meters of beach, leaving only 266 square meters of land on the island. Once the area is delineated, reinforcement can proceed. Currently, there exists 36 square meters of level 1 beach reinforcement, with an additional 198 square meters required. Level 1 beach reinforcement necessitates 2 units of turf, equivalent to 100 weeds, 5 units of gravel, which is 25 stones, and 5 units of wood shavings. For 198 square meters, level 1 reinforcement alone would require 19,800 weeds, 950 stones, and 495 units of timber. The land area of the island is 266 square meters, with the combination of level 1 and 2 reinforcements amounting to 64 square meters, necessitating 262 square meters for level 1 reinforcement. Level 1 reinforcement requires 10 units of soil, 3 units of weeds, and 3 units of wood shavings. This translates to 620 units of soil, 786 weeds, and 186 units of wood shavings, which, when converted, equals 93 units of timber. He decided it would be prudent to first procure the materials for level 1 reinforcement before contemplating level 2 enhancement. What are you pondering? Your expression seems quite grave, Jojo observed as she waved her hand in front of the dazed Ye Heng. Surely, he is not calculating the necessary materials? I shall first procure the materials. Ye Heng nodded before hastily making his way to the market area. Did he bring the materials for level 1 and level 2 enhancements with him? Juhui turned back to glance at number 7. Such materials, I have stored them all in the warehouse. How could I possibly carry them around? Number 7 huffed disdainfully. Although he had accumulated a plethora of materials, he would never carry them all, despite having ample space in his inventory. It would be a sheer waste to fill it entirely with those primitive materials. He intended to gather much more. This lad is rather amusing. While he collects items, he can engage in conversation as long as there are transactions to be made. Juhui grasped his pass and mentioned something to number 7 before departing. Who would want to converse with him anyway? Number 7, albeit slightly displeased, also took out his pass and teleported home. They had been lingering there primarily to purchase items, observe other players, and, importantly, to seek potential collaborators. Currently, each individual possessed their own island, leading to mutual non-interference, with the occasional exchange of resources. Yet, given the vast communication space provided, it was improbable that there would be no future interactions. Thus, when encountering fortunate players, it was essential to observe them closely, as they could become valuable allies when the time arises. Although the current luck seemed somewhat skewed, this player could be deemed exceptionally fortunate, making them a target for familiarity. Just the thought of the other's character made both number 7 and Juhui feel a slight pang in their hearts. While these two returned to gather materials, Ye Heng, upon arriving at the trading area, sought the nearest vacant stall to set up shop for acquisitions. His inventory held little beyond the pass and ocean crystals. He had cleared it before his arrival specifically to buy materials. He designated 2 slots, one for purchasing weeds at the rate of 50 weeds for 1 ocean crystal, setting a total transaction limit of 400. The second slot was for soil, currently priced at 78 units of basic material. Ye Heng set his price at 7 units of soil for 1 ocean crystal, establishing a transaction limit of 700. Once this stall was configured, Ye Heng paid an ocean crystal to activate the stall's management. He then found another spot and, after opening the stall, made additional configurations, 50 stones for 1 ocean crystal, with a limit of 120 transactions, which amounted to the 6,000 stones he required. In the second stall, he allocated another space for trading level 2 meat, setting the exchange at 2 pieces of level 2 meat for 1 ocean crystal, with a limit of 5,000 units. In total, Ye Heng deposited 6,220 ocean crystals across the 2 stalls. After spending 10 points to teleport, 1,000 for identification, and 2 for opening stalls, he currently retained 891 ocean crystals in his possession. Having completed these arrangements, Ye Heng prepared to return to his island, intending to gather resources, adjust, and subsequently expand and enhance. Acquisitions invariably demand time. While he is certain to receive this price, predicting the exact quantity is indeed challenging. Have you entrusted it? Jiao returned swiftly, entering the stall area, and upon spotting Ye Heng, noticed he held a pass. The pass must be held in hand for use, so its presentation signifies a departure. Yes, it has been entrusted. Resources at home can now be collected, preparing to return for retrieval. Ye Heng regarded the overly enthusiastic female player, uncertain if she had ulterior motives. Did she not just leave an unfinished sentence? Which stall is yours? I will tidy up the inventory. Jiao's words were tinged with a hint of vexation. She had already returned home to fetch resources, seeking an opportunity for conversation. Yet this fellow had the audacity to flee. If it weren't for his rather peculiar fortune, she would not have the audacity to approach him. Indeed, a fortunate lad is seldom normal. Player 7 is infuriating. This fellow is simply exasperating. Chapter 49, Island Expansion, Goal 500 square meters. This and this. Ye Heng pointed to the stall collecting stones and Tier 2 meat, then moved to the stall gathering soil and weeds. Both were his establishments, and after an hour, the materials from completed trades, along with the unfulfilled ocean crystals, would be sent to him via mail. You have quite a collection of crystals. All right. Go back to work. I will clear my inventory first, and then promote your stall, encouraging others with surplus materials to come and clear their stock. Jojo observed the acquisition of 5,000 units of Tier 2 meat. This fellow was indeed audacious, directly procuring 10,000 pieces of meat. However, upon calculation, 10,000 pieces yield merely over 3,000 units of fertilizer, translating to just over 300 units of Tier 2 enhancements. In this light, it seems rather meager. This is only fertilizer, not accounting for the Tier 2 ores required for enhancements. I shall return home first. Ye Heng activated the teleportation, heading directly home. Jojo remained in place, suddenly uncertain if this fellow could be persuaded. With such a temperament, would he even participate in any future group activities? It's rare to encounter someone likable. To abandon this opportunity feels regrettable. This person is truly affluent. A girl with striking red hair styled in twin ponytails, adorned with a tribal pattern on her face, paused as she passed the stall. This player glanced around before standing before Ye Heng's Tier 2 meat stall, summoning a few others to take a look. After their group departed, the visible quantity available for Tier 2 meat had changed to 310. When Player 7 approached, and Jojo indicated the location for inspection, he observed the transaction limit, turning to glare at Jojo, prompting her to take note herself. Wasn't it said that there were 5,000 units available for trade? Those few players just now. Jojo glanced towards the entrance of the stall area, recalling the raucous group of young men and women. There are many capable individuals. Yet, encountering and familiarizing oneself with them is truly a challenge. When Jojo turned back to sell some items at her stall, she realized her reflexes were rather slow. Aren't you uninterested? Jojo glanced at number 7 beside her, then at the transaction quota that had dwindled to 0. This lad certainly had quick hands. A direct deal saved a bit on the auction fees. Number 7 continued to finalize the remaining material transactions, not forgetting to raise an eyebrow at Jojo playfully, clearly doing it on purpose. After all, none could outmaneuver the other, now that this woman was lagging. He was in a splendid mood. As for whether that lad knew they were the ones selling, it was better if he remained oblivious. It was merely a straightforward market deal. Exchanging a few words face-to-face was manageable, but if they knew it was a managed transaction, it would surely be embarrassing. Jojo moved to another stall, swiftly selling off the materials she had brought. Everything was rather vexing. It seemed that next time, when seeking a target, she should aim for a luckier, sweeter, and cuter girl on Island 99111. After Ye Heng returned, he allowed the little octopus to play on its own. His resources were limited at the moment, so there was no rush to gather more. The training he had been engaged in had been paused, but since it hadn't exceeded an hour, he could easily resume it now. In the interlude of his training, he studied the recipes for 4 types of filling before commencing the preparation. Ingredient processing for meat filling: 2 meat, 1 green onion, 1 ginger, 1 cooking oil, 1 seasoning. Mixed together to produce 10 portions of meat filling. The meat filling consisted not only of meat, but also included green onions, ginger, cooking oil, and seasonings. The seasonings encompassed more than just salt. They also enhanced flavor and aroma. How about trying a sea cucumber filling for the buns? Ye Heng didn't wish to eat buns filled with octopus, so he opted for a seafood filling instead. The preparation for the seafood filling was quite similar, merely substituting the meat with seafood. 2 portions of level 3 sea cucumbers, level 2 green onions and ginger, cooking oil, and seasonings were mixed together, resulting in 10 portions of sea cucumber filling appearing in his wrapping section. Next, he added 10 portions of flour and 10 portions of filling and began the production. 1 minute later, level 3 sea cucumber buns materialized above the food processing station. Upon completion, they floated directly here, awaiting collection. Only after one was collected would the next commence production. Level 3 sea cucumber bun. Food, satiating, upon consumption grants a continuous nourishment effect for 1 hour. Nourishment. During the effect's duration, recovery rate 15, physical training intensity 30. The effects of the sea cucumber bun delighted Ye Heng immensely. It was so satisfying that he immediately devoured one. The taste was delightful, especially after several days of eating bread. Biting into a fragrant bun the size of a fist brought an overwhelming sense of happiness. This feeling invigorated him. After consuming a bun, Ye Heng resumed his training. With the dual enhancement of the bun's recovery and physical intensity, he finally extended the intervals between his training movements to 1 minute and 20 seconds. During the breaks in training, he repeatedly set up the production, storing the completed buns in his wrapping section. Given that he only had 2 portions of green onions and ginger, he could only produce 20 buns. After an hour of practice, gathering, and preparing to make buns, Ye Heng commenced the enhancement of the island once both stalls had successfully completed their acquisitions. The first step in striving for a level 3 construction of the island was to expand its area. With a tap of his finger on the construction map, the foundational stones of the island began to rapidly unfold. A total area expansion of 200 square meters was planned, with 21 segments benefiting from the aura burst, allowing for construction without consumption. Upon completion of the expansion, a total of 358 units of soil and 895 stones were consumed, which was deemed sufficient. Ye Heng cradled a small octopus, eager to explore the newly acquired area, and continued with the enhancement process. The first level enhancement of the beach required 962 units of grass, 905 stones, and an equivalent amount of wood shavings. The beach, a 3-meter wide perimeter surrounding the island, consumed 800 strands of weeds and 950 stones. After numerous harvests of branches, he had processed 668 units of wood shavings, and now only needed to utilize 161 units of wood to meet the requirement of 990 units. In Chapter 50, as the first level enhancement of the island reached a total of 500 square meters, he decided to proceed with the surplus materials for further enhancement. After processing the materials, Ye Heng recalled the possibility of an aura effect during the beach enhancement. True to his expectations, upon reaching a total of 234 for the first level beach enhancement, he found 12 units of enhancement materials remaining in his inventory. With materials in hand, there was no need to hoard them, especially since the beach enhancements did not require uniformity around the entire perimeter. Thus, he continued the enhancement. Once all materials were utilized, a total of 251 square meters of first-level beach emerged on his 500 square meter island. Ye Heng felt a sense of relief upon observing this figure, having previously worried that reaching a specific number would compel him to synthesize additional materials. Fortunately, luck was on his side, allowing him to bypass that concern. There was no issue with the beach area exceeding that of the island, as long as it sufficed for his needs. A larger beach area would allow the small octopus to play longer and accumulate more small fish and shrimp to earn hunting experience. Next came the enhancement of the island's terrestrial foundational stones. The materials required for the first level enhancement of the island's foundational stones were relatively minimal. The terrestrial area of the island was down to 249 square meters, having previously enhanced 64 square meters, leaving 185 square meters remaining. The 556 units of wood shavings were produced from 278 units of wood. Although some materials would remain, they would not occupy unnecessary space, as there would always be a need for them. As Ye Heng focused on enhancing the remaining 185 square meters, he consistently checked the conditions of the planting fields, breeding circles, and marine farming pools. The foundational stones in these areas could also be enhanced, providing improved defenses despite not generating resources. With an area of 185 square meters, only 162 units of materials were consumed. Fortuitously, this was a stroke of luck. The island's total area spans 502 square meters, comprising 249 square meters of land, with Level 2 enhancements covering 25 square meters and Level 1 enhancements encompassing 224 square meters, and a beach area of 251 square meters, all enhanced to Level 1. Outside the beach, Ye Heng had prudently prepared 2 initial island foundations, uncertain whether he would encounter the last enhancement effect at Level 1. Ultimately, he did not face such a predicament. Nonetheless, the foundations remained in place, allowing the small fish and shrimp to thrive undisturbed. The cheerful little octopus, equipped with a basket, roamed the newly emerged expansive beach, diligently searching for Level 1 marine life. Fish, shrimp, and crabs were abundant, after capturing dozens. It finally made its way to the breeding pool to deposit its catch. Such industriousness. Ye Heng had previously considered himself quite diligent, yet in comparison to the little octopus, he felt somewhat outdone by this spirited creature. Now, with the completion of the Level 1 construction across 500 square meters, Ye Heng began processing the purchased Level 2 meat into fertilizer. The assortment included lamb, beef, venison, black fish, octopus, and tiger shark meat. Upon examining the information about the tiger shark meat, he was momentarily taken aback. Level 2 tiger sharks? Was the tiger shark merely weak? Or did every type of fish indeed possess distinct levels? Regardless of his musings, he reserved a few pieces of meat for the little octopus to sample, while the majority was transformed into Level 2 fertilizer. Out of 10,000 pieces of meat, 100 were set aside for the octopus, and the remaining 9,900 were processed into 3,300 units of Level 2 fertilizer. With the Level 2 fertilizer ready, the next step involved crafting Level 2 or powder. 2 units of Level 2 or were required to synthesize a single unit of the semi-finished product. During the gathering session that commenced shortly after 7:30 in the morning, Ye Heng had amassed a total of 344 units of Level 2 ore. Along with the portion stored in his cabinet, he had a mere 662 pieces. After processing them all into semi-finished products, regardless of whether they were flint, granite, or iron ore, he proceeded with the construction of Level 2 enhancements for the island. Taking advantage of the plants that had yet to reach the harvest stage, Ye Heng seized the moment to commence the enhancement process. Out of 33 attempts at Level 2 enhancement of the island foundations, fortune smiled upon him with 5 blessings. He successfully enhanced 38 Level 2 island foundations, combining them with the original 25, now totaling 63. The first areas to be enhanced were, of course, those devoid of obstructions, allowing him to swiftly commence or collection. Little one, it's time for us to gather resources. Would you care for a bite? If not, I may have to use it as bait, Ye Heng remarked as he completed this round of enhancements, temporarily awaiting the maturation of the ore resources before proceeding with collection. Gazing at the breeding pool, which now housed 433 Level 1 fish and shrimp, he prepared to reap a bounty of experience points. With a swift motion, he scooped up the little octopus, who was eager to continue its work, and leaped into the pool to begin catching fish manually. The little octopus was astonished to see its caretaker unexpectedly plunge into the water, causing its tentacles to spring into action, urging the individual toward the shore. The ocean harbored dangers, which the little octopus was acutely aware of, recalling the last time its caretaker narrowly escaped peril. It was imperative to prevent any curiosity about the sea. For now, the caretaker could enjoy the pool, but tomorrow he might wish to venture into the ocean. Unacceptable. Absolutely not. Observing the little octopus's disdain, Ye Heng, feeling somewhat helpless, retreated to the beach, gesturing toward the small fish swimming about, his fingers pinching together. He sought to acquire experience points. After several demonstrations from Ye Heng, the little octopus finally grasped the concept. It deftly captured a small fish from the surface and placed it in the palm of Ye Heng's outstretched hand. More, Ye Heng urged, using his other hand to crush the fish nestled in his palm. As he witnessed the experience points tally at 1, he fed the crushed fish to the little octopus and continued to extend his hand, encouraging it to catch more. Having consumed the fish, the little octopus comprehended the necessity. Its caretaker needed to crush a portion of the fish and shrimp. With all 8 tentacles swirling in the pool, it adeptly caught various fish and crabs, depositing them into Ye Heng's awaiting palm. 2 tentacles alternated in catching live specimens, while another pair was dedicated to removing the crushed fish for consumption. Hunting, Level 2, 400. When the hunting experience reached the required quantity, Ye Heng reached into the pool to retrieve the little octopus, informing it that it could cease its efforts. Only about 100 Level 1 creatures remained in the pool. Once he accumulated 800 again, he could engage in another round of hunting. Hunting level increased to Level 3. Combat Power 1. Hunting, Level 3, 0800. Chapter 51. Exploration Tokens. Combat power and damage are distinct. Player, 99111 Island Master. Ye Heng. Combat power, 18 skills. Body strengthening technique. Enhancement type. Level. Hunting, Level 3, 0800. Fishing, Level 1, 35200. Gathering, Level 8, 798325600. Planting, Level 1, 163200. Island. Total area 502 square meters, viewable. Level 1 wooden cabin. Level 2 spirit sea patrol octopus. Level 1 seawater aquaculture pool, 25 square meters. Level 1 breeding pen, 4 square meters. Level 2 planting field, 8 square meters. Standing upon the beach, Ye Heng continued his training. Reviewing his current personal information, his combat power stood at 17, and he was uncertain of his true potential. Initially, he intended to upgrade his dwelling, but now, to expedite the emergence of Level 3 island enhancements, he decided to postpone construction for the time being. After training until nearly 9:30 in the morning, Ye Heng began to gather various matured resources. With an increase in the fortification of the island's foundation, the resources produced would naturally multiply. He set out to harvest the Level 2 ores, which could further bolster his enhancements. Having nearly depleted his pickaxe, he proceeded to excavate the ore piles while the processing station continued crafting new pickaxes. With each round, he gathered 63 pieces of Level 2 island foundation stone, all ores. After this collection, Ye Heng amassed a remarkable 5,133 points in gathering experience from within the ore pile. In the parcel compartment, 153 blocks of granite, 211 pieces of flint, 586 units of iron ore, along with 198 portions of soil and 185 stones were stored. Additionally, there were 3 instances of fortune bursts, yielding extra Level 2 mineral crystals. These crystals would be temporarily set aside, as they could be sold for profit. After all, certain players, averse to mining themselves, still seek to gather experience and mineral materials, thus making purchases. This collection comprised minerals, along with 173 Level 1 reinforced island bedrock pieces that remained uncovered by other items. Despite Ye Heng's swift actions, he completed the collection just before 10 o'clock. Among these 173 pieces of land, there were only weeds and small trees. 882 weeds, 913 units of timber, and 239 portions of branches. Following this collection, Ye Heng realized he might be able to upgrade his gathering skills once more by noon. However, for now, he focused on proceeding with the Level 2 reinforcement. He had 950 portions of Level 2 ore, and the creation of mining picks consumed 300 units of iron ore, ultimately yielding only 325 portions of Level 2 ore powder. With 6 portions of ore powder, one being a leftover from before, he decided to temporarily store the remaining fragments in the warehouse. The materials allowed for the reinforcement of 32 portions, during which 9 instances of the blessing aura effect emerged, resulting in the successful enhancement of 41 pieces of Level 2 island bedrock. At present, the area reinforced to Level 2 was still less than half of the island's total area. Even with the aura effects, the process remained time-consuming. Standing before his house, Ye Heng gazed at the surroundings, where the ground was designated for mining. Some areas had been harvested earlier and were now sprouting small mounds of metal ore. The vegetation grew gradually, akin to the ore piles, which began as mere traces and slowly expanded into irregular heaps half a meter high. Onward, Ye Heng mused as he savored a steamed bun filled with sea cucumber, then made his way to the beach to find a suitable spot for training. The beach was quite spacious, with small octopuses scuttling about, capturing prey to deliver to the water pool, and keeping him company when there were no hunts. While practicing, he perused the various messages in the chat channel. Eventually, one message caught his attention. 668. A random event has yielded an exploration ticket for a Level 2 island, allowing up to 5 participants. Those interested should come to the Trade City training area to test their strength. Those with a power level below 15 need not apply. An exploration ticket? Ye Heng had never encountered such a thing, but he could surmise that it involved a group of individuals teaming up to scour an island for resources. Is the island in question a player's domain or a wild island? 85. My combat power is 20 points. Yet I can barely inflict 15 points of damage in the training area. Your expectations seem rather high. 7. ISNT damage supposed to exceed combat power? 11. Oh, Royal 7. Perhaps it would be wise for you to remain silent. Combat power is granted through upgrades, while damage must be skillfully cultivated on one's own. Most players likely lack training in this regard. Displaying a combat power of 20 and achieving 10 points of damage is not considered poor. Some may have been provoked by 7's confusion, resulting in Flower Ocean Crystal sending a lengthy message. 7. I haven't trained either. My combat power is merely 15 points, and I generally deal around 30 points of damage. So I thought it was the norm. 668. Oh, Royal 7, will you join us? Despite many players feeling disheartened by 7's remarks, it cannot be denied that during moments requiring high damage output, 7 remains an immensely popular figure. 7. I will measure a damage value. You may observe. As for exploration vouchers, I prefer to maintain control. If you sell exploration vouchers, I will purchase them and take you along. 7's ability to provoke others is truly unparalleled. Soon, someone relayed that they had spotted player 7 in Trade City, and approximately 10 minutes later, the information about 7 dealing 33 points of damage was disseminated. Player 7 entered the training ground, adjusting to a public mode, and during combat with training puppets. Nearly every strike inflicted damage ranging from 28 to 32, with a maximum critical hit of 33 points. 99. Incredible. Those punches and kicks yield such damage. 7 also possesses skills, one of which inflicts an astounding 811 points of damage. Fortunately, mutual harm is not permitted in Trade City. 68. What is happening? Why is a skill being utilized? I can't afford to go to Trade City. I implore the esteemed players for a live broadcast. 101. Someone is overestimating their abilities, believing they could defeat 7 in the arena with a weapon, and after provoking him, they were swiftly eliminated by 7. 668. I believe I shall sell this exploration voucher to 7. I admit I was too loud in my previous remarks towards the esteemed royal, and now I wish to align myself with him. 31. 668. Do not falter. It's rare to encounter someone who can contend with Royal 7. If you fall, what will we have to watch? 668. One must recognize reality. I too possess skills, yet I have not reached 81. Oh, Royal 7. May I cling to your coattails? I am willing to serve you in any capacity, be it fetching tea, massaging shoulders, or anything else. 101. He wouldn't consider you worthy, haha. 7. 1,000 ocean crystals for the exploration voucher. I shall invite a few more individuals. Chapter 52. Calling the Pink Octopus. 99. Pink Octopus, can you see this message? Please make your way to the entrance of the auction area and trade market when you have a moment. 668. Pink Octopus? Who might that be? A brief introduction would be appreciated. 101. I know. He has a pink octopus wrapped around his arm. I've seen him. He is quite dashing and composed. 93. Is he also a prominent figure? The conversation in the chat channel caught Ye Heng's attention, but he refrained from responding, grappling instead with the decision of whether to attend. Regardless of his choice, spending 10 ocean crystal stones to visit the auction house seemed a reasonable endeavor. He gathered the 3 level 2 or crystals he had previously unearthed, cradled the small pink octopus in his arm, and tucked his only weapon, a wooden stick, into his bag before teleporting to the Trade City. With over 40 minutes remaining until the earliest resources could be gathered, his purpose was merely to hang an auction item and offer a greeting. Upon arriving in Trade City, the sight of the pink octopus on his arm drew attention, prompting a shout that attracted a crowd. You're here. Are you going to auction off something first? Jiao, leaning against a wall, pushed through the throng to stand before Ye Heng, noticing his simple straw sandals and coarse trousers, with a novice outfit to boot. She immediately sensed that he had come specifically to turn down their invitation. I don't know what my damage output is. I haven't tested it yet, Ye Heng replied, continuing forward while conversing with Jiao about his circumstances. He had not measured his damage, and if he were to discover a mere 8 or 10 points, it would not reflect well on him. He realized, having seen others discuss it, that damage values were distinct from combat power. As he prepared to list his items for auction, he intended to visit the training grounds shortly thereafter to assess his average and maximum damage. The exploration tickets had restrictions. They were valid only in non-player areas of the Wilderness Islands, where the highest level of creatures was level 2. Once activated, players could only remain on the island for an hour, and the team leader, who activated the ticket, had the authority to terminate the exploration prematurely. Jiao walked alongside Ye Heng, elaborating on the exploration tickets. The player using the ticket assumed the role of team leader, possessing the unique privilege to initiate or choose to abandon the mission early. Will safety protection be lifted upon entering the exploration zone? Ye Heng queried, attaching the 3 level 2 or crystals to the auction before turning to leave. Casting a glance at Jiao, he broached a crucial topic that had yet to be mentioned, yet was undoubtedly significant. Safety protection will be lifted. We should test our damage first. If yours is significantly low, it might be best not to go. I forgot to mention this earlier. Jiao smiled awkwardly. genuinely having overlooked the fact that some individuals preferred to avoid contact with others, especially in environments where one might be ambushed or robbed of resources. Let's test it first. Ye Heng had not firmly decided whether to proceed, but he needed to ascertain his damage output. You should test it on your own first. Then decide if you want to join us for the assessment. As Jojo accompanied Ye Heng to the entrance of the training ground, he paused to allow Ye Heng to ascertain the situation. If a team was to be formed, it would undoubtedly lead to a cooperative mode, unveiling a grand scene where each participant could demonstrate their prowess, thus determining their capacity for collaboration. Prior to that, if one is uncertain of their own capabilities, it is advisable to undertake a solitary assessment, which would provide a measure of preparedness. I will take a look first, Ye Heng declared as he ventured inside. He turned a corner within the training hall and entered the testing area. Upon entering, he found himself on a 100 square meter initial island. In this training room, initiating a test required the expenditure of 10 ocean crystal stones, and prior to activation, one must decide whether to make the session public. If so, onlookers could observe the proceedings. Alternatively, specific players could be invited to join the training room, allowing everyone's assessment to be visible to the others. Initiating damage test. Player 1, Pet 1, deducting 10 ocean crystal stones. Damage test commencing. Countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, begin. As the countdown concluded, a humanoid wooden puppet materialized before Ye Heng. The little octopus appeared somewhat bewildered, realizing that the setting had shifted once more. However, it soon recognized that the entity before it was not human, but rather wielding a stick and aiming to strike its master. This was absolutely intolerable. Pet attack successful, inflicting piercing damage of 989. Test complete. Countdown to restart. 20, 19. This time, Ye Heng was taken aback as he approached the puppet with the wooden stick, ready to inflict damage. The tiny tentacles of the little octopus swiftly pierced through the arm of the wooden puppet in the fleeting moment of their intersection. The level 2 octopus was simply unfortunate to have appeared on their island. Ye Heng took a few steps back, gently pressing the little octopus's head against his arm during the 20-second countdown to the next test. Now he understood the potency of the octopus's piercing strike, and it was time to grant himself an opportunity for assessment. To ensure the little octopus comprehended his intentions, he deliberately waved the wooden stick in hand, gesturing towards the puppet across from them. The little octopus seemed to grasp the situation. Its master had previously been deterred from entering the water, and now he sought to engage in combat with a humanoid creature. Evidently, since being startled, its perception of danger had become rather muddled. Nonetheless, that wooden figure was rather feeble, and it resolved to keep a vigilant eye, ensuring that the puppet would not harm its master. With the master in a less than ideal state, emotionally unstable, it was quite the challenge to soothe him. Chapter 53. The test proves strong. The little octopus grows fatigued. Precise attack. Inflicting blunt damage of 68. Precise attack. Inflicting blunt damage of 71, with the stick firmly in hand. Ye Heng struck the training puppet's head consecutively. The damage values emerged, and he once again retreated to create distance, entering the waiting period for reactivation. The puppets in this testing arena merely serve to evaluate the damage dealt by players and a modicum of their fundamental evasion skills. Certainly, there are various other tests, such as those for defensive strength and agility, each requiring distinct training approaches. Presently, as Ye Heng executed 2 precise strikes in succession, the subsequent damage notifications evoked memories of the time he caught a level 2 black fish while fishing, only to chase and strike it amidst the gaps of a small tree. In those days, the ordinary damage dealt was merely in the range of 50 to 60. However, after experimenting with the 6, 5 countdown, Ye Heng flexed his wrists and ankles, preparing to test his prowess anew. Weak point attack. Critical hit. Inflicted blunt damage 785. As the puppet charged forth, nearly in his face, he grounded his strength and twisted his waist. Naturally, he executed the most fitting maneuver for evasion and attack, striking the puppet at its lumbar region with his stick. The combination of a weak point attack and a critical hit resulted in damage exceeding tenfold. The puppet, struck with precision, staggered back, initiating a new countdown. Weak point attack. Inflicted blunt damage 136. This time, Ye Heng merely dodged normally before executing a weak point attack, and the damage value plummeted. Do not move. I shall test the impact of my unarmed strikes, he declared, emphasizing the importance of the critical hit. The techniques he practiced not only strengthened his physique, but also held the potential for critical strikes, which was quite remarkable. Ye Heng sheathed his stick and gently pressed his palm on the little octopus's head, signaling it not to attack out of eagerness now that he had disarmed himself. The little octopus, assured it had not misunderstood, recognized that its master sought to experience the sensation of being struck without a weapon, deeming it a training exercise. However, in this training arena, it did not linger in contemplation for long. Once Ye Heng had relinquished his weapon, the puppet too was unarmed. 3, 2, 1, begin. With the countdown complete, the weaponless puppet charged again, engaging Ye Heng in a combat training session of unarmed strikes. Normal attack. Inflicted blunt damage 25. A punch landed on the side of the face. Though intact, it was merely a blunt impact. Precise attack. Inflicted wear damage 35. Another strike to the cheekbone caused abrasion, classified as wear damage. Time and again, while dodging, he launched attacks, with damage values consistently hovering around 30. A successful hit, even if deemed a normal attack, represented approximately 15 times his combat power. Precise attacks yielded damage values at 23 times his strength. Weak point attacks were assessed based on the vulnerability of the target. A particularly severe strike to the eye resulted in penetrating damage of 178. Conversely, a prior elbow strike to the lower back, also a weak point attack, only inflicted 86 points of damage. Having surpassed the fundamental tests, he seized the opportunity to evaluate several of his practiced moves, each consistently delivering critical hits, with 200 to 300 damage being commonplace. By sheer fortune, he found himself in an advantageous position once more, executing a weak point critical that resulted in a staggering damage value of 1098. Little one, why don't you give it a try? Ye Heng invited. He had tested it himself, yet after performing this last series of 5 skillful maneuvers, every muscle and bone in his body ached. Stepping back to reassess, he initiated a new round. He poked the little octopus's tentacle, gently placing it on the ground. The octopus, upon noticing Ye Heng's finger pointing ahead, then directed its gaze back at itself. After their master had exhausted himself in battle, he finally realized that he could have hidden behind, allowing the creature to confront the trouble. Pet attack successful. Critical hit. Penetration. Rending. Inflicted devastating damage of 5,000. Ye Heng sat on the ground, his expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at the puppet, its head utterly shattered, feeling equally dazed. This puppet was a manifestation of the player's strength, a complete replica of his own stats. Now, with a single leap, the little octopus surged forward, 2 tentacles pressing against the temples, while the other 6 penetrated its eye sockets, tearing apart with a forceful motion. The devastating damage of 5,000 was evidently not the upper limit of potential harm. This figure clearly represented his current health threshold, from full health to empty. The little octopus felt a sense of accomplishment in vanquishing the foe and joyfully scampered back. 2 tentacles prodded Ye Heng's arm, seeking praise. Did you see that? I'm so formidable. You are quite weak, master. Let me handle the fighting from now on. Although the recent attack had left it somewhat fatigued, with tentacles still tingling, it had effectively showcased the disparity in their strengths to its master. Well done, let us head out. Having completed the test, with the puppet's head utterly destroyed, Ye Heng chose to exit the training ground just as the countdown for puppet reconstruction began. Teleporting away, he found himself back in the training hall. Upon entering, he noticed Jiao had been waiting, accompanied by 2 others led by number 7. So, how much damage can you inflict now? Jiao inquired eagerly as Ye Heng emerged, keen to learn the results of his test. They had previously agreed that as long as the pink octopus's luck allowed for a damage output exceeding 20, it would be included in their team. Without weapons, a stable output of over 30 was reasonable. Upon hearing Ye Heng's words, Jiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, there was a glimmer, a radiant glow. Coughing slightly, she continued, how delightful. I couldn't contain my excitement. This value is absolutely sufficient. Let us open a training ground so everyone can familiarize themselves. And then we can embark together to claim the exploration rewards from that island. Jiao briefly touched her eyes, the red glow dissipating. Observing Ye Heng's calm demeanor, she extended another invitation. Though fortune may have favored him slightly, it was enviable. His composed nature and steady mindset made her feel comfortable teaming up with him, as he would not cause trouble for others. Chapter 54. This team possesses skills. Have we set a departure time? I still need to collect once around noon. Reinforcing the island is paramount, and confirmed materials are always of utmost importance. After careful consideration, Ye Heng made his decision. He was willing to go, provided it did not impede his gathering efforts. Before and after 12 o'clock, the resources and supply boxes available to him could yield a substantial amount of level 2 ores. If there were any scheduling conflicts, he would abstain from participating in the exploration, as the rewards of such an endeavor were uncertain, while the offerings on his island were guaranteed. Surely, you are not one to meticulously time your day to harvest 16 times, are you? A short-haired girl, previously seen near 7, approached and stood before Ye Heng, her curious gaze fixed upon him. Upon hearing his intentions to meticulously collect resources around noon, a look of alarm spread across her youthful face. Though largely theatrical, her reaction stemmed from a genuine perception of his actions as rather outrageous. Indeed, it was feasible to collect resources 16 times in a day, a notion Ye Heng found quite normal. Many players often engaged in discussions within the chat channel regarding optimal timing strategies for resource collection. However, regardless of the conversation, the outcome remained consistent, as the resource refresh times occurred 4 times daily without variation. "Madman!" the girl exclaimed, covering her face with her hand and muttering softly. She had not anticipated that this person, deemed fortunate by Jojo, was also a dedicated player. How terrifying! Was he not afraid of overexertion leading to collapse? He could initiate exploration at 12:30 without requiring your physical presence, merely needing to set the invitation number for confirmation on your end. It would be prudent to conduct a test to assess everyone's combat capabilities and familiarize themselves with various strategies to avoid unnecessary mishaps. 7. Already present. Seized the opportunity to express his willingness to adjust the timing as per this young man's request. Furthermore, it was indeed essential for everyone to commence the resource refresh at noon, as it might yield valuable items, thereby enhancing their safety. Let us proceed with the test. What is your number? We will need to invite you to the training arena according to player numbers. Confirming the timing, Jojo hurriedly inquired about Ye Heng's number, suggesting they could discuss further matters within the training grounds, as the multitude of onlookers was rather overwhelming and could induce irritation. 99111. Ye Heng declared his island number, and in the next moment, he received a prompt. Island Master of 99 invites you to enter the multiplayer training arena. After consenting, Ye Heng was transported once more to the training grounds. Upon arrival, he found himself on an island spanning 500 square meters, facing 5 identical training dummies mirroring their height and build. Let me introduce myself. I am the Island Master of 7. Simply call me 7. Naturally, titles such as Lucky 7 or Great 17 are also welcomed. 7 began, leading the introductions. This individual always carried an air of self-appreciation and intoxication, regardless of his surroundings. I am the Island Master of 99, Jojo. My skills include the Eye of Insight and the Flame Arrow, with a damage output of approximately 30 for physical attacks. The Eye of Insight has a chance to reveal an opponent's weakness, while the Flame Arrow inflicts damage ranging from 800 to 1100. However, I must refrain from excessive use, as the current limit stands at 3 uses within an hour. Jojo approached number 7, swiftly pushing him aside before commencing a rather detailed self-introduction. She had long harbored the desire to shove him and finally seized the opportunity. I am the Island Master number 101. Simply call me 101. My skill is a supportive ability known as the Purifying Heart technique, which can eliminate certain negative statuses from a target, usable approximately 8 to 10 times within an hour. My unarmed damage ranges between 25 to 30, and can be elevated to over 40 with weapons. However, my physical strength is somewhat lacking, so I will likely serve primarily in a supportive role. The young lady raised her hand, unleashing a luminous orb of the Purifying Heart technique, casting it upon the 4 individuals nearby. I am the Island Master number 668. You may call me Little 6, he continued. I possess only the skill of Ice Arrow, which has a chance to freeze the spot where the target is struck. Within an hour, I can utilize it approximately 4 to 5 times, and my unarmed damage is in the range of 20 to 25. The Island Master 668 was a rather aloof young man, but upon speaking, he inadvertently diminished his own standing. It was not that he wished to appear weak, rather, he was simply the least powerful among the group. The healing support girl, who claimed to be frail, had a damage output exceeding his. As for the 2 individuals accompanied by pets, one he had witnessed firsthand, while he had only heard of the other, both had unarmed damage values above 30. Island Master 99111. affectionately referred to as the pink octopus, possessed a singular skill known as the body strengthening technique. This skill, when activated, allowed for simultaneous attacks, yielding a critical strike multiplier of 810, usable twice within a 5-minute window. Exceeding this would inflict self-harm, with an unarmed damage output of 2,835. Ye Heng then followed suit, presenting his own introduction. In terms of skills, he mirrored the previous format. The mention of critical strikes and intervals elicited gasps of surprise from 101 and Little Six. Upon hearing about the body strengthening technique, they initially assumed it was a basic cultivation method, only to realize it was a combat-enhancing skill. The immense energy consumption of their skills now made sense, and they understood why Jojo had insisted on waiting for this young man's arrival. What a formidable skill! I am number 7, wielding the ice arrow technique. A spell-based ability with a chance to inflict freezing paralysis, testing damage at 811. The skill has a 5-minute cooldown. I also possess a wood-based protective shield, which is not particularly effective without additional items, thus should be avoided. My unarmed damage is 30-35, and when equipped with gear and utilizing a weapon, it can approach 100. Number 7 scrutinized Ye Heng thoroughly before casting a glare at Jojo and proceeding with a more detailed self-introduction. Each individual had their own strengths, and after revealing their identities, the next step involved battling the training puppets opposite them to showcase their damage output. This time, Ye Heng gently patted the little octopus's head to prevent any sudden outbursts that might frighten others. They conducted their tests without any unexpected occurrences, yielding results consistent with their earlier claims. Having confirmed their respective numbers and assessed their powers, they subsequently dispersed. Ye Heng intended to return home to gather resources, while a few others likely awaited the refresh of the supply crates at noon. Chapter 55. Weapons discovered in the supply crate. You truly do not rest at all. Upon arriving home, the little octopus on Ye Heng's arm immediately scurried away, its 2 tentacles lifting the basket placed at the threshold. As it made its way to the beach, the swiftness and diligence of the creature made Ye Heng acutely aware of his own laxity. The little octopus had caught dozens of small fish and shrimp, all of which it placed in the basket before transporting them to the pond. After gathering the aquatic bounty, it returned to the doorstep, deposited the basket, and climbed back onto Ye Heng's shoulder. Its owner's peculiar emotions intrigued him, prompting reflections on what explorations the island might hold. Accompanied by the little octopus, Ye Heng endeavored to comprehend the creature's expressions of confusion, sharing his own sentiments. As the time for resource harvesting had yet to arrive, he first visited the cultivation fields, where he uprooted the weeds sprouting in several plots, allowing the fruit trees to flourish undisturbed. The weeds in the fruit orchard could be harvested along with the fruits when the time came, but neglecting to clear them would hinder the tree's growth and yield. Since he noticed the weeds, it was imperative to remove them, unless he opted for a dedicated grass cultivation. Weed clearing also granted him planting experience. After uprooting 13 young weeds, he gained 13 points of planting experience, albeit without any harvesting experience due to their juvenile state. Currently, what Ye Heng lacked was planting experience. And in a good mood, he continued tidying up materials in the warehouse. After a brief respite with the bon, he awaited the maturation of the ore piles. At approximately 11:20 a.m., the ore piles displayed a harvestable indication. Armed with a pickaxe, Ye Heng commenced his work, producing a rhythmic clinking sound. Most of the ores were of level 2, with a few level 1 specimens, and occasionally, he would uncover a level 2 or crystal. After exhausting the 104 level 2 ore piles, Ye Heng amassed 386 points of gathering experience. Rather than hastily collecting the level 1 weeds and saplings, he prioritized upgrading the island's foundational stones. From the 104 level 2 ore piles, he collected 8 level 2 ore crystals, 821 units of diverse level 2 ores, 133 units of soil, and 108 units of stone. During the mining process, he consumed 700 units of iron ore to craft the pickaxe, leaving him with only 121 units of ore. Setting aside a piece of granite, he processed 120 units of level 2 ore into 560 units of ore powder. Level 2 enhancement. Level 2 fertilizer 265010. Level 2 ore powder 56010. The ore powder allowed for the enhancement of 56 units. Ye Heng opened the map and proceeded with the enhancement meticulously. One by one, the enhancements were executed until the aura effect materialized after several attempts. Upon depleting the 56 units of materials, he successfully enhanced 60 new level 2 island foundational stones. Only after completing the enhancements did Ye Heng turn his attention to gathering the level 1 weeds and saplings. The materials were now in a harvestable state. Even with the enhancement of the foundational stones, the original resources remained unchanged. Upon completion, he acquired 360 units of weeds, 351 units of wood, and 82 units of branches. Ye Heng glanced at the time. It was already past 11:50, and he awaited the refresh at midnight. Opening his personal information, he noted that his gathering experience was on the brink of leveling up. Strengthening the island naturally resulted in increased resources, and with more resources, leveling up would occur at a swifter pace. Seated by the water's edge, Ye Heng engaged in a playful finger game with the small octopus that entwined itself around his arm. He reflected on how relatively effortless leveling up had become while observing the bustling chat channel, anticipating the arrival of 12 o'clock. The chat was lively, with inquiries about the team led by the esteemed Player 7, who was set to embark on an exploration. Speculations arose regarding the capabilities of those fortunate enough to accompany 7, while others debated the acceptable ratios of combat power values to unarmed damage. After a moment of watching the chatter, the clock struck 12. The island's resources had refreshed. Ye Heng opened the map to behold a plethora of item types marked with a flickering glow, in addition to the resources available on land. Numerous sparkling indicators of small fish, shrimp, and crabs adorned the beach. However, these were fixed refreshes. The only aspect Ye Heng held anticipation for was the resource crates. This time, 4 resource crates had emerged, 1 level 2 and 3 level 3. The more the island was enhanced, the higher the levels of resource crates. A fact confirmed by the players. While the quantity was not particularly abundant, a single level 3 crate was far superior to 4 or 5 level 2 crates. Upon opening the level 2 resource crate, Ye Heng discovered 6 ocean crystals, 3 level 2 bamboo seedlings, and some soil. The bamboo seedlings appeared in his inventory after opening the crate, resembling diminutive bamboo shoots, standing less than 2 centimeters tall. He stored them away and proceeded to open the level 3 resource crate adjacent to the level 2 one. The first level 3 resource crate yielded everything Ye Heng currently required: 55 ocean crystals, a package expansion ticket, 3 slots, 1 level 2 fire staff, 10 mining picks, 10 level 2 cotton threads, and level 2 wood. He immediately used the expansion ticket, increasing his inventory slots to 19. He placed 5 cotton threads in the warehouse, keeping 5 in his inventory, along with the previous 10 pieces of cotton fabric, and headed to the crafting station to commence the creation of a cotton fabric top. With a production time of 3 minutes, Ye Heng picked up the staff for inspection. This equipment was indeed exceptional. The level 2 fire staff, measuring 1.8 meters, stood nearly as tall as Ye Heng when placed upright on the ground. As he twirled it playfully, he inexplicably recalled a performance he had witnessed on the streets, reminiscent of the moment when the Monkey King acquired his divine weapon. Clearing his mind, Ye Heng continued to open the resource crates. Upon opening 3 resource chests, Ye Heng acquired 81 ocean crystals, a level 2 fish trap crafting recipe, a level 2 food seed pack, 10 level 2 wooden planks, and 77 ocean crystals, along with a level 3 aquaculture gift pack and some level 2 timber. After collecting the items from the chests, he temporarily set aside the small gifts related to aquaculture and planting. Grasping his pickaxe, he resumed mining, aware that he needed to depart by 12:30. In the scant 20 minutes remaining, he aimed to gather all resources available on the island, ensuring he harvested every resource point that would respawn at the designated time, including those for planting and breeding. As Ye Heng mined, a small octopus busily cleaned the beach with a wicker basket. Preoccupied with his tasks, he could only glance at the messages in the chat channel, primarily focusing on player IDs to ensure he didn't miss any communications from his temporary teammates. Chapter 56. Equipping 2 new items and preparing to depart. The price had risen to 350 ocean crystals, and the number of affluent players was steadily increasing. Ye Heng noticed that his previous 3 level 2 or crystals had sold via mail, with a slight uptick in their price from before. While browsing the auction house, he observed numerous listings for similar or crystals. Although these resources were not particularly rare, the rising prices indicated a significant number of players who preferred to avoid time-consuming gathering, opting instead to acquire experience without manual labor. With 8 or crystals remaining in his inventory, Ye Heng had just finished opening the resource chests and was rapidly extracting from the ore piles. He continued to mine, while simultaneously crafting pickaxes. The level 2 ore piles primarily yielded iron ore, which would largely be consumed in the pickaxe crafting process. The sound of clinking echoed as he mined through 164 ore piles, extracting each one roughly 20 times. With the processing station set for pickaxe production, it would take an average of half a minute to collect from a single ore pile. This resource refresh focused solely on mining, consuming approximately 10 minutes. The yield was substantial, resulting in 11 level 2 ore crystals and a total of 355 units of level 2 ore. However, the crafting of pickaxes consumed 600 units of iron ore. Without the high yield of iron ore, he might not have had enough. Additionally, he unearthed 565 units of soil and 358 stones, cumulatively increasing his gathering experience by 753 points. Gathering level increased to level 9, combat power 1. Gathering, level 9. 249, 251. 200. Ye Heng's combat power rose to 19 points, though he had no time to revel in this enhancement as numerous tasks awaited his attention. Including the ore previously stored in his warehouse, he processed a total of 756 units of ore into 378 units of ore powder. He retrieved 2 units of stored ore powder from the warehouse, combining them to form 380 units, and commenced the fortification of the island's cornerstone. With a level 2 enhancement of 209, 010 fertilizer and 38, 010 mineral powder, Ye Heng proceeded to strengthen his territory for the 38th time, swiftly augmenting the level 2 island area. The available space dwindled, as the ground beneath the houses and workbenches had already transformed into level 2 island foundations. Ultimately, he successfully reinforced a total of 41 level 2 island foundations, while still possessing 44 level 1 reinforced land areas. Upon completion of the enhancements, Ye Heng busied himself clearing the remaining patches of weeds and small trees. In the seawater aquaculture pool, he retrieved 4 algae cultivation nets, yielding 400 units of level 2 algae and 2,000 points of gathering experience. Following this harvest, he crafted 8 new algae nets and placed them back into the pool for continued cultivation. Fortunately, the algae nets occupied minimal space and, being a plant type, did not conflict with the number of marine animals in the aquaculture pool, thus exploiting a loophole in the game's mechanics. After concluding this task, he turned his attention to the breeding pen. The harvest proved successful, yielding 4 level 1 hen chicks, capable of reproduction, 2 level 1 rooster chicks, also capable of reproduction, 3 level 1 hen chicks, able to lay eggs, and 23 level 1 chicklets. Each nest contained at least 1 chick capable of reproduction, and notably, some chicks were marked as egg layers. Ye Heng stored the others in the cabinet, placing the 3 egg-laying chicks into the breeding pen, along with some crafted feed and essential drinking water for the animals. For the time being, the breeding pen was set, and glancing at the clock, Ye Heng noted that it was nearly 12:30, with just over 5 minutes remaining. He hurried to the planting field to harvest 8 cultivated plants. The gathering concluded successfully, granting him 250 points of gathering experience, along with 15 units of level 1 corn, 10 units of level 1 wheat flour, 10 units of level 1 potatoes, and 5 units of level 1 sweet potatoes. The crops yielded no additional rewards during the harvest, merely the fixed grain output. Afterward, Ye Heng took out 8 level 2 red apple saplings and, wielding his planting shovel, carefully planted them. The planting was successful, awarding him 40 planting experience points. The 8 saplings, each just a foot high, displayed a status of dehydration. Ye Heng promptly watered them, garnering an additional 40 points of planting experience. With a planting level of only 1, even the slightest cultivation could lead to improvement. Time was of the essence, and Ye Heng hastily initiated another upgrade. His combat power rose to 20, and he anticipated a corresponding increase in damage output. With all tasks accomplished, Ye Heng approached the equipment processing table, retrieving the cotton tunic he had crafted earlier. The level 2 cotton shirt, noted for its exceptional comfort, offered a defense of 5, a recovery rate of 5, and a durability of 100. The soft, white cotton garment enveloped him, immediately imparting a sense of comfort and warmth. After several days of wearing a loose beginner's tank top, it was finally replaced and faded away. The little octopus nestled in Ye Heng's hands, its tentacles curiously exploring the fabric of his new shirt. The caretaker's arm was concealed within the fabric of his clothing, leading one to ponder whether it could also slip inside, even with the sleeves being rather loose. It was a curious thought. Ye Heng lifted his arm slightly, tugging at the cuff, and gazed at the little octopus nestled around his wrist, intrigued by how it managed to do so. The straight-cut sleeves made it relatively easy for the creature to burrow within. However, the current situation was rather amusing. After squeezing inside, the octopus's once round head had become flattened, its squished head pressed against Ye Heng's arm, with tentacles wrapping around a few times. As long as he didn't pull the sleeves too tightly, it was nearly impossible to discern its hidden presence. Suddenly, a tentacle emerged from the cuff and gently tapped Ye Heng's fingers, while the suckers on its appendage clung to the sleeve, pulling it down to cover itself. In this way, it could remain by its caretaker's side without drawing the attention of countless gazes once they ventured outside. All right then, as long as you don't feel stifled. Ye Heng mused. He reached to pat the spot where the octopus was nestled, then reopened his inventory to double-check his belongings. This time, he had brought only a few items. The ocean crystal was, of course, included in his pack, along with water and buns, the fiery staff he had just acquired, and similar types of meat. Additionally, he made sure to include the essentials: fishing rod, pickaxe, and lumbering axe. As time passed, precisely at 12:30, a notification appeared. Player 7, the Island Master, invites you to explore a Level 2 unclaimed island for 1 hour. Entering the island will forfeit player protection. Resources and dangers coexist, so choose wisely. Chapter 57. Exploring the Level 2 Island. Are you planning to earn crystals? Confirm destination to Level 2 Explorative Island. Teleportation initiated. With the teleportation notification, Ye Heng and the little octopus departed from their home island, arriving on a stretch of soft sandy beach, approximately 3 meters away. Several temporary teammates had also materialized. Hey, where's your octopus? A young girl named Ye Ling popped up next to Ye Heng, glancing up and down to confirm she had not spotted the little creature. I brought it. It's resting, Ye Heng replied vaguely, omitting the whereabouts of the octopus. In contrast to his little octopus's stealthy concealment, team member 7 had their own little ice dragon coiled around their arm, deliberately wrapped within the loose sleeve of their outer garment. Perhaps for safety or merely by good fortune, this individual wore a particularly striking coat over their close-fitting leather armor. Silver plates adorned their shoulders, chest, and back, while the sleeves and hem hung quite loosely. When they raised a hand, the exceptionally wide sleeves nearly reached their knees. With such broad sleeves, one could only assume they intended to display the ice dragon cub rather than conceal it. It won't steal your thunder. Hiding it is fine. At least you understand the concept of wearing clothes, team member 7 remarked, glancing at the ice dragon on their own arm before casting a disdainful look at Ye Heng, who was attempting to conceal his pet. Despite knowing that this fellow was not lacking in strength or luck, they could not help but perceive him as somewhat feeble and impoverished. Fortunately, there is an awareness that this journey is for exploration, and knowing to don appropriate gear finally imparts a semblance of normalcy akin to that of a genuine player. The attire was crafted from materials obtained earlier in the day. Ye Heng, being somewhat impoverished, has never felt it necessary to conceal this fact. Is it not rather commonplace for players to lack the means for superior equipment? Not everyone can possess the finest skills, gear, and companions like that one individual. Let us first assess how to embark on this exploration. The island is vast and fraught with uncertainties regarding potential dangers, so it is prudent to remain vigilant and attentive to the surroundings. Jiao raised her hand and delivered a firm slap on player number 7's back, causing him to leap forward a few paces. Only then did she turn to the trio with smiling eyes and broach the matter at hand. If they were to proceed together, their spoils would need to be divided equally. However, if they ventured separately, whatever one obtained would belong solely to them. The young girl, player number 101, articulated her thoughts. While she excelled in healing, her fortune was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, she would not have been able to join this group. I'm rather weak. I personally prefer to act in concert, murmured player number 668, known as Xiao Lu, acknowledging his disparity in strength compared to the others. He understood his limitations. Should they choose to split up, he might not venture far. I have no objections. It's merely a question of how to distribute the spoils. Shall we auction and then divide the ocean crystals? Ye Heng inquired, glancing at players number 7 and Jiao. While cooperating was agreeable, it was clear that valuable items should not be fragmented, thus leading to the likely conclusion of an auction system. The highest bidder would claim the prize, and the ocean crystals would be divided into 5 portions, each receiving a share. I find this agreeable. Octopus brother, are you not merely here to profit from the ocean crystals? Gio expressed her confidence regarding the quantity of ocean crystals in her inventory. However, the suggestion of dividing ocean crystals, especially coming from someone who might be the most impoverished among them, felt somewhat awkward. I possess a mere 2,000 ocean crystals. If we proceed together, it is highly probable that I shall end up with the crystals. Ye Heng candidly acknowledged his status as the least affluent. Moreover, acquiring ocean crystals would be advantageous, enabling him to purchase various supplies to further enhance his island. Although the foundational structures on land were nearing completion, his beach still languished at level 1, with significant distance remaining before reaching level 3 enhancement. Let us traverse together for a while and gauge the situation. If danger proves minimal, we may then choose to act independently. Player number 7, as the holder of the exploration ticket, surveyed the group and swiftly made a decision. There was little of interest on the beach. This small area yielded not even a single crab. The group ventured toward the land of the island, soon encountering collectible items. Berries, fruits born from small shrubs, juicy and sweet-sour, suitable for juicing or making jam. Upon reaching the land, they spotted a meter-high thicket brimming with red berries. Berries occasionally appeared when opening level 12 supply chests, and now they were visible in the wild. This one is prickly, it pricks the fingers. Player number 101 stepped forward, reaching out to pluck the berries, but after only a few, she pricked her finger. The vitality levels remain largely unchanged, yet the wounds on my fingers still cause discomfort. One hand steadied the branch while the other deftly plucked the berries. Ye Heng, observing nearby, spotted another bush, and, through a harmonious coordination of both hands, swiftly gathered 31 berries along with 2 seeds. The experience gained from foraging in the wild mirrors that of gathering on the island. Do you usually approach your harvesting on the island with such meticulousness? After a moment of contemplation, 101 settled on a fitting adjective. Harvesting is indeed a delicate task, with both hands working in concert to hold and pluck. Within mere seconds, 30 berries were collected. Such speed and precision are truly enviable. On my island, the level 1 plants consist solely of weeds and small trees, and only with 4 daily refreshes do level 1 mineral deposits appear, with no sign of bushes. Seeing others engaged in the task, Ye Heng moved to another area to continue his efforts on a bush. While the berries themselves may not hold great significance, this moment presents an opportunity to collect seeds. Thus, it is prudent to gather as many as possible, especially since others have not advanced further. You are indeed impressive. Your diligence in gathering is commendable. Gio remarked on your good fortune. You could convert everything into farming plots, allowing you to practice fishing and hunting more frequently. 101. However, harbored a distaste for gathering, perceiving it as a waste of time and energy. Transforming into farming plots simplifies the planting process and, more importantly, grants valuable farming experience. With a single click to harvest, one can also acquire gathering experience and resources. Fishing, which requires experience to enhance combat prowess, is equally essential. Various resources may appear on the beach, and hunting can elevate one's hunting level. If one feels idle, venturing to the selling area to snag a few items for auction can also yield some ocean crystals. Moreover, practicing skills demands considerable time. With 16 opportunities for gathering each day, alongside other responsibilities, one would need to meticulously schedule every moment, even foregoing sleep. How can one possibly practice skills under such constraints? Is there truly a method to gather while simultaneously honing skills? Chapter 58. Can one truly ascertain the presence of valuable items on such a small island at a glance? Your choices are your own. Do not impose unwarranted advice on others. If you cannot harvest, then step back a little. It is quite weak to be unable to manage even the simplest tasks. Number 7. Having gathered from a bush, gestured for 101 to move aside. If she wasn't going to pick, she should clear the area. Moreover, what kind of suggestions are you offering? The necessity to gather arises precisely from a lack of ocean crystals, requiring a gradual accumulation of materials for leveling up. It has been made clear that one is financially constrained, yet you propose ideas that require prior resource expenditure to gain experience. As if they can effortlessly open a vast supply of ocean crystals. How is it that I am the one offering misguided suggestions? You all have directly transitioned to farming plots to build up your experience. 101 felt her advice was sound, She merely wished to prevent anyone from becoming overly fatigued. What does this person mean? How dare they dismiss her suggestions as inadequate? Clearly, everyone employs the same methods. Why should her words invite ridicule now? That rascal number 7, as Giorgio indicated, is intentionally provoking irritation. Within a single day, you have opened 2 gift packs containing 1,000 ocean crystals each. You inquire how long it would take him to accumulate 100 ocean crystals. Truly, you ought to remain silent. After gathering some berries, number 7 continues to ascend, not forgetting to make a quip about the young lady number 101 trailing beside him. Although he often utters sentiments in the chat channel that lead one to believe he is oblivious to the struggles of the world, he certainly does not lack perception. Many players are still lamenting that the 4 resource boxes they receive daily yield insufficient food for sustenance. Numerous individuals cannot even afford the teleportation fee of 10 ocean crystals. Yet, his luck seems to be rather favorable. Unable to procure ocean crystals, he resorts to gathering materials to sell instead. Number 101 muttered something under her breath, her words trailing off before she fell silent. Feeling a slight warmth in her cheeks, she circled around a few times, casting a soothing spell upon her companions. She would never admit that her words might have dampened the mood, prompting her to take action. She was merely fulfilling her role as a support character. This girl is fortunate, though perhaps a bit slow-witted. She once mentioned in conversation that she is merely 20 years old, having never left school prior to this. Spoiled throughout her upbringing, she inquired, "By the way, how old are you, young man?" Giorgio showed little interest in the berries, sampling a few before losing interest. Upon catching a glimpse of the young lady's pleading eyes, she approached Ye Heng, hoping to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Ye Heng was preoccupied with berry picking, recently having had a stroke of luck by gathering 3 level 2 seeds from the bushes. When Giorgio spoke to him, he focused on her inquiry. While he had long since developed a subconscious filter for the enthusiastic suggestions of that young girl, he did not fail to hear her, but rather, her words simply held no weight in his mind. 19. In our region, this age is still considered a rebellious phase. Giorgio awkwardly turned to glance at number 101, offering her a resigned look. She is even younger than you. In our area, I have already been working for 3 years. After finishing his berry gathering, Ye Heng quickened his pace. Walking alongside Giorgio, he felt it necessary to clarify the term rebellious youth. In our culture, both boys and girls are not deemed adults until they reach 20 years of age. Giorgio shot Ye Heng a glance, more convinced than ever that his emphasis on having worked for over 3 years reflected a certain youthful rebelliousness. However, she chose not to elaborate further. Having gathered from several patches of bushes, the group swiftly advanced, traversing the barren rocky shore towards the heart of the island. This island is irregularly oval-shaped, bordered by a beach, with a small hill rising 20 to 30 meters at its center. As they followed the ridge of the hill, collecting a few level 1 and level 2 shrubs and grasses, they finally reached the summit, where they beheld the entire island in its entirety. The area is approximately 50 to 60,000 square meters. It appears rather modest. Otherwise, they would not have reached the pinnacle with merely a handful of resources gathered. 7th. Your luck seems to be lacking. Even if we were to fell all the trees, there is hardly anything to be found. Giorgio, upon surveying the entirety of the beach, turned to see the disheartened expression on 7th's face, and she too found it difficult to muster a smile. Although the 1,000 ocean crystals exchanged for the exploration voucher were procured from 668 as part of a collaborative endeavor, it now appeared that the price paid for the right to withdraw was perhaps excessive. In light of the current situation, it seemed that those 1,000 ocean crystals were indeed too generous a sum for such a modest isle. What is there to explore here? To gather resources and seeds? Let us split up. Each of us shall choose a direction, and whatever we encounter shall belong to us. If danger arises, we will call for help. If assistance is needed, we shall share our findings. What do you think? Given the circumstances, 7th could only rely on chance, selecting a direction to search slowly. Who knows what might be concealed among the trees, beneath them, or within the rocky crevices? 7 minutes had already passed since their arrival. They must not squander time. I will head this way. Ye Heng surveyed the surroundings from the mountaintop and chose a path with fewer trees, yet adorned with some shrubs and vibrant flowers. I shall gather shrubs and collect seeds. At least this venture won't be in vain. I will be nearby. The isle is small, so do call out if you encounter anything. Giorgio opted for the right side of Ye Heng's chosen path, exchanged greetings with a few others, and then descended. 101 selected the right of Giorgio, with Xiao Lu following suit. Left until last. Seventh had no choice but to take the remaining area between Ye Heng's left and Xiao Lu's right. As they descended the mountain, Ye Heng collected as he went, occasionally brushing his sleeve to assure the little octopus not to fret. He moved at a leisurely pace, gathering a dozen shrubs and over 20 berry seeds, mostly of level 1 with the occasional level 2. Just as he neared the halfway point, the little octopus unexpectedly crawled out onto Ye Heng's hand, extending a tentacle to gesture toward a spot in the left front. All right. Although Ye Heng could converse freely with the little octopus on the isle, he simply acknowledged its signal and proceeded in that direction. Passing several small trees, he was momentarily distracted until the octopus tapped his hand, prompting him to stop. Once halted, the little octopus wrapped a tentacle around Ye Heng's finger, guiding him forward. At the base of a nearby dead tree, the octopus paused and began to sift through the soil. There is something delicious. It's hidden beneath this tree. Chapter 59, Consuming the Snake Eggs. The serpent returns under the octopus's guidance. Ye Heng produced a pickaxe and began to dig. A few strokes revealed a hollow beneath the decayed roots, along with several eggs nestled within. Unhatched level 2 sea serpent eggs, a nourishing delicacy, particularly suited for domesticated, carnivorous creatures. Caution is advised, as sea serpents may be active in the surrounding waters. This was a clutch of serpent eggs marked as nourishing. Within the nest lay 3 plump, red and white patterned eggs, each the size of an adult's head. The little octopus pointed its tentacle at the sea snake eggs, craving a taste. Consuming one would allow its tentacles to grow by at least 1/10. It was imperative to eat, for soon they would have to confront the level 2 sea snake. Ye Heng's fingers indicated his desire for food, yet the little octopus prodded him with its tentacle to take action. He crouched down, retrieving the 3 sea snake eggs and placing them on the ground. After passing through his hands, the little octopus lunged at the eggs, cracking the shells with its tentacles and swiftly devouring the contents. To consume food that exceeds its body weight by several times, even dozens of times, can only be described as a remarkable talent for devouring. As for the level 2 sea snake returning to attack them, that had become an unavoidable fate the moment he unearthed the nest of eggs. Moreover, venturing out to explore was inherently a form of plunder. One would not relinquish treasures upon discovery. The little octopus feasted on one egg after another, and in less than a minute, it had completely stripped the shells clean. After finishing its meal, it climbed back to the open nest to search for any remaining delicacies, and only then did it cling to Ye Heng's hand, burrowing into his sleeve. Spirit-grade coastal octopus, level 2 island-raised pet, vitality 3556, tentacle ambush, entangle, devour, level can grow, vitality of 10,000 points needed to advance to level 3. Sea snake eggs are quite palatable, yet the taste of sea snake meat remains a mystery. Ye Heng pinched the sleeve, observing the little octopus coiled around his wrist, its emotional state shifting from satiated joy to something less content in the blink of an eye. Was it still hungry? Nevertheless, its vitality had surged from 2868 to 3556, simply due to the consumption of 3 sea snake eggs. Such an immediate boost from nourishment was indeed welcomed. Yet, caution was paramount regarding the whereabouts and size of the sea snakes. The little octopus, now quite pleased after its meal, continued down the slope with Ye Heng, who diligently gathered the berry seeds he encountered. Though the area was not extensive, he was meticulous in his collection. As he descended the slope, it had been 48 minutes since entering the island. Approaching the beach, he prepared to fish, but as he neared, the waves suddenly grew tumultuous, revealing 2 sea snakes, each as thick as a barrel. Level 2 water-scaled snake, vitality 8000, adept at water-based attacks, requires hunting in the ocean during its breeding season. They have identified the scent of snake eggs on you. In the wild, marine creatures possess remarkably high vitality. Little octopus, do you need assistance? 7. Fishing on the beach to Ye Heng's left, spotted the 2 snakes emerging from the water and called out. He would not offer help voluntarily, as previously agreed. Assistance required a share of the benefits, and approaching now would be tantamount to seizing what others had worked for. No need, there are things in your waters. Ye Heng merely glanced in that direction, noticing that 7 seemed oblivious to the danger, and wisely advised him to prioritize his own safety. The benefits he possessed have already been consumed by his own little octopus, rendering him unable to share anything with the other party. Thus there is no need for the other party to meddle. Hi, be cautious. If danger arises, flee to Jujio. I cannot attend to you at this moment. As Ye turned his gaze towards the sea, he noticed the peculiar color of the water and swiftly ran up the hillside, shouting for Ye Heng to exercise caution. As Ye departed, the two massive grayish-white serpents, as thick as water barrels, emerged from the ocean. The little octopus wriggled out from Ye Heng's sleeve and climbed onto his shoulder, its tentacle pointing at the larger serpent, gesturing a few times. A weakness? Ye Heng tightened his grip on the stick, and upon comprehending the octopus's intent, he quickly regained his composure. The octopus signaled with a tentacle, indicating the serpent's head. Beneath the serpent's mouth lay an exceedingly vulnerable spot. Striking there would facilitate a more effective defeat of the creature. As for the other serpent, it would inevitably come close. So his immediate task was to evade the serpent's assault before seizing the opportunity to strike. With a resounding thud, the serpent's tail whipped about. The first attack aimed directly at Ye Heng's head. Both serpents extended over 10 meters in length, and as Ye Heng swung the long stick, he leaped aside, leveraging the force of the collision to propel himself. The moment the stick made contact with the serpent's scales, it registered a minor damage of 1. With this momentum, Ye Heng's agile body adeptly dodged the serpent's encirclement. As he maneuvered between the two serpents, leaping and strategizing for an opening, Jujiu, hearing the commotion, rushed to the beach for a glimpse. Jujiu wondered if the octopus had undergone special training. How could it pivot mid-action and suddenly leap to the other side? This defies the laws of inertia and reason. She quietly inquired to Skill 101, who was beside her. Lacking in gathering skills, she had found a level 2 supply box, opened it to acquire some equipment, and having made some gains, she opted not to search the small woods any longer and directly sought out Jujiu. Now accompanying Jujiu, she observed Ye Heng's combat style, and after merely a few glances, found it to be quite extraordinary. Everyone possesses their own secrets. It is best not to pry into matters of little relevance and refrain from offering unsolicited life advice. If you do not amend your ways, you shall not be invited to join again next time. Jujiu refrained from mentioning the octopus, believing it necessary to impart to the young girl beside her the importance of discretion. Well, if I am not to inquire, then I shall remain silent. I had thought it was permissible to speak of what I had previously observed, 101 murmured softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Since she was not permitted to ask, she chose to hold her tongue. Yet, she discerned that both Jujiu and Ye were equally curious, pondering how they managed to suppress their inquisitiveness and refrain from voicing it. Though she remained silent, she still contemplated whether to offer the octopus a cleansing technique. Chapter 60. The Ruthlessly Lethal Tactics of the Little Octopus. Weakness Attack. Critical hit. Inflicting a debilitating blow, the health points dropped to 953. A lingering burn effect ensued for 30 seconds, deducting 50 health points each second. After evading 5 consecutive strikes, Ye Heng finally seized an opportunity. With a distorted motion, he thrust his weapon forcefully into the jaw of the sea serpent. The little octopus, sensing the moment, propelled itself into the serpent's gaping mouth, which was agape from the pain. Ye Heng had been adeptly maneuvering using the momentum from the collision of his weapon and the serpent's scales, but this time, the octopus's tentacle pushed him forcefully on the shoulder, causing him to miscalculate and find himself 10 meters away from his intended position. Although he was aware that the octopus wouldn't recklessly endanger itself, the audacity of charging directly into the serpent's mouth sent a chill of apprehension down Ye Heng's spine. This little creature was indeed audacious. Despite a flicker of fear, he quickly regained his composure, using his weapon to support himself as he evaded the incoming strike of the serpent's tail. Now, only one serpent remained, as the other had been sent crashing into the sea after being struck by the octopus. The serpent in the water thrashed its head violently while the octopus, undeterred by the chaos, had already pierced through the serpent's upper jaw with its tentacles, wreaking havoc upon its brain. The octopus's current combat strategy was straightforward. It would ensnare smaller foes and shred them with its suckers, while targeting larger adversaries by exploiting their vulnerabilities with precise jabs. Truly a formidable opponent. Ye Heng continued to evade on the beach, striking the serpent to divert its attention whenever it attempted to retreat into the sea. However, the serpent possessed considerable health and formidable defensive scales. As he danced around, his stamina waned, yet the serpent's health bar had only diminished by 500 points. After a minute passed, the serpent in the water finally ceased its movements, and Ye Heng received a notification indicating that he, alongside his pet, had successfully slain the level 2 sea serpent, earning 5 points of hunting experience. In addition to the experience, he automatically obtained 103 pieces of level 2 sea serpent meat, along with bones, fangs, and 10 serpent scales, though the serpent gall had already been consumed by the octopus. Having dispatched one, the octopus quickly returned from the sea, climbing up the serpent's tail as it thrashed about, making its way to the serpent's head. The serpent's attention was firmly fixated on Ye Heng, who had been evading its strikes, likely inciting its fury as it repeatedly lashed its tail at his location. As the octopus ascended the serpent's head and began to search for a target with its tentacles, it lifted one tentacle and gestured towards Ye Heng. In battles, it was essential for its master to engage and feel a sense of involvement, which would undoubtedly bring joy to the creature. Ye Heng understood that the octopus wanted him to strike at the serpent's eyes. Nodding in agreement, he adjusted his stance, pushing off with his weapon and leaping to the opposite side of the serpent. As the serpent swung its tail and opened its mouth, aiming to swallow him, Ye Heng pivoted, gripping his weapon with both hands, and delivered a diagonal strike to the area around its eye socket. Thud! With a decisive strike, Ye Heng shattered the scales above his eyes with his staff. A series of notifications echoed. Critical hit. Inflicted blunt damage. Health reduced by 613. Pet attack successful. Inflicted piercing, tearing, and devastating damage. Health reduced by 6853. Slain a level 2 sea serpent. Gained 5 hunting experience. Received 1 level 2 serpent bone, 1 level 2 serpent gall, 2 level 2 serpent fangs, 10 level 2 serpent scales, and 133 level 2 sea serpent meat. Exhausted, Ye Heng collapsed onto the disordered beach, extending his hand towards the small octopus. His earlier assault had merely drawn the attention of the sea serpent. As the little octopus waved its tentacles to indicate a position, 6 of its 8 limbs had already settled around the central scale on the serpent's head. Once he diverted the serpent's focus, the scale was simultaneously dislodged as the serpent reacted to the pain. The 8 tentacles successively penetrated through the serpent's skull, shattering its brain and tearing apart its bony structure. Although one would presume the serpent's skull to be formidable, it proved no stronger than the training dummies under the octopus's relentless grip. The octopus pushed off the ground with its tentacles, leaping into Ye Heng's palm. It was delighted. Its master had swiftly understood its intent and executed a splendid collaboration. However, there lingered a question. Would the serpent's gall be offered as a treat? The aroma was undeniably enticing. You can have it first. I'll take a moment, Ye Heng said, observing the octopus's status indicating it awaited a meal, and placed the serpent's gall in his palm. Sitting on the beach, he watched the octopus embrace the gall and begin to feast while he leisurely consumed a sea cucumber bun, gradually replenishing his strength. As they enjoyed their meal, a radiant emerald light descended. It was the calming technique. I mean no harm, merely observing that you appear fatigued. This is a complimentary gift. No need to share, said 101, hastily gesturing for clarification as Ye Heng turned to look. She had been watching, her heart racing with trepidation. The perilous nature of their combat style was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Thank you, Ye Heng replied, glancing back briefly before falling silent. After a few minutes of respite, Number 7 rushed over from the opposite side, cradling his ice dragon cub. Accompanying him was Little 6. The 5 of them reconvened with 6 minutes remaining before the hour concluded. I assume you have no further business? Let us return. Number 7, visibly anxious, confirmed their safety and immediately initiated the early expedition end. As they were teleported, a colossal wave surged skyward, accompanied by a furious roar that reverberated through the island. Details became obscured as they lost sight of what lay beyond, for they had already returned to their respective islands. However, while the others remained oblivious, the small octopus had seen what had erupted from the depths of the ocean. Chapter 61. The land areas of the islands have all been upgraded to level 2. Were you frightened? Ye Heng arrived at the island, swiftly entering the dwelling and reclining onto the bed while cradling the small octopus. The battles he had previously endured, though primarily aimed at buying time, had left him utterly fatigued and tense. Now, lying down would expedite his recovery. However, he couldn't help but wonder what had caused the little octopus to curl into a ball and tremble. Was the menacing creature that appeared simultaneously with their departure truly that terrifying? The octopus extended its tentacles a few times, seemingly regaining a sense of familiarity, and promptly relaxed in Ye Heng's grasp. Its tentacles drooped limply, lacking any desire to move. The creature from the depths of the sea could not have emerged solely for the two snakes. Was someone responsible for disturbing something? Or had they taken away whatever had surfaced, be it a marine beast, a dragon, a fish, or some other peculiar entity? Ye Heng held the small octopus, his fingers resting upon its tentacles as he speculated about the nature of the final creature that had appeared. Judging by the luck of number 7, which often culminated in unexpected bursts of fortune, it was likely that the creature had hurried away upon sensing undeniable peril. Alternatively, it could have been the swarm of small insects that had previously emerged from the sea, initially chasing number 7 before cornering it in a unique location, allowing it to acquire valuable items. The little octopus lifted its tentacle briefly before lazily letting it drop again. After a moment of tranquility, its tentacles extended to about half a meter in length, writhing delicately as several tentacles converged. Adjusting and readjusting, they began to outline a vague shape. Was it a dragon or a snake? Ye Heng was uncertain, but the serpentine form bore claws, leading him to conjecture in that direction for the time being. The octopus, unable to comprehend, nonetheless sensed that its keeper had gained insight. Its soft tentacles once more drooped, and it curled up, rolling slightly before climbing onto Ye Heng's shoulder. It appeared that their predicament was not the cause of its distress. They needed to continue gathering resources and fortifying their island. Ye Heng poked the octopus's tentacle and glanced at the information displayed on the island map, noting that several items were now in a state ready for collection. He rolled out of bed and proceeded to craft a 10-slot storage cabinet. After placing all items from his inventory into the cabinet, he took up his pickaxe and set to work. This outing had yielded quite a bounty of resources: 3 level 2 snake bones for level 2 snake fangs, 20 level 2 snake scales, 236 level 2 snake meat, 52 level 2 berry seeds, 133 level 1 berry seeds, 312 level 1 berries. After organizing the newly acquired materials, Ye Heng began to chip away at the ore piles with his pickaxe, continuing to gather iron ore for further pickaxe crafting, while reserving granite and flint solely for producing ore powder to strengthen the island's foundation. At 1:55 p.m., Ye Heng completed this round of collection, amassing 514 points of gathering experience. He had collected 15 level 2 crystals and 512 pieces of level 2 ore, of which 160 had been allocated for pickaxe production. Additionally, he gathered 368 units of soil and 511 stones. With the collection complete, further fortification was necessary. He intended to craft a small quantity from the remaining 352 pieces of level 2 Oregon currently. There remain 44 unenhanced land foundations on the island. I shall first prepare 35 portions of materials and see how fortune favors me. If insufficient, I shall procure more. With 700 units of second-tier ore, I can produce 350 units of second-tier ore powder, while the surplus of 652 granite blocks will be set aside for the time being. After processing the ore into powder, Ye Heng began the enhancement process. This time, luck was indeed on his side. After depleting the 350 units of ore powder, he was left with 1 unit of first-tier enhanced island land foundation. He took out 20 blocks of granite to process into powder, but just as he was about to enhance, he suddenly paused. At such times, it is prudent to be well prepared. Ye Heng glanced at the remaining first-tier island foundation and proceeded with a first-tier enhancement before initiating the second-tier enhancement. Although neither the first nor second-tier enhancements yielded a halo effect, he felt it necessary to maintain his resources as much as possible. The land area of our domain is sufficient for now. The next step is indeed to undertake more renovations, as the need for agricultural experience is pressing. He gently poked the small octopus nestled in his palm, confirming that it was ready to play, which eased his mind. Previously startled, it had now regained its vitality, demonstrating remarkable resilience and self-regulation. The little octopus lifted its tentacle and poked Ye Heng's finger. It no longer harbored fears. Even if the dragon were to seek them out, it would be after the lair of that dragon hatchling, having no connection to their current situation. It feasted on snake eggs, which would not attract the dragon's attention. Go play. I will calculate how much material I require. Ye Heng observed the thickly layered soil of the island land area. Though it was not extensive, his spirits were exceedingly high. Having completed the comprehensive second-tier enhancement of the island land area, it was time to embark on the second task. The materials required for enhancing the beach differ from those on the island. Beach second-tier enhancement. Second-tier ocean plant powder 010, Second tier granite granules 02. Second tier seaweed 01. Among the necessary materials, there are, or components, specifically the granite. Second tier granite granules. 2 units of granite can be processed into 1 unit of granite granules. For 251 units of beach area, even with the blessing halo reducing material consumption, at least 200 enhancement materials must be prepared. Therefore, the second tier or piles that have yet to emerge will be adjusted after this collection. Additionally, seaweed is required. Second tier ocean plant powder. 5 units of ocean plants can be processed into 1 unit of ocean plant powder to enhance 1 unit of second tier beach. If all ocean plants are converted using seaweed, that amounts to 51 units of seaweed. Considering this, Ye Heng concluded that he must make a trip to the trading city. Seaweed is an essential requirement for beach upgrades, and it is likely to be priced higher, while utilizing other ocean plants to produce ocean plant powder would offer better cost effectiveness. The little octopus was busy catching first-tier seafood, and when picked up, it appeared momentarily bewildered and unresponsive. Let us venture forth to procure materials, while simultaneously disposing of these mineral crystals. Given the current market, where players are willing to pay a handsome sum for gathering experience, we must seize the opportunity to profit from this. Ye Heng raised his hand, allowing the small octopus to wrap around him, despite the language barrier. He offered a brief explanation before activating the portal to the trade city once more. Today marked his 3rd journey to this bustling hub. Upon his arrival, an inexplicable sensation washed over him as he once again encountered Gio and Number 7, who seemed to be awaiting his presence. "Ah, octopus brother. You have arrived quite swiftly." Gio greeted Ye Heng with a wave. They had recently exchanged messages, suggesting that if they had completed their tasks, they should gather with the others who had explored together. Just as the message was sent, he noticed Ye Heng had joined them. "I came to purchase materials. I was busy gathering at home and missed the chat notifications. Is there something amiss?" Ye Heng inquired, scrolling through the chat channel to review their previous messages. He genuinely was unaware of the situation, although he could check the chat while engaged in tasks. He had been engrossed in fortifying the island and had switched to the map interface. It was merely a matter of serendipity. "Why don't you sell your items first? Once you've placed them in the auction, you can return. There are a few matters we need to discuss collectively," Number 7 suggested, seemingly accustomed to this routine. He urged Ye Heng to proceed to the auction area to sell his goods, as they would need to wait for the other two to join them anyway. Of course, there was a significant reason behind his insistence. Even if they had invited Ye Heng to wait with them, he would likely refuse. What could one do? This lad was not only fortunate, but also had a rather irritable temperament. After several interactions, the others who had come to know Ye Heng had formed a rough understanding of his behavioral patterns and thought processes. The pink octopus brother seemed indifferent to others' opinions, relentlessly focusing on his own affairs. While this could be quite vexing, it was simply his nature. Expecting someone of his disposition to accommodate the emotions and situations of others was unreasonable. One could choose to ignore him, but attempting to change him would be a folly of the mind. "Very well, I shall place my items in the auction and return shortly," Ye Heng replied, and then proceeded into the auction area. Upon entering, he opened the auction interface and listed 34 level 2 mineral crystals. He then began searching for level 2 marine plants. Level 2 algae, 100, starting bid. 40 ocean crystals. Level 2 seagrass, 50, starting bid. 20 ocean crystals. Level 2 kelp, 20. Starting bid, 8 ocean crystals. The starting bids for these level 2 marine plants were uniformly set. Due to their low unit price, the minimum quantity for bidding was 10, or multiples thereof. However, despite the uniform starting prices, upon examining some of the level 2 marine plants currently up for auction, one could discern the price disparities. The prices for dozens of level 2 algae being auctioned fluctuated between 15 and 17. In comparison, the price of level 2 seagrass was slightly lower, with unit prices hovering around 0.91. Moreover, the sight of seagrass confirmed to Ye Heng the reason for the impending price reduction. Upon reaching level 2, it was highly probable that seagrass would naturally flourish along the beach, much like how weeds and trees sprout after the enhancement of terrestrial foundations. Observing several seagrass auctions nearing completion, Ye Heng participated in each bid at the price of 1 seagrass for 1 ocean crystal and then awaited the results. A few minutes later, his inventory displayed 1,200 units of level 2 seagrass. With 896 ocean crystals remaining, he searched the auction for items of interest. Level 2 fruitcake recipe, Starting bid 100 ocean crystals. To craft a level 2 fruit cake. 6 units of level 2 fruit, 1 unit of flour, 3 eggs. Crafting time 3 minutes. Base effects, recovery 10, agility 2, lasting for 1 hour. After perusing the ongoing auctions, Ye Heng found a level 2 food recipe he required and for which he had sufficient ingredients. Reviewing the previous transaction prices for the same item, he began to raise his bid. It seemed that recipes enhancing agility were particularly sought after, and within a few minutes of the auction, he increased his bid twice, ultimately securing the cake recipe for 146 ocean crystals. With no immediate purchases in mind, Ye Heng exited the auction area after acquiring the recipe. Octopus brother, you were truly magnificent back then. The young lady from 101 had arrived, standing alongside Jiao, and joyfully waved to Ye Heng as he approached. Thank you. Ye Heng responded to the compliment with a nod and a word of gratitude. Originally, number 7 had intended to say something, but at that moment, he felt an abrupt disinclination to speak. With a pronounced sense of self-absorption, a delayed emotional response, and a lack of social awareness, he now bore the additional label of self-admiration. Little 6 had yet to arrive. It was uncertain whether she had overlooked the chat messages or if other matters had delayed her. They decided to wait for another 10 minutes. Noticing that people were arriving, Jiao seized the opportunity to address the matter at hand. Ye Heng moved to the wall, checked the time, and did not mind waiting another 10 minutes. Don't you ever feel bored not chatting in the channel? After a silence of 4 or 5 minutes, 101 could no longer contain herself and leaned closer to Ye Heng, hoping to engage in a few more words. Having already acquainted themselves and tested their strengths together, as well as having ventured to unprotected islands, surely they could converse for a while. She refrained from asking the unmentionable, yet the stillness of their wait created an undeniably strange atmosphere. It is permissible. Ye Heng replied out of courtesy. He did not enjoy idle chatter, especially with those who could not remain still. However, how could one resist engaging when observing others' messages? 101 sought to continue the conversation, but before she could utter more than a couple of sentences, number 7 approached and positioned himself directly between her and Octopus brother. Due to the player protection settings, they could not physically touch one another. Thus his encroachment inadvertently nudged 101's position outward. After all, the wall on the other side is immovable. If you wish to converse, you may approach Jiao. Otherwise, feel free to speak with me. Why must you seek out someone unwilling to engage, as if to demonstrate your prowess? 7 has a penchant for conversation himself, yet he now feels that, in the absence of any ulterior motives, it is quite tiresome for 101 to engage exclusively with those who are reticent. It is not that I simply desire to talk to him. Are you feeling overlooked and discontented? Observing the disdain on 7's face as he perceives his position being usurped by 101 is rather bothersome. She merely wishes to engage in conversation, and the other party has reciprocated. Even if their responses are sparse, one cannot disregard them simply due to their brevity, can they? Should the 3 of them converse while leaving Octopus brother by the wayside as a mere backdrop? That would be rather unkind. Do you find her approach annoying? Seeking conversation without substance? Why not communicate that directly? 7, unwilling to engage with 101, glanced at Ye Heng, urging him to speak instead. If one dislikes something, it should be articulated. One cannot remain silent simply because 101 is a young lady, can they? Speak your mind directly. Your silence and dismissive demeanor are uncomfortable for us to witness. She will inquire as to the reason, and we only need to wait 4 more minutes. Ye Heng looked at 7, perplexed by his intentions. While he had no desire to converse, it seemed excessive to silence someone who was merely speaking. Were it not for the fact that these 2 insisted on waiting 10 minutes to address the matter at hand, he would have long since distanced himself from the conversation. Moreover, the 4 to 5 minutes would swiftly pass. Chapter 63. The Extreme Crisis, the Pursuit by the Adult Dragon Eye. 101 felt quite wronged. She merely wished to express concern, yet everyone seemed to perceive her actions as malevolent. Do not feel aggrieved. He is not solely bothered by you, but views every person who approaches him as a nuisance. Jiao shook her head, witnessing 101 voluntarily seeking distress. After observing the commotion, she attempted to console her. Indeed, Ye Heng nodded in agreement. This perceptive lady spoke the truth. 101 no longer felt wronged. She understood that both of them had experienced disdain, thus their insights were clear. I arrived late. My home was besieged by sea serpents, and I have only just resolved the situation. At last, 668 has arrived. He had just teleported in when someone familiar directed him towards the auction area. You appear quite wretched. What a pity. With safety measures in place. My soothing technique proves ineffective. Upon seeing 668's tattered clothing and the injuries on his face, 101 immediately cast a soothing technique upon him. Unfortunately, the skill dissipated as it left her vicinity. The safety protocols prevent player interactions, and player skills are entirely restricted. Thank you for attempting to use your skill here. You truly have a unique perspective. I am unharmed. What prompted your urgent arrival? As 668 observed 101, he shook his head in disbelief. What had prompted this young woman to act so irrationally, as if her mind had wandered far away? Yet, this was not the moment for such musings. They had gathered together, awaiting his arrival, which suggested some trouble was afoot, likely related to the enigmatic creature that had appeared when they departed the island. I had discovered a chest over there, which contained a growth elixir suitable for dragons. Consequently, the entity that emerged during our departure was now linked to the troubles stemming from the benefits Seven had gained. It was due to his acquisition of that growth elixir that he had fed it to his family's ice dragon hatchling, resulting in a predicament that extended beyond his own concerns. All players who ventured to the island could very well have been marked by that enraged dragon. Do you have any intel regarding the dragon's level and attributes? Ye Heng had already speculated on the possibility of a dragon from the hints provided by the little octopus. At that moment, he pondered whether Seven had destroyed a dragon egg or absconded with some treasure belonging to the dragon. The adult spirit-grade water dragon, its vitality unknown, was only noted in the event notification as being critically dangerous. Seven was aware that he had led these individuals into peril. Though his knowledge of the dragon's attributes was limited, the spirit-grade dragon must certainly be hundreds of times more formidable than the one they were familiar with, right? Jiao glanced at the ice dragon hatchling perched on 7's arm, realizing that this situation was indeed dire. The rewards had all been claimed by this lad, while they were left to bear the consequences. It was difficult to ascertain, but a 1,000-fold increase was certainly plausible. Regardless of whether the multiplier was 100 or 1,000, they stood no chance of confronting it. He merely wished to convey that if trouble arose, they should flee to Trade City for refuge, at least to survive. Seven sighed. He was at a loss for how to contend with an adult spirit-grade giant dragon. Although it had been obtained from a treasure chest, the existence of such a unique event precluded any semblance of reasoning. In the dragon's perception, it undoubtedly appeared thus. If the growth elixir were of superior quality, the dragon's pursuit would be relentless. Spirit grade, and beyond that, celestial grade. Jiao leaned against the wall, cold sweat forming on her back. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret for having prioritized luck as the primary criterion for selecting companions. However, the events had unfolded, and she contemplated whether she could escape in time if the dragon truly traced her to their island. Those fortunate individuals could indeed procure exceptional treasures. Yet as companions, lacking sufficient luck, the benefits were uncertain, while the burdens were to be shared. Presently, it seemed that the little octopus was the better choice. Though his luck was somewhat lacking, he had reaped the rewards and bore the accompanying dangers himself. Yes, there was a chance for quality growth. My little ice dragon had yet to reach maturity, its quality not yet revealed. As Seven mentioned this, he attempted to smile, but before he could, he quickly suppressed it. After all, these individuals were facing a grim situation, likely to encounter crises for an extended period. You have reaped the benefits. Should we not share some compensation to alleviate our collective plight? Upon reflecting on his recent losses, 668 felt a surge of frustration and contemplated seeking compensation from number 7. He was aware, however, that the attack he had just endured was unrelated to this critical incident. I merely informed you of a potential danger to allow for better preparation, he stated. Number 7, taken aback by the inquiry, cast a disdainful glance at 668, clearly unimpressed by his fanciful thinking. Understood. The island has been attacked. I shall return now. Ye Heng, who had been listening, confirmed that this was indeed the only matter at hand. He bid farewell and promptly produced his pass to leave. 668 watched as Ye Heng vanished from sight, puzzled by the man's intentions. Was it mere coincidence that the island was attacked at such a time? Or perhaps he deemed it futile to engage, realizing no benefits would arise. With his assertion of an attack, it must have been genuine. Jiao sighed heavily, tilting her head towards number 7. Is there truly no way to resolve this? Can we trust the veracity of his words? Observing the total agreement of the other two, 668's mood soured further, rendering him irritable over every trivial matter. The youth's indifferent demeanor was particularly exasperating. How could he remain so unfazed when danger loomed over them all? Indeed, the credibility is exceedingly high. We are not of such importance that he would concoct falsehoods for our concern. You are overthinking it. 101 shared in the discontent. Her irritation towards 668 surging even more. Being acknowledged by a formidable and handsome individual regarding her worries was disheartening. Nevertheless, Giorgio's words held truth. The man treated everyone with equal indifference, providing a modicum of solace. Yet, the looming uncertainty of an imminent threat was truly suffocating. They were powerless to combat it, perhaps even incapable of fleeing. All of this turmoil stemmed from the exploration ticket that 668 had procured. Chapter 64. How Mighty is Agility. Your beach is under siege by marine creatures. Level 1 Lobster. Health 500, a relatively common oceanic inhabitant. They are quite intrigued by your island beach. Ye Heng indeed received the notification before teleporting home. However, as for the lobsters, he thought of preparing garlic shrimp. Regrettably, he lacked the recipe for spicy lobster, yet garlic shrimp would suffice. Upon returning home, he set down the little octopus and swiftly processed marine plant powder, awaiting the octopus to capture the invading lobsters. When the little octopus returned, proudly holding the lobsters in a basket, Ye Heng felt an intense craving. Lobsters were still shrimp and, with no restrictions in place, he commenced their preparation. The little octopus observed as its master crushed each lobster's head, leaving not a single morsel for it to sample, causing it to anxiously wave its tentacles. Nevertheless, its master required sustenance, likely due to his fondness for such shrimp. The quantity was too meager, leaving uncertainty about whether more would arrive next time. Go play. I shall practice for now. As for the danger, we shall address it when it comes. Ye Heng crouched down, poking the little octopus's tentacles with a sigh of resignation before returning to his tasks. Regarding the benefits bestowed upon the seventh individual, it seems he harbors little concern for the ensuing calamity that may befall the 5 companions. It is not a matter of his expansive heart, but rather an acknowledgement that within this world, unpredictable dangers perpetually loom. The dragon, unseen and unknown in its peril, remains an enigma. However, the formidable fish that once appeared near his island is undoubtedly capable of claiming his life with ease. Moreover, after witnessing the mermaid princess's staggering vitality, he has cultivated a remarkable composure. Currently, the seaweed remains immature, and enhancing the beach cannot be rushed. Thus, he prioritizes honing his skills and gathering resources in the afternoon. The little octopus, whimsically flicking its tentacles, observes Ye Heng as he resumes his training, leisurely patrolling the island before resting atop the mermaid statue's head. The sun blazes fiercely, yet the statue's crown offers a refreshing coolness, providing a gentle mist that it can slowly absorb. After indulging in a dish of garlic prawns, Ye Heng commences his practice. The garlic prawns grant a modest boost to his agility, albeit for a brief 10 minutes. With this slight enhancement, Ye Heng engages his limbs in a fluid motion, initiating a gradual acceleration. He meticulously reduces the intervals, inching closer to discomfort before extending the duration once more. Throughout the afternoon, without neglecting his gathering duties, Ye Heng manages to practice his physical enhancement technique twice. Originally, his interval was 1 minute and 20 seconds, but now, with a shrimp every 10 minutes, he has successfully adjusted it to 40 seconds without issue. Regrettably, with only a limited supply, once the enhancement effect fades, consuming sea cucumber buns barely sustains him at 1 minute and 5 seconds. The discrepancy is evident. The agility attribute, when employed during training, proves exceedingly potent. However, once the clock strikes 6, fresh eggs will be available at home, allowing him to indulge in fruitcake for further enhancement. By 5:50 in the evening, Ye Heng completes his final gathering session of the day. Standing at his doorstep, he allocates all resources towards food production. Following the afternoon's endeavors, his demand for ores is temporarily satisfied. This afternoon, he amassed a total of 734 points in gathering experience, collecting 21 level 2 or crystals, 158 blocks of granite, 163 iron ores, 133 flint, 528 portions of soil, and 966 stones. Among these, he consumed 4,000 iron ores to craft a mining pickaxe. In addition to the iron, The limited yet essential timber previously accumulated has nearly been depleted. Beyond gathering, the little octopus managed to capture 700 to 800 small fish and shrimp throughout the afternoon. Once the requisite quantity for upgrades was gathered, Ye Heng, during his training intervals, instructed the octopus to assist in elevating his hunting experience by a level. Player, Island Master 99111. Ye Heng, Combat Power, 22 Skills, Body Strengthening Technique, Enhancement Type, Level, Hunting, Level 401600, Fishing, Level 135200, Gathering, Level 10232, 401024, Planting, Level 2, 59400, Island, Total Area 502 sq m, Viewable, Level 1 Wooden Cabin, Level 2 Spirit Octopus, Level 1 Sea Aquaculture Pool, 25 square m, Level 1 Breeding Pen, 4 square m. Level 2 Planting Field, 8 square m. As the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, Ye Heng crafted a bonfire and placed it atop a high platform. The sun descended, and the night gradually enveloped the island, bringing forth a variety of resources. The little octopus, after catching some fish and shrimp, nestled on Ye Heng's arm. Suddenly, its tentacles sprang up, gently pushing against Ye Heng's arm, propelling itself 10 meters away, landing gracefully on the beach. "There's no need to rush," Ye Heng chuckled, observing the little octopus as it began to capture small fish and shrimp. He commenced his gathering. This time, the island's soil was teeming with an array of crops: wheat, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, dry rice, sorghum, red beans, green beans, soybeans, peanuts, and sesame flourished abundantly. With the increase in growth, the variety naturally expanded. Ye Heng collected diligently, typically uprooting one plant per patch, which yielded level 2 and level 1 seeds, along with seedlings and straw. This gathering required merely a slight bend to uproot, and an assortment of grains swiftly filled his inventory. Currently, there were 178 patches of land capable of refreshing resources. Ye Heng's back, arms, and legs felt remarkably agile, and within 5 minutes, he had cleared them all. Indeed, this method of harvest proved to be both swift and gratifying. After finishing the gathering of crops, Ye Heng stood upright and glanced at the beach, where the little octopus was still engrossed in catching those level 1 fish and shrimp. Since the little octopus had matured and begun working, this was the first time Ye Heng had outpaced it during the resource refresh gathering. Sensing Ye Heng's gaze, the little octopus turned to observe and instantly tensed its tentacles. How could the owner be so swift? It pondered. Let us allow him to revel in his victory this time, but next time, I shall not be outdone. So diligent? Ye Heng was taken aback by the little octopus's fervor and quickly resumed his own task, completing the capture with a speed magnified several times over. It felt as though the little octopus, after conceding defeat, was sulking and thus sought to showcase its prowess. Chapter 65, Upgrading the House, Basement, and Flame Tower Eggs. What a delightful bounty. After collecting the grains, Ye Heng gathered the chicks and eggs from the breeding pen. With 3 laying hens, he harvested 18 eggs in one go, a commendable yield. In addition to the eggs, he also had 3 breedable hen chicks, 3 laying hen chicks, and 24 meat chicks. With materials in abundance, Ye Heng crafted 2 additional breeding pens, placing the laying hen chicks and breedable rooster and hen chicks within. Due to the limited number of chicks, after establishing the new breeding pen, a total of 3 roosters, 6 layer hens, and 16 hens were raised. Observing the available space and with an ample supply of feed at home, Ye Heng also released a litter of 4 rabbits to be raised. Previously, they had not been released due to insufficient feed, but now, with an abundance of grain, there was no shortage of raw materials for producing feed. The breeding pen was swiftly organized, and the 8 seaweed cultivation nets that had been submerged were collected by Ye Heng. He kept 100 units of seaweed for upgrading the beach and processed the remaining 700 units into 14 seaweed cultivation nets, which were once again suspended in the marine aquaculture pool. Once these adjustments were completed, Ye Heng commenced the opening of the supply crates. This time, 5 supply crates were refreshed in total, 3 level 2 and 2 level 3. He first opened the 3 level 2 crates, yielding 17 ocean crystals and various level 1 and 2 materials. Hoping for better luck, Ye Heng rubbed his hands together and squatted down to open the level 3 supply crate at the entrance of the house. Opening level 3 supply crate, 81 ocean crystals, 1 expansion voucher for inventory, 1 slot, 1 blueprint for level 2 basement expansion, 10 level 2 bamboo seedlings, 2 level 2 granite. Inside the open supply crate, a familiar and highly valuable inventory expansion voucher reappeared. However, this time, what delighted Ye Heng was not only the inventory expansion voucher, but also the blueprint for constructing a basement. He used the inventory expansion voucher directly and examined the blueprint in hand. Constructing Level 2 Basement. Level 2 Basement Blueprint requires 11, 1, 364, 500 iron ore, and 13, 100 Level 2 planks. After construction, a staircase to the basement must be set up on the house's ground floor, providing an internal space of 525. Unlike previous blueprints and recipes, this blueprint was now a one-time consumable. With one Level 3 supply crate remaining, he decided to open it before expanding the house and constructing the basement. Opening Level 3 supply crate, 103 ocean crystals, 1 Level 3 flame tower, 50 Level 2 fertilizers, 2 Level 2 granite. The final supply crate did not yield any recipes or blueprints, but it did produce an island structure. Level 3 flame tower, island structure. Height of 9 meters, adjustable flame burning position, functions for illumination, guidance, wind, and rain protection. Burning resources can sustain for 100 hours, occupying an area of 22 square meters. Durability 1000. Once deployed, the flame tower occupied a 4 square meter area, with 4 stone columns tightly aligned, reaching upward. At every meter, a flame-burning cavity was excavated. This burning position resembled a spherical hollow, with only the 4 corners still connected. It appeared somewhat fragile, yet this construction allowed for adjustable layers of flame burning, remaining impervious to the ravages of wind and rain. Beyond providing protection against the elements, its most significant feature was the ability to sustain burning resources. With this, Ye Heng could replenish it every few days, and once filled, it could maintain combustion for 100 hours. As for the durability, living entities display health bars, while structural equipment shows durability values. For instance, the tools that Ye Heng expends the most, namely the mining pickaxe and the lumberjack axe, exhibit a reduction in durability upon usage, indicative of their wear and tear. He placed the tower in a nearby open space and, taking advantage of the fading light, hastily retrieved the necessary materials. Level 2 planks. 2 units of Level 2 wood can be processed into 1 unit of Level 2 plank. To construct a Level 2 house, 200 planks are required, along with an additional 100 for the basement, culminating in a total of 600 units of Level 2 wood. Fortunately, he had amassed a sufficient quantity beforehand, allowing him to process them all at once before commencing the upgrade of his dwelling. Housing construction Level 2 wooden house. 1 Level 1 wooden house, 300 Level 2 planks, 200 Level 2 iron ore, 100 Level 2 granite. Construction area, 5. With ample materials at hand, Ye Heng undertook the expansion and upgrade of the house at its original site. Level 2 wooden house construction completed. Level 2 basement construction completed. Following 2 consecutive constructions, the wooden house expanded in area. Spanning 25 square meters, it retained its peaked roof, with walls soaring to 3.5 meters in height, and the apex reaching 5 meters. The sturdy wooden planks were significantly refined, and 2 windows were installed on each side. On one side, due to the presence of a door, only 1 window remained, which transitioned from a small half-meter opening to a 1-meter double-hung wooden window. Upon entering, the granite floor felt solid beneath his feet. The single bed was repositioned to a corner, while the 4 workbenches were stored in his inventory and subsequently arranged within the room. Beneath the east-facing window, a staircase descended, crafted from granite, leading to a basement of equivalent size. Though the basement connected to the house's flooring, it constituted a separate construction project. Future upgrades of the house would retain the basement's current form, unless Ye Heng could discover new blueprints for expansion or reconstruction. Exiting the house, Ye Heng began configuring the flame tower. Positioned beside the house at a towering height of 9 meters, he ignited the flames. The materials required for this endeavor were more substantial than that of a regular bonfire, necessitating 1 flint and 10 units of Level 1 wood per hour. He directly supplied 100 pieces of flint and 1,000 units of Level 1 wood. Observing the countdown of 100 hours, a sense of fulfillment blossomed within him. Our island can maintain a brilliant illumination for quite some time. Cradling a small octopus, Ye Heng gazed at the gentle glow illuminating the expanse of the island and the surrounding waters, feeling immensely satisfied with his current environment. The only concern lingering in his mind was that guiding label. Presently, there was no clear indication, leaving him uncertain whether it would increase the number of beach creatures or attract oceanic marauders. Based on Ye Heng's existing experience, he speculated that such an unmarked range was highly likely to be random, with all possibilities on the table. The small octopus, extending its tentacles, touched the flame tower, uncertain of what it was, and promptly climbed atop it. It scuttled to the summit, feeling the warmth of the flames, then recoiled its tentacles and swiftly slid back down. It understood it was ignited. The elevated position of the flames expanded the protective barrier, instilling fear in certain marine creatures. Chapter 66. Has number 668 perished? Number 7 has also suffered severe injuries. Beach Level 2 Enhancement. 60,010 units of Level 2 Marine Plant Powder. 1202 units of Level 2 Granite Granules. 1,001 units of Level 2 Seaweed. The amount of marine powder is limited, allowing for only 60 enhancements. Along the eastern beach, the enhancement process begins in earnest. Island Foundation Level 2 Enhancement. Defense 50, Durability 1000, Fertility 2, Selectable Resource Output Types, Level 2 Beach Resource Outputs, Random Plants, Animals, Minerals, Upgrading the Beach. Akin to enhancing the land, allows for resource selection upon reaching Level 2. Ye Heng, in need of upgrading beach resources, opts solely for plants in his subsequent enhancements. After several successful enhancements, blessed effects occurred, resulting in the fortification of 66 blocks of Level 2 beach. With the beach enhancement complete, Ye Heng must wait half an hour to ascertain the growth of seaweed. Having completed all immediate tasks, he retreats indoors to commence the creation of a fruit cake. Crafting Level 2 Fruit Cake. 6 units of Level 2 fruit, 1 unit of flour, 3 eggs. Crafting time 3 minutes. Basic effects. Recovery 10, Agility 2. Effect duration 1 hour. With flour and eggs in abundance, and a fair supply of fruit, Ye Heng first prepares 6 peaches to gauge the flavor. During the 3-minute crafting period, he reclines on his bed, playfully poking at the tentacles of a small octopus that has crept in through the open window, indulging in a moment of leisure. For the time being, there are no pressing concerns. The only task ahead involves patiently awaiting the growth of seaweed on the beach before continuing enhancements. The peach cake, though delightful in flavor, is somewhat diminutive. After a brief respite, Ye Heng rises to retrieve the finished cake and sets about crafting another. He takes a moment to savor a bite. The cake, shaped like a pink peach and only palm-sized, is soft and sweet. However, when he offers the cake to the small octopus, it disdainfully nudges his hand away with its tentacles, clearly unimpressed. The little octopus exhibits a distinct aversion, finding the cake unappetizing. Very well, if you shun this. Continue with your meat. By the way, do you eat fruit? Ye Heng, noticing the octopus's disinterest, chuckles as he produces a piece of fish from his empty palm. Observing the octopus consuming the fish, Ye Heng suddenly realizes he has yet to offer it any fruit. What if it enjoys it? After finishing the cake in several bites, he presents another peach to the small creature. This time, the octopus shows no aversion, wrapping a tentacle around the peach while continuing to devour the fish. The newly widened windowsill provides ample space for the octopus to leisurely enjoy its meal, and Ye Heng places it on the 10-centimeter wide ledge, sufficient for the octopus to dine comfortably. Stepping outside into the warm, orange glow of the firelight, Ye Heng savors the agility bestowed upon him and gradually embarks on a series of body stretches, relaxing into the movements. While practicing his skills, he once again opened the chat channel to see what the players were discussing under the cover of night. Player 7's luck is a constant source of misfortune. Player 668 is truly unfortunate, having sold his life for a mere 1,000 ocean crystals. After glancing at a few messages, a particular one caught Ye Heng's attention, evoking a sense of understanding, albeit incomplete. He quickly scrolled back through dozens of messages and discovered additional information regarding the situation. Player 668 had perished? Upon further examination, the messages prior to the 100 mark were obscured, yet he could still piece together the information he sought. During the resource refresh at 6 o'clock, player 668 had announced in the chat that he could not escape. He was trapped and locked on the island, forced to watch as a horde of sea serpents gradually obliterated his island. In the minutes leading up to its destruction, 668 had filled the chat with curses directed at player 7 for his misfortune. He disclosed all he knew about player 7, as well as information regarding a few others. Eventually, he stated that only the house remained on the island, after which silence fell. However, it was widely assumed that he, along with his home, had been destroyed. Consequently, many players flooded the chat, demanding an explanation from Player 7. Yet, not only did Player 7 remain silent, but so did Players 99 and 101. While players believed 668 had met his demise, they did not suspect any danger for Player 7, whose luck had always been exceptionally strong. Now, numerous players were chiming in the chat, proclaiming how much Player 7 had caused misfortune. As Ye Heng observed their ongoing discussions, he maintained his practice pace. With dexterity too, he had managed to reduce his practice intervals to 30 seconds. One action every 30 seconds meant 2 actions per minute, allowing him to complete an entire set of exercises within the hour. This training speed satisfied Ye Heng and filled him with anticipation. An hour passed, and Ye Heng felt invigorated. This complete set of exercises not only accelerated his training, but also sharpened his reflexes. Preparing for another round of gathering, he had decided to focus on food resources. Glancing at the fields filled with crops, he planned to take a 2-minute break before commencing work. The gathering process was swifter. Simply grasping the roots of the plants and pulling them from the ground counted as completed. Unlike mining, which required half the resources to craft a pickaxe and involved tedious digging, the stark contrast was apparent. What now took mere minutes to gather had previously consumed nearly half an hour. As Ye Heng bent down to pull a red bean plant from the ground, he caught sight of a message in the chat. Player 7. The disaster befalling 668 has nothing to do with me. I was trapped on the island by that dragon for over 3 hours, unable to access the map or chat. As for whether 668 is alive or dead, I cannot say. My own life has danced on the edge of existence several times. Then a message appeared, indicating that someone had spotted number 7 in the trade city. Upon teleportation, the individual's health bar was nearly depleted. The scene was indeed tragic, suggesting they had endured a severe ordeal. To be targeted by that dragon and yet remain alive was undoubtedly a stroke of extraordinary luck. Ye Heng collected various ripe crops, harvesting them thoroughly, resulting in over 300 different level 2 food items and around 100 seeds. Naturally, this also contributed to an increase in experience points. Gathering, level 10, 35514102 4 million. After gathering twice in the afternoon and once again in the evening, he accumulated just over 10,000 experience points. While the gathering process was swift and yielded a plethora of seeds, it paled in comparison to the experience gained from mining. Chapter 67. All were gravely injured. Yet he remained unscathed. Level 2 seaweed, growth stage, can be harvested after 4 hours and 12 minutes. Ye Heng arrived at the reinforced beach to inspect the growth of seaweed in the area. However, despite the seaweed being in its growth stage, it still required over 4 hours to mature. Calculating the time, the growth period for the seaweed was precisely 5 hours. Moreover, within the vicinity of a single beach stone, only one seaweed plant had grown. The seaweed clung to the sandy floor, swaying with the tide, and as it did so, a small fish emerged from the water, hiding beneath the seaweed. Level 2 pearl fish, health 2000, speed type, a relatively common marine creature. It found this seaweed quite intriguing and intended to make it its home. With an irregular round shape and pale pink skin, this level 2 fish had a maximum diameter of no more than 3 centimeters. While its health was not particularly substantial, its speed was remarkable. Ye Heng refrained from directly reaching out to catch it. Instead, he turned to observe the little octopus that had leaped down from the windowsill and was now hastily approaching, eager to see how this little creature would attempt to capture the pearl fish. Upon arrival, the little octopus did not plunge into the water immediately. Rather, it raised its tentacle and poked Ye Heng's leg. It wanted to ascertain whether its owner was inclined to take action. After all, the owner's emotional shifts could sometimes be perplexing, and he had a penchant for adventurous endeavors. Perhaps he was considering a challenge against the pearl fish's speed. Your turn. Go catch it, Ye Heng encouraged, as he grasped the tentacle prodding his leg and pointed in the direction of the pearl fish. Without a speed-type designation, he might not even be able to keep pace. As for this level 2 speedster, he was undoubtedly destined to be a mere spectator of the little octopus's performance. Nonetheless, the little creature seemed to be showing concern for him, much like how it would check with him before eating, needing to be hand-fed to indulge. Having confirmed that its owner had no intentions of joining in the chase, the octopus extended its tentacles, relaxing as it floated atop the shallow water. The movement of its tentacles mirrored the surrounding seaweed on the level 2 beach, creating an astonishing resemblance. 99. Pink Octopus, can you see this message? When there is a matter to discuss, I shall seek you out. When time permits, let us converse in the city of trade. Ye Heng observed the chat channel, where a code that caught his attention drifted by. The figure known as 99 had emerged to speak, inviting him to the city of trade. Perhaps the destruction of Island 668 and the presumed demise of its inhabitants were indeed the dragon's vengeance. Sitting on the beach, Ye Heng watched a small octopus disguise itself as seagrass, capturing a level 2 pearl fish within its tentacles. He smiled, pondering the reason behind 99's summons to the city of trade. Previously, when 668 encountered trouble, he had been engrossed in cultivating his skills, oblivious to the messages in the chat channel. At that time, none of the 3 players who had accompanied him spoke up, which was quite peculiar. Now, as incidents unfolded at Location 7, it appeared to be over. 99 had also appeared in the city of trade, urging him to come. Could it be inferred that the dragoness' wrath was not solely directed at Player 7, but rather that all 5 of them had suffered simultaneous assaults? Yet, if that were the case, what had spared him from calamity? Not only this time, but in previous encounters, he had not perceived any significant threats. Even during earlier attacks, the intruders had merely been small fish, shrimp, and crabs. The most ferocious instance involved a terrifying fire that immobilized him, ultimately leading to the demise of a mutated kelp by the flames. Comparatively, within the chat channel, players who had constructed several hundred level 2 enhancements evidently faced different challenges. Some players had noted that following the activation of level 2 enhancements, the invading creatures were consistently level 2, occasionally featuring level 3 adversaries. Their assertion was that the island's foundation and the constructed barriers served as consumables to resist the oceanic entities. When the marine invaders emerged, they would ravage these durable structures, prompting players to engage in ranged attacks from within the island, while simultaneously constructing new foundations for repositioning. The small octopus, having captured a pearl fish, returned to showcase its catch to Ye Heng, only to sense a shift in its keeper's mood. Was he unhappy? Or perhaps troubled by some peculiar concern? I am untroubled. This pearl fish appears rather diminutive. I shall dispatch it for experience points. You may consume it. Ye Heng extended his hand, placing the pearl fish, whose vitality had dwindled to a mere 700 points, in his palm. After dispatching it, he offered it to the small octopus. 5 experience points were credited. Yet the fish remained mere fish, yielding no pearls or additional drops. The small octopus, having feasted on the tiny pearl fish, climbed onto Ye Heng's hand, burrowing into his sleeve and gently tapping his arm with its tentacles. Having been nurtured tenderly during its vulnerable days, it now felt empowered to protect its keeper. Let us proceed once more to the city of trade. We must sell the crystal ore and the chick, and see if there are other items worth procuring. Ye Heng, responding to 99's repeated call in the chat channel, patted the spot where the small octopus lingered. Today marked the 4th activation of the teleportation to the city of trade. The city of trade was even more vibrant and bustling by nightfall. Emerging from the square, Ye Heng arrived at the entrance of the auction area in the trade market, where he observed the same 2 individuals leaning against the wall as in the afternoon. You're here. It's evident that you're faring quite well now. Upon noticing Ye Heng's approach, 7 was initially taken aback, but soon broke into a smile. His demeanor suggested that he had experienced no adversity at all. Well, nothing went awry on my end, but you all seem to be in dire straits. Ye Heng halted before them. 7's condition was indeed pitiful. His complexion was ashen. Both arms were broken, with bones protruding grotesquely from his flesh. A young ice dragon hung around his neck, its scales nearly torn away. Jiao was in a similarly unfortunate state. Her once beautiful visage was now marred, half of it corroded, and the hands protruding from her sleeves bore the marks of decay. Her long hair, once resplendent, had been utterly destroyed. It was little wonder that many players in the chat channel speculated that 7 was not to blame for the plight of 668. Some even suggested that the exploration ticket obtained by 668 was intended to ensnare all participants. These 2 players, who had once enjoyed exceptional fortune, found themselves in this lamentable condition due to a single exploration. Even in this world, where such injuries could be remedied by players skilled in healing arts or by spending exorbitant sums at the training grounds, the suffering endured could not simply be brushed aside as though nothing had transpired post-recovery. 101 was gravely wounded and had to be taken to the arena within the training grounds to seek the healer's aid. Jiao, weak and leaning against the wall, gazed at the one individual who had remained unscathed, remaining silent for a few moments before broaching the subject of the girl, 101. Neither of them was in imminent danger. 7 had intended to seek treatment first, but Jojo called him back, suggesting that despite the pain, he should wait a moment longer, for there might be another severely injured individual. To their surprise, the person who arrived appeared in even better shape than before. Chapter 68. The Pit Dug by 668. Into which they all fell. It seemed as though nothing had transpired on your island. 7 gazed at Ye Heng with a sense of despondency, genuinely perplexed by the extraordinary circumstances surrounding him. He bore no resentment, as he had reaped the benefits while others had suffered. The presence of someone safe was indeed a blessing. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that it was all exceedingly strange. Perhaps there existed even more ferocious creatures near his island. Even if the destroyer was sent, it could be intercepted and devoured by a more savage beast lurking nearby. Ye Heng himself found the situation quite peculiar. Recalling the indistinct fish he had glimpsed in the water, he couldn't help but entertain such conjectures. As for the dragon, it might have overlooked him entirely, granting him a fortuitous reprieve. Such exceptional favor was, in truth, improbable. If such a monstrous creature truly existed, could his island withstand it? Jojo sighed, contemplating that the pink octopus might have experienced a sudden stroke of luck, resulting in the dragon's indifference after they had endured their ordeal. What you said is true. Your luck is indeed remarkably skewed. 7 generously spent 1,000 ocean crystals to verify the authenticity of Ye Heng's previous statement. The appraisal results are genuine. The skill he possesses to authenticate the truth of language through financial means is truly remarkable. As for Ye Heng's original intent, it was merely a conjecture, a mere possibility that holds little significance. This skill solely relies on the key points within a statement to ascertain whether the facts align with the spoken words. Ye Heng and Jojo exchanged exasperated glances at number 7, who seemed utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still attempting to find humor amidst the chaos. What is there to laugh about when one can hardly catch their breath? While the skill is undeniably potent, his physical state is undeniably deteriorating. Isn't this skill particularly useful? For just 1,000 ocean crystals, I can determine whether your words reflect the truth. If utilized effectively, it is indeed a miraculous ability. Number 7's amusement was not at the misfortune of the young man being targeted by a stronger entity, but rather at the unexpected magnitude of this skill, which exceeded his prior assumptions. Player 668 has perished. Jojo was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained composure and declared, he is not dead. Number 7 once again expended 1,000 ocean crystals, and upon receiving the result, his expression turned icy. Not dead. Then he must be feigning death. Has he betrayed us? Jojo was equally taken aback. What an extraordinary skill it was. What you spoke is indeed the truth. Another 1,000 ocean crystals vanished, and number 7 found himself increasingly agitated by the situation. He was inherently prone to emotional turbulence, and at this moment, he could not contain his rising fury. The previously staunched wound on his arm began to bleed anew. Both he and others believed it was his actions that led to 668's demise, yet he could never have anticipated that it was 668 who had betrayed them, causing their collective misfortune. The dragon will no longer pursue us. Jojo had now confirmed that they could indeed utilize this method to deplete ocean crystals in order to verify certain truths. Therefore, the most pressing concern now was whether their safety would continue to be compromised. Having squandered 1,000 ocean crystals, they could only affirm existing facts, while the future remained unpredictable and indeterminate. Number 7 shook his head, having encountered a result that eluded detection for the first time. Did he deliberately summon you, knowing your penchant for collecting rare items, intending to bring you misfortune? Jojo now understood that the dragon's potential reappearance was an unknown variable, so she decided to speak of events that had already transpired. My ocean crystals are dwindling. You might want to articulate your thoughts more comprehensively. Number 7 shifted his increasingly painful arm, urging Jojo to exercise her intellect and devise statements that could conserve his ocean crystals. Previously, when he sent 101 for treatment, he had covered her insufficient ocean crystals. Now, the remaining items in his inventory were primarily reserved for his and Jojo's medical expenses. Although the last arrival had sustained no injuries and proved somewhat stronger than anticipated, the savings could not be squandered. Having already discerned certain limitations, it was imperative to utilize the ocean crystals more valuably within those constraints. Octopus, would you care to share a few more words? Perhaps you could help him conserve some ocean crystals. Jojo attempted to articulate her thoughts several times, yet found her efforts lacking. As she wrestled with her own mental limitations, she suddenly glanced at Ye Heng, who had only offered a brief explanation before falling silent. Jealousy consumed her, a disdain for every fortunate soul. His ostentatious recruitment of others was merely a means to select targets for perilous endeavors, and he possessed items for escape. Drawing upon information previously gleaned from the chat channel, Ye Heng swiftly organized his thoughts regarding the matter of 668, piecing together what might be factual insights. It was true. I sought treatment, and you should exercise caution. The seventh had been verified for authenticity, and abruptly, the desire to continue the conversation waned. Casting another glance at Ye Heng, who could barely lift his arms, she simply nodded and proceeded toward the training grounds. He wished to disregard the jealousy of others, as he needed to retain some ocean crystals. After mending his wounds, he would require materials to further develop his island. Although this experience had been quite unfortunate, fortune still favored him, allowing him to survive. I shall seek treatment as well. Let us converse further when time permits. Jojo watched as the seventh departed, quickly bidding him farewell before hurrying to catch up. She needed to wait for him to settle the medical expenses. She could not let him escape simply because she lagged behind. Ye Heng acknowledged, swiftly entering the auction area. Once they had all departed, nearby players, who had pretended to be passers-by but were actually eavesdropping, quickly dispersed. Upon entering the auction area, Ye Heng glanced at the chat channel, where players had already begun to broadcast their previous conversation in real time. While some questioned whether the seventh's abilities were excessively formidable, others expressed curiosity about the unique and fearsome creatures inhabiting the pink octopus's island. However, the predominant topic remained whether 668 was truly alive, with recollections of his past statements being circulated once more. Some lamented the envy directed toward fortunate players, deeming it unwarranted, for those who were lucky should not be targeted. Such actions would only lead to a clash of fortunes, leaving the less fortunate in even worse predicaments. Others suggested that luck could be usurped, should one eliminate another. It was conceivable that such fortune might be transferred to the perpetrator. In no time, the discussion accelerated, with many willing to expend a few ocean crystals to voice their opinions. After perusing the conversation for a moment, Ye Heng temporarily closed the chat channel and proceeded to auction his chick, level 1 food seeds, and level 2 mineral crystals. Chapter 69, Recipes. The food for the little octopus could now be crafted. The level 2 mineral crystals he had listed in the afternoon had long since sold, and his inventory now boasted 11,083 ocean crystals. He rummaged through the auction, taking note of desired items and their previous transaction prices before listing them accordingly and moving on to the next. After a brief interval of a few minutes, Ye Heng returned to the island, carrying his recent acquisitions and producing his pass. The island appeared unchanged. The night cast a veil over visibility, while the flickering orange flames illuminated the small island and its surroundings for approximately 100 meters. Standing upon the shore, one could perceive the dark, murky waters, occasionally rippling with the gentle caress of the breeze. This night seemed excessively tranquil, devoid of even the sound of crashing waves. A small octopus descended from Ye Heng's hand, scuttling onto the ground to circle him twice, its tentacles tapping gently against his palm. It had not yet satisfied its hunger. Was there still something to eat? You must be hungry. Let me fetch you a piece of meat and prepare something delicious, Ye Heng declared, retrieving a chunk of fish and placing it in his palm before setting both the octopus and the meat upon the windowsill as he ventured inside to commence his culinary endeavors. Earlier, at the auction area, he had procured several items that could be utilized at present. Among them was a level 3 island special creature recipe. When you possess sufficient ingredients, the recipe will automatically generate food crafting formulas, limited to the edible range of the special creatures native to the current island. Ye Heng had expended 880 ocean crystal stones to acquire this recipe. Though it was classified as level 3, he lacked ample materials. He only had a few sea cucumbers prepared for making dumplings. Upon returning home and opening the recipe book, he found that the items in his storage cabinet would be displayed without needing to be removed. Island Creature Recipe Level 2. Octopus Sashimi. 2 Level 2 Octopus Meat 18. 910. Consuming this special island creature enhances growth rate by 10. Effect lasts for 1 hour. Island creature recipe level 2. Snake bone soup. 2 level 2 snake bones 21. Drinking water 29, 610. Consuming this special island creature enhances movement speed by 10. Effect lasts for 40 minutes. There were numerous food items available for processing, yet at this moment, these two were the most advantageous. The preparation of octopus meat required a wait of 3 minutes. During this interval, Ye Heng turned to the furniture crafting station, opened it, and prepared to construct a comfortable, larger bed for himself. Crafting level 3 comfortable large bed set. Level 3 wooden planks 1, 0, 10. Level 3 cotton 100, 100. Level 3 copper ingots 1, 0, 10. Level 3 fabrics 2, 0, 20. 5-piece set, bed, mattress, pillow, sheets, quilt. Resting upon the bed restores 15 stamina, 15 health, 15 spirit, warmth value 530, durability 100. The purchase of this level 3 bed set recipe had cost him 220 ocean crystal stones, and the materials totaled an additional 833 ocean crystal stones. Given his current financial status, this expenditure felt rather extravagant, yet the restorative benefits were undeniably alluring. Moreover, the warmth value would ensure a comfortable slumber even during unexpected frigid weather. When the temperatures were mild, he could forego the quilt. The warmth would depend entirely on how he chose to cover himself. The crafting duration was set for 10 minutes, and with everything prepared, Ye Heng turned back to await the completion of the octopus sashimi. A fleeting 2 or 3 minutes passed swiftly. As Ye Heng gazed at the large plate of octopus meat enveloped in a balloon of air, floating atop the food preparation table, he reached out and gracefully brought the plate closer. The disparity in portion sizes was immense. The delicacies he indulged in, be they buns or cakes, were but diminutive morsels resting in the palm of his hand. In contrast, this serving of octopus sashimi, crafted for the little octopus, boasted a diameter of 30 centimeters, piled high with thinly sliced octopus flesh. However, it was hardly surprising, considering that 10 kilograms of meat had been introduced. Before the little octopus could finish its previous meal, it suddenly beheld Ye Heng presenting a grand platter before it. Curiously, it raised 2 of its tentacles and gently tapped Ye Heng's hand, inquiring about his intentions. I prepared this delicacy just for you. My palm cannot accommodate such a portion. You shall feast directly from the plate, Ye Heng mused. He resolved that on his next visit to the trading city, he should procure a dining table, or perhaps a crafting recipe for one. Previously, chunks of meat or small fish were easily grasped in his hand, but now he anticipated an array of soups to accompany the grand platter. When the little octopus was placed onto the plate, 6 of its 8 tentacles perked up, while the remaining 2 coiled around Ye Heng's hand. Though it was unaware of the nature of the plate, it instinctively felt that it was preferable not to remain atop it. Let us place it on the ground, Ye Heng concluded, observing the little octopus's reaction. He squatted down, setting the plate on the floor, and gently placed the little octopus nearby, then lifted a slice of meat to feed this delightful creature. It became apparent that there was no need for it to entirely immerse itself in the plate. The little octopus happily remained at the side, savoring the morsels Ye Heng offered. Though seemingly mere slices, the octopus found them far more delectable than larger chunks. After consuming several slices, the little octopus no longer required Ye Heng to hold the meat for it. Not only did it refrain from waiting for his assistance, but it also used the tip of its tentacle to lift a slice and present it to Ye Heng's lips. I shall relish this. The remaining is yours. It seemed to convey. Ye Heng was delighted, yet he realized he could not partake in this dish. He retrieved a bun, gestured towards it, then pointed to himself, subsequently nudging the slice of meat closer to the little octopus. The little octopus comprehended the gesture. This meat had been specially prepared for it. Just as it did not relish the sweet, rich food favored by its caretaker, Ye Heng similarly did not enjoy the flavors that appealed to the octopus. Take your time. No need to rush. We are not lacking in crystals at home. Once we have consumed a portion of the stored meat, we shall procure more, Ye Heng reassured, observing the little octopus quickening its eating pace. Sitting languidly on the ground, he munched on his bun, smiling as he awaited the octopus to finish its meal. In 5 or 6 minutes, the serving was devoured, prompting Ye Heng to retrieve the second batch he had prepared earlier, placing it on the now empty floor. Another delightful dish awaited. The little octopus joyfully nudged Ye Heng's hand with its tentacles, eagerly resuming its feast. The more it consumed, the more swiftly it could grow, gaining strength to protect its beloved caretaker. Previously, in another realm, it had heard a woeful dragon hatchling lament for quite some time. However, it held no sympathy for that dragonling. The fellow consumed the coveted growth elixir desired by the dragon clan, only to be confronted and beaten. Yet without any threat to his life, it merely resulted in pain, which, when all is considered, turned out to be a gain. The dragon clan adheres to a rule against infighting. Hence the dragon merely sought to vent its frustration upon the unfortunate dragon and the individual, before reporting the presence of the little ice dragon hatchling. As for the little ice dragon's claims, the dragon, in its departure, bellowed in fury about being deceived by a human. Such matters are inconsequential, for it was not its own keeper who perpetrated the deceit. Chapter 70, Midnight. Another mermaid seeks assistance more comfortable than anticipated. After completing the grand wooden bed, Ye Heng replaced the previous small bed with it, and, upon lying down, felt enveloped in warmth. The solid wood bed, measuring 225 meters, stood over 30 centimeters high, with a mattress 20 centimeters thick, adorned with soft, warm sheets, a large elongated pillow, and a thick cotton quilt. The little octopus, having finished its portion of raw meat, curiously approached and tapped the new large bed with its tentacles. It sensed its keeper's delight, but the specific reason remained elusive until it cautiously curled up its tentacles at the bed's head. Although it did not inherently enjoy this warm sensation, lying upon it invoked an involuntary sense of relaxation and comfort. Is this effect available to you as well? Ye Heng tilted his head, observing the little octopus stretching its tentacles in playful abandon, and reached out to pat its head. Indeed, the decision to procure materials for crafting a grand bed was exceptionally wise. Beyond the physical comfort it provided, what he cherished even more was the amplifying effect. His nightly rest was scant, often fragmented due to his gathering endeavors. With greater amplification, he could attain a more effective and restorative respite during his brief periods of slumber. Tonight's training was set to resume. After resting for a mere 10 minutes, Ye Heng leaped from the bed, stepping outside to feel the gentle breeze, consumed some fruit cake, and commenced his practice. The movements and sequences of his training had become second nature, requiring no further reference to skill prompts, though intervals were still necessary. Thus, he continued his accelerated training while monitoring the lively chatter in the communication channel. The chat channel buzzed with activity. At this hour, the total number of participants had reached 588, 539, 919. Players do indeed perish, frequently encountering various perilous situations, yet the mortality rate remains as it is. As frequently remarked by numerous players, those who face calamity are the ones grappling with life and death, while those untouched by danger simply await their turn. No one knows when peril will strike, nor who among the unfortunate, or perhaps fortunate, players shall be chosen. In the face of disastrous events, players may die, yet those who survive will invariably reap the rewards. Many players have already recounted their experiences of enduring such calamities, each emerging with an array of rewards, including but not limited to equipment, buildings, skills, and pets. Player 668 was still alive, his gear obscuring his face, yet he seemed unscathed, as if he had merely ventured to the training ground to assess damage values. Player 7 expressed indignation, recalling how she had previously berated player number 7 for his sob story. Little did she know that the true rogue was this fellow. "I am heading to the training ground," she announced. In the chat channel, news of player 668's appearance spread, prompting player 7 to declare her intent to join. Shortly thereafter, many began to engage in a live commentary, each contributing a line. Player 7 arrived first, soon followed by player 101, and approximately half an hour later, player 99 joined the fray. A total of 5 individuals embarked on their island exploration, and aside from Ye Heng, who encountered no subsequent troubles, the other 3 had already gathered, battered, and bruised. Regrettably, after what seemed like 2 hours of waiting, player 668 emerged from the secluded training room. And just as he was spotted, he swiftly utilized his pass and teleported away. Many spectators, who had been eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, expressed their discontent at player 668's abrupt departure without uttering a single word, while they waited in the area to witness the spectacle. These onlookers began to voice their opinions in the chat channel. However, regardless of their comments, player 668 offered no response. Throughout the first half of the night, Ye Heng diligently practiced, completing an average of 1 session per hour, indulging in an array of fruitcakes. As midnight approached, he finally concluded his uninterrupted training for the night. Taking a moment to rest, he decided to have a bite to eat before tidying up and retiring for the evening. Seated on the floor of his room, he consumed baozi while preparing several servings of sashimi for the little octopus, sharing the meal together. Occasionally, he glanced at the ever-active chat interface, observing the raucous exchanges among the players. Players 7, 99, and 101 had all spent money on healing and were back to full health. Player 668 had also been confirmed alive, despite having previously shared his woeful tale in the chat, leading many who read his message to believe he had perished. This situation elicited a range of responses. Some criticized, some mocked, while others suggested that the feeling of playing everyone for fools must be quite exhilarating. That night, the chat channel buzzed with activity, as most participants would never encounter one another in person, allowing for a free-for-all of conversation. The little octopus feasted happily, two of its tentacles resting on Ye Heng's arm, occasionally waving to express its contentment. Just as they finished their meal and eagerly awaited the next refresh, a striking red notification appeared before Ye Heng. Special Ocean Event, the Siren's Song. An injured mermaid flees through the ocean, and in her despair, discovers a glimmer of light, seeking help near your island. A special event had been triggered, and once again, it was a mermaid. The little octopus perked up, its tentacles rising in excitement as it scurried to the windowsill to observe the incoming visitor. The mermaid seeks assistance. We must deliver something to our neighbor. However, the mermaid remains at a distance, lingering at the surface of the sea. Ye Heng would undoubtedly extend his aid to the mermaid, especially since the blessing of the mermaid princess still lingers, saving him considerable resources. Yet, the pressing issue lies in the fact that the mermaid has not approached. The little octopus has located the mermaid's position, climbing back onto Ye Heng's shoulder and indicating the direction with a tentacle, followed by a series of frantic gestures. It is still far out in the ocean, making it impossible to reach. Chapter 71. The Mermaid's Gift. You are a good person. Injured mermaid. Health 11, 366, 552. It is currently very weak, awaiting your rescue. Standing outside his home, Ye Heng beheld the injured mermaid, whose health points were in the millions, yet marked as feeble. Indeed, it was weak, significantly so, still lacking a digit compared to the weakened state of the mermaid princess. The little octopus perched on Ye Heng's shoulder, raising a tentacle to point toward the distant water where the mermaid lingered. This mermaid was too far away. The previous gentle mermaid had been able to swim directly to their pool. Why was this one stationed so far? Was it mocking its keeper's inability to venture into the water? No matter. If it would not come to us, we shall deliver to it. Ye Heng pressed down on the octopus's tentacle and directly accessed the island construction interface, initiating the creation of a foundational stone for the island at the mermaid's location. With 2 portions of soil and 5 stones, he could construct a basic island foundation. After several attempts, he laid out a traversable land strip, 2 meters wide and 30 meters long, right before the mermaid. This time, perhaps due to ill fortune, after 60 attempts at construction, not a single halo effect manifested. Once the path was established, Ye Heng descended to the basement, gathering a bounty of meat and fruits. Accompanied by the little octopus, he ventured along the newly paved path to stand before the mermaid. Do you require meat or fruit? Ye Heng inquired, crouching down to observe the mermaid, who had initially been half submerged in water but was now resting upon the island foundation. If not for the concern of the octopus's potential discontent, he would have relished the opportunity to reach out and caress the mermaid's head, curious about its texture. Despite its injuries, the shimmering scales remained undeniably captivating. Our friend, I require sustenance. Both fruit and flesh will suffice. The injured mermaid lifted its head to meet Ye Heng's gaze before lowering it once more to the shore. A glimmer of hope, faint yet persistent, compelled it to take a chance. This was the decree of the divine. The fragile human race stood as the beacon of hope for many aquatic beings. Although countless kin had perished before the indifferent human race, they had no other recourse. Sincere treatment from humans could restore their strength. Yet this truth could not be spoken aloud. With a heart laden with anticipation of judgment, the mermaid approached, sensing the aura of blessings surrounding this human, which eased its fears. The princess of their merfolk kin, had returned. Regardless of whether this individual would offer further assistance, he remains a benefactor of the merfolk, their most esteemed friend. Let us first partake in some meat. My little companion has a fondness for it, and I have set aside some for this purpose." Ye Heng presented a piece of meat, placing it gently in the merfolk's hand. Although their appearance remains unchanged, the merfolk's hands are adorned with scales and resemble finned claws. Upon receiving the meat, the merfolk tore it into smaller pieces before consuming it. After one piece, Ye Heng offered another, not in haste to gather the newly refreshed resources, but instead choosing to quietly accompany the creature. The merfolk consumed the second-grade meat piece by piece, its vitality steadily restoring. An hour elapsed, and after devouring 333 pieces of the second-grade fish, the merfolk finally retracted its outstretched hand. "Thank you, gentle and patient human friend. In return, I shall gift you a song of blessings." The merfolk accepted the apple Ye Heng proffered, swiftly consuming it before retreating into the sea. With arms crossed over its shoulders, the merfolk bowed its head in gratitude towards Ye Heng, then turned its attention solely to singing the melodies of its kin. The song of the merfolk serves as a weapon, a guardian, a blessing, and a gift. Amidst the ethereal and gentle sounds, Ye Heng remained seated on the ground, one hand resting on his thigh, the other spread open upon his bent knee. In the palm of this hand, a small octopus nestled contentedly, its tentacles swaying gently in rhythm with the merfolk's song. Receive the merfolk's gratitude, the blessing song, and a heart of gratitude. Resource output for island cultivation and aquaculture is doubled. Effect lasts for 30 days. This time, the merfolk lacked the strength of the mermaid princess. Thus its blessing bore a time constraint. Nevertheless, it was a considerable gift. With resources in hand, Ye Heng could continue his development endeavors. "Our friend, thank you for your generosity. It is time for me to return home." The merfolk sang a final tune of gratitude before preparing to depart. "Would you like to take some fruit for the journey?" Ye Heng intended to inquire about the mermaid princess, but refrained as the question lingered on his lips. Observing the curious expression on the merfolk's face, he presented the fruit, asking if it desired any. "Thank you. You are a kind soul," the merfolk returned, gathering the assortment of fruit Ye Heng had laid upon the ground. As it turned to leave, having exited the area engulfed in flames, it paused. Calling back to Ye Heng, after its farewell, it plunged into the water, disappearing from sight. In that moment, Ye Heng found himself perplexed, having received a good person card. Indeed, it was true. A card now hung within his personal information. Received one good person card from the merfolk. Good person card. After selfless giving or assistance, there is an opportunity to receive a good person card issued by such beings. Accumulating a certain number of good person cards grants special effect bonuses. Current good person card count. 1. Primary good person effect. Marine intelligent beings friendliness increased by 1. Marine life friendliness. The higher the friendliness level, the lower the probability of encountering aggressive marine creatures, and the likelihood of triggering high-level interactions with these beings also increases. Gazing at this friendliness indicator, Ye Heng felt a sense of value in the good person card, as it seemed to hold significant worth. After all, in a scenario devoid of any tangible benefits, bestowing gifts upon the intelligent races of the ocean necessitated that they perceive him as genuinely benevolent to even have a chance of receiving something in return. It was somewhat perplexing, yet the feeling was delightful. Let us return to our tasks. Ye Heng sprang up from the ground, cradling the little octopus, and with a buoyant spirit, dashed back to place it beside the fish basket, whereupon he commenced gathering resources. At that moment, the little octopus belatedly realized that in its fascination with the mermaid consuming food, it had neglected to catch the fish, shrimp, and crabs that awaited capture at home. Chapter 72. Recipe for crafting a fishing rod stand with a resounding thud, just as Ye Heng finished collecting the scattered grains and prepared to gather some seaweed and chicks. A gigantic shadow flashed before him. It was the fish with the tail fin visible just above the water's surface. With a single powerful slap, it struck the 30-meter-long foundation of the island he had constructed. There was no time for reaction. The newly built island foundation was instantly shattered and vanished, leaving the area cloaked once more in the deep, dark ocean. The fish, which had eluded Ye Heng's sight, once again sank into silence amidst the waves. Contemplating the information previously provided by number 7, Ye Heng suddenly felt as though he understood the meaning behind the fish's volatile destruction. After all, it was a formidable creature, and should it not receive the sustenance it sought, it was highly likely to view Ye Heng as a potential meal. However, he was indeed reluctant to plunge into the water, even though he had laid down a path of island foundations. Of course, It was not certain that the fish sought to consume the mermaid. Perhaps the acquisition of the good person card would influence the behavior of marine life. With no hostile creatures to attack him, the fish's food supply would dwindle, leading to its displeasure manifesting in a display of presence. The little octopus, however, harbored none of Ye Heng's contemplations. Following the fish's rampage, it hurried back to Ye Heng's side, climbing up his leg and perching on his shoulder, where its two tentacles tentatively patted Ye Heng's chest. It had reaffirmed its belief that its master had once again been frightened by that fish. After finally calming its master, that fish had reappeared to instill fear. Such audacity. It resolved to grow swiftly, aiming to confront that fish in the future. Never mind, it's merely a feeling. We ought to tidy up and prepare for rest, Ye Heng remarked, lifting his hand to allow the octopus's tentacles to entwine around it before gently bringing it down. He was not frightened. Rather, he found the fish's emotional fluctuations rather intriguing. Nevertheless, he understood that his work must continue. With the temporary absence of any ill intent towards him, and with the ability to intercept surrounding invading creatures, he was determined to enhance his capabilities as much as possible under this unique protective mode. The little octopus sensed that Ye Heng was in a good mood, and with a hint of confusion, it waved its tentacles before resuming its diligent collection of level 1 and 2 marine creatures along the beach. How industrious! Ye Heng watched as the little octopus scurried away with its basket of fish, first retrieving 14 seaweed farming nets, then processing 20 more nets to replace them. It wasn't that he wished to place more, there simply wasn't enough space. 400 units of seaweed remained in the storage, which he could not utilize at the moment. But he planned to auction some off tomorrow in exchange for ocean crystals. After gathering the seaweed, he also collected from the 3 farming circles. He found 72 eggs, 18 chicks capable of reproduction, 12 chick offspring from laying hens, and 58 unmarked chicks. Additionally, there were 4 rabbits, albeit devoid of fur, serving as meat ingredients. Ye Heng resigned himself to the fact that only the meat from the rabbits with bones was provided, leaving no fur. However, having completed all the necessary tasks, he did not dwell on it any longer. He placed 4 chick offspring back into the pen and finally prepared to open the supply box that appeared at dawn. Opening level 3 supply box, 99 ocean crystals, 1 storage expansion voucher, 3 slots, 1 level 3 fishing rod stand recipe, 10 level 2 cotton seeds, 2 level 2 granite. This evening's supply box contained only 1 level 3 item and 4 level 2 items. The level 2 items offered no surprises, merely some basic materials. Yet the contents of the level 3 box brought a broad smile to Ye Heng's face. 99 ocean crystals were expected. The storage expansion voucher for 3 slots was a delightful surprise. The level 3 fishing rod stand recipe was the most significant revelation of this opening. Crafting level 3 fishing rod stand, 010 level 3 hardwood planks, 010 level 3 iron nails, 010 level 3 cotton yarn. Place on the ground properly to accommodate 3 level 13 fishing rods. With a fish attracting ability of 15 and durability of 1000, the fishing rod stand allows one to focus solely on casting and reeling in the fish, freeing up time during the wait to attend to other activities. For instance, Ye Heng could enhance his fishing skills while practicing his techniques. Previously, he had not earned much fishing experience as it consumed too much time, requiring silence during the waiting period. There was no need to rush. He would seek materials at the trade market tomorrow and procure some for crafting. Now, he tidied up, storing all stackable items in the basement cabinet. It was time for him to rest. The little octopus wandered the beach, capturing marine creatures to nurture. After patrolling twice to ensure that particular fish had ceased to emerge, it climbed through the window into the room. Once inside, it paused by the bedside, observing the slumbering Ye Heng. Its caretaker appeared to be in good spirits. Having not succumbed to fear or sorrow from earlier fright, it seemed that there had been some psychological growth. How wonderful! After more than an hour, Ye Heng awoke to gather a harvest of crops, also plucking a few collectible seaweeds from the beach. The second-level seaweed yields an experience value of 5 points. Yet its output is notably scarce, with growth occurring at random intervals. Some may sprout early, while others take several hours to emerge, deviating significantly from the more predictable patterns found on land. However, Ye Heng refrains from investing time in meticulous research at this moment and swiftly completes the collection, returning to his abode to collapse onto his bed and resume slumber. Due to the delay in gathering the first batch, he meticulously timed his efforts. collecting resources at precisely 1 o'clock, then again at 2:40 for 20, and finally at 5:55, efficiently harvesting the newly grown resources. Although the comfort of lying down to sleep was palpable, such precise timing proved to be somewhat exhausting. After finishing the collection, Ye Heng returned to rest, cradling a small octopus in his hands, observing its tentacles winding around his wrist, and humorously lamenting his own industriousness. While daytime resource collection posed no issues, continuing this pattern into the night would not lead to sudden demise, yet it would undoubtedly result in excessive fatigue. He pondered what enhancements awaited him after reaching level 3 and whether there would be resources with longer growth times. Chapter 73. The sudden appearance of a level 3 snake? Summon the big fish for dinner. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the island's resources had refreshed. As the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, Ye Heng discovered not only resources but also a white snake on his island. Marine life has invaded your island. Level 3 silver-scaled snake. Health 12,000. A marine invader, carnivorous, it shows interest in your breeding pen. Armed with a long pole, Ye Heng stepped outside, observing the silver-scaled snake, which had coiled upon the island and was now menacingly poised before his breeding pen. He swiftly charged at the snake's tail and landed a blow. Attack successful, inflicting blunt damage of 98. With a health pool of 12,000, his strike merely reduced it by 98 points. Nevertheless, it succeeded in capturing the snake's attention, prompting it to turn and focus on Ye Heng, momentarily abandoning the flailing chickens in the breeding pen. The small octopus, perched on the windowsill, withdrew its tentacles, intently searching for potential weaknesses in the snake. Meanwhile, Ye Heng was rapidly engaged in island construction, establishing a substantial area of foundational stone on the eastern side. As he built, he deftly propped himself with the pole, and just as the snake lunged to bite, he leaped towards the east. Thanks to his diligent practice during this time, his reflexes and speed had become increasingly sharp. Upon landing on the newly erected foundation, Ye Heng did not linger in combat. Instead, he quickly maneuvered within the newly built area of 30 to 40 square meters, evading the snake. While dodging, he simultaneously constructed new foundations to maintain stability beneath him. The silver-scaled snake, having locked onto its target amidst Ye Heng's frantic evasion, pursued him with a leisurely demeanor, as if toying with its prey, gradually herding him towards the sea. In this relentless pursuit, both the man and the serpent have departed from the previously fortified beach area. Ye Heng has constructed over 100 meters of curved foundational pathways on the water's surface. The little octopus stealthily followed, and as it discerned the location of its keeper, it swiftly turned to scuttle back. The keeper intended to ensnare the serpent, so it needed to hasten, lest it become a burden. Dinner is served. Ye Heng struck the water's surface with a long stick, then promptly removed over 80 of the recently erected foundational stones from the island. In an instant, the area spanning more than 80 meters was vacated, causing the silver-scaled serpent to plummet into the ocean. Being a sea snake, it faced no peril upon entering the water. However, while the sea offered it safety, the creatures within posed a grave threat to all. With a resounding splash, a dark fish tail emerged from the depths, propelling the silver-scaled serpent high into the air, only to land several hundred meters away in the ocean. Ye Heng shifted his gaze, observing a sudden whirlpool forming in the water, its diameter potentially 4 or 5 meters. The silver-scaled serpent vanished at the whirlpool's center, leaving no trace behind. The whirlpool subsequently dissipated, restoring tranquility to the sea surface. The little octopus circled back from the island, resting on Ye Heng's shoulder, its tentacles tapping against him in a flurry. How perilous! The keeper needed to ensure the serpent fell into the water. Next time, it could be sent there without issue. As long as the keeper constructs the island, it would know how to escape. Should it accidentally plunge into the water, returning would be effortless. But if the keeper were to descend, real trouble would arise. It's all right. The serpent merely deviated from the usual path, executing a direct descent. Yet as long as they managed to send it back into the water, all would be well. Ye Heng presumed the little octopus was frightened, placing his hand on its shoulder and gently grasping the entwined tentacles to soothe its agitated demeanor. Feeling the keeper's comfort, the octopus relaxed, its tentacles resting against Ye Heng's hand, languidly leaning against his shoulder. The keeper must have understood its sentiments. Next time such an incident occurs, it would certainly act appropriately. The bond between the man and the octopus was harmonious and tranquil. After a brief respite, Ye Heng offered the little octopus a portion of meat while he himself indulged in a bun, before once again resuming his labor. Much had indeed been destroyed. Ye Heng pulled up a stalk of wheat, observing the meager yield of seeds, and shook his head as he continued to gather the next plant. The earlier appearance of the silver-scaled serpent had trampled a vast expanse of the crops that had sprouted on his island. Fortunately, a fish from the sea was willing to partake. Otherwise, he might have had to adopt the resource-draining tactics other players spoke of, engaging in a war of attrition against the encroaching creatures. Nonetheless, this encounter had also consumed considerable resources. Stones were nearly depleted, and although there remained ample soil, the lack of stones would hinder future foundational construction due to insufficient materials. For the moment, feed was not lacking, so he would delve into mining for more ores. Ye Heng surveyed the pile of materials in his inventory, converting 100 units of land output into ore, previously unacknowledged. He now recognized the necessity of an immense quantity of stones for his home. The basement stands at a height of 2 meters. Yet due to the inability to stack storage cabinets, only 20 have been arranged within. A narrow passage has been left between the cabinets, allowing Ye Heng to access his belongings. The seeds for crops must be preserved, as they are essential for planting. Some level 2 ingredients, such as corn kernels, have been processed into feed, alongside materials like straw and sweet potato vines, which can also be transformed into fodder. After making the necessary adjustments, Ye Heng finally exited the spacious basement, where several cabinets were now free, and proceeded to open the resource crate that refreshed at 6 o'clock that morning. Opening Level 2 Resource Crate, 13 ocean crystals, 1 Level 2 cotton shoe crafting recipe, 1 Level 2 iron ore. This morning, there were a total of 5 resource crates. Upon opening the first Level 2 crate, he obtained a crafting recipe for Level 2 shoes. Recipes are indeed valuable. Ye Heng immediately learned it upon acquisition. Cotton and leather are required for crafting, and since he would be heading to the trade city shortly, he planned to procure the necessary materials there if available. Once the resource crate was organized, he moved on to the next one. Subsequent crates contained only basic materials until the final Level 3 crate, which yielded something Ye Heng had often heard about, but was seeing for the first time. Opening Level 3 Resource Crate, 1 Ocean Crystal Gift Pack, 1,000. 1 Level 2 Sea Farming Pool Enhancement Recipe, 1 Level 2 Bait Gift Pack. 10 Level 3 Abalone. The last treasure chest of the morning produced a recipe of great significance for Ye Heng. The enhancement for the sea farming pool allows for an upgrade from Level 1 to Level 2, which can accommodate up to 5,000 units of marine life. The term units is used because Level 1 occupies 1 unit, while Level 2 occupies 5. Thus, after the enhancement, if the pool is filled to capacity, it can yield 5,000 hunting experience points. Chapter 74. I will kill him when opportunity arises, but I shall not be angry. The pink octopus, a topic of discussion among many, was mentioned by a girl with red hair styled into 2 high ponytails who approached Ye Heng in the Trade City Square. She inquired about the ongoing conversation regarding player 668, who was accused of intentionally deceiving fortunate players. Since last night, the chat channel had been rife with discussions on this subject, and even if other topics emerged, it was not long before it resurfaced. Players numbered 7, 99, and 101 had all spoken about their experiences, yet the pink octopus had remained silent. This island owner's number had been previously revealed by player 668, and it was claimed that no one had ever seen them in the chat channel, neither in the past nor present. They were deemed unimportant. Ye Heng regarded the young girl before him, realizing he had no recollection of her. He casually replied, and then sidestepped, continuing his journey toward the market. They have deceived 668. This is a fact confirmed by number 7. While it cannot be guaranteed to be entirely true, it is likely accurate. However, he does not see any significance in venting his frustrations in the chat channel. In Trade City, players often engage in verbal spats, especially in the chat channel. But does cursing serve any purpose? What difference does it make? If the other party is indifferent, it only leads to self-inflicted anger. Instead of wasting time on such trivialities, one could engage in more productive activities or simply take the opportunity to rest. For him, every moment of rest is invaluable. What does it mean that he is not important? The girl with twin tails blinked in confusion, gazing at the retreating figure before turning to a nearby companion to seek clarification. They had devised traps to ensnare their foes and had even executed such plans. It was merely luck that they survived. How could he possibly be deemed unimportant? Perhaps it was because they could not reach 668, rendering their concern futile? Or was it because he had not sustained any injuries, thereby feeling indifferent? Who could fathom the thoughts of those esteemed individuals? They might dismiss 668 entirely. After all, we must consider the cost of teleportation, which consumes 10 ocean crystals. Those influential figures can afford to visit multiple times a day merely for the sake of convenience. Various conversations surrounded her, and the twin-tailed girl shook her head, making her way out of the crowd towards the auction area. A morning stroll through the auction house might yield some new discoveries. Just after Ye Heng departed from the square, within 3 minutes, Number 7 and Gio teleported in. As they arrived, others approached to greet them, sharing news of Octopus Guy's journey to Trade City. Some in the vicinity jested that Octopus Guy completely disregarded No. 7 and Gio, not even engaging in the chat channel's cursing of players 668. What they discussed, including the various live streams in the chat channel, was of no concern to Ye Heng at that moment. He was in the auction area, listing the recently acquired chicks, level 2 seaweed, and some level 1 seed grains for sale. After posting his items, he turned to purchasing materials for crafting fishing rod stands, as well as materials for upgrading the level 2 seawater aquaculture pool to level 3. Though expensive, he had to make the purchase. Observing the limited quantity, he noted that materials costing over 20 ocean crystals per unit were still being bid upon. Level 3 materials fetched over 20 ocean crystals per unit, and occasionally, some scarce items reached 30. Fortunately, the minerals he previously sold had proven quite valuable, and the ocean crystal gift packs he had received enabled him to indulge in a wave of spending. After approximately half an hour of bidding, waiting, and purchasing, when Ye Heng exited the auction area at 7:30, he found that only 63 ocean crystals remained in his inventory. He had acquired 3 sets of materials for the level 3 fishing rod stands and 2 sets for upgrading the level 2 seawater aquaculture pool. "Good morning, Octopus Guy?" Gio called out as she emerged from the appraisal area and spotted Ye Heng just as she reached the auction zone, waving a hand in greeting. Amidst the attention of numerous onlookers, he approached with a smile. "Good morning," Ye Heng nodded, positioning himself against the wall to await Gio. When players congregate, the safety protocols shift within the throngs, rendering the wall a secure refuge from being jostled. He overheard someone inquiring whether his response of 668 was an indication of indifference towards a question posed. Gio approached without concern for the audience, directly asking him about it. It was evident that the person had malicious intentions, thus, further delaying his own affairs for such triviality seemed futile. After he spoke, he noticed in the chat channel that someone was relaying Gio's question and his reply. Indeed, there were far too many idle spectators, a crowd eagerly consuming the unfolding drama. "You make a fair point, yet the thought still incites anger within me. They claim your indifference stems from not being harmed. But I wonder, are you not also aggrieved?" Having discerned the character of Octopus Brother, Gio posed her question straightforwardly, refusing to burden herself with speculation. She would act if the opportunity arose, but would not succumb to anger. Her emotions and time were far too precious. Regardless of others' perceptions, this was Ye Heng's conviction. Having previously fallen into a trap set by the other party, he could not afford to squander more of his time and feelings on them, a grievous loss he could not tolerate. As for insults, he had grown accustomed to the verbal tirades of his family since childhood. Other than the disruption they caused, they bore little influence on him. In this world, life was indeed splendid. Returning to his own island ensured he remained undisturbed. Even in the bustling trade city, should disputes arise, he could simply walk away, unimpeded by anyone. He held no concern for appearances, having been subjected to the humiliation inflicted by adults in his family who sought to save face. Being the weakest link in his household, they vented their frustrations upon him, the most vulnerable. Only what lay within his grasp mattered to him. Chapter 75. I am not angry. I will earn money to acquire tools and eliminate him. Long ago, he had heard a saying, when someone can act without regard for appearances, they surpass most others. Observing the calm demeanor of the individual beside him, he realized that this person genuinely believed that anger equated to loss. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed devoid of significance. Insults? The insulted remain indifferent, while the one who retaliates only grows more agitated. Anger breeds irritation, which in turn hampers productivity. Even if one could work, their performance would suffer due to emotional turmoil. At the very least, one cannot train effectively in a state of annoyance, and this truly represented a considerable detriment. In light of having already been ensnared by the other, he could not afford to incur further losses due to their actions. Yet, at times, the urge to retaliate became overwhelming. Surely today would be uneventful. It was time to gather resources from my home. Ye Heng produced a pass and greeted Jiujio, who momentarily appeared taken aback. However, upon her reluctant nod, he activated the teleportation and departed. It was not only the lack of effort from 668 that held no value. Jiujio and number 7 felt similarly. To delay his own time for their sake was unthinkable, especially when he desired rest. A mere half-hour delay was considered a break. Yet now, he had matters to attend to. Amid the laughter of surrounding players, Jiujio experienced, for the first time, the disheartening sensation of being left behind. Yet, his behavior was consistent. It was not as if he lacked respect, for in his eyes, appearances held less significance than a mere weed on the island. Jiujio, don't be upset. If you get angry, you'll only be the one at a loss. Someone chortled nearby, echoing Ye Heng's earlier sentiments in an attempt to calm her. After all, he was indifferent to her feelings. Any emotional upheaval on her part would ultimately be her own detriment. Why should I be angry? He has always been this way. I realized that from our first encounter. If he took the time to utter a few words with me, that was already a waste of his time. By that measure, I am rather fortunate. Although somewhat disheartened, Jiujio was adept at self-reassurance. Especially under the gaze of those watching the spectacle, she smiled and elevated her own standing in their eyes. Anyone who felt otherwise was welcome to test the waters. To expect him to pause and exchange a few words was a formidable challenge. Upon returning, No. 7 had gone to assess an item and, upon emerging, overheard a discussion, chuckling softly before adjusting his expression and approaching Jiujio. He had transformed from a state of indignation to one of anticipation, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He found solace in the fact that as long as someone else fared worse than him, his spirits remained high. Now that he is back, don't let it bother you, he remarked. As the octopus master said, we've already been taken advantage of. If we allow our training and daily lives to be hindered by him, we're essentially trapped in the pit. Jiujio, unwilling to let number 7 merely spectate, swiftly recalibrated her tone and demeanor, which had evidently been influenced by Ye Heng's earlier counsel. Indeed, there's no need to remain upset. Once I gather enough ocean crystals, I shall purchase the item that forcibly drags him back, and that will be the most effective way to deal with him. No. 7 chuckled in relief, his proposed solution sending a chill through the audience. Was there truly an item that could forcibly pull someone? That was exceedingly alarming. Many who had previously mocked fortunate players, wishing ill upon them, now felt a twinge of apprehension. Powerful figures seldom concerned themselves with insignificant players. Yet if a small fry frolicked too joyfully, there was always the possibility of being pulled into the fray and crushed for amusement by a higher power. After all, no one could predict when the luck of the fortunate would suddenly bestow upon them a bounty of items. Having departed, I returned home to hone my skills. Observing the diligent efforts of the little octopus, I felt compelled to strive harder. Otherwise, during the next event, it might choose not to engage with us. Jiujin cast a lingering glance at 7 and, brandishing the pass, departed without a backward glance, unfazed by the stare directed at him. This spontaneous departure, disregarding the other's gaze, was indeed quite amusing. Once 7 noticed Jiujin had left, he too retrieved his pass and headed home. The subsequent developments were witnessed by Ye Heng as he busied himself at home while watching the live broadcasts of others. Upon returning to the island, the little octopus made a couple of rounds before scuttling over to Ye Heng. At this moment, Ye Heng had swiftly constructed another seawater breeding pool and upgraded both existing pools from level 1 to level 2. While reinforcing the pools, a notification appeared, indicating that the base stones of the island, where the breeding pools were placed, must not fall below the upgraded level of the pools. With 2 pools established, there was no space left here. Thus, he could place them on the other side. Ye Heng patted the little octopus tentacle, cradled it in one hand while grasping a fishing basket in the other, and approached the newly constructed pool, performing several actions of pouring the contents inside. The little octopus, with 2 tentacles holding the basket, swiftly climbed onto the beach, caught 2 small fish that had scurried up, and returned with them to the second pool. After lifting the basket and shaking it at Ye Heng, ensuring he showed no intention of stopping him, it finally poured the small fish into the pool. With the understanding that there had been no misinterpretation, the little octopus ventured back to the beach to continue fishing. Ye Heng, observing the little octopus diligently at work, moved to the crafting table, retrieved the fishing rod stand he had made, and placed another set for crafting. He then made his way to the beach. Having procured materials for level 2 fishing rods, he crafted 3, all equipped with bait, and cast them onto the stands. He was not short of bait, having accumulated a substantial amount from previous supply boxes, so he planned to use it gradually. He also crafted 3 additional baskets to place beside the rods, ready to catch any fish. After catching all the fish and shrimp on the beach, the little octopus returned, curiously circling the fishing rod stands. Upon realizing that this was indeed an activity of fishing, with 3 rods in use, and that its owner could practice martial arts in the space behind the rods, it felt a sense of pride in its owner's diligence and resolved to work even harder, determined not to fall behind. Chapter 76. This morning, I neglected to pay attention and discovered that over 300 million players had perished. Successful catch, level 1 shrimp X1, fishing experience X1, successful catch. Level 2 supply box X1, fishing experience X5, successful catch. Ye Heng stood behind the fishing rod stand practicing his skills, and when he noticed the bobber sink, he promptly reeled in the line. Since fishing had no time constraints, the first rod's durability had worn out. Yet the second rod had only lost 3 points of durability. The level 2 fishing rod had a durability of 50. Catching a level 1 fish cost 1 point of durability, while a level 2 fish cost 5 points. And should he catch a level 3 fish, it would incur a loss of 25 points of durability. Thus far, Ye Heng has yet to catch a grade 3 fish. After indulging in a fruit cake, he diligently practiced his fishing skills, gathering oars along the way before returning to continue his fishing endeavors. Throughout the morning, through Ye Heng's relentless efforts, his fishing, hunting, and gathering experiences have all seen remarkable advancements. Player, Island Master 99111 Ye Heng, Combat Power, 26 Skills, Body Fortification Technique, Enhancement, Level, Hunting, Level 5, 03200, Fishing, Level 3, 63800, Gathering, Level 11, 565, 2048, Planting, Level 2, 219400, Island, Total Area 535 SQM, Viewable, Level 2 Wooden House, Level 2 Spirit Product Octopus, Level 2 Sea Aquaculture Pool 2, 50 SQM, Level 1 Breeding Pen 3, 12 SQM, Level 2 Planting Field 2, 8 SQM. Gathering commenced the previous day, accumulating experience points until a single upgrade was achieved. Hunting was just sufficient for 1 upgrade, as the small fish and shrimp in the 2 aquaculture pools were nearly depleted. Fishing experience surged significantly, elevating from level 1 to level 3. With this advancement, Ye Heng's personal combat power has also seen a considerable increase. Observing the current statistics, Ye Heng is confident he can elevate his fishing skill once more in the afternoon. However, this would render his planting level rather low. In pursuit of holistic improvement, Ye Heng constructed a new section of foundational stones across the beach, expanding the island from its original 535 SQM to 665 SQM. The prior area of 535 SQM included a portion left behind to lure the silver-scaled snake into the sea. The fish in the water has not caused him any further disruption, allowing these foundational stones to remain for the time being. With the basic foundations established, Ye Heng promptly undertook a level 1 enhancement, not necessarily for the planting fields, but to convey to the fish in the sea that this section of foundational stones was intended for future use. Although lacking concrete evidence, he firmly believes that the fish can comprehend certain information. Island assets, total area 665 SQM, viewable, level 2 wooden house, 25 SQM, level 2 spirit product octopus, level 2 sea aquaculture pool 2, 50 SQM, level 1 breeding pen 5, 20 SQM, level 2 planting field 2, 100 SQM. All planting fields have been relocated to the newly constructed area, and breeding pens have also been moved there. Due to an abundance of materials, Ye Heng has constructed several additional structures. However, the level 2 sea aquaculture pools cannot be moved, as they require level 2 foundational stones. And the materials for this enhancement are currently insufficient, primarily due to the lack of granite. Despite mining throughout the morning, the granite reserves were depleted during the construction of the planting fields. Having patrolled our island several times, it's time for a brief respite. Ye Heng planted grains in the fields, and as he observed a small octopus swimming nearby, he reached out to lift it. Since the newly constructed area is separated from the house by a beach, Ye Heng has yet to adjust the beach area. allowing the small octopus to explore this new environment with keen curiosity. The little octopus stirred its tentacles, astonished by the sight of its owner constructing a landmass upon the sea. It felt compelled to confirm this curious phenomenon. Previously, during its exploration, the little octopus had grasped a portion of the understanding that the beach encircled their home. Now, it seemed to comprehend that the land beyond the beach was also part of their domain. Soon, the island would undergo further transformation. Divided into two sections, one dedicated to cultivation and aquaculture, requiring half a day or 6 hours to process, while the other continued to gather resources. Leaving only the aquaculture pool, Ye Heng sat upon the ground, cradling the little octopus, articulating his plans for the island's development. Although the octopus could not comprehend, a nearby entity understood perfectly well. Suddenly, a splash erupted as a water sphere hurtled toward a non-reinforced Level 1 island cornerstone. The little octopus's tentacles perked up, and it dashed to the edge, flicking its limbs toward the sea. It was that fish again. It had returned to intimidate its owner. How outrageous. But never mind. It was merely extending a greeting. Ye Heng approached, observing the now tranquil surface of the water, contemplating how to coexist amicably with this aquatic neighbor. The fish barred him from entering the water and could assault his island, yet it consistently targeted only Level 1 areas. This was a clear indication that it was not constrained, suggesting that, within the limits of its destructive capabilities, it was signaling a willingness for peaceful coexistence. Perhaps this could be termed a haughty big fish? The little octopus flicked its tentacles at the sea, then climbed onto Ye Heng's shoulder, sensing that its owner appeared to be in good spirits. Could it be that after several encounters with the big fish, he had grown unafraid? Or perhaps he had come to the conclusion that the large fish posed no threat to their home. Let us return home. It is time for lunch, Ye Heng declared, turning away from the beach and heading back to his abode. With just a few minutes to noon, Ye Heng set about preparing food, allowing himself intervals of rest as he awaited its completion. Though merely lying down, it was still a reprieve from labor. Reclining on his bed, Ye Heng opened the chat channel once more to see what other players were discussing. This morning, he had been preoccupied with training, fishing, and gathering, thus neglecting the chat. Upon switching to the chat interface, he was immediately struck by the numbers displayed above, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chat channel 1936, 312, 9986, 19. 363 billion? Though the player count had been steadily declining in recent days, massive casualties were rare, with some claiming that the highest one-day death toll reached over 50,000. Yet, how could it be that more than 200 million players had vanished in just one morning? His gaze quickly shifted to the rapidly scrolling messages within the chat channel. And after reading a few, he began to grasp the situation. 90. Traitors among the players. Why can't we attack each other in Trade City? He has caused the demise of so many players. Why are we not allowed to retaliate? He previously warned players against entering, yet some ventured in, believing there were treasures to be found. Can he be blamed for their demise? How is it possible that players continue to leap into danger, seemingly devoid of reason, fully aware of the fatal consequences that await? Perhaps they believe that with enough sacrifices, the remaining players might reap the benefits. Those who wish to survive should hasten home. I have repeated this countless times. Even if there were a chance of survival, those who succeeded would no longer be human. I just saw those fortunate players escape, while those lingering nearby must have ulterior motives. The chat channel refreshes rapidly, and as I skim through, I pat the little octopus's tentacle, settling in to continue observing. Some players, equipped with special teleportation items, have traveled to the trading city, where they activated a teleportation array. Those who entered the array faced fatal consequences. Some willingly stepped in, while others were inadvertently pushed due to safety settings. Initially designed as a protective measure to prevent collisions, it ultimately led to the demise of numerous players. Chapter 77. Over 350 million players sacrificed their lives for a single artifact. Why are you all so irate? I have repeatedly urged everyone to return home. It is their choice to remain. Those who wish to survive have long since fled. The chat continues to scroll, filled with various sentiments. Witnessing the demise of so many players has led many to disregard the value of a few ocean crystal shards. It is evident that madness has ensued. Despite the evident danger, many still teleport to the trading city. As I enjoy my bun, I prepare some fish fillets for the little octopus, then sit on the ground to share lunch. The chat messages scroll so swiftly that I soon cease to focus on them. I truly cannot comprehend why so many players choose to teleport. fully aware of the likely fatal outcome. Are they drawn by mere curiosity? Or perhaps they seek a deliberate escape? Alternatively, do they wish to test their fate, venturing into a region universally regarded as lethal in search of undiscovered opportunities? The little octopus, relishing the seafood paste, occasionally taps its owner with a tentacle, curious about the reason behind the size. No danger has arisen on the island, and the troublesome fish in the sea has ceased its antics. It is time to eat. This is not our concern. I gently pat the little octopus's tentacle, savoring my meal and juice. The chat channel has now closed, transitioning to the island map interface. The juice, crafted from level 2 fruits and drinking water at the food processing station, is delightful and enhances recovery. Observing my owner engrossed in his meal, the little octopus seizes the moment to devour the food on several plates. It knows that once satisfied, it can venture to the beach to catch fish. At precisely noon, the island's resources refreshed. As the notification chimed, Ye Heng hastily consumed the last morsel of his bun, chewed it briefly, and swallowed, following it with a swift gulp of juice. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside, where the little octopus outpaced him, eagerly heading to the beach with its fish basket in hand. Watching the small creature dart away, Ye Heng chuckled and shook his head, resuming his labor with the pickaxe. With a rhythmic clang, he mined through the ore pile, each strike yielding different minerals for his inventory. After half an hour, he successfully collected 100 pieces of ore. He then promptly gathered the food resources before turning his attention to the supply crates. Today, 4 crates had appeared, 2 of level 3 and 2 of level 2, offering no surprises or excitement. Having organized these, shortly after 1 o'clock, it was time to harvest the seaweed, along with the eggs and chicks. Additionally, the crops he had planted, as well as the various seaweeds growing freely along the beach, were ready for collection. The growth of seaweed was remarkably casual. It seemed to adhere to no particular schedule. Much like the small fish and shrimp, they might not be present for long. Or perhaps they would reappear immediately after being harvested. By the time he had finished collecting everything, it was already past 1. Ye Heng paused to check the chat channel once more. The teleportation portal that led to the trade city remained fatal, rendering it inaccessible for now. Earlier that morning, he had sold some level 1 seeds and level 2 seaweed, resulting in a total of 332 ocean crystals. Adding the crystals obtained from the supply crates, his inventory now held 150 ocean crystals. Perhaps due to their nature as currency, ocean crystals were not subject to stacking limits. From last night until now, the total amount of seaweed Ye Heng had gathered was merely 308 pieces. After tidying up his inventory, he proceeded to enhance the level 2 beach foundation. The enhancement required 610 level 2 marine plant powder, 602 level 2 granite particles, and 851 level 2 seaweed. Only possessing 6 pieces, Ye Heng began the enhancement process. Good fortune abounds. You may perform a level 2 beach enhancement without consumption. The first attempt yielded an additional effect, and he continued to enhance the beach foundation. Good fortune abounds. You may perform a level 2 beach enhancement without consumption. After 2 consecutive enhancements, both resulted in a halo effect, filling Ye Heng with a delightful sense of surprise. However, the subsequent 4 enhancements were rather uneventful, with the latest yielding 8 level 2 beach foundations. Coupled with the previous 66, he now possessed a total of 74, leaving him 177 level 2 beach foundations short of a complete upgrade. It was not only the beach that could be enhanced, the island's terrestrial foundations could also be fortified. As long as he collected enough, 500 would suffice. Initially, Ye Heng envisioned a fully upgraded island, but in pursuit of cultivation and aquaculture, he had already expanded into a new area. Given the challenges faced by the growth of seagrass, it need not remain confined to its original limits. The lack of materials necessitates an increased effort in mining to reinforce the foundations of the islands. This afternoon, we shall continue our endeavors, training, fishing, and gathering. Ye Heng currently possesses an ample supply of basic materials, and he has baited his fishing rod, resting it on the stand in anticipation. After indulging in a slice of fruitcake, he resumed his practice of strength-enhancing techniques. The chat channel buzzed with activity throughout the afternoon, though Ye Heng glanced at it occasionally. He managed to glean a general understanding of the situation. The teleportation array activated by the players had transported over 350 million participants, resulting in a staggering death toll that exceeded previous totals by more than 1,000-fold throughout the day. At the conclusion of the array's operation, The individual who had initiated it emerged unscathed, acquiring a legendary artifact in the process. That player departed swiftly, brandishing a pass as they landed, and those nearby noted the luxurious long cloak that adorned them. Confirmation of the artifact status was achieved by consulting Player 7, who utilized oceanic crystal stones to validate the claims made by others. While artifacts were typically only available in the sales area alongside celestial items, speculation regarding their nature flourished. However, absent any payment in oceanic crystal stones, Player 7 refrained from extravagant efforts to authenticate the rumors. Following confirmation that over 350 million players had contributed to the acquisition of an artifact for the unidentified player, the chat channel remained lively for some time before returning to its usual pace. As the afternoon unfolded, Ye Heng had cast his line over 100 times. Now seated upon the ground, gazing at the sun nearing the western horizon, his curiosity about the artifact piqued, though he had no desire to engage with that particular player. Chapter 78. The Trade City. There were quite a few players present. Open Level 3 Supply Box. Oceanic Crystal Stones 66. Level 2 Desert Island Exploration Ticket. 1 person. 5 hours. 1. Level 2 Fruitwood Wine Cabinet Recipe 1. Level 2 Cotton Thread. At 6 o'clock in the evening, after gathering or in food. Ye Heng opened his first Level 3 supply box, which yielded an exploration ticket. The previous ticket he had participated in allowed for an invitation to other players, enabling a group of 5 to explore for 1 hour. The current ticket, however, permitted only one individual to embark on a journey, but extended the exploration time limit to 5 hours. Additionally, the distinction between the names of the islands, Seaside and Desert Island, suggested differences in their forms. For the time being, he decided to store the ticket away, opting not to venture out for exploration at night. Along with the pleasantly surprising exploration ticket, he also received a recipe. A wine cabinet, something Ye Heng had heard of but never encountered, lacking any concrete impression of it. Since it was a recipe, he proceeded to study it immediately, crafting a Level 2 Fruitwood Wine Cabinet. This contraption can hold 1,000 units of the same type of fruitwood, accommodating similar fruits and drinking water. Every 6 hours, it automatically brews a bottle of fruit wine, with the effects being random. Wine cabinet, brewing device? Ye Heng felt that the name of this cabinet seemed somewhat amiss. It was clearly an automatic brewing apparatus with an added feature for automatic storage. He decided to keep the recipe for now, affirming that he still had plenty of grain seeds. Ye Heng adjusted all the resource growth zones outside of the 100 blocks of, or to focus solely on fruits. Although he had no particular interest in beverages himself, some players might appreciate them. Thus, whether he chose to sell the produced wine or the cabinet itself, both options promised greater profits than the raw materials. He opened a supply box and moved on to the next. Among the subsequent boxes, the greatest surprise was a single-slot expansion voucher. The rest contained basic Level 2 resources. After completing the gathering and opening all the supply boxes, Ye Heng took a brief respite before proceeding to harvest 40 units of the seaweed farming nets. Each net yielded 100 units of seaweed, and after gathering, he crafted another 40 nets to place in the water, accumulating 2,000 units of seaweed in his inventory, preparing for another trip to the Trade City. Besides the seaweed, he also harvested 5 breeding circles, concluding with the planting fields. The 100-square planting field had varying harvest times, allowing only a small yield of the 8 plants at night, while the 92 new plots could only be harvested and planted at noon and midnight. Just as the little octopus finished exploring the beach and returned to Ye Heng's side, he gently scooped it up. Let us head to Trade City and sell these items, then purchase some seagrass to further enhance our beach, he said. Ye Heng organized his inventory, placing any unnecessary items in the basement storage for now, given that he still had some ocean crystals. Inventory, 24 slots Trade City Teleportation Pass X1, Ocean Crystals X3565, Level 2 or Crystals X113, Level 2 Seaweed X999, Level 2 Seaweed X999, Level 2 Seaweed X181, Level 1 Chick X185, Level 2 Green Apple Cake X15. Among the items Ye Heng carried, aside from the pass and ocean crystals, everything else was meant for sale. With the little octopus wrapped around his arm, Ye Heng took out the teleportation pass and transported himself to Trade City. Upon arrival, Trade City was bustling with people. Ye Heng adjusted his direction and moved with the crowd towards the trading market. Hey, buddy, you can put the pass away now. That trader who brought disaster has fled, so there's no need to remain in a constant state of escape, A gentle voice called out beside him. Turning to look, he saw a young man, similarly swept along by the crowd towards the trading market, with a kind demeanor and dressed in simple cotton clothing akin to Ye Heng's. Ye Heng pinched the teleportation pass between his fingers, not inclined to heed the other's advice. He merely acknowledged with a sound and continued forward, the surrounding crowd parting as he advanced. The protective zone, designed to shield players from external contact, centers around the player's physical form, enveloped by an air barrier approximately 10 centimeters beyond their equipped gear. This creates an effect akin to individual air cushions, imparting a sense of buoyancy during collisions. Navigating through the throng, Ye Heng entered the auction area, pausing against a wall to display the items he had brought for sale. The starting bid is predetermined and automatically generated, and as items are listed, the most recent transaction prices are also revealed. Level 2 or crystals previously sold for around 350 each, showing minimal variance. The selling price for level 2 seaweed has stabilized between 15-16. The unit price of seagrass has seen a slight increase, now reaching 111. Ye Heng categorized the level 2 or crystals into two sets, priced at 60 and 55, respectively. Wealthy buyers are inclined to purchase in bulk, while those with fewer resources may only buy one at a time, thus limiting their bids. Level 2 seaweed was stacked into 200 units per listing, with 170 units grouped together. The remaining 9 were insufficient for another complete set and remained in his inventory. He divided 185 chick embryos into 2 portions of 185. The only level 2 green apple cake was divided into 5 portions, each containing 3 pieces. The agile effect, lasting 1 hour, set the opening bid at 10 ocean crystals. Other fruit cakes with similar attribute enhancements had previously sold for between 100 and 120 ocean crystals. While the agile effect is indeed significant, it appears that few are willing to expend ocean crystals on it. Ye Heng lingered for a while, searching for other enhancement foods, noting that the more expensive options were combat-oriented. For instance, food providing a blunt effect lasting 1 hour could fetch as much as 515 ocean crystals. He also noted penetrating arrows, a consumable item, with prior highest bids reaching 880 ocean crystals. Penetration 2, which doubles the base penetrating damage. Alongside agility attributes effective in training and close combat, currently does not represent a particularly advantageous enhancement. Food enhancements can only be applied one at a time, and most players lack the strength training skills for physical enhancement and generally shy away from close combat, rendering such enhancements unnecessary. Chapter 79. Upon re-entering the sales area, the item for forcibly dragging others was purchased. Inventory, 24 slots Trade City Teleportation Pass 1, Ocean Crystals 101, Level 2 Seaweed 9. Level 2 Sea Grass 3300. After spending more than 20 minutes in the auction area, Ye Heng emerged with his inventory of ocean crystals barely reaching 3 figures. However, he possessed a substantial amount of seagrass, sufficient for another round of enhancements. Hey, Pink Octopus, have you visited that teleportation array before? Ye Heng encountered the dual ponytail red-haired girl he had seen earlier as he exited the auction area. She squeezed through the crowd, greeting him with a cheerful smile. As she uttered the title of the Pink Octopus, several players paused momentarily, then swiftly made way. After number 7 reaped the benefits, his teammates faced misfortune. Although it was said to be a scheme by 668, many players expressed their belief that being too close to those with good fortune could lead to the loss of their own meager luck, potentially being usurped by the fortunate individual. While some dismissed this notion, it nonetheless instilled a sense of caution in many, prompting them to avoid proximity to the excessively lucky. Even if luck wasn't siphoned away, in the event of a conflict, who could predict the potential pitfalls? Particularly on this day, with so many players meeting their demise, only for the perpetrator to gain a legendary artifact, a situation that horrified numerous players, highlighting the grim reality of trading lives for benefits. In the Trade City, players were forbidden from engaging one another, yet it had already transpired that some wielded special items, leading to the downfall of billions. Such items, which allowed one to profit immensely at the expense of others, were certainly unattainable for those less fortunate. After all, whoever possessed them would ascend to the status of a supreme lucky one. Noticing the spaciousness around him, Ye Heng seized the moment to make his way toward the selling area. Although he lacked the oceanic crystal stones to purchase items, he merely wished to observe and ascertain the newly refreshed wares. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? The selling area won't refresh for another half hour. and all the good items have already been snatched up. The girl with red twin tails chased after Ye Heng, voicing her grievances. She felt utterly disregarded. Despite having anticipated such behavior, why did those fortunate souls often possess such unpleasant temperaments? Well, I'm rather anxious, Ye Heng replied casually, yet his pace remained unbroken. With others deliberately parting the way for him, he soon arrived at the selling area, beginning to examine the items that had refreshed last. Celestial Water Shield, a protective item usable underwater, waterproof, allowing for free breathing. Marine creatures beneath celestial quality will be unable to detect the presence within the shield. Durability, 10,000. Price, 100,000. Oceanic Crystal Stones. The first item displayed was a celestial-grade protective device. Celestial Flame Herb Seedling, a plant-type island protective pet. Requires planting in soil of level 5 enhancement or above. Price, 99,999. Oceanic Crystal Stones. The second item caught Ye Heng's attention multiple times. A plant-type island protective pet? A plant, flame herb, capable of providing protection? The implications of such information, when contemplated, conjured images of a torrential fire rain during an invasion by marine creatures. Yet, dismissing the thought, he reminded himself that it was beyond his means to purchase, and he lacked the level 5 soil necessary for the survival of such a plant-type pet. Level 5 Island Exploration Ticket, 10 people. 24 hours. Players utilizing the exploration ticket may invite 9 companions to embark on an adventure to an uncharted island. During the exploration, the ticket holder has the option to terminate the expedition prematurely. Note, this island harbors significant dangers, as it is rumored that formidable beasts of exceptional caliber have lingered here during their breeding seasons. Price, 888 ocean crystals. Ye Heng pondered over the information presented, recalling a previous occasion. In the exploration of the island with a 5-member team, did the ticket also indicate the treasures that might be found there? It was uncertain, for the exploration ticket he possessed bore no such hints. Have I offended you? Or do you simply dislike conversing with others? The red-haired girl remained by Ye Heng's side. Previously, it had been stated that apart from his exploration companions, no one could engage this particular octopus fellow in a meaningful conversation. Skeptical of this claim, upon receiving news of the pink octopus's appearance, she lingered nearby, eager to assess for herself whether this individual was truly as dull as rumored. I do not like it, Ye Heng replied, returning to his examination of various items. He understood the curiosity surrounding such players, yet he found it incomprehensible and chose not to dwell on it. The twin-tailed girl glared in frustration, while onlookers around her openly laughed. Some jeered, asserting that she was too inadequate to attract the attention of handsome individuals. Others chastised the octopus fellow for his lack of sensitivity towards a young lady. Regardless of the surrounding chatter, whether flattering or disparaging, Ye Heng remained entirely unfazed. Swiftly finishing his review of the items for sale. Cursed card. The user may inscribe the identifier of the island master to be cursed in the designated space, expending an equivalent amount of ocean crystals to impose a non-lethal curse on a specific player. Note, the cost of the curse will be generated automatically. If the resources provided are insufficient, the curse will be drawn from the curse caster's own life. Price, 1,000,000 ocean crystals. 41,000,000 ocean crystals. One could acquire this cursed card. This price could be deemed exorbitant or remarkably reasonable, contingent upon the identity of the cursed individual. Moreover, it entailed a bidirectional risk inherent to the rules. If the target were a player of exceptional fortune, such as player 7, the one wielding the cursed card might very well have to wager their own life. Additionally, if the disparity between them was too vast, sacrificing a life might merely result in player 7 experiencing a momentary chill, a sneeze, or perhaps a few coughs. Continuing to scrutinize the prices, Ye Heng observed a previously sold item that, while still costly, had been purchased. Coliseum Invitation Ticket. By utilizing this ticket, one may invite a player to engage in a competition of prowess within the arena. The invited player is granted 3 hours to prepare, after which they will be automatically transported to the dual combat arena. Price, 999 ocean crystals. 999 ocean crystals. This was the item player 7 had previously referred to as a compulsory summoning tool. Essentially, it approximated 1 million. Ye Heng often possesses over 10,000 ocean crystals, and someone has already consumed 1 million. Truly astonishing. Yet, it is not entirely absurd. Although Ye Heng earns modestly, the various materials and items at his disposal, when converted into ocean crystals, amount to several 100,000. Chapter 80. The Force Challenge from Number 7. Player 668 purchased a cursed card. The arena invitation has been sent out. Island Master 668. I await you at the public mode 6684 dual arena for 3 hours. At 7:50 in the evening, Number 7 sent a message in the chat channel. By this time, Ye Heng had returned to the island. Having just processed seaweed into ocean plant powder, can they really set up a pun-based arena number like 6684? Ye Heng pondered, momentarily taken aback by the number, realizing that Number 7 might have a touch of obsession. It left him wondering how many ocean crystals had been spent for this arena designation. The chat channel erupted with activity following Number 7's message. Previously, there had been rumors of a forced invitation item for arena matches that had been purchased, leading to speculation that perhaps Number 7 intended to eliminate 668. Or perhaps, there were simply too many idle players. With a smile, Ye Heng poked the tentacle of a small octopus and then opened the construction interface to continue his work. He noticed players suggesting that since there was nothing to do in the evening, they should all gather in the training area of Trade City to witness the duel between Number 7 and 668. Observing the bustling crowd in Trade City, Ye Heng confirmed once again that most players were indeed rather idle. Beach Level 2 Enhancement. Level 2 Ocean Plant Powder 66010. Level 2 Granite Granules 1322. Level 2 Seaweed 91. Previously, the seaweed had been listed for auction, leaving only these 9 portions in his inventory. Ye Heng processed the ocean plant powder and then crafted 66 required granite granules for enhancement. He decided to enhance these first, and would wait until midnight to harvest the missing seaweed. Fortune smiles upon you. Out of 9 enhancements, only 1 yielded a halo effect. When the seaweed count reached 0, Ye Heng successfully enhanced to create 10 square meters of Level 2 beach. Total island area 665 square meters. Land area 414 square meters. Level 2 enhancement 249 square meters. Level 1 enhancement 164 square meters. Unenhanced 1 square meter. Beach area 251 square meters. Level 2 enhancement 84 square meters. Level 1 enhancement 167 square meters. This round of enhancements would be sufficient for now. Ye Heng tidied up his materials, collected a few more items, and indulged in a fruit cake before commencing his training. Fortunately, his household boasted an abundance of fruit, allowing for a variety of flavors. Naturally, the cake was modest in size, which was quite crucial. Ye Heng had long since memorized the movements and sequence of his training. At this point, it was simply a matter of ensuring his body remained untroubled. Tonight, there would be a broadcast of the life-and-death duel between Number 7 and 668. So he kept the chat interface open, hovering before him as he practiced. At 7:59, just as the selling area was about to refresh with new items, someone suddenly sent a message in the chat channel. A curse card, priced at 1 million, was purchased before it could be refreshed. The curse card, which Ye Heng had encountered previously, caught the attention of Number 7, who remarked, "You seem quite affluent, capable of affording a curse card. Today I shall stand here and observe what outcome you can conjure after risking your life." The curse card is a type of dual consumption item governed by specific rules. No, 7 had seen such an item before but refrained from purchasing it, opting instead for a forced invitation to the arena. However, he had not anticipated that 668 would be so willing to auction off a synthesis platform merely to acquire some items for retaliation. 668 expressed, "I am fully aware that I will perish. I knew that upon obtaining the exploration ticket, my fate was sealed. Yet, I did not foresee that you would be so fortunate as to escape from an inevitable demise. Rest assured, my target is not you this time. I intend to curse the one whose luck surpasses yours, and I want him to experience that inescapable despair." As Ye Heng read 668's message, he halted and sat down on the spot. Was he referring to himself? In comparison to the misfortunes befalling others, he was indeed quite fortunate. However, his good fortune was not merely coincidental. It stemmed from the presence of an extraordinarily formidable creature lurking near his home, which devoured any offerings without discernment. Should he inadvertently fall into its grasp, it would likely not mind the meager portion. Is his luck better than mine? Who possesses luck exceeding that of Number 7? Are we referring to the pink octopus? The pink octopus seems fine. I hope he can read the messages and hurry to the trade city for refuge. Those spamming in the chat should not fret for him. Wielding a curse card, they specifically target the luckiest. It seems 668's wits have been devoured by a dragon. The level of the curse may not even surpass the luck itself. You claim their fortune exceeds number 7's, yet still wish to curse them. Perhaps they find death too leisurely. As Ye Heng perused the messages in the chat channel, a smile crept upon his face. Whether it was 668's sudden change of target, number 7's seemingly perplexing inquiries, or the various speculations from other players, he found it amusing. Why must they constantly seek to undermine one another? Holding the little octopus close, Ye Heng observed the ongoing stream of messages and felt a sense of innocence wash over him. Was it merely because he had escaped harm last time? The little octopus gently tapped its tentacle on Ye Heng's arm, sensing its owner's discontent despite not comprehending the situation. Someone wishes to curse us, but fear not. We shall be fine. Ye Heng placed the little octopus on his shoulder, sipped from a half-empty bottle of juice, and resumed his practice. Curses. The target may not even be oneself. And what sacrifices must one make to invoke a curse that could shatter the blessings granted by the mermaid princess, who possesses a staggering 1 billion health points at such a moment? Chapter 81. Number 7. You pay 1 million to have me here, and all I get is a glance. In the city of trade, the training zone sprawls extensively, surpassing the area of the trade market significantly. Yet tonight, it is a cacophony of bodies, a veritable throng. Naturally, physical contact among players is prohibited, as per the established rules. Thus, the players within are jostling amidst the crowd, while many outside are desperately seeking an opening to gain entry. Their fervent desire to enter stems from the impending mandatory arena battle initiated by number 7 against 668. Only within the confines of the training ground can one witness the publicly set arena number 6684. Is Octopus not planning to come here at all? Leaning against the wall, 101 gazes up at Jujio beside her. Having arrived early, they have secured the prime location, unperturbed by the surrounding density. He is likely entirely disinterested in such matters. Jujio shakes her head, her attention fixated on the virtual screen displaying the image of Arena 6684. Since utilizing the mandatory invitation ticket, number 7 has been waiting within the arena, while 668 has the flexibility to enter at any point during the 3-hour preparation period. As time passes, 668 remains absent, presumably opting to wait until the last moment when he will be forcibly drawn in. He would not appear voluntarily. Jujio, how do you think Octopus manages it? How can he remain unaffected by 668's previous revelations, which have harmed him, and now even threaten him? 101 genuinely grapples with the mindset that allows one to disregard an adversary who has inflicted harm. It is not that he is indifferent, rather, in the absence of a means to defeat his opponent, he does not expend undue mental energy on such matters. Jujio offers little more than a sigh, choosing to withhold further crucial information. He is someone who, while ideally suited for friendship, should never be provoked. Regrettably, it seems only number 7 has grasped this to a slight extent. Initially, she entertained the thought of bringing 101 along for future escapades, as the presence of a lively young girl could uplift one's spirits. Unfortunately, despite her numerous hints, 101 remains ever curious, incessantly inquiring. The charming young girl, should she seek companionship and have a penchant for this type, might indeed find her endearing. Yet, her two companions are entirely unrelated to such aspirations. Number 7 is self-absorbed, reveling in his own grandeur. He might offer a pleasant word occasionally, but only to those of comparable stature. Octopus, on the other hand, exudes calmness. However, he shares a universal disdain for anyone who disrupts his peace with excessive chatter. Yet 101 remains perplexed, yearning to articulate more, but Jujio has already withdrawn her attention. Those who wish to remain linger against the wall, awaiting the appearance of another individual in Arena 6684. They wait and wait until the 3-hour invitation countdown concludes, and finally, 668 is forcibly thrust onto the stage just in time. 22. 668 has entered the arena, and he appears to possess nothing but a single pair of trousers. Could it be that he has sold off all his other equipment? It is likely that the item has been sold and may have been exchanged for ocean crystals. Previously, there were reports regarding the curse card, which requires a price to be paid for its utilization. The question arises as to whom he intends to curse. as there remains 1 minute in the pre-battle preparation period on the arena. The chat interface has commenced real-time broadcasting, with players unreservedly spending to engage in conversation. Some are recounting the dialogue exchanged between the two individuals on the arena, while others engage in analysis and speculation. Meanwhile, Ye Heng continues his training on his island, occasionally glancing at the players' broadcast descriptions. Player number 7 is berating player 668 for being irrational, causing harm to both themselves and others. While player 668 responds with a smug smile, player 668 has produced the curse card, upon which they have inscribed the identity number of the island's owner. Observers have noted that the number displayed is